When reason meets magic, the real mysteries begin. Greetings, Grimoire Guardians. Welcome back to another mind-bending installment of Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Today we dive into Part 10, covering chapters 51 to 70, where logic, ethics, and magical chaos collide in unforgettable ways. Harry's mission to apply reason and science to the wizarding world is put to the test like never before. With new allies, complex dilemmas, and unsettling discoveries, each step forward reveals deeper layers to the world he thought he understood. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook. All credit goes to Eliezer Yudkowsky for this brilliant reinterpretation of the wizarding world. If you're loving this journey, consider joining the Wizard Army or becoming a Wizard King to help keep these stories alive and flowing. Let's return to Hogwarts, where magic meets logic. 51. Title redacted. Point 1. Saturday. Harry had run into trouble falling asleep Friday night, which he had anticipated might happen, and so he had decided to take the obvious advance precaution of buying a sleeping potion, and to prevent it from constituting a visible sign that he was nervous, he had decided to buy it off Fred and George a couple of months earlier. Be prepared, that's the Boy Scouts' marching song. Thus Harry was fully rested, and his pouch contained almost everything which he owned and might conceivably need. Harry had, in fact, run into the volume limitation on the pouch, and keeping in mind that he would need to store a large snake, and might need to store who knew what else, he had removed some of the bulkier items like the car battery. He was up to the point now where he could transfigure something the size of a car battery in 4 minutes flat, so it wasn't much of a loss. Harry had kept the emergency flares and the oxyacetylene welding torch and fuel tank, since you couldn't just transfigure things that were to be burned. Be prepared, as through life you march along. Mary's place. After the waitress had taken their order and bowed to them and left the room, Professor Quirrell had performed only 4 charms, and then they'd talked about nothing of any vast consequence, just Professor Quirrell's complex thesis about how the Dark Lord's curse on the defense position had led to the decline of dueling, and how this had changed social customs in magical Britain. Harry listened and nodded and said intelligent things, while he tried to control the pounding of his heart. Then the waitress came in again bearing their food, and this time, a minute after the waitress had departed, Professor Quirrell gestured for the door to close and lock, and began to speak 29 security charms, one of the ones in Mr. Bester's sequence being left out this time, which somewhat puzzled Harry. Professor Quirrell finished his charms, stood up from his chair, blurred into a green snake, banded in blue and white, hissed, "Hungry boy? Eat your fill swiftly, we shall need both strength and time." Harry's eyes were a bit wide, but he hissed, "I ate well at breakfast," and then rapidly began forking noodles into his mouth. The snake watched him for a moment with those flat eyes and then hissed, "Do not wish to explain here. Prefer to be elsewhere first. Need to leave unobserved, without sign we have ever departed room." "SSO no one can track USS, hissed Harry. "Yes. Do you trust me that much, boy? Think before answer. I will have important request of you, which requires trust. If say no regardless, then say no now." Harry dropped his gaze from the snake's flat eyes, and looked back down at his sauce-coated noodles and ate another bite, then another while he thought. The defense professor was an ambiguous figure, to put it mildly. Harry thought he had unraveled some of his goals, but others remained mysterious. But Professor Quirrell had knocked down 200 girls to stop the ones summoning Harry. Professor Quirrell had deduced that the Dementor was draining Harry through his wand. The defense professor had saved Harry's life twice in a 2-week period, which could mean that the defense professor was just saving Harry for later, that there were ulterior motives. Indeed, it was certain that there were ulterior motives. Professor Quirrell wasn't doing this on a whim. But then, Professor Quirrell had also seen Harry taught a clemency. He had taught Harry how to lose. If the defense professor wanted to make some use of Harry Potter, it was a use that required a strengthened Harry Potter, not a weakened one. That was what it meant to be used by a friend, that they would want the use to make you stronger instead of weaker. And if there was sometimes a cold atmosphere about the defense professor, bitterness in his voice or emptiness in his gaze, then Harry was the only one who Professor Quirrell allowed to see it. Harry didn't quite know how to describe in words the sense of kinship he felt with Professor Quirrell, except to say that the defense professor was the only clear-thinking person Harry had met in the wizarding world. Sooner or later, everyone else started playing Quidditch, or not putting protective shells on their time machines, or thinking that death was their friend. It didn't matter how good their intentions were. Sooner or later, and usually sooner, they demonstrated that something deep inside their brain was confused. Everyone except Professor Quirrell. It was a bond that went beyond anything of debts owed, or even anything of personal liking, that the two of them were alone in the wizarding world. And if the defense professor occasionally seemed a little scary or a little dark, well, that was just the same thing some people said about Harry. "I trust you," hissed Harry. And the snake explained the first stage of the plan. Harry took a final forkful of noodles chewed. Beside him, Professor Quirrell, now in human form again, was eating his soup placidly, as though nothing of special interest were occurring. Then Harry swallowed, and in the same moment stood up from his chair, already feeling his heart start to hammer hard in his chest. The security precautions they were taking were literally the most stringent possible. "Are you ready to test it, Mr. Potter?" Professor Quirrell said calmly. It wasn't a test, but Professor Quirrell wouldn't say that, not out loud in human speech, even in this room screened to the limit that Professor Quirrell had secured with further charms. "Yep," Harry said as casually as he could. "Step 1. Harry said cloak to his pouch, drew forth the cloak of invisibility, and then unstuck the pouch from his belt and threw it toward the other side of the table. The defense professor stood up from his own seat, drew his wand, bent down and touched his wand to the pouch, murmuring a quiet incantation. The new enchantments would ensure that Professor Quirrell could enter the pouch on his own in snake form, and leave it on his own and hear what went on outside while he was in the pouch. Step 2. As Professor Quirrell stood up from where he'd bent over by the pouch and put away his wand happened to point in Harry's direction, and there was a brief crawling sensation on Harry's chest near where the time-turner lay, like something creepy had passed very close by without touching him. Step 3. The defense professor turned into a snake again, and the sense of doom diminished. The snake crawled to the pouch and into it, the pouch's mouth opening to admit the green shape, and as the mouth closed again behind the tail, the sense of doom diminished further. Step 4. Harry drew his wand, being careful to stand still as he did it, so that the time-turner would not move from where Professor Quirrell had anchored the hourglass within the shell in its current orientation. "Wingardium Leviosa," murmured Harry, and the pouch began to float toward him. Slowly, slowly, as Professor Quirrell had instructed, the pouch began to float toward Harry, who waited alert for any sign the pouch was opening, in which case Harry was to use the hover charm to propel it away from him as fast as possible. As the pouch came within a meter of Harry, the sense of doom returned. As Harry reattached the pouch to his belt, the sense of doom was stronger than it had ever been, but still not overwhelming. It was tolerable. Even with Professor Quirrell's animagus form lying within the extended space of the pouch resting on Harry's very hip. Step 5. Harry sheathed his wand. His other hand still held the cloak of invisibility, and Harry drew that cloak over himself. Step 6. And so in that room, shielded from every possible scrying, which Professor Quirrell had personally and further secured, it was not until after Harry was wearing the true cloak of invisibility that he reached beneath his shirt and twisted the outer shell of the time-turner just once. The time-turner's inner hourglass stayed anchored and motionless, the setting twisted around it. The food vanished from the table, the chairs leaped back into place, the door sprang open. Mary's room was deserted, as it should have been, because Professor Quirrell had earlier contacted Mary's place under a false name to inquire whether the room would be available at this hour, not to reserve it, not to place a cancelled reservation that might be noted, but only to inquire. Step 7. Staying under the cloak of invisibility, Harry left through the open door. He navigated the tiled hallways of Mary's place to the well-stocked bar that greeted new entrants, tended by the owner, Jake. There were only a few people at the bar in the morning before proper lunchtime, and Harry had to wait invisibly by the door for several minutes, listening to the murmur of conversation and the gurgle of alcohol, before the door opened to admit a huge genial Irishman, and Harry slipped out silently in his wake. Step 8. Harry walked for a while. He was well away from Mary's place when he turned off Diagon Alley into a smaller alley, at the end of which lay a shop that was dark, the windows enchanted to blackness. Step 9. Swordfish melon friend. Harry spoke the passphrase to the lock and it clicked open. Within the shop was also darkness, the light from the open door briefly illuminating it to show a wide, empty room. The furniture shop which had once operated here had gone bankrupt a few months ago, according to the defense professor, and the shop had been repossessed but not yet resold. The walls were painted a simple white, the wooden floor scratched and unpolished, a single closed door set in the back wall. This had been a showroom once, but now it showed nothing. The door clicked shut behind Harry, and then the darkness was pitch and complete. Step 10. Harry took out his wand and said, "Lumos," lighting the room with white glow. He took his pouch from his belt, the sense of doom growing a little sharper as he grasped it with his fingers, and lightly tossed it to the opposite side of the room, the sense of doom fading almost completely. And then he began to take off the cloak of invisibility, even as his voice hissed, "It has done." Step 11. From the pouch poked a green head, followed shortly by a meter-long green body as the snake slithered out. A moment later the snake blurred into Professor Quirrell. Step 12. Harry waited in silence while the defense professor recited 30 charms. "All right," Professor Quirrell said calmly when he had finished. "If anyone is still watching us now, we are in any case doomed, so I will speak plainly and in human form. Parseltongue does not quite suit me, I fear, as I am neither a descendant of Salazar nor a true snake." Harry nodded. "So, Mr. Potter," said Professor Quirrell, his gaze intent, his pale blue eyes dark and shadowed in the white light coming from Harry's wand. "We are alone and unobserved, and I have an important question to ask you." "Go ahead," said Harry, his heart starting to beat faster. "What is your opinion of the government of magical Britain?" That wasn't quite what Harry had been expecting, but it was close enough, so Harry said, "Based on my limited knowledge, I would say that both the Ministry and the Wiesengemot appear to be stupid, corrupt, and evil." "Correct," Professor Quirrell said. "Do you understand why I ask?" Harry took a deep breath and looked Professor Quirrell straight in the eyes, unflinching. Harry had finally worked out that the way to make amazing deductions from scanty evidence was to know the answer in advance, and he had guessed this answer fully a week ago. It needed only a slight adjustment. "You are about to invite me to join a secret organization full of interesting people like yourself," said Harry, "one of whose goals is to reform or overthrow the government of magical Britain, and yes, I'm in." There was a slight pause. "I'm afraid that is not quite where I intended to direct this conversation," said Professor Quirrell. The corners of his lips were twitching slightly. "I merely plan to ask for your help in doing something extremely treasonous and illegal." Darn, thought Harry. Still, Professor Quirrell hadn't denied it. "Go on." "Before I do," said Professor Quirrell. There was no levity in his voice now. "Are you open to such requests, Mr. Potter? I say again that if you are likely to say no regardless, you must say no now. If your curiosity impels you otherwise, squash it." "Treasonous and illegal doesn't bother me," said Harry. "Risks bother me, and the stakes would need to be commensurate, but I can't imagine you taking risks frivolously." Professor Quirrell nodded. "I would not. It is a terrible abuse of my friendship with you, and of such trust as is placed in my teaching position at Hogwarts." "You can skip this part," Harry said. The lips twitched again and then went flat. "Then I shall skip it. Mr. Potter, you sometimes make a game of lying with truths, playing with words to conceal your meanings in plain sight. I, too, have been known to find that amusing. But if I so much as tell you what I hope we shall do this day, Mr. Potter, you will lie about it. You will lie straight out, without hesitation, without wordplay or hints, to anyone who asks about it, be they foe or closest friend. You will lie to Malfoy, to Granger, and to McGonagall. You will speak, always and without hesitation, in exactly the fashion you would speak if you knew nothing, with no concern for your honor. That also is how it must be. There was silence then for a time. That was a price measured in a fraction of Harry's soul. Without telling me yet, said Harry. Can you say if the need is desperate? There is someone in the most terrible want of your help, Professor Quirrell said simply, and there is no one who can help them but you. There was another silence, but not a long one. All right, Harry said quietly. Tell me of the mission. The dark robes of the defense professor seemed to blur against the shadow on the wall, cast by his silhouette blocking the white light of Harry's wand. The ordinary Patronus charm, Mr. Potter, wards off a Dementor's fear. But the Dementors still see you through it, they know that you are there. Only not your Patronus charm. It blinds them, or more than blinds them. What I saw beneath the cloak wasn't even looking in our direction as you killed it, as though it had forgotten our existence even as it died. Harry nodded. That wasn't surprising, not when you confronted a Dementor on the level of its true existence beyond anthropomorphism. Death might be the last enemy, but it wasn't a sentient enemy. When humanity had wiped out smallpox, smallpox hadn't fought back. Mr. Potter, the central branch of Gringotts is guarded by every spell high and low that the goblins know. Even so, those vaults have been successfully robbed, for what wizardry can do, wizardry can undo. And yet no one has ever escaped from Azkaban. No one. For every charm there is a countercharm, for every ward there is a bypass. How can it be that no one has ever been rescued from Azkaban? Because Azkaban has something invincible, Harry said. Something so terrible that no one can defeat it. That was the keystone of their perfect security. It had to be nothing human. It was death that guarded Azkaban. The Dementors don't like their meals being taken away from them, Professor Quirrell said. Coldness had entered that voice now. They know if anyone tries. There are more than 100 Dementors there, and they speak to the guards as well. It's that simple, Mr. Potter. If you're a powerful wizard, then Azkaban isn't hard to enter, and it isn't hard to leave. So long as you don't try to take anything out of it that belongs to the Dementors. But the Dementors are not invincible, said Harry. He could have cast the Patronus charm with that thought in that very moment. Never believe that they are. Professor Quirrell's voice was very quiet. Do you remember what it was like when you went before the Dementor the first time when you failed? I remember. And then, with a sudden sickening lurch in his stomach, Harry knew where this was going. He should have seen it before. There is an innocent person in Azkaban, Professor Quirrell said. Harry nodded. There was a burning sensation in his throat, but he didn't cry. The one of whom I speak was not under the Imperious curse, said the defense professor, dark robes silhouetted against a greater shadow. There are surer ways to break wills than the Imperious if you have the time for torture and legilimency and rituals of which I will not speak. I cannot tell you how I know this, how I know any of this, cannot hint at it even to you. You will have to trust me. But there is a person in Azkaban who never once chose to serve the Dark Lord, who has spent years suffering alone in the most terrible cold and darkness imaginable, and never deserved a single minute of it. Harry saw it in a single leap of intuition, his mouth racing almost ahead of his thoughts. There was no hint, no warning, we all thought. A person by the name of Black, Harry said. There was silence. Silence while the pale blue eyes stared at him. Well, said Professor Quirrell after a while. So much for not telling you the name until after you had accepted the mission. I would ask whether you're reading my mind, but that's flatly impossible. Harry said nothing, but it was simple enough if you believed in the processes of modern democracy. The most obvious person in Azkaban to be innocent was the one who hadn't gotten a trial. I am certainly impressed, Mr. Potter, said Professor Quirrell. His face was grave. But this is a serious matter, and if there is some way others could make the same deduction, I must know. So tell me, Mr. Potter, how in the name of Merlin, of Atlantis, and the void between the stars, did you guess that I was talking about Bellatrix? 52. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Point 2. The adrenaline was already flowing in Harry's veins, his heart already hammering in his chest, there in that darkened and bankrupt store. Professor Quirrell had finished explaining, and in one hand Harry held a tiny wooden twig that would be the key. This was it, this was the day and the moment when Harry started acting the part. His first true adventure, a dungeon to be pierced, an evil government to be defied, a maiden in distress to be rescued. Harry should have been more frightened, more reluctant, but instead he felt only that it was time and past time to start becoming the people he had read about in his books, to begin his journey toward what he had always known he was meant to be, a hero. To take the first step on the road that led to Kimble Kinnison and Captain Picard and Leono of Thundera, and definitely not Raistlin Magir. So far as Harry's brain knew from watching early morning cartoons, when you grew up you were supposed to gain amazing powers and save the universe. That was what Harry's brain had seen adults doing, and adopted as its role model for the maturation process, and Harry very much wanted to start growing up. And if the pattern of the story called for the hero to lose some part of his innocence as the result of his first adventure, then for now, at least in this still innocent moment, it seemed time and past time for him to experience that pain. Like casting off clothes too small for him, or like finally advancing to the next stage of the game, after being stuck for 11 years on World 3, Level 2 of Super Mario Bros. Harry had read enough novels to suspect that he wouldn't feel this enthusiastic afterward, so he was enjoying it while it lasted. There was a popping sound as something near Harry disappeared, and then there was no more time for heroic brooding. Harry's hand snapped the small wooden twig. A hook yanked motionlessly at Harry's abdomen as the portkey activated, feeling like a much harder pull this time than the smaller transports between the Hogwarts grounds and Diagon Alley, and dropped him into the middle of a huge roll of thunder dying away, and a lash of cold rain whipping him across the face, the water coating Harry's glasses and blinding him in an instant, turning the world into a blur even as he began to fall toward the raging ocean waves far below. He had arrived high above the empty North Sea. The shock of the blasting storm almost made Harry let go of the broomstick that Professor Quirrell had given him, which would not have been a good idea. It took nearly a full second for Harry to get his wits together and bring his broomstick back up in an easy swoop. "I'm here," said an unfamiliar voice from a patch of empty air above him. Low and gravelly, the voice of the sallow, lanky, bearded man Professor Quirrell had polyjuiced into before disillusioning himself and his broomstick. "I'm here," Harry said from beneath the cloak of invisibility. He hadn't used polyjuice himself. Wearing a different body hindered your magic, and Harry might need all of his little magic about him. Thus the plan called for Harry to stay invisible at nearly all times instead of polyjuicing. Neither of them had spoken the other's name. You simply didn't use your names at any point during an illegal mission, even invisibly hovering over an anonymous patch of water in the North Sea. You simply didn't. It would be stupid. Carefully keeping a grip on the broomstick with one hand, while the rain and wind howled around him, Harry raised his wand in an equally careful grip and improvised his glasses. Then, with the lenses clear, Harry looked around. He was surrounded by wind and rain. It might have been 5 degrees Celsius if he was lucky. He'd already had a warming charm cast on himself just from being outside in February, but it wasn't standing up to the driving cold droplets. Worse than snow, the rain soaked into every exposed surface. The cloak of invisibility turned all of you invisible, but it didn't cover all of you, and that meant it didn't protect all of you from rain. Harry's face was exposed to the full force of the driven water, and it was driving straight into his neck and soaking down into his shirt, also the sleeves of his robes and the cuffs of his pants and his shoes. The water took every bit of cloth as an avenue to sneak in. "This way," said the polyjuiced voice, and a spark of green light lit up in front of Harry's broomstick, and then darted away in a direction that seemed to Harry like every other direction. Through the blinding rain, Harry followed. He lost it sometimes, that small green spark, and each time he did, Harry called out, and the spark would reappear in front of him a few seconds later. When Harry had caught the trick of following the spark, it accelerated, and Harry kicked the broomstick into high gear and followed. The rain whipped him harder, feeling like Harry imagined it must feel to get a faceful of shotgun pellets, but his glasses stayed clear and protected his eyes. It was only a few minutes later, at the broomstick's full speed, that Harry caught a glimpse of a huge shadow through the rain, towering far across the waters, and felt a distant, hollow echo of emptiness radiating from where death waited, washing over Harry's mind and parting around it, like a wave breaking on stone. Harry knew his enemy this time, and his will was steel and all of the light. "I can already feel the Dementors," said the gravelly voice of the polyjuiced Quirrell. "I did not expect that, not this soon." "Think of the stars," Harry said, over a distant rumble of thunder. "Don't allow any anger in you, nothing negative, just think of the stars, what it feels like to forget yourself and fall bodilessly through space. Hold to that thought like an occlumency barrier across your entire mind. The Dementors will have some trouble reaching past that." There was silence for a moment, then, "Interesting." The green spark lifted, and Harry inclined his broomstick slightly upward to follow, even as it steered them into a fog bank, a cloud hovering low on the waters. Soon they were hovering above and slightly oblique of the huge three-sided metal building as it loomed far below. The triangle of steel was hollow, not solid. It was a building of 3 thick solid walls and no center. The aurors on guard roomed in the top level and southern side of the building, Professor Quirrell had said, protected by their Patronus charms. The legal entrance into Azkaban was on the roof of the southwest corner of the building, which the two of them wouldn't use, of course. Instead, they would use a corridor that ran directly beneath the northern corner of the building. Professor Quirrell would go down first and puncture a hole in the roof and its wards right at the northern tip, leaving behind an illusion to cover the gap. The prisoners were kept in the side of the building in levels corresponding to their crimes. And at the bottom, in the uttermost center and depth of Azkaban, lay a nest of more than 100 Dementors. Loads of dirt were occasionally dropped in to keep up the level, as the matter directly exposed to the Dementors broke down into mud and nothingness. "Wait 1 minute," said the rough voice. "Follow me at speed and pass through with care." "Got it," Harry said lowly. The spark winked out, and Harry began to count 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 61,000, and Harry dived, the wind shrieking around him as he dived, down toward the vast metal structure, down toward where he could feel the shadows of death waiting for him, draining light and radiating emptiness, as the metal structure grew larger and larger. Plain and featureless loomed the vast gray shape, but for a single raised box-like structure in the southwest corner. The north corner was simply blank, Professor Quirrell's hole undetectable. Harry pulled up sharply as he approached the north corner, giving himself more safety margin than he would have bothered with in flying classes, but not too much. As soon as he'd come to a halt, he began to slowly lower his broomstick again, toward what looked like the solid roof of the tip of the north corner. Descending through the illusory roof while invisible was a strange experience, and then Harry found himself in a metal corridor lighted with a dim orange light which, Harry realized after a startled glance, was coming from an old-fashioned mantled gas lamp. For magic would fail, be drained away after a time, in the presence of Dementors. Harry dismounted his broom. The pull of the emptiness was stronger now, as it parted and flowed around Harry without touching him. They were distant, but they were many, the wounds in the world. Harry could have pointed to them with his eyes closed. "Cast your Patronus," hissed a snake from the floor, looking more discolored than green in the dim orange light. The note of stress came through even in Parseltongue. Harry was surprised. Professor Quirrell had said that animagi in their animagus forms were much less vulnerable to Dementors. For the same reason the patron uses were animals, Harry assumed. If Professor Quirrell was in this much trouble in his snake form, what had been happening to him while he was in the human form that let him use his magic? Harry's wand was already rising in his hand. This would be the beginning. Even if it was only one person, just one person that he could save from the darkness, even if he wasn't powerful enough yet to teleport all of Azkaban's prisoners to safety and burn the triangular hell down to bedrock. Even so, it was a start, it was a beginning, it was a down payment on everything that Harry meant to accomplish with his life. No more waiting, no more hoping, no more mere promising, it would all begin here. Here and now. Harry's wand slashed down to point at where the Dementors waited far below. Expecto Patronum. The glowing humanoid figure blazed up into existence. It wasn't the sun-bright thing that it had been before, probably because Harry hadn't quite been able to stop himself from thinking about all the other prisoners in their cells, the ones that he wasn't here to save. It might be for the best, though. Harry would need to keep this Patronus going for a while, and it might be better if it wasn't quite so bright. The Patronus dimmed a little further at that thought, and then further again, as Harry tried to put a little less of his strength into it, until finally the brilliant humanoid figure was glowing only slightly brighter than the brightest animal Patronus, and Harry felt that he could dim it no further without risking losing it entirely. And then, "It is a stable," Harry hissed and began feeding his broomstick into his pouch. His wand stayed in his hand, and a slight, sustainable flow from him replaced the slight losses from his Patronus. The snake blurred into the form of a lanky, sallow man, holding Professor Quirrell's wand in one hand and a broomstick in the other. The lanky man staggered as he came back into existence and went to lean against the wall for a moment. "Well done, if perhaps a trifle slow," murmured the gravelly voice. Professor Quirrell's dryness was in it, even though it didn't fit the voice, nor did the grave look on the thickly bearded face. "I cannot feel them at all now." A moment later, the broomstick went into the man's robes and vanished. Then the man's wand rose and tapped on his head, and with a sound like a cracking eggshell he disappeared once more. Within the air blossomed a faint green spark, and Harry, still enshrouded in the cloak of invisibility, followed after. If you had been watching from outside, you would have seen nothing but a small green spark drifting through the air, and a brilliantly silver humanoid walking after it. They went down and down and down, passing gas lamp after gas lamp, and the occasional huge metal door, descending into Azkaban within what seemed like utter silence. Professor Quirrell had set up some type of barrier by which he could hear what went on nearby, but no sounds could pass outward and no sounds could reach Harry. Harry hadn't quite been able to stop his mind from wondering why the silence, or stop his mind from giving the answer. The answer he'd already known on some wordless level of anticipation that had prompted him to futilely try not to think about it. Somewhere behind those huge metal doors, people were screaming. The silver humanoid figure wavered, brightening and dimming, every time Harry thought about it. Harry had been told to cast a bubblehead charm on himself, to prevent himself from smelling anything. All the enthusiasm and heroism had worn off already, as Harry had known it would. It hadn't taken long even by his standards. The process had completed itself the very first time they passed one of those metal doors. Every metal door was locked with a huge lock, a lock of simple unmagical metal that wouldn't have stopped a first-year Hogwarts student if you still had a wand, if you still had your magic, which the prisoners didn't. Those metal doors were not the doors of individual cells, Professor Quirrell had said. Each one opened into a corridor in which there would be a group of cells. Somehow that helped a little, not thinking that each door corresponded directly to a prisoner who was waiting right behind it. Instead, there might be more than one prisoner, which diminished the emotional impact, just like the study showing that people contributed more when they were told that a given amount of money was required to save one child's life, than when told the same total amount was needed to save 8 children. Harry was finding it increasingly hard not to think about it, and every time he did, the light of his Patronus fluctuated. They came to the place where the passageway turned left, at the corner of the triangular building. Once again there were descending metal steps, another flight of stairs. Once again they went down. Mere murderers were not put into the lowest of cells. There was always a lower place you could go, an even worse punishment to fear. No matter how low you had already sunk, the government of magical Britain had some threat remaining against you if you did even worse. But Bellatrix Black had been the Death Eater who inspired more fear than anyone save Lord Voldemort himself, a beautiful and deadly sorceress absolutely loyal to her master. She had been, if such a thing were possible, more sadistic and evil even than you-know-who, as though she were trying to outdo her master. That was what the world knew of her, what the world believed of her. But before then, Professor Quirrell had told Harry, before the debut of the Dark Lord's most terrible servant, there had been a girl in Slytherin who had been quiet, keeping mostly to herself, harming no one. Afterward there had been made-up stories told about her, memories changing in retrospect. Harry knew well the research on that. But at the time, while she still attended school, the most talented witch in Hogwarts had been known as a gentle girl, Professor Quirrell had said. Her few friends had been surprised when she'd joined the Death Eaters, and more surprised that she'd been hiding so much darkness behind that sad, wistful smile. That was who Bellatrix had once been, the most promising witch of her own generation, before the Dark Lord stole her and broke her, shattered her and reshaped her, binding her to him on a deeper level and with darker arts than any Imperius. 10 years Bellatrix had served the Dark Lord, killing who he bade her kill, torturing who he bade her torture. And then the Dark Lord had finally been defeated. And Bellatrix's nightmare had continued. Somewhere inside Bellatrix there might be something that was still screaming, that had been screaming the whole time, something a psychiatric healer could bring back, or there might not be. Professor Quirrell had no way of knowing. But either way they could at least get her out of Azkaban. Bellatrix Black had been put into the lowest level of Azkaban. Harry was having trouble not imagining what he would see when they got to her cell. Bellatrix must have had almost no fear of death in the beginning if she was still alive at all. They descended another flight of stairs, coming that much closer to death than Bellatrix, the clacking of their invisible shoes the only sound that Harry could hear. Dim orange light coming from the gaslights, the faint green spark drifting through the air, the shining figure following with its silver light fluctuating from time to time. After descending many times, they came in time to a corridor that did not end in stairs, and a final metal door, and the green spark halted before it. Harry's heart had calmed a little, as they descended far into the depths of Azkaban without anything happening. But now it was hammering his chest once more. They were at the bottom, and the shadows of death were very close at hand. A soft metal click came from the lock as Professor Quirrell opened the way. Harry took a deep breath and remembered everything that Professor Quirrell had told him. The hard part wouldn't just be getting the pretended personality right enough to fool Bellatrix Black herself. The hard part would be keeping his Patronus going at the same time. The green spark winked out, and a moment later a meter-high snake shimmered into existence, no longer invisible. The metal door moved with a slow creaking sound as Harry pushed on it with his invisible hand, opened it just a crack, and peered through. He saw a straight corridor that terminated in solid stone. There was no light there but what crept in from Harry's Patronus. That was bright enough for him to see the outer bars of the 8 cells set into the corridor, but he couldn't see the insides. More importantly, though, he didn't see anyone in the corridor itself. "I see nothing," hissed Harry. The snake darted on ahead, swiftly twisting across the floor. A moment later, "She eyes us alone," hissed the snake. "Stay," Harry thought to his Patronus, which took up a position just to one side of the door, as though guarding it, and then Harry pushed the door open further and followed within. The first cell Harry looked at contained a desiccated corpse, skin gone gray and mottled, flesh worn through in places to expose the bone beneath, no eyes. Harry shut his eyes. He could still do that, he was still invisible, he wasn't betraying anything by shutting his eyes. He'd known it already, he'd read it on page 6 of his Transfiguration book, that you stayed in Azkaban until your prison term was done. If you died before it was up, they kept you there until they released your corpse. If your term was for life, they just left the body in the cell until the cell was needed, at which point they threw your body into the Dementor's pit. But it was still a shock to see that corpse had been a person who'd just been left there. The light in the room wavered. Steady, thought Harry in his core. It wouldn't be good for Professor Quirrell if that Patronus went out from his thinking sad thoughts. This near to the Dementors, the defense professor might just fall dead where he stood. Steady, Harry James Potter Evansvers, steady. With that thought, Harry opened his eyes again. There wasn't time to waste. The second cell he looked at contained only a skeleton. And behind the bars of the third cell he saw Bellatrix Black. Something precious and irreplaceable inside Harry withered like dry grass. You could tell the woman wasn't a skeleton, that her head wasn't a skull, because the texture of skin was still different from the texture of bone, no matter how white and pale she'd become, waiting in the dark alone. Either they weren't feeding her much or what she ate, the shadows of death drained from her, for her eyes seemed shrunken below their lids, her lips looked too shriveled to close over her teeth. The color seemed leached out of the black clothing she had worn into prison, like the Dementors had drained that too. They'd been meant to be daring, those clothes, and now they lay loosely over a skeleton, exposing shriveled skin. I'm here to save her, I'm here to save her, I'm here to save her, Harry thought to himself, desperately, over and over with an effort like a clemency, willing his Patronus not to go out, to stay and protect Bellatrix from the Dementors. In his heart, in his core, Harry held to all his pity and his compassion, his will to save her from the darkness. The silver radiance coming in through the open door brightened, even as he thought it. And in another part of him, like he was just letting another part of his mind carry out a habit without paying much attention to it, a cold expression came over Harry's face, invisibly beneath the hood. "Hello, my dear Bella," said a chill whisper. "Did you miss me?" 53 The Stanford Prison Experiment. Point 3. The corpse of a woman opened her eyes, and the dull sunken orbs gazed out at nothing. "Mad," Bellatrix muttered in a cracked voice. "It seems that little Bella is going mad." Professor Quirrell had instructed Harry, calmly and precisely, how he was to act in Bellatrix's presence, how to form the pretense he would maintain in his mind. You found it expedient, or perhaps just amusing, to make Bellatrix fall in love with you, to bind her to your service. That love would have persisted through Azkaban, Professor Quirrell had said, because to Bellatrix it would not be a happy thought. She loves you utterly, completely, with her whole being. You do not return her love but consider her useful. She knows this. She was the deadliest weapon you possessed, and you called her your dear Bella. Harry remembered it from the night the Dark Lord killed his parents, the cold amusement, the contemptuous laughter, that high-pitched voice of deathly hate. It didn't seem at all difficult to guess what the Dark Lord would say. "I hope you are not mad, Bella dear," said the chill whisper. "Mad is not useful." Bellatrix's eyes flickered, tried to focus on empty air. "My lord, I waited for you but you did not come. I looked for you but I could not find you. You are alive." All her words came out in a low mutter. If there was emotion in it, Harry could not tell. "Show her your face," hissed the snake at Harry's feet. Harry cast back the hood of the cloak of invisibility. The part of him that Harry had placed in control of his facial expressions looked at Bella without the slightest trace of pity, only cool, calm interest. While in his core, Harry thought, I will save you no matter what." "The scar," muttered Bellatrix. "That child." "So they all still think," said Harry's voice, and gave a thin little chuckle. "You looked for me in the wrong place, Bella dear." Harry had asked why Professor Quirrell couldn't be the one to play the part of the Dark Lord, and Professor Quirrell had pointed out that there was no plausible reason for him to be possessed by the shade of he who must not be named. Bellatrix's eyes remained fixed on Harry. She said no word. "Say something in Parseltongue," hissed the snake. Harry's face turned to the snake, to make it clear that he was addressing it, and hissed, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. There was a pause. "Those who do not fear the darkness," murmured Bellatrix. The snake hissed, "will be consumed by it." "Will be consumed by it," whispered the chill voice. Harry didn't particularly want to think about how Professor Quirrell had gotten that password. His brain, which thought about it anyway, suggested that it had probably involved a Death Eater, a quiet, isolated place, and some lead-pipe legilimency. "Your wand," murmured Bellatrix. "I took it from the potter's house and hid it, my lord, under the tombstone to the right of your father's grave. Will you kill me, now, if that was all you wished of me? I think I must have always wanted you to be the one to kill me, but I can't remember now. It must have been a happy thought." Harry's heart wrenched inside him. It was unbearable, and then he couldn't cry, couldn't let his Patronus fade. Harry's face showed a flicker of annoyance, and his voice was sharp as it said, "Enough foolishness. You're to come with me, Bella dear, unless you prefer the company of the Dementors." Bellatrix's face twitched in brief puzzlement, the shrunken limbs did not stir. "You'll need to float her out," Harry hissed to the snake. "She can no longer think of escaping." "Yes," hissed the snake, "but do not underestimate her, she was the deadliest of warriors." The green head dipped in warning. "One would be wis to fear me, boy, even were I starved and 9/10 dead. Be wary of her, allow no single flaw in your pretense." The green snake smoothly glided out of the door. And shortly after, a man with sallow skin and a fearful expression on his bearded face cringed into the room with his wand in hand. "My lord," the servant said falteringly. "Do as you were instructed," the Dark Lord whispered in that chill voice, sounding even more terrible coming from a child's body. "And do not let your Patronus falter. Remember, if I do not return there will be no reward for you, and it will be long before your family is allowed to die." Having spoken those dreadful words, the Dark Lord pulled his invisibility cloak over his head and disappeared. The cringing servant opened the door to Bellatrix's cage, and pulled a tiny needle from his robes with which he poked the human skeleton. The single drop of red blood produced was soon absorbed into a small doll, which was laid upon the floor, and the servant began to chant in a whisper. Soon another living skeleton lay upon the floor, motionless. Afterward the servant seemed to hesitate for a moment, until from the empty air hissed an impatient command. Then the servant pointed his wand at Bellatrix and spoke a word, and the living skeleton lying on the bed was naked, and the skeleton lying on the floor was clothed in her faded dress. The servant tore a small strip of cloth from the dress, as it lay upon the seeming corpse, and from his own robes, the fearful man then produced an empty glass flask with small traces of golden fluid clinging to its inside. This flask was concealed in a corner, the strip of skirt laid over it, the leached cloth nearly blending with the grey metal wall. Another wave of the servant's wand floated the human skeleton lying on the bed into the air, and in almost the same motion clothed her in new black robes. An ordinary-looking bottle of chocolate milk was put into her hand, and a chill whisper ordered Bellatrix to grasp the bottle and begin drinking it, which she did, her face still looking only puzzled. Then the servant turned Bellatrix invisible and turned himself invisible, and they left. The door closed behind them all and clicked as it locked, plunging the corridor into darkness once more, unchanged but for a small flask concealed in the corner of one cell, and a fresh corpse lying upon its floor. Earlier, in the deserted shop, Professor Quirrell had told Harry that they were going to commit the perfect crime. Harry had unthinkingly started to repeat back the standard proverb that there was no such thing as a perfect crime, before he actually thought about it for 2/3 of a second, remembered a wiser proverb, and shut his mouth in mid-sentence. What do you think you know, and how do you think you know it? If you did commit the perfect crime, nobody would ever find out, so how could anyone possibly know that there weren't perfect crimes? And as soon as you looked at it that way, you realized that perfect crimes probably got committed all the time, and the coroner marked it down as death by natural causes, or the newspaper reported that the shop had never been very profitable and had finally gone out of business. When Bellatrix Black's corpse was found dead in her cell the next morning, there within the prison of Azkaban, from which, everyone knew, no one had ever escaped, nobody bothered doing an autopsy. Nobody thought twice about it. They just locked up the corridor and left, and the Daily Prophet reported it in the obituary column the next day. That was the perfect crime which Professor Quirrell had planned. And it wasn't Professor Quirrell who screwed it up. 54. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Point 4. A faint green spark moved forward to set the pace, and behind it followed a brilliant silver figure, all other entities invisible. They had traversed 5 legs of corridor, turned right 5 times and gone up 5 flights of stairs, and when Bellatrix had finished her second bottle of chocolate milk, she had been given solid bars of chocolate to eat. It was after her 3rd bar of chocolate that strange noises began to come from Bellatrix's throat. It took a moment for Harry to understand, to process the sounds. It didn't sound like anything he'd ever heard before. The rhythm of it was shattered, almost unrecognizable. It took him that long to realize that Bellatrix was crying. Bellatrix Black was crying, the Dark Lord's most terrible weapon was crying. She was invisible but you could hear it, tiny pathetic sounds she was trying to suppress even now. "It's real," said Bellatrix. Tonality had returned into her voice, no longer a dead mutter, it rose up at the end to form the question. "It's real." Yes, thought the part of Harry simulating the Dark Lord, now be silent. He couldn't make those words pass his lips, he just couldn't. "I knew you would come to me someday." Bellatrix's voice quavered and fractured as she drew breath for quiet sobs. "I knew you were alive, that you would come to me, my lord." There was a long inhalation like a huge gasp. "And that even when you came you still wouldn't love me, you would never love me back. That was why they couldn't take my love from me, even though I can't remember so many other things, though I don't know what I forgot, but I remember how much I love you, Lord." There was a knife stabbing through Harry's heart. He'd never heard anything so terrible. He wanted to hunt down the Dark Lord and kill him just for this. "Do you still have use for me, my lord?" "No," hissed Harry's voice, without him even thinking, it just seemed to be operating on automatic. "I entered Azkaban on a whim. Of course I have use for you. Don't ask foolish questions." "But I'm weak," said Bellatrix's voice, and a full sob escaped her. It sounded much too loud in the corridors of Azkaban. "I can't kill for you, my lord, I'm sorry, they ate me all up, I'm too weak to fight, what good am I to you now?" Harry's brain cast about desperately for some way to reassure her, from the lips of a Dark Lord who would never speak a single word of caring. "Ugly," said Bellatrix. Her voice said that word like it was the final nail in her coffin, the last despair. "I'm ugly, they ate that too, I'm not pretty anymore, you won't even be able to use me as a reward, for your servants, even the Lestranges, won't want to hurt me anymore." The brilliant silver figure stopped walking. Because Harry had stopped walking. The Dark Lord, the part of Harry's self that was soft and vulnerable, was screaming in disbelieving horror, trying to reject reality, refuse the understanding, even as a colder and harder part completed the pattern. She obeyed him in that as she obeyed him in all things. The green spark bobbed urgently, darted forward. The silver humanoid stayed in place. Bellatrix was sobbing harder. I can't be useful anymore." Giant hands were squeezing Harry's chest, wringing him like a washcloth, trying to crush his heart. "Please," whispered Bellatrix, "just kill me." Her voice seemed to calm once she said that. "Please, Lord, kill me, I've no reason to live if I'm no use to you. I only want it to stop, please hurt me one last time, my lord, hurt me until I stop. I love you." It was the saddest thing Harry had ever heard. The bright silver shape of Harry's Patronus flickered, wavered, brightened. The fury that was rising in Harry, his rage against the Dark Lord who had done this, the rage against the Dementors, against Azkaban, against the world that allowed such horror, it all seemed to be pouring straight through his arm and into his wand without there being any way of blocking it. He tried willing it to stop and nothing happened. "My lord," whispered the disguised voice of Professor Quirrell. "My spell is going out of control. Help me, my lord." Brighter the Patronus, brighter and brighter, it was waxing faster than on the day that Harry had destroyed a Dementor. "My lord," the silhouette said in a terrified whisper. "Help me. Everyone will feel it, my lord." Everyone will feel it, thought Harry. His imagination could picture it clearly, the prisoners in their cells stirring as the cold and darkness fell away, replaced by healing light. Every exposed surface now burned like a white sun in the reflections, the silhouette of Bellatrix's skeleton and the sallow man now clearly visible in the blaze, the disillusionment spells unable to keep pace with the unearthly brilliance. Only the cloak of invisibility out of the deathly hallows withstood it. "My lord, you must stop it." But Harry could no longer will it to stop, he no longer wanted it to stop. He could sense it, more and more of the sparks of life in Azkaban being sheltered by his Patronus, as it unfolded like spreading wings of sunlight, the air turned to absolute silver as he thought it. Harry knew what he had to do. "Please, my lord." The words went unheard. They were far from him, the Dementors in their pit, but Harry knew that they could be destroyed even at this distance if the light blazed bright enough. He knew that death itself could not face him if he stopped holding back, so he unsealed all the gates inside him and sank the wells of his spell into all the deepest parts of his spirit, all his mind and all his will, and gave over absolutely everything to the spell. And in the interior of the sun, an only slightly dimmer shadow moved forward, reaching out an entreating hand. "Wrong! Don't!" The sudden sense of doom clashed with Harry's steel determination, dread and uncertainty striving against the bright purpose. Nothing else might have reached him but that. The silhouette took another step forward and another, the sense of doom rising to a point of terrible catastrophe, and in the drench of cold water, Harry saw it. He realized the consequences of what he was doing, the danger and the trap. If you had been watching from outside, you would have seen the interior of the sun brightening and dimming, and finally fading into ordinary moonlight that seemed like pitch darkness by contrast. Within the darkness of that moonlight stood a sallow man with his hand outstretched in entreaty, and the skeleton of a woman, lying upon the floor, a puzzled look upon her face. And Harry, still invisible, fallen to his knees. The greater danger had passed, and now Harry was just trying not to collapse, to keep the spell going at the lower level. He drained something, hopefully not lost something. He should have known, should have remembered, that it wasn't mere magic that fueled the Patronus charm. "Thank you, my lord," whispered the sallow man. "Fool," said the hard voice of a boy pretending to be a dark lord. "Did I not warn you that the spell could prove fatal if you failed to control your emotions?" Professor Quirrell's eyes did not widen, of course. "Yes, my lord, I understand," said the Dark Lord's servant in a faltering voice, and turned to Bellatrix. She was already pushing herself off the floor, slowly, like an old Muggle woman. "How funny," Bellatrix whispered. "You were almost killed by a Patronus charm." A giggle that sounded like it was blowing dust out of her giggle pipes. "I could punish you, maybe, if my lord froze you in place and I had knives. Maybe I can be useful after all? Oh, I feel a little better now, how strange." "Be silent, dear Bella," Harry said in a chill voice, "until I give you leave to speak." There was no reply, which was obedience. The servant levitated the human skeleton, and made her invisible once more, followed shortly by his own disappearance with the sound of another cracking egg. They passed on through the corridors of Azkaban. And Harry knew that as they passed, the prisoners were stirring in their cells as the fear lifted for one precious moment, maybe even feeling a small touch of healing as his light passed them by, and then collapsing down again as the cold and darkness pressed back in. Harry was trying very hard not to think about it. Otherwise his Patronus would wax until it burned away every Dementor in Azkaban, blazing bright enough to destroy them even at this distance. Otherwise his Patronus would wax until it burned away every Dementor in Azkaban, taking all of Harry's life as fuel. In the Aurors quarters at the top of Azkaban, one Auror trio was snoring in the barracks, one Auror trio was resting in the break room, and one Auror trio was on duty in the command room, keeping their watch. The command room was simple but large, with 3 chairs at back where 3 Aurors sat, their wands always in hand to sustain their 3 patron uses, as the bright white forms paced in front of the open window, sheltering them all from the Dementor's fear. The 3 of them usually stuck to the back and played poker and didn't look out the window. You could have seen some sky there, sure, and there was even an hour or 2 every day where you could have seen some sun, but that window also looked down on the central pit of hell. Just in case a Dementor wanted to float up and talk to you. There was no way that Aurorly would have agreed to serve duty here, triple pay or no triple pay, if he hadn't had a family to support. His real name was Xiaoguang, and everyone called him Mike instead. He'd named his children Sue and Cow, which hopefully would serve them better. His only consolation besides the money was that at least his mates played an excellent game of dragon poker. Though it would be hard not to, at this point. It was their 5,366th game, and Lee had what would probably be his best hand of the 5,300s. It was a Saturday in February, and there were 3 players, which let him shift the suit of any one whole card except a 2, 3, or 7, and that was enough to let him build a Korakor with unicorns, dragons, and 7s. Across the table from him, Gerard McCusker looked up from the table cards toward the direction of the window, staring. The sinking feeling came over Lee's stomach with surprising speed. If his 7 of hearts got hit by a Dementor modifier and turned into a 6, he was going straight down to 2 pair, and McCusker might beat that. "Mike," said McCusker, "what's with your Patronus?" Lee turned his head and looked. His soft silver badger had turned away from its watch over the pit and was staring downward at something only it could see. A moment later, Barry's moonlit duck and McCusker's bright anteater followed suit, staring in the same downward direction. They all exchanged glances and then sighed. "I'll tell them," said Barry. Protocol called for sending the 3 Aurors who were off duty but not sleeping to investigate anything anomalous. "Maybe relieve one of them and take the C-spiral if you two don't mind." Lee exchanged a glance with McCusker and they both nodded. It wasn't too hard to break into Azkaban, if you were wealthy enough to hire a powerful wizard and well-intentioned enough to recruit someone who could cast the Patronus charm. People with friends in Azkaban would do that, break in just to give someone a half-day's worth of Patronus time, a chance at some real dreams instead of nightmares. Leave them a supply of chocolate to conceal in their cell, to increase the chance they lived through their sentence. And the Aurors on guard, well, even if you got caught, you could probably convince the Aurors to overlook it in exchange for the right bribe. For Lee, the right bribe tended to be in the range of 2 nuts and a silver sickle. He hated this place. But Barry one hand had a wife and the wife had healer's bills, and if you could afford to hire someone who could break into Azkaban, then you could afford to grease Barry's remaining palm pretty hard if he was the one who caught you. By unspoken agreement, none of them giving anything away by being the first to propose it, the 3 of them finished out their poker hand first. Lee won since no Dementors had actually shown up. And by then the patron users had stopped staring and gone back to their normal patrol, so it was probably nothing, but procedure was procedure. After Lee raked in the pot, Barry gave them all formal nods and stood up from the table. The older man's long white locks brushed against his fancy red robes. His robes brushed the metal floor of the command room, as Barry went through the separating door that led to the formerly off-duty Aurors. Lee had been sorted into Hufflepuff, and he sometimes felt a little queasy about this kind of business. But Barry had shown them all the pictures, and you had to let a man do what he could for his poor sick wife, especially when he only had 7 months left before his retirement. The faint green spark floated through the metal corridors, and the silver humanoid, seeming a little dimmer now, followed after it. Sometimes the bright figure would flare, especially when they passed one of the huge metal doors, but it always died back down again. Mere eyes could not have seen the invisible others, the 11-year-old boy who lived, and the living skeleton that was Bellatrix Black, and the polyjuice defense professor of Hogwarts, all traveling together through Azkaban. If that was the beginning of a joke, Harry didn't know the punchline. They'd gone up another 4 flights of stairs before the rough voice of the defense professor said, simply and without emphasis, "Auror coming." It took too long, a whole second maybe, for Harry to understand, for the jolt of adrenaline to pump into his blood, and for him to remember what Professor Quirrell had already discussed with him and told him to do in this case, and then Harry spun on his heel and flew back the way they'd come. Harry reached the flight of stairs and frantically laid himself down on the 3rd step from the top, the cold metal feeling hard even through his cloak and robes. Trying to move his head up to peer over the lip of the stairs showed that he couldn't see Professor Quirrell, and that meant that Harry was out of the line of any stray fire. His shining Patronus followed after him, and lay down beside him on the step just beneath him, for it too must not be seen. There was a faint sound as of wind or whooshing, and then the sound of Bellatrix's invisible body coming to rest on a stair further below. She had no place in this except. "Stay still," said the cold high whisper. "Stay silent." There was stillness and silence. Harry pressed his wand against the side of the metal step just above him. If he was anyone else, he would have needed to take a canute out of his pocket, or rip off a bit of cloth from his robe, or bite off one of his nails, or find a speck of rock large enough that he could see it and solid enough to stay in one place and orientation while it touched his wand. But with Harry's almighty power of partial transfiguration, this was not necessary. he could skip that particular step of the operation and use any material near to hand. 30 seconds later Harry was the proud new owner of a curved mirror and Wingardium Leviosa, Harry whispered as quietly as he could, was levitating it just above the steps and watching, in that curved surface, almost the whole corridor where Professor Quirrell invisibly waited. Harry heard it in the distance, then the sound of footsteps, and saw the form, a little hard to see in the mirror, of a person in red robes coming down the stairs, entering the seemingly empty corridor, accompanied by a small Patronus animal that Harry couldn't quite make out. The aura was protected by a blue shimmer. It was hard to see the details, but Harry could see that much. The aura had shields already raised and strengthened. Crap, thought Harry. According to the defense professor, the essential art of dueling consisted of trying to put up defenses that would block whatever someone was likely to throw at you, while trying in turn to attack in ways that were likely to go past their current set of defenses. And by far the easiest way to win any sort of real fight, Professor Quirrell had said this over and over, was to shoot the enemy before they raised a shield in the first place, either from behind or from close enough range that they couldn't dodge or counter in time. Though Professor Quirrell might still be able to get in a shot from behind if... But the aura halted after taking 3 steps into the corridor. "Nice disillusionment," said a hard male voice that Harry didn't recognize. "Now show yourself or you'll be in real trouble." The form of the sallow, bearded man became visible then. "And you with the Patronus," said the hard voice. "Come out too. Now." "Wouldn't be smart," said the gravelly voice of the sallow man. It was no longer the terrified voice of the Dark Lord's servant. It had suddenly become the professional intimidation of a competent criminal. "You don't want to see who's behind me? Trust me, you don't. 500 galleons, cold cash up front, if you turn around and walk away. Big trouble for your career if you don't." There was a long pause. "Look, whoever you are," said the hard voice, "you seem confused about how this works. I don't care if that's Lucius Malfoy behind you or Albus Bloody Dumbledore. You all come out, I scan the whole lot of you, and then we talk about how much this is going to cost you." 2,000 galleons final offer," said the gravelly voice, taking on a warning undertone. "That's 10 times the going rate and more than you make in a year. And believe me, if you see something you shouldn't, you're going to regret not taking that." "Shut it," said the hard voice. "You've got exactly 5 seconds to drop that wand before I drop you." 5 for... "What are you doing, Professor Quirrell?" Harry thought frantically. "Attack first. Cast a shield at least. 3, 2, 1. Stupefy." Barry stared, a chill running down his spine. The man's wand had moved so fast that it was like it had apparat into place, and Barry's stunner was currently sparkling tamely at the end of it, not blocked, not countered, not deflected, caught like a fly in honey. "My offer has gone back down to 500 galleons," said the man in a colder, more formal voice. He smiled dryly, and the smile looked wrong on that bearded face. "And you shall need to accept a memory charm." Barry had already swapped the harmonics on his shields so that his own stunner couldn't pass back through, already tilted his wand back into a defensive position, already raised his hardened artificial hand into position to block anything blockable, and was already thinking wordless spells to put more layers on his shields. The man wasn't looking at Barry. Instead he was poking curiously at Barry's stunner where it still wavered on the end of his wand, drawing out red sparks and flicking them away with his fingers, slowly disassembling the hex like a child's rod puzzle. The man hadn't raised any shields of his own. "Tell me," the man said in a disinterested voice that didn't seem to quite fit the rough throat polyjuice, Barry would have called it, if he'd thought that anyone could possibly do magic that delicate from inside someone else's body. "What did you do in the last war? Put yourself in harm's way, or stay out of trouble?" "Harm's way," said Barry. His voice kept the iron calm of an Auror with nearly 100 full years on the force, 7 months short of mandatory retirement. Mad-Eye Moody couldn't have said it with any more hardness. "Fight any Death Eaters?" Now a grim smile graced Barry's own face. "2 at once. 2 of you-know-whose own warrior assassins, personally trained by their dark master. Two Death Eaters at once against Bari alone. It had been the toughest fight of Bari's life, but he'd stood his ground and walked away with only the loss of his left hand. Did you kill them? The man sounded idly curious, and he continued to draw threads of fire out of the much-diminished stun bolt still captive on the end of his wand, his fingers now weaving small patterns of Bari's own magic before flicking to disperse them. Sweat broke out on Bari's skin beneath his robes. His metal hand flashed downward, ripped the mirror from his belt. Bari to Mike, I need backup. There was a pause and silence. Bari to Mike. The mirror lay dull and lifeless in his hand. Slowly, Bari put it back on his belt. It's been quite a while since I had a serious fight with a serious opponent, the man said, still not looking up at Bari. Try not to disappoint me too much. You can attack whenever you're ready. Or you can walk away with 500 galleons. There was a long silence. Then the air screamed like metal cutting glass as Bari slashed his wand downward. Harry could hardly see it, could hardly make out anything amid the lights and flashes. His mirror's curve was perfect. They'd practiced that tactic before in the Chaos Legion, but the scene was still too small, and Harry had the feeling he wouldn't be able to understand even if he was watching from a meter away. It was all happening too fast. Red blasts deflecting from blue shields, green bars of light clashing together, shadowy forms appearing and vanishing. He couldn't even tell who was casting what, except that the aura was shouting incantation after incantation and frantically dodging while Professor Quirrell's polyjuiced form stood in one place and flicked his wand, mostly silently, but now and then pronouncing words in unrecognizable languages that would white out the whole mirror and show half the aura's shielding torn away as he staggered back. Harry had seen exhibition duels between the strongest seventh-year students, and this was so far above it that Harry's mind felt numbed, looking at how far he had left to go. There wasn't a single seventh-year student who could have lasted half a minute against the aura. All three seventh-year armies put together might not be able to scratch the defense professor. The aura had fallen to the ground, one knee and one hand supporting himself as the other hand gestured frantically and his mouth shouted desperate words. The few incantations that Harry recognized were all shield spells, as a flock of shadows spun around the aura like a whirlwind of razors. And Harry saw Professor Quirrell's polyjuiced form deliberately point his wand at where the aura kneeled and fought the last moments of his battle. "Surrender," said the gravelly voice. The aura spat something unspeakable. "In that case," said the voice, "avadage." Time seemed to move very slowly, like there was time to hear the individual syllables ku and da and vra, time to watch the aura starting to throw himself desperately aside, and even though it was all happening so slowly, somehow there wasn't time to do anything. No time for Harry to open his lips and scream no, no time to move, maybe even not any time to think. Only time for one desperate wish that an innocent man should not die. And a blazing silver figure stood before the aura. Stood there just a fraction of a second before the green light struck home. Bari was twisting frantically aside, not knowing if he was going to make it. His eyes were focused on his opponent and his onrushing death, so Bari only briefly saw the outline of the brilliant silhouette, the Patronus brighter than any he'd ever seen, saw it just barely long enough to recognize the impossible shape, before the green and the silver light collided and both lights vanished, the killing curse had been blocked, and then Bari's ears were pierced as he saw his terrible opponent screaming, clutching at his head and screaming, starting to fall as Bari was already falling. Bari hit the ground, falling from his own frantic lunge, and his dislocated left shoulder and broken rib screamed in protest. Bari ignored the pain, managed to scramble back to his knees, brought up his wand to stun his opponent. He didn't understand what was happening, but he knew that this was his only chance. Stupefy! The red bolt struck out toward the man's falling body and was torn apart in midair and dissipated, and not by any shield. Bari could see it, the wavering in the air that surrounded his fallen and screaming opponent. Bari could feel it like a deadly pressure on his skin, the flux of magic building and building and building toward some terrible breaking point. His instincts screamed at him to run before the explosion came. This was no charm, no curse, this was wizardry run wild, but before Bari could even finish getting to his feet, The man threw his wand away from himself. He threw away his wand. And a second later his form blurred and vanished entirely. A green snake lay motionless on the ground, unmoving even before Bari's next stunner spell, fired in sheer reflex, hit it without resistance. As the dreadful flux and pressure began to dissipate, as the wild wizardry died back down, Bari's dazed mind noticed that the scream was continuing. Only it sounded different, like the scream of a young boy, coming from the stairs leading down to the next lower level. That scream choked off too, and then there was silence except for Bari's frantic panting. His thoughts were slow, confused, disarrayed. His opponent had been insanely powerful. That hadn't been a duel, it had been like his first year as a trainee Auror trying to fight Madame Tarma. The Death Eaters hadn't been a tenth that good, Mad-Eye Moody wasn't that good. And how in the name of Merlin's balls had anyone blocked a killing curse? Bari managed to summon the energy to press his wand against his rib, mutter the healing spell, and then press it again to his shoulder. It took more out of him than it should have, took far too much out of him. His magic was within a bare breath of utter exhaustion. He didn't have anything left for his minor cuts and bruises or even to reinforce the scraps left of his shielding. It was all he could do not to let his Patronus go out. Bari breathed deeply, heavily, steadied his breath as much as he could before he spoke. "You," Bari said. "Whoever you are. Come out." There was silence, and it occurred to Bari that whoever it was might be unconscious. He didn't understand what had just happened, but he'd heard the scream. Well, there was one way to test that. "Come out," said Bari, making his voice harder, "or I start using area effect curses." He probably couldn't have managed one if he'd tried. "Wait," said a boy's voice, a young boy's voice, high and thin and wavering, like someone was holding back exhaustion or tears. The voice now seemed to be coming from closer to hand. "Please wait. I'm coming out." "Drop the invisibility," growled Bari. He was too tired to bother with anti-disillusionment charms. A moment later, a young boy's face emerged from within an unfolding invisibility cloak, and Bari saw the black hair, the green eyes, the glasses, and the angry red lightning bolt scar. If he'd had 20 fewer years of experience under his belt, he might have blinked. Instead, he just spat something that he probably should not to say in front of the boy who lived. He, the boy's wavering voice said. His young face looked frightened and exhausted, and tears were still trickling down his cheeks. "He kidnapped me, to make me cast my Patronus. He said he'd kill me if I didn't, only I couldn't let him just kill you." Bari's mind was still dazed, but things were slowly starting to click into place. Harry Potter, the only wizard ever to survive a killing curse. Bari might have been able to dodge the Green Death. He'd certainly been trying, but if the matter came up before the Wisengamot, they'd rule it was a life debt to a noble house. "I see," Bari said in a much gentler growl. He started to walk toward the boy. "Son, I'm sorry for what you've been through, but I need you to drop the cloak and drop your wand." The rest of Harry Potter emerged from invisibility, showing the sweat-soaked blue-trimmed Hogwarts robes, and his right hand clutching an 11-inch holly wand so hard his knuckles were white. "Your wand," Bari repeated. "Sorry," whispered the 11-year-old boy. "Here," and he held out the wand toward Bari. Bari barely stopped himself from snarling at the traumatized boy who'd just saved his life. Instead, he overrode the impulse with a sigh and just stretched out a hand to take the wand. "Look, son, you're really not supposed to point a wand at sh." The wand's end twisted lightly beneath Bari's hand just as the boy whispered, "Somnium." Harry stared at the Auror's crumpled body. There was no sense of triumph, just a crushing sense of despair. Even then it might not have been too late. Harry turned to look at where the green snake lay motionless. "Teacher," hissed Harry. "Friend? Please, are you alive?" An awful fear was taking hold in Harry's heart. In that moment he had entirely forgotten that he'd just seen the defense professor try to kill a police officer. Harry pointed his wand at the snake, and his lips even began to shape the word innervate, before his brain caught up with him and screamed at him. He didn't dare use magic on Professor Quirrell. Harry had felt it, the burning, tearing pain in his head, like his brain was about to split in half. He'd felt it, his magic and Professor Quirrell's magic, matched and anti-harmonized in a fulfillment of doom. That was the mysterious, terrible thing that would happen if Harry and Professor Quirrell ever got too close to each other, or if they ever cast magic on each other, or if their spells ever touched, their magic would resonate out of control. Harry stared at the snake. He couldn't tell if it was breathing. The last seconds ticked away. He turned to stare at the Auror who had seen the boy who lived, who knew. The full magnitude of the disaster crushed in on Harry like 1,000 100-ton weights. He'd managed to stun the Auror, but now there was nothing left to do. No way to recover. The mission had failed. Everything had failed. He had failed. Shocked, dismayed, despairing, he didn't think of it, didn't see the obvious, didn't remember where the hopeless feelings were coming from, didn't realize that he still needed to recast the true Patronus charm. And then it was already too late. Auror Lee and Auror McCusker had rearranged their chairs around the table, and so they both saw it at the same time, the naked, skeletally thin horror rising up to hover outside the window, the headache already hitting them from seeing it. They both heard the voice, like a long-dead corpse had spoken words, and those words themselves had aged and died. The Dementor's speech hurt their ears as it said, "Bellatrix Black is out of her cell." There was a split second of horrified silence, and then Lee tore out of his chair, heading for the communicator to call in reinforcements from the ministry, even as McCusker grabbed his mirror and started frantically trying to raise the 3 Aurors who'd gone on patrol. 55 The Stanford Prison Experiment. Point 5. In a scarred and ruined corridor, lit by dim gaslights, a boy slowly crept forward, one hand stretched out, toward the unmoving snake that was the body of his teacher. Harry was only a meter away from the snake's body when he first felt it, tickling at the edge of his perception. Ever so weakly, a sense of doom. Professor Quirrell was alive then. The thought engendered no feeling of joy, only a sort of empty despair. Harry would still be caught soon, and no matter how he tried to explain, it still wouldn't look good. No one would trust him again. They would think he was the next Dark Lord. They wouldn't help him when it came time to fight Lord Voldemort. Hermione would give up on him. Probably even Dumbledore would look for another hero. Maybe they'd just send him home to his parents. He had failed. Harry looked at the crumpled body of the police officer he'd stunned, the already drying blood from the minor cuts and slashes, the burned places on the intricately embroidered red robes. He'd been stupid. He shouldn't have stunned the police officer, should have just stayed with his original story about being kidnapped by Professor Quirrell. "It might not be too late," whispered a voice inside him. "You might still be able to fix your mistake. The Auror saw you, he remembers that you stunned him, but if he were dead, if Professor Quirrell were dead, if Bellatrix were dead, there would be no one to contradict your story." Slowly, Harry's hand started to rise, pointing his wand at the police officer, and Harry's hand halted. He had a distant sense he was behaving uncharacteristically of himself somehow. Like there was something he'd forgotten, something important, but he was having trouble remembering what it was exactly. Oh. That was right. He was someone who believed in the value of human life. A sense of puzzlement accompanied the thought. He couldn't quite remember why other people's lives had seemed valuable. "All right," said the logical part of him, "why has my mind changed between then and now?" Because he was in Azkaban. And he'd forgotten to recast the Patronus charm. Doing anything at all somehow seemed like a tremendous effort. Like the thought of action itself was a weight too heavy to lift, but it did seem like a good idea to recast the Patronus charm, for he was still able to be afraid of Dementors. And though he couldn't remember what it was like to be happy, he knew that this wasn't it. Harry's hand rose to hold his wand level before him, his fingers took the starting positions. And then Harry paused. He couldn't quite remember what he'd used as his happy thought. That was odd, it had been something very important. He really ought to be able to remember it, something to do with death? But that wasn't happy. His body was shivering. Azkaban hadn't seemed so cold before, and it seemed to be getting colder even as he thought. It was too late for him, he'd already sunk too far, he'd never be able to cast the Patronus charm now. That may be the dementation talking rather than an accurate estimate. Observed the logical part of himself, habits that had been encoded into sheer reflex, requiring no energy to activate. Think of the Dementor's fear as a cognitive bias, and try to overcome it the way you would overcome any other cognitive bias. Your hopeless feelings may not indicate that the situation is actually hopeless. It may only indicate that you are in the presence of Dementors. All negative emotions and pessimistic estimates must now be considered suspect, fallacious until proven valid. If you'd been watching the boy as he thought, you would have seen a distant, abstract, puzzled frown move across his face, below the glasses and the lightning bolt scar. His hand stayed in the starting position for the Patronus charm and did not move. The presence of Dementors interferes with the part of you that processes happiness. If you cannot retrieve your happy thought by mnemonic association on the key of happiness, perhaps you can get at the memory some other way instead. When was the last time you talked to someone about the Patronus charm? Harry couldn't seem to remember that either. A crushing wave of despair swept over him, and was dismissed by the logical part of himself as untrustworthy. External, not Harry. The dull weight still pressed him down, but his mind went on thinking. It didn't take much effort to think. When was the last time you talked to someone about Dementors? Professor Quirrell had said that he was already able to feel the presence of Dementors, and Harry had said to Professor Quirrell, he'd told Professor Quirrell, to hold to the memory of the stars, of falling bodilessly through space, like an occlumency barrier across his entire mind. His second defense class of the year, on Friday, that was when Professor Quirrell had shown him the stars, and again on Christmas. It didn't take much effort to remember them, the searing points of white against perfect blackness. Harry remembered the great cloudy wash of the Milky Way. Harry remembered the peace. Some of the coldness at the fringes of his limbs seemed to retreat. There were words he had spoken out loud on the day he'd first cast the Patronus charm. His mind could remember the sounds and the speech even as the feelings seemed distant. I thought of my absolute rejection of death as the natural order. You cast the true Patronus charm by thinking about the value of human life. But there are other lives that are still alive to be fought for. Your life and my life and Hermione Granger's life, all the lives of Earth and all the lives beyond to be defended and protected. Then the idea of killing everyone that hadn't been his true self, that had been the dementation talking. Despair was the Dementor's influence. Where there's life, there's hope. The Auror is still alive. Professor Quirrell is still alive. Bellatrix is still alive. I'm still alive. No one's actually died yet. Harry could picture the Earth, now, in the midst of the starfield, the blue-white orb. And I won't let them. Expecto Patronum. The words came out a little halting, and when the human shape burst back into existence it was dim at first, moonlight instead of sunlight, white instead of silver, but it strengthened, slowly, as Harry breathed in deliberate rhythm, recovering, letting the light drive back the darkness from his mind, remembering the things that he had almost forgotten, and channeling them back into the Patronus charm. Even when the light blazed full and silver once more, illuminating the corridor more brightly than the gas lamps, banishing fully the cold, Harry's limbs still shook. That had been too close. Harry took a deep breath. All right. It was time to reconsider the situation now that his thoughts were no longer being artificially darkened by Dementors. Harry reviewed the situation. Still looked pretty hopeless, actually. It wasn't the crushing despair of before, but Harry still felt wobbly, to put it mildly. He didn't dare go dark, and it was his dark side that had the ability to take this level of problem in stride. It was his dark side that would have laughed scornfully at the very concept of giving up just because he'd lost Professor Quirrell and was marooned in the depths of Azkaban and had been seen by a police officer. The ordinary Harry was not able to take that sort of thing in stride. But there wasn't any option except to keep moving forward anyway. You couldn't get any more pointless than giving up before you'd actually lost. Harry looked around. Dim gaslights lit a corridor of gray metal, whose sides and floor and ceiling were slashed in places, gouged and melted, telling anyone who cared to look that there had been battle here. Professor Quirrell could have repaired it easily enough if he'd The sense of betrayal struck Harry with full force then. Why did he? Because he's evil, said Gryffindor and Hufflepuff quietly and sadly. We told you so. No, thought Harry desperately. No, it doesn't make sense. We were going to commit the perfect crime. The Auror could have been obliterated, the corridor repaired. It wasn't too late, but it would have been too late if he'd died. But Professor Quirrell was never really planning to commit the perfect crime, said the grim voice of Slytherin. He wanted the crime to be noticed. He wanted everyone to know that someone had killed an Auror and broken Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban. He would have prepared some kind of evidence, some proof he could reveal of your involvement, to use as blackmail against you, and you would have been bound to him forever. Harry's Patronus almost went out then. No, Harry thought. Yes, said the other 3 parts of him sadly. No. It still doesn't make sense. Professor Quirrell had to know I would turn against him the instant I saw him kill an Auror. That I might very well go ahead and confess to Dumbledore, hoping to plead the true fact that I was tricked. And, in terms of blackmail, does his killing an Auror against my will really add all that much to breaking Bellatrix out of Azkaban with my willing help? It would have been more cunning to keep the evidence of my involvement with the basic crime, but still pretend to be my ally for as long as he could, saving the blackmail to use only if it became necessary. Rationalization, said Slytherin. So why did Professor Quirrell do it, then? And Harry thought with a tinge of desperation, knowing, even as he thought it, that he was motivated in part by a desire to reject reality, and that wasn't how the technique was meant to be wielded. I notice that I am confused. There was internal silence. None of the parts of himself seemed to have anything to add to that. And Harry continued to take stock of the moderately hopeless-looking situation. Did Harry need to re-evaluate the probability that Bellatrix was evil? Not in any mission-relevant sense. It was a given that Bellatrix was currently evil. Whether she was an innocent who'd been made that way by torture and legilimency and unspeakable rituals, or whether she'd chosen it of her own will, didn't have much bearing on the current situation. The key fact was that while Bellatrix thought Harry was the Dark Lord, she would obey him. That was one resource, then. But Bellatrix was starved and 9/10 dead. Oh, I feel a little better now, how strange. Bellatrix had said that, in her shattered voice, after Harry's Patronus had blazed out of control. Harry thought, and he couldn't have quite said why he thought this. It might have just been his own mind making things up, but it seemed likely that what the Dementors had taken from you long ago was lost forever. But what the Dementors had taken from you recently, the true Patronus charm might give back. Like the difference between emptying a cup and the unused cup fading away. Bellatrix, then, might have got back what she'd lost in just the last week or so. Not any happy memories, those would have been eaten years ago. But whatever strength and magic had been drained from her in just the last week, she might have regained. Like the equivalent of getting a week of rest, a week to build up her magic again. Harry looked at Professor Quirrell's snake form. Maybe enough for an innervate. If awakening Professor Quirrell was, in fact, a smart thing to do. Some of the despair came back to Harry then. He couldn't trust Professor Quirrell, couldn't trust that reviving him would be wise, not after what had just happened. Steady, Harry thought to himself, and looked at the crumpled form of the Auror. Bellatrix might also be able to manage a memory charm. That could be step 1 anyway. It wasn't exactly getting everyone safely out of Azkaban, and the Aurors would know afterward that something strange had happened. They might suspect Bellatrix's body and perform an autopsy. But it was a step. And would it be all that hard to get out of Azkaban? If they could get to the top of Azkaban quickly enough, before the Auror was supposed to report back in, before anyone noticed him missing, then they could just fly out through the hole Professor Quirrell had made, and get far enough away from Azkaban to activate the portkey Harry already had in his possession. Both Professor Quirrell and Harry had portkeys, and both were powerful enough to transport 2 humans plus or minus a snake. As with their doubly concealed departure from Mary's room, Professor Quirrell had put enough safety margin in his plans to impress even Harry. Bellatrix could carry Professor Quirrell's snake form, which Harry dared not touch or levitate. Harry turned and strode quickly toward where Bellatrix was waiting on the stairs. He could feel his spirits reviving a little. It was starting to look like a good plan, and there was no time to waste in going about it. What to do with Professor Quirrell, or for that matter Bellatrix, after the portkey took them to where they were supposed to hand Bellatrix over to the psychiatric healer? Well, Harry could work that out along the way. Harry would probably have to bamboozle the healer into doing something, which was going to take one hell of a bamboozling, and Harry wasn't even sure what he wanted done, but he and Bellatrix had to get moving now. The main problem Harry saw, as he quickly ran the whole process forward in his imagination, would come when they reached the roof. Professor Quirrell had been supposed to sneak around invisibly and confund the monitors that would notice visitors in the aerial surroundings of Azkaban, causing them to see a repeating loop of scenery for a few minutes. Professor Quirrell had said that he couldn't disillusion Harry's Patronus, and if they switched off the Patronus, the Dementors would notice Bellatrix was missing and alert the Aurors. Harry's train of thought stumbled. There were times when crap just didn't seem to cover it. Lee's hands were sure despite the adrenaline, as he unlocked the bars on the vanishing cabinet that linked Azkaban to a well-guarded room in the interior of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A one-way vanishing cabinet, of course. The wards permitted a few fast ways into Azkaban, all of them highly restricted and no fast ways out. Lee stepped well back, pointed his wand at the cabinet, spoke the incantation, Harmonia Nectara Passus, and not a second later, the door of the cabinet burst open with a bang, and into the room strode a heavy-set, square-jawed witch with grayed hair cropped close around her head. She wore no rank signs, as she wore no jewelry or other ornamentation. It was only in ordinary Aurors robes that she deemed fit to grace herself. Director Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and said to be the only witch in the DMLE who could take Mad-Eye Moody in a fair fight, not that either of those two were the sort to fight fairly. Lee had heard rumors that Amelia could apparate within the bounds of the DMLE, and this was the sort of thing that gave rise to rumors like that. He'd called in the alarm not 50 seconds ago. "Get into the air now." Amelia barked over her shoulder at the female Auror trio following behind her with police broomsticks. They must have all been crushed in there, waiting for Lee to activate the cabinet. "I want more aerial coverage on this place. And make sure you keep up your anti-disillusionment charms." Then her head turned toward him. "Report, orally. Do we know how they got in yet?" Another Auror trio holding broomsticks materialized in the vanishing cabinet and strode out after them even as Lee began talking. They were followed by a trio of hit wizards in full battle gear. Then another trio of hit wizards. Then another broomstick team. The emaciated form that was Bellatrix Black was resting motionless on the stairs when Harry got there, eyes closed, and when Harry asked in a cold, high whisper whether she was awake, he got no response. A brief twitch of panic was countered by the thought that Professor Quirrell had knocked her out to prevent her from hearing the Dark Lord's cringing servant suddenly turn into a hardened criminal and then an expert battle mage. Which was good, because she wouldn't have heard Harry's voice saying "Expecto Patronum." Harry drew back the hood of the cloak, pointed his wand at Bellatrix, and whispered as gently as he could, "Innervate." From the way Bellatrix's body jerked a little, Harry didn't think he'd manage to get it quite gentle enough. The sunken dark eyes opened. "Bella dear," Harry said in his cold, high voice, "I am afraid we've run into a bit of a problem. Have you recovered enough to do small magics?" There was a pause, and then Bellatrix's pale head nodded. "Very good," Harry said dryly. "I won't ask you to walk unaided, Bella dear, but I am afraid you must walk." He pointed his wand at her. "Wingardium Leviosa." Harry kept the flow of force down to something he could sustain for a while, and it was still probably lifting 2/3 of her current body weight. She was thin. Slowly, as though for the first time in years, Bellatrix Black pushed herself to her feet. Amelia strode into the duty room, Auror and his silver badger following behind her. She'd spun her time-turner the moment she'd heard the alarm, and then spent a tense hour preparing her forces for entry. You couldn't loop time within Azkaban itself. Azkaban's future couldn't interact with its past, so she hadn't been able to arrive before the DMLE had gotten the message, but she should have arrived in time. Her eyes went straight to the corpse, uncloaked and looking very dead, floating beyond the viewing window. "Where is Bellatrix Black?" Amelia demanded, showing no fear before the creature of fear. Even her own blood froze for an instant as the corpse parted its lips and gurgled, "Do not know." Harry watched, now fully invisible once more, as Bellatrix slowly leaned down, took Professor Quirrell's wand, which Harry dared not touch, and slowly straightened again. Then Bellatrix pointed the wand at the snake, and said, her voice precise though it was still a whisper, "Innervate." The snake did not stir. "Shall I try again, my lord?" She whispered. "No," Harry said. He swallowed the sick feeling. Harry had decided to say the hell with it and try to revive Professor Quirrell after he'd realized that the Dementors had probably alerted the Aurors by now. His high, cold voice went on, unperturbed. "Do you think you are able to perform a memory charm, dear Bella?" Bellatrix paused and then said, hesitantly, "I think so, my lord." "Eliminate that Auror's last half-hour of memory," Harry commanded. He'd thought a bit about whether he wanted to provide any justification for that, what he would say if Bellatrix asked why they weren't just killing him, in which case Harry would explain that they were pretending to be a different power group and then tell her to shut up. But Bellatrix simply pointed her wand at the Auror, stood silently for a time, and finally whispered, "Obliviate." She swayed then but did not fall. "Very good, my dear Bella," Harry said and chuckled thinly. "And I will ask you to carry that snake." Again the woman said nothing, demanded no explanations, didn't ask why Harry or the apparently invisible Patronus Castor couldn't do it. She only staggered to where the long snake lay, slowly bent over, picked it up, draped it over her shoulder. A tiny little part of Harry observed that it was very relaxing to have a minion that would just follow orders so unquestioningly, and even got as far as thinking that he could totally get used to having a minion like Bellatrix, before that mind fraction was screamed into silence by his mortally offended remainder. "Follow," the boy commanded his minion and began to walk. It was starting to get crowded in the duty room, almost too crowded to breathe, though there was still space around Amelia herself. If needing to breathe meant that you had to crowd Director Bones, it was better not to breathe. Amelia looked at where Aura was fiddling with Aura McCusker's mirror. "Specialist Wineback," she barked, causing the young witch to start. "Any response from One Hand's mirror?" "None," Aura said nervously. It has to be jammed, not dead, carefully jammed because it didn't set off the alarms, but the line is so blank the mirror might as well be broken." Amelia didn't let her expression change, though the part of her that was already mourning One Hand got a little sadder and a lot more angry. 7 months, he'd had 7 months left until his retirement after a full century of service. She remembered him as an eager young Auror so very long ago, and his whole career he'd served the DMLE with perfect loyalty, at least when it came to anything really important. Someone would burn for this. The Dementor still hovered outside the window, casting its useless shadow of dread over their operations. All the creature could do was gurgle its lack of knowledge or fail to reply at all, when asked questions like, "Did Bellatrix Black escape?" And "Why can't you find her?" And "How is she being hidden?" Amelia was starting to worry that the criminals were already gone when "We found a hole in the roof over C Spiral," someone shouted from the doorway. "Still open, ward circumventions still active." Amelia's lips peeled back in a smile like a wolf opening its jaws to eat. Bellatrix Black was still in Azkaban. And in Azkaban Bellatrix Black would remain forever. She took a stride toward the window, ignoring the Dementor now, and looked up at the sky above, to check with her own eyes the patrolling broomsticks. She couldn't see the whole sky from here, but she saw 10 brooms go past on a patrol pattern, and that already ought to be enough to catch anyone, though she fully meant to put every broom she could in the air. Her Aurors were equipped with the fastest racing broom currently on the market, the Nimbus 2000, no unsuccessful chases for her people. Amelia turned back from the window and frowned. The room was getting ridiculously crowded, and 2/3 of these people didn't need to be here, they just wanted to be close to the center of the action. If there was one thing Amelia couldn't tolerate, it was people who did what they wanted instead of what was needed. All right, you lot. Amelia bellowed at them. Stop hanging around here and start securing the top level of each spiral. That's right, she said to the looks of surprise. All three. They could tunnel through a floor or a ceiling to go between them, in case you hadn't worked that out. We're going down level by level until we catch them. I'll take C spiral, Scrimgeour, you're on B. She paused then, remembering that Mad Eye had retired last year. Who could she? Shacklebolt, you're on the A spiral, take with the strongest other fighters. Check every set of cells you pass, look under blankets, do the full set of detection charms in every corridor. Nobody leaves Azkaban until the criminals are caught, nobody. And... People looked at Amelia in surprise as her voice trailed off. The criminals had invented some way to prevent the Dementors from finding Bellatrix Black. That ought to have been impossible. It chilled her blood contemplating that. It was like... Amelia took a deep breath and spoke once more in a voice of steel command. And when you catch them, make bloody sure they're the real criminals and not our own people forced to take polyjuice. Anyone behaves oddly, check them for the Imperious Curse. Keep each other in sight at all times. Don't assume an Auror uniform is friendly if you don't recognize the face. She turned to the communications specialist. Tell the broomsticks. If one of the brooms peels off for no reason, half of them are to hunt it down while the rest keep patrolling. And change the harmonics on everything changeable, they may have stolen our keys. Then back to the rest of the room. No Auror is above suspicion unless they have no family left to threaten. She saw it, the cold looks that came over the older faces, saw some of the younger Aurors flinch, and knew that they understood. But she said it out loud just to be sure. We're fighting the old wizarding war today, everyone. Just because you know who is dead doesn't mean the Death Eaters have forgotten his tricks. Now go. Harry walked in silence through the gaslit grey corridor, invisible beside Bellatrix and the silver shape following them, trying to think of a better plan. At first, when he'd realized that the Aurors probably knew already, and that moreover Professor Quirrell wasn't waking up, his thoughts had frozen up there for a second. And then stayed frozen, even as he'd gotten himself and Bellatrix heading downward, to buy as much time as possible. The Aurors, Harry figured, would start at the top and move down level by level. The Aurors could afford to move slowly and securely, they knew their prey had no way out. Harry hadn't been able to think of any way out. Until Harry had said to himself, well, if it was just a war game, what would General Chaos do? From which an answer had followed instantly. And then Harry had thought, but if it's that easy, why hasn't anyone broken out of Azkaban before? And after he'd realized the possible problem, fine, what would General Chaos do about that? Whereupon General Chaos had come up with an amendment to his first plan. It was the most insanely Gryffindor thing Harry had ever. So now he was trying to think of a better plan and not having much luck. Picky, 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 said Gryffindor. Who was complaining about not having any plan 1 minute earlier? You should be glad we came up with anything at all, Mr. Now We're Doomed. My lord, Bellatrix whispered haltingly, as she navigated the next flight of stairs downward. Am I going back to my cell, my lord? Harry's brain was distracted, so it took him that long to process the words, and then another moment to process the horror, while Bellatrix continued speaking. I would, please my lord, I would very much rather die, her voice said. And then, in a smaller voice, a whisper that was barely there, but I will go back if you ask it of me, my lord. We are not going back to your cell, hissed Harry's voice on automatic. Nothing of what he felt was allowed to reach his face. Said Hufflepuff. Did you seriously just think, you ought to work for me, I would appreciate you? A stone would respond to that kind of loyalty, Harry thought. Even if I'm only getting it by mistake, I can't help but. She's the Dark Lord's loyal killer and torturer, and the supposed reason she's loyal is because an innocent girl was broken into pieces and used as raw material to make her, said Hufflepuff. Did you forget? If someone shows me that much loyalty, even by mistake, there's a part of me that can't help but feel something. The Dark Lord must have been, evil doesn't seem like a strong enough word, he must have been empty to not appreciate her loyalty, artificial or not. The better parts of Harry didn't have much to say to that. And that was when Harry heard it. It was faint, and it grew louder with every step they took forward. A woman's voice, distant, indistinct. His ears, automatically, strained to make out the words. Please don't. Didn't mean. Don't die. Then his brain knew who he was hearing, and in almost the same moment figured out what he was hearing. Because Professor Quirrell wasn't there to keep the silence anymore, and Azkaban was not, in fact, silent. Faint the woman's voice, repeating. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. It got louder with every step Harry took. He could hear the emotion in the words now. The horror, the remorse, the desperation of, no, I didn't mean it, please don't die. The woman's worst memory, rehearsing over and over again. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. The murder that had sent her to Azkaban. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. Where she was sentenced by the Dementors to watch whoever she'd killed die and die and die in an infinite repeating loop. Though she must have been put in Azkaban recently from the amount of life left in her voice. The thought came to Harry then that Professor Quirrell had passed those doors, heard those lips. Wait until no one is looking directly at you, then go to Albus Dumbledore. If he is not already by himself, wait until he is. And tell him this, Bellatrix Black is breaking out of Azkaban, and the Dementors cannot find her. 56 TSPE Constrained Optimization, Point 6. Silent, it was thankfully silent, the metal door on the next level down. Either there wasn't someone behind there, or they were hurting quietly, maybe they were screaming but their voice had given out already, or they were just muttering quietly to themselves in the dark. I'm not sure I can do this, Harry thought, and he couldn't blame the despairing thought on the Dementors either. It would be better to be lower, safer to be lower. His plan would take time to implement, and the Aurors were probably already working their way down. But if Harry had to pass any more of those metal doors while staying silent and keeping his breathing perfectly regular, he might go mad. If he had to leave a piece of himself behind at each one, soon there wouldn't be anything left of him. A luminous moonlit cat leaped into existence and landed in front of Harry's Patronus. Harry almost screamed, which wouldn't have helped his image with Bellatrix. Harry, said the voice of Professor McGonagall, sounding as alarmed as Harry had ever heard from her. Where are you? Are you all right? This is my Patronus, answer me. With a convulsive effort, Harry cleared his mind, repurposed his throat, forced calm, swapped in a different personality like an occlumency barrier. It took a few seconds, and he hoped like hell that Professor McGonagall didn't notice a problem with that thanks to the communications delay, just as he hoped like hell that patron users didn't report on their surroundings. A young boy's innocent voice said, I'm in Mary's place, Professor, in Diagon Alley. Going to the restroom, actually. What's wrong? The cat leaped away, and Bellatrix began to chuckle softly, dusty appreciative laughter, but she cut herself off abruptly at a hiss from Harry. A moment later the cat returned, and said in Professor McGonagall's voice, I'm coming to pick you up right now. Don't go anywhere, if you're not around the defense professor don't go back to him, don't say anything to anyone, I'll be there as quickly as I can. And the bright cat blurred forward and vanished. Harry glanced down at his watch, noting down the time, so that after he got everyone out of here, and Professor Quirrell anchored the time-turner again, he could go back and be in the restroom of Mary's place at the appropriate time. Said the problem-solving part of his brain, there's a limit to how many constraints you can add to a problem before it really is impossible, you know that? It shouldn't have mattered, and it didn't compare to the suffering of a single prisoner in Azkaban. And yet Harry still found himself feeling very aware that if his plan didn't end with him being picked up from Mary's place just like he'd never left, and the defense professor looking completely innocent of any and all wrongdoing, Professor McGonagall was going to kill him. As their team prepared to eat another bite of territory out of C Spiral, shielding and scanning before dispelling the previous shield to their rear, Amelia was tapping her fingers on her hip and wondering if she ought to consult the obvious expert. If only he wasn't so Amelia heard the familiar crack of fire and knew what she would see as she turned. A third of her aurors were spinning around and leveling their wands on the old wizard in half-moon glasses and a long silver beard who had appeared directly within their midst, a bright red golden phoenix on his shoulder. "Hold your fire." Polyjuice made it easy to forge the face, but faking the phoenix travel would have been rather more difficult. The wards permitted it as one of the fast ways into Azkaban, though there were no fast ways out. The old witch and the old wizard stared at each other for a long moment. Amelia wondered, in the back of her mind, which of her aurors had sent the word. There were several former members of the Order of the Phoenix with her. She tried to remember, in the back of her mind, if she'd seen Emmeline's sparrow or Andy's cat missing from the flock of bright creatures, but she knew that it was futile. It might not even be any of her people, for the old meddler often knew things he had no way at all of knowing. Albus Dumbledore inclined his head to Amelia in a courteous gesture. "I hope I am not unwelcome here," the wizard said calmly. "We are all on the same side, are we not?" "That depends," Amelia said in a hard voice. "Are you here to help us catch criminals, or to protect them from the consequences of their actions? Are you going to try to stop the killer of my brother from getting her well-deserved kiss, old meddler?" From what Amelia heard, Dumbledore had gotten smarter toward the end of the war, mostly due to Mad-Eye's non-stop nagging, but had relapsed into his foolish mercies the instant Voldemort's body was found. A dozen small points of white and silver, reflections of the shining animals, gleamed off the old wizard's half-moon glasses as he spoke. "Even less than you would I see Bellatrix Black freed," the old wizard said. "She must not leave this prison alive, Amelia." Before Amelia could speak again, even to express her surprised gratification, the old wizard gestured with his long black wand and a blazing silver phoenix sprang into existence, brighter perhaps than all their other patron uses put together. It was the first time she'd seen that spell cast wordlessly. "Order all your aurors to cancel their Patronus charms for 10 seconds, said the old wizard. "What darkness cannot find, the light may." Amelia snapped off the order to the communications officer, who would notify all aurors through their mirrors, commanding Dumbledore's will to be done. That took a few moments, and it became a period of awful silence, none of the aurors daring to speak, while Amelia tried to weigh her own thoughts. She must not leave this prison alive. Albus Dumbledore wouldn't turn into Bartemius Crouch without a strong reason. If he'd meant to tell her why, he already would have, but it certainly wasn't a positive sign. Still, it was good to know they'd be able to work together on this one. "Now," said a chorus of mirrors, and all the Patronus charms winked out except that blazing silver phoenix. "Is there another Patronus still present?" The old wizard said clearly to the bright creature. The bright creature dipped its head in a nod. "Can you find it?" The silver head nodded again. "Will you remember it, should it depart and come again?" A final nod from the blazing phoenix. "It is done," Dumbledore said. "Over," said all the mirrors a moment later, and Amelia raised her wand and began recasting her own Patronus. Though it took some extra concentration, with that wolfish smile already on her face, to think of the first time Susan had kissed her cheek, instead of dwelling on the looming fate of Bellatrix Black. That other kiss was a happy thought indeed, but not quite the right kind for the Patronus charm. They hadn't even gotten to the end of that corridor before Harry's Patronus raised its hand, politely, as though in a classroom. Harry thought quickly. The question was how to know, that was also obvious. "It seems," Harry said in a coldly amused voice, "that someone has instructed this Patronus to speak its message only to me." He chuckled. "Well then. Pardon me, dear Bella." Quietus. Sounds, and given not the slightest sign of disturbance, and Harry would have called it a positive proof of evil, if Harry's own lips hadn't remained silent in the presence of Bellatrix, his breathing regular, while something inside him screamed and screamed and screamed. The Patronus brightened, not out of control, but it brightened with every step Harry took forward. It brightened further as Harry and Bellatrix descended the stairs. She stumbled and Harry offered her his left arm thrust outside the cloak, braving the sense of doom from being that close to the snake draped around her neck. There was a surprised look on her face, but she accepted it and said nothing. It helped Harry being able to help Bellatrix, but it wasn't enough. Not when he saw the huge metal door in the center of that level's corridor. Not when they came closer and the woman's voice fell silent, because there was a Patronus near her now, and she wasn't reliving her worst memory anymore. "Good," said a voice inside him. That was step 1. Harry's steps carried him inevitably forward toward the metal door. And now unlock the door. Harry kept walking. "What do you think you're doing? Go back and get her out of there." Kept walking. "Save her." "What are you doing?" "She's hurting, you have to save her." The portkey Harry was carrying could transport 2 humans, only 2 plus or minus a snake. If they'd had Professor Quirrell's portkey too, but they didn't. Professor Quirrell's human form was carrying that. There was no way to get it. Harry could only save 1 person today, and there was only 1 person on the lowest level of Azkaban in the most desperate need. "Don't go." The voice came in a scream from behind the metal door. "No, no, no, don't go, don't take it away, don't. There was a light in the corridor and it grew brighter. "Please," sobbed the woman's voice. "Please, I can't remember my children's names anymore." "Sit down, Bella," Harry's voice said. Somehow he kept his voice in a cold whisper. "I must deal with this," the hover charm diminishing and switching off even as Bella obediently sat down, her skeletal form dark against the brightening air. "I'll die," thought Harry. The air went on brightening. After all, it wasn't a certainty that Harry would die. It was just a probability of death, and weren't some things worth a probability of dying? The air went on brightening, the greater Patronus was beginning to form around him, the brilliant human shape was becoming indistinct within the burning air, as Harry's life went to feed the fire. "If I wipe out the Dementors, then even if I live, they'll know it was me, that I was the one who did this. I'll lose my support, lose the war." "Yeah?" said the inner voice that was urging him on. "After you destroy all the Dementors in Azkaban? I'd think that'd tend to prove your credentials as a Light Lord, actually, so save her, you have to save her." The humanoid shape could no longer be seen as a separate entity. The corridor couldn't be seen. Harry's own body was invisible within the cloak. There was only a bodiless viewpoint within an infinite expanse of silver light. Harry could feel the life leaving him, fueling the spell. Far away, he could feel the shadows of death begin to fray. "I meant to accomplish more with my life than this. I was going to fight the Dark Lord, I was going to merge the wizarding and muggle worlds." Lofty goals seemed very distant, very abstract. Compared to one woman begging him for help, it wasn't certain that Harry would ever do anything more important than this one thing that he could do now and here. And with what might have been his last breath, Harry thought. "There are other Dementors, probably other Azkabans. If I'm going to do this, I should do it when I'm closer to the central pit. It will take less of my life that way, which increases the probability that I'll survive to destroy other Dementors. Even assuming this is the optimal thing to do, if there's a right time and place to do this, it isn't now and here. It isn't now and here." "What?" said the other part of him indignantly, as it searched for a counterargument that didn't exist. Slowly the light died back down, as Harry concentrated on that one indisputable fact, the one obvious truth that they weren't in the optimal place, the time couldn't be now. Slowly the light died back down. Part of Harry's life flowed back into him. Part had been lost as radiation. But Harry had enough left to stay on his feet, and keep the silver human shape bright, and when his wand arm raised and his voice whispered, "Wingardium Leviosa," the magic flowed obediently out of him and helped Bellatrix to her feet. For it wasn't his magic he had expended, it had never been his magic that fueled the Patronus charm. "I swear," Harry thought, breathing as regularly as he could in Bellatrix's presence, while tears streamed down his invisible cheeks, "I swear upon my life and my magic and my art as a rationalist, I swear by everything I hold sacred and all my happy memories, I give my oath that someday I will end this place, please, please may I be forgiven." And the two of them walked on as a murderess's voice screamed and begged someone to come back and save her. There should have been more time, there should have been a ceremony for Harry's sacrifice of that piece of himself, but Bellatrix was beside him, and so Harry just had to keep on walking without a pause, saying nothing, breathing evenly. So Harry walked on, leaving a piece of himself behind. It would dwell in this place and time forever, he knew. Even after Harry came back someday with a company of other true Patronus casters and they destroyed all the Dementors here. Even if he melted the triangular building and burned the island low enough that the sea would wash over it, leaving no trace that such a place as this had ever once existed. Even then he wouldn't get it back. The flock of luminous creatures stopped staring downward and began patrolling the metal corridor as if nothing had happened. Just like last time? Director Bones snapped in the direction of Aurelie, and the young Aura replied, "Yes, ma'am." The director fired off another query to see if the Dementors could now find their target, and looked unsurprised to hear a negative reply a few seconds later. Emmeline Vance was feeling torn between her loyalties. Emmeline wasn't a member of the Order of the Phoenix anymore, they had disbanded after the end of the last war. And during the war they'd all known that Director Crouch had quietly approved of their off-the-books battle. Director Bones wasn't Crouch. But they were hunting Bellatrix Black now, who had been a Death Eater and who was certainly being rescued by Death Eaters. Their patron Uses were behaving oddly, all the bright creatures stopping and staring off downward before they'd gone back to following their masters. And the Dementors couldn't find their target. It seemed to her that this would be an extremely good time to consult Albus Dumbledore. Should she just suggest to Director Bones that they contact Dumbledore? But if Director Bones hadn't contacted him already? Emmeline wavered for a while, probably too long, and then finally decided. The hell with it, she thought. We're all on the same side, we need to stick together whether Director Bones likes it or not. At a thought, her silver sparrow fluttered onto her shoulder. "Drop behind us to guard our rear," Emmeline murmured softly, almost without moving her. At once the silver humanoid said in Harry's own voice, "There is another Patronus which seeks this Patronus." "What?" said Harry. And then, without pausing to think about what was happening, "Can you block it? Stop it from finding you?" The silver humanoid shook its head. No sooner did Amelia and the other Aurors finish recasting their Patronus charms, when the blazing silver phoenix flew off, and the true red golden phoenix followed it, and the old wizard calmly strode after both of them with his long wand gripped low. The shields around their territory parted around the old wizard like water, and closed behind him with hardly a ripple. "Albus!" shouted Amelia. "What do you think you're doing?" But she already knew. "Do not follow me," the old wizard's voice said sternly. "I can protect myself, I cannot protect others." The curse Amelia shouted after him made even her own Aurors flinch. "This isn't fair, isn't fair, isn't fair. There's a limit to how many constraints you can add to a problem before it really is impossible." Harry blocked off the useless thoughts, ignored the fatigue he was feeling, and forced his mind to confront the new requirements. He had to think fast, use the adrenaline on following the chains of logic quickly and without hesitation, instead of wasting it on despair. For the mission to succeed. 1. Harry would have to dispel his Patronus. 2. Bellatrix needed to be hidden from the Dementors after the Patronus was dispelled. 3. Harry needed to resist the Dementor's drain after his Patronus was dispelled. "If I solve this one," said Harry's brain, "I want a cookie afterward, and if you make the problem any more difficult than this, I mean the slightest bit more difficult, I am climbing out of your skull and heading for Tahiti." Harry and his brain considered the problem. Azkaban had stood invincible for centuries, relying upon the impossibility of evading the Dementor's gaze. So if Harry found another way to hide Bellatrix from the Dementors, it would rely on either his scientific knowledge or his realization that the Dementors were death. Harry's brain suggested that an obvious way to stop the Dementors from seeing Bellatrix was to make her stop existing, i.e. kill her. Harry congratulated his brain on thinking outside the box and told it to continue searching. "Kill her and then bring her back," came the next suggestion. "Use Frigidiro to cool Bellatrix down to the point where her brain activity stops, then warm her up afterward using thermos," just like people who fall into very cold water can be successfully revived half an hour later without noticeable brain damage. Harry considered this. Bellatrix might not survive in her debilitated state. And it might not stop death from seeing her. And he'd have trouble carrying a cold, unconscious Bellatrix very far. And Harry couldn't remember the research on which exact body temperature was supposed to be non-fatal but temporarily brain-halting. It was another good outside-the-box idea, but Harry told his brain to keep thinking of ways to hide from death. A frown moved over Harry's face. He'd heard something about that somewhere. One of the requisites for becoming a powerful wizard is an excellent memory, Professor Quirrell had said. The key to a puzzle is often something you read 20 years ago in an old scroll, or a peculiar ring you saw on the finger of a man you met only once. Harry focused as hard as he could, but he couldn't remember. It was on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't remember. So he told his subconscious to go on trying to recollect it, and refocused his attention on the other half of the problem. How can I protect myself from the Dementors without a Patronus charm? The headmaster had been repeatedly exposed to a Dementor from a few steps away, over and over throughout a whole day, and had come out of it looking merely tired. How had the headmaster done that? Could Harry do it too? Could just be some random genetic thing, in which case Harry was screwed. But assuming the problem was solvable, then the obvious answer was that Dumbledore wasn't afraid of death. Dumbledore really wasn't afraid of death. Dumbledore honestly, truly believed that death was the next great adventure. Believed it in his core, not just as convenient words used to suppress cognitive dissonance, not just pretending to be wise. Dumbledore had decided that death was the natural and normative order, and whatever tiny lingering fear was still in him, it had taken a long time and repeated exposures for the Dementor to drain him through that small flaw. That avenue was closed to Harry. And then Harry thought of the flip side, the obvious inverse question. Why am I so much more vulnerable than average? Other students didn't fall over when they faced the Dementor. Harry meant to destroy death, to end it if he could. He meant to live forever if he could. He had hope of it. The thought of death brought him no sense of despair or inevitability. He was not blindly attached to his own life. Indeed, it had taken an effort not to burn away all his life on the need to protect others from death. Why did the shadows of death have such power over Harry? He would not have thought himself so afraid. Was it Harry, all along, who'd been rationalizing? Who was secretly so afraid of death that it was twisting his own thoughts, as Harry had accused Dumbledore? Harry considered this, preventing himself from flinching away. It felt uncomfortable, but uncomfortable thoughts weren't always true, and this one didn't sound exactly right. Like there was a grain of truth, but it wasn't hiding where the hypothesis said it was. And that was when Harry realized. Oh, I understand now. The one who is afraid is... Harry asked his dark side what it thought of death. And Harry's Patronus wavered, dimmed, almost went out upon the instant, for that desperate, sobbing, screaming terror, an unutterable fear that would do anything not to die, throw everything aside not to die, that couldn't think straight or feel straight in the presence of that absolute horror, that couldn't look into the abyss of non-existence any more than it could have stared straight into the sun. A blind, terrified thing that only wanted to find a dark corner and hide and not have to think about it any more. The silver figure had darkened to moonlight, was flickering like a failing candle. It's all right, thought Harry, it's all right. Visualizing himself cradling his dark side like a frightened child in his arms. It's right and proper to be horrified because death is horrible. You don't have to hide your horror, you don't have to feel ashamed of it, you can wear it as a badge of honor, openly in the sun. It was strange to feel himself split in two like this, the track of his thoughts that gave the comfort, the track of his thoughts that followed his dark side's incomprehension at the alienness of the ordinary Harry's thoughts. Of all the things that his dark side associated with its own fear of death, the one thing it had never expected or imagined that it might find was acceptance and praise and help. You don't have to fight alone, Harry said silently to his dark side. The rest of me will back you up on this. I won't let myself die, and I won't let my friends die either. Not you/I, not Hermione, not Mum or Dad, not Neville or Draco or anyone, this is the will to protect. Visualizing wings of sunlight, like the wings of the Patronus he had spread, to give shelter to that frightened child. The Patronus brightened again, the world spun around Harry, or it was his own mind that was spinning? Take my hand, Harry thought and visualized, come with me and we will do this thing together. There was a lurch in Harry's mind, like his brain had taken one step to the left, or the universe had taken one step to the right. And in a brightly lit corridor in Azkaban, the dim gaslights far outshone by the steady and unwavering light of a human-shaped Patronus, an invisible boy stood with a strange small smile on his face, shaking only slightly. Harry knew, somehow, that he'd just done something significant, something that went beyond just strengthening his resistance to Dementors. And more than that, he'd remembered. Thinking of death as an anthropomorphic figure had done the trick, ironically enough. Now Harry could remember it, what was reputed to hide someone from the gaze of death himself. In a corridor of Azkaban, a wizard's striding legs came to an abrupt halt, for the bright silver thing that was his guide had halted in midair, fluttering its wings in distress. The brilliant white phoenix craned its head, looking backward and forward as though confused, and then it turned to its master and shook its head in apology. Without another word, the old wizard turned and strode back the way he came. Harry stood straight and upright, feeling the fear wash over him and around him. Some tiny part of him might have been eroded a little by the waves of emptiness that broke continually upon his unmoving stone, but his limbs were not cold, and his magic was with him. In time those waves might corrode him and consume him, sneaking through whatever tiny part of him still cowered before death instead of using its fear to energize itself for battle. But that doom would take time, with the shadows of death far away and uncaring of him. The flaw, the crack, the fault line that was in him had been repaired, and the stars blazed brightly in his mind, vast and unafraid and brilliant in the midst of cold and darkness. To anyone else's eyes, it would have seemed that the boy stood alone in the dimly lit metal corridor, wearing that strange smile. For Bellatrix Black and the snake draped around her shoulders were concealed by the cloak of invisibility, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, and reputed to hide its wearer from the gaze of death himself. The riddle whose answer had been lost and which Harry had found anew. And Harry knew now that the concealment of the cloak was more than the mere transparency of disillusionment, that the cloak kept you hidden and not just invisible, as unseeable as were thestrals to the unknowing. And Harry also knew that it was thestral blood which painted the symbol of the Deathly Hallows on the inside of the cloak, binding into the cloak that portion of death's power, enabling the cloak to confront the Dementors on their own level and block them. It had felt like guessing, and yet a certain guess, the knowledge coming to him in the instant of solving the riddle. Bellatrix was still transparent within the cloak, but to Harry she was no longer hidden. He knew that she was there, as obvious to him as a thestral. For Harry had only loaned his cloak, not given it, and he had comprehended and mastered the Deathly Hallow that had been passed down through the Potter line. Harry gazed directly at the invisible woman and said, "Can the Dementors reach you, Bella?" "No," said the woman in a soft, wondering voice. "Then, but my lord, you—" "If you say anything foolish it will annoy me," Harry said coldly. "Or are you under the impression that I would sacrifice myself for you?" "No, my lord," the Dark Lord's servant replied, sounding puzzled and perhaps awed. "Follow," spoke Harry's cold whisper. And they continued their journey downward as the Dark Lord reached into his pouch and took a cookie and ate it. If Bellatrix had asked, Harry would have claimed it was for the chocolate, but she didn't ask. The old wizard strode back into the midst of the Aurors, the silver and the red-golden phoenixes now following behind. "Huge!" Amelia began to bellow. "They have dismissed their Patronus," said Dumbledore. The old wizard didn't seem to raise his voice, but his calm words somehow overrode her own. "I cannot find them now." Amelia gritted her teeth, and put a number of scathing remarks on hold, and turned to the communications officer. "Tell the duty room to ask the Dementors again if they can sense Bellatrix Black." The communications specialist spoke to her mirror for a moment, and a few seconds later looked up surprised. "Noche. Amelia was already cursing violently in her mind. But they can see someone else on the lower levels who isn't a prisoner. Fine, snapped Amelia. Tell the Dementor that a dozen of its kind are authorized to enter Azkaban and seize whoever that is and anyone in their company. And if they see Bellatrix Black, they're to kiss her immediately. Amelia turned and glared toward Dumbledore, then, daring him to argue, but the old wizard only looked at her a bit sadly and held his peace. Auror McCusker finished speaking to the corpse that drifted outside the window, conveying the director's orders. The corpse gave him a deathly smile that almost unstrung his limbs and then floated downward. Soon after, a dozen Dementors arose from where they had drifted in the central pit of Azkaban, and headed outward, toward the walls of the vast metal structure that towered above them. Entering through holes set into the base of Azkaban, the darkest of all creatures began their march of horror. 57 TSPE Constrained Cognition. Point 7. Harry had hoped that he'd just achieved fusion with his mysterious dark side and would be enabled to draw on all of its benefits with none of its drawbacks, call up the crystal clarity and indomitable will on demand, without needing to go cold or angry. Once again, he'd overestimated how much progress he'd made. Something had happened, but Harry still had a mysterious dark side, it was still separate from him, and his ordinary self was still domitable. And despite the repair work he'd done on his dark side's fear of death, he didn't dare go dark while unshielded in Azkaban. That was tempting fate way too much. Which was unfortunate, because a bit of non-domitability would have sure come in handy about now. What made it harder was that he couldn't slump against a wall, couldn't break into tears, couldn't even heave a sigh. His dear Bella was watching him, and that wasn't the sort of thing her Dark Lord would do. "My lord," Bellatrix said. Her low voice was strained. "The Dementors, they are coming, I can feel them, my lord." "Thank you, Bella," said a dry voice. "I already know that." Harry couldn't sense the holes in the world the same way as when he'd been wearing the Deathly Hallow, but he could feel the empty pull increasing in intensity. At first he'd mistaken it for the result of descending a stairwell, until he and Bellatrix had finished descending and the pull had gone on increasing. Then decreased as the Dementors moved away along the spiral, then increased as they went up another flight of stairs. There were Dementors within Azkaban itself now, and they were coming for him. Of course they were. Harry might be resistant now, but he was not hidden. New requirement, Harry told his brain. Find a way of defeating Dementors that doesn't invoke my Patronus charm. Alternatively, find yet another way of hiding someone from Dementors, besides the cloak of invisibility. "I quit," said his brain. Find yourself another piece of computing substrate to solve your ridiculously overconstrained problems. "I mean it," thought Harry. "So do I," said his brain. "Put up your Patronus charm and wait for the Aurors to find you. Be sensible. It's over. Give up." The sucking emptiness seemed to pull harder as he thought it, and Harry realized what was happening, concentrated more intensely on the stars, turned his mind away from the despair. Observed the logical side of him. If you're not allowed to think any negative thoughts because that will open your mind to the Dementors, that's a cognitive bias too. How would you know if it actually was time to give up? A desperate sobbing scream rose up from below, words mixed in like "no" and "away." The prisoners knew, the prisoners could feel it. The Dementors were coming. "My lord, you should not risk yourself for me. Take back your cloaked." "Be silent, fool," hissed an angry voice. "When I decide to sacrifice you, I will tell you so." "She's got a valid point," said Slytherin. "You shouldn't risk yourself for her. There's no way her life is as valuable as yours." For an instant Harry considered sacrificing Bellatrix to save himself. And in that moment some of the dim orange gaslight seemed to flee the corridor. A touch of cold crept over Harry's fingertips, and he knew then that to think of leaving Bellatrix to the shadows of death would make him vulnerable once more. Even in the moment of making the decision, he might become unable to cast the Patronus charm, for he would have given up the thought that had saved him before. It occurred to Harry that he could still take the cloak from Bellatrix afterward, even if he couldn't cast the Patronus charm, and then he had to wrench his thoughts away from that option, focus firmly on his decision not to do it, or he might have just fallen over where he stood. For the whirlpool of emptiness swirling around him was now deadly strong. There were screams coming from above, and the screams below had stopped. "This is ridiculous," said his logical side. "Rational agents shouldn't have to put up with this sort of censored reasoning process. All the theorems assume that how you think doesn't affect reality apart from your actual actions, which is why you're free to choose an optimal algorithm without worrying about how your thoughts interact with Dementors." "That is a really dumb idea," said Gryffindor. "Even I think it's a dumb idea, and I'm your Gryffindor side. You're not seriously going to just stand there and—" "We have a fix," shouted Aura, holding up her magic mirror as though in triumph. The Dementor outside the inner wall pointed to level 7, C-Spiral. "That's where they are." Her Aurors were looking at her expectantly. "No," Amelia said in a level voice. "That's where one of them is. The Dementors still can't find Bellatrix Black. We are not running down there and letting her through in the confusion, and we are not dividing our forces to be ambushed. So long as we move with caution, we can't lose. Tell Scrimgeour and Shacklebolt to keep going down level by level, same as before." The old wizard was already striding forward. Amelia didn't even bother cursing him this time, as once again their carefully constructed shields parted like water and rippled gently in his wake. Harry waited at the beginning of the corridor just next to the stairs leading upward. Bellatrix and the snake were behind him, concealed by the deathly hallow that Harry had mastered. He knew, though he could not see, that the emaciated sorceress was sitting upon the stairs, slumped back, since Harry had withdrawn his hover charm to free up his mind and magic. Harry's eyes were fixed on the far end of the corridor, next to the stairs that led downward. Not in his mind now, but in true reality, the light in the corridor had dimmed, the temperature had fallen. The fear thundered over him and around him like a sea whipped by hurricane winds, and the sucking emptiness had become a howling draw toward some approaching black hole. Up the stairs at the far end, floating smoothly through the dying air, came the voids, the absences, the wounds in the world. And Harry expected them to stop. With all the will and focus he could muster, Harry expected them to stop. Anticipated their stopping. Believed they would stop. That was the idea, anyway. Harry shut down the dangerous stray thought and expected the Dementors to halt. They had no intelligence of their own, they were just wounds in the world, their form and structure was borrowed from others' expectations. People had been able to negotiate with them, offer them victims in exchange for cooperation, only because they believed Dementors would bargain. So if Harry believed hard enough that the voids would turn and go, they would turn and go. But the wounds in the world kept coming, the swirling fear seemed like a solid thing now, the emptiness tearing at matter as well as mind, substance as well as spirit. You could see the metal beginning to tarnish as the holes in the world passed. A small sound came from behind him, from Bellatrix, but she said no word, for she had been instructed to remain silent. "Don't think of them as creatures, think of them as psychosensitive objects. They can be controlled if I can control myself." The problem was that he couldn't control himself so easily, couldn't make himself believe blue was green by an act of will. Couldn't suppress all those thoughts about how irrational it was to make yourself believe something. How impossible it was to trick yourself into believing something if you knew that was what you were doing. All the training Harry had given himself against self-deception was refusing to switch off, no matter how harmful it was in this unique special case. The shadows of death crossed the halfway point of the corridor, and Harry held up his hand, fingers spread, and said in a voice of firm and confident command, "Stop." The shadows of death stopped. Behind Harry, Bellatrix gave a strangled gasp, like it was being torn out of her. Harry gestured to her, the signal he had set up in advance, which meant, "Repeat what you heard the Dementors say." "They say," Bellatrix said, her voice was shaking, "they said, Bellatrix Black was promised us. Tell us where she hides, and you will be spared." "Bellatrix," Harry said, making his voice sound amused. "She escaped a while ago." A moment later, Harry realized that he should have said that Bellatrix was among the Aurors in the top level. That would have caused more confusion. No, it was wrong to think of the Dementors as trickable. They were merely things, they were controlled only by expectations. They say, Bellatrix said in a cracked voice, they say they know you're lying. The voids began to move forward again. Her anticipations are more solidly believed than mine. She is controlling them, unwittingly. Don't resist, Harry said, pointing his wand behind him. I love you, farewell, my lord. Somnium. It had helped, strangely enough, hearing those particular awful words, understanding Bellatrix's mistake. It reminded Harry why he was fighting. Stop, Harry said again. Bellatrix was asleep. Now only his own will, his own expectations rather, should control those spheres of annihilation. But they kept on gliding forward, and Harry couldn't stop himself from worrying that the previous experience had damaged his confidence, which meant that he wouldn't be able to stop them, and as he noticed himself thinking that, he doubted even more. He needed more time to prepare, really ought to practice controlling just one Dementor in a cage first. There was only a quarter of corridor now between Harry and the shadows of death. The empty winds were so strong that Harry could feel the erosion beginning in the cracks of himself. And the thought came to Harry that maybe he was wrong, maybe Dementors did have their own desires and planning capability. Or maybe they were controlled by how everyone thought they worked, not just whoever was closest to them. And in either case, Harry drew up his wand into the starting position for the Patronus charm and spoke. One of your number went to Hogwarts and did not return. It no longer exists, that death is dead. The Dementors halted. A dozen wounds in the world stood motionless, while the emptiness screamed around them like a deadly wind to nowhere. Turn and go, and do not speak of this to anyone, little shadows, or I will destroy you as well. Harry's fingers slid into the starting position for the Patronus charm, and readied himself to cast it. In his mind, the earth shone among the stars, the day side bright and blue with reflected sunlight, the night side glimmering with the light of human cities. Harry wasn't bluffing, wasn't trying to do anything tricky with his thoughts. The shadows of death would move forward and be annihilated, or they would depart. He was equally ready for either. And the voids retreated back as smoothly as they came, the winds of nothingness lessening with each meter they traversed, as they slid back down the stairs and departed. Whether they truly had their own pseudo-intelligence, or whether Harry had finally succeeded in expecting them to go, that Harry didn't know. But they were gone. Harry took a moment to sit down beside the unconscious Bellatrix on the stairs, and slumped down as she was slumped, closing his eyes for a moment, only a moment. He sure as hell wasn't planning to sleep in Azkaban, but he needed to take that moment. The Aurors would still be going down the stairs slowly, Harry hoped, so it wouldn't hurt to take just 5 minutes to rest. Harry was careful to keep his thoughts positive, cheerful. I'll just have some nice regenerative rest here, and then I'll feel better, rather than, say, I'll just collapse in emotional and physical exhaustion, because the Dementors hadn't yet retreated very far. And by the way, Harry said to his brain, you're fired. I found him, cried the old wizard's voice. Who? Thought Amelia, as she turned to see Dumbledore's return, carrying in his arms the one sight, the one person she would never have expected to behold. A man in torn red robes, looking scorched like he'd fought a small war, blood dried on many cuts. His eyes were open, and he was chewing on a bar of chocolate, held in his one living hand. Barry one hand was alive. A glad cry went up, her Aurors lowering their wands, some of them already starting to rush forward. Stay on guard, bellowed Amelia. Check them both for Polyjuice, Scanbari for small animagi or traps. Innervate. Wingardium Leviosa. There was a pause. Harry sensed, though he could not quite see, that the invisible woman was pushing herself to her feet, and turning her head to look around. I'm alive? Harry was sorely tempted to say no, just to see what she made of that. Instead he hissed, Don't ask stupid questions. What happened? Whispered Bellatrix. And the Dark Lord gave a wild, high-pitched laugh and said, I scared the Dementors away, my dear Bella. There was a pause. Harry wished he could see Bellatrix's face. Had he said the wrong thing? After a time, in a quavering voice, Could it be, my lord, that in your new form you have begun to care for me? No, Harry said coldly and turned from her, though he kept his wand on her, and began walking. And take care that you do not offend me again, or I will abandon you here, use or no use. Now follow, or be left behind, I have work to do. Harry strode forward, not listening to the gasping sounds that came from behind him. He knew Bellatrix was following. Because the last thing that woman needed, the very last thing she needed to start thinking before the psychiatric healer began trying to deprogram her, was to believe that her Dark Lord could ever love her back. The old wizard smoothed his silver beard contemplatively, looking at where Oribari was being carried out of the room by two strong aurors. Do you understand this, Amelia? No, she said simply. She suspected some trap they hadn't yet been able to fathom, which was why Oribari was going to be kept outside the main party and guarded. Perhaps, the old wizard said at length, whichever of their number can cast the Patronus charm is more than a simple hostage. Someone who was tricked into this, mayhap? For whatever reason, they left your auror alive. Let us not be the first to wield deadly curses when we find them. I see, said the old witch in sudden realization. That was their plan. It costs them nothing to obligate him and leave him alive, and makes us hesitate. Amelia nodded decisively, and said to her people, We carry on as before. The old wizard sighed. Any news from the Dementors? If I tell you, Amelia snapped, will you run off again? It costs you nothing, Amelia, the old wizard said quietly, and may save one of your own people the fight. Costs me nothing except my chance at vengeance. But that was nothing compared to the other. The annoying old wizard was often right in the end. It was part of what made him so annoying. The Dementors have ceased to answer questions about the other person they said they saw, Amelia told him, and they will not say why nor where. Dumbledore turned to the blazing silver phoenix on his shoulder, whose light illuminated the whole corridor, and received a silent headshake in reply. I cannot detect them either, said Dumbledore. Then he shrugged. I suppose I shall just walk the whole spiral from top to bottom and see if anything turns up, shall I? Amelia would have ordered him not to do it if she thought that would have made the tiniest difference. Albus, said Amelia as the old wizard turned to depart, even you can be ambushed. Nonsense, my dear, the old wizard said cheerfully as he strode off yet again, waving as though in admonition his 15-inch wand of unidentifiable dark grey wood. I'm invincible. There was a pause. He didn't just really say that, whispered the newest aura present, a still prim young lady by the name of Noelle Curry, to the senior member of her trio, Aura Brooks. Did he? He can get away with it, Isabel whispered back to her. He's Dumbledore, not even fate takes him seriously anymore. And that, Amelia said heavily for the benefit of the younger aurors, is why we never call him in on anything unless we absolutely must. Harry lay very still on the hard bench that served as the bed of this cell, a blanket pulled over him, staying as absolutely motionless as he could while he waited for the fear to return. There was a Patronus approaching, and a powerful one. Bellatrix was hidden by a deathly halo. No easy charm would penetrate that, but Harry did not know what other arts the aurors might employ to detect his own self, and dared not reveal his ignorance by asking her. So Harry lay on a hard bed, in a cell with a locked door, and the mighty metal door locked behind him, in absolute darkness, with a thin blanket pulled over him, hoping that whoever it was wouldn't look in, or wouldn't look too closely if they did. That wasn't a point Harry could affect, really. That part of his fate lay entirely in the hands of the hidden variables. Most of his mind was concentrating on the ongoing transfiguration he was performing. Listening in the silence, Harry heard the quick footsteps approach. They paused outside his door and then continued onward. Soon the fear returned. Harry didn't allow himself to notice his own relief, any more than he allowed himself to notice the fear. He was holding in his mind the form of a Muggle device rather larger than a car battery, and slowly applying that form to the substance of an ice cube, which Harry had frozen using Frigidiro on water from a bottle in his pouch. You weren't supposed to transfigure things to be burned, but between the original substance being water and the bubblehead charm to protect their air supply, Harry hoped that this wouldn't make him or anyone else sick. Now it was just a question of whether there would be enough time before the Aurors did a detailed check on this cell block for Harry to finish this transfiguration and the partial transfiguration he would do after that. When the old wizard strode back empty-handed, even Amelia began to feel a twinge of worry. She and the other 2 Auror teams had worked a third of the way down the 3 spirals, in synchrony so as not to allow any gap in their coverage that could be jumped by cutting through a ceiling, and they'd yet to find any sign. "Might I ask you to report?" Amelia said, keeping the edge out of her voice. "First a simple walk from top to bottom," said the old wizard. He was frowning, wrinkling his face even more than usual. "I examined Bellatrix's cell and found a death doll left in her place. This escape was meant to go unremarked, I think. There is something hidden in the corner beneath a scrap of cloth. I left that undisturbed for your Aurors to examine. On the return trip I opened each door and looked within the cells. I saw nothing disillusioned, only the prisoners. They were interrupted by a scream from the red golden phoenix, and all her Aurors flinched from it. Condemnation was in it, and an urgent demand that almost started Amelia running from the corridor on the spot. In rather distressing condition, Dumbledore said quietly. For a moment the blue eyes were very cold beneath the half-moon glasses. Will any of you speak to me of the consequences of their actions? I did not. Amelia began. I know, said the old wizard. My apologies, Amelia. He sighed. Some of the more recent prisoners had scraps of their magic left when I looked upon them, but I sensed no uneaten power. The strongest had only as much magic left as a first-year child. I heard Fawkes scream in distress many times but never challenge. It seems you shall have to continue your search. They can hide well enough to escape my mere glance. When Harry finished his first transfiguration, he sat up, pulled back the blanket that had covered him, cast a quick lumos, glanced at his watch, and was shocked to see that nearly an hour and 30 minutes had passed. How much of that time had gone by since someone had opened the door and then closed it again? Harry hadn't been looking in that direction, of course that Harry couldn't guess. My lord? Whispered Bellatrix's voice, soft and very tentative. You may speak now, Harry said. He told her to remain silent while he worked. That was Dumbledore who looked upon us. Pause. Interesting, Harry said neutrally. He was glad he had not noticed this at the time. That sounded like a rather close shave. Harry said a word to his pouch, and began drawing forth the magical device that he would mate to the product of his hour's labor. Then, when that was drawn forth, another word brought forth a tube of industrial-strength glue. Before using it, Harry cast the bubblehead charm on himself and Bellatrix, and had Bellatrix cast the same charm on the snake, so that the glue fumes in the enclosed cell would not harm them. When the glue had begun to set, binding technology to magic, Harry laid it down upon the bed and sat down on the floor, resting his magic and will for a moment before essaying the next transfiguration. My lord, Bellatrix said hesitantly. Yes, said the dry voice. What is that device you made? Harry thought rapidly. It seemed like a good chance to check his plans with her, under the guise of leading questions. Consider, my dear Bella, said Harry smoothly. How difficult is it for a powerful wizard to cut the walls of Azkaban? There was a pause, and then Bellatrix's voice came, slow and puzzled. Not difficult at all, my lord? Indeed, said the dry, high voice of Bella's master. Suppose one were to do this and fly through the hole on a broomstick and soar up and away. Rescuing a prisoner from Azkaban would seem easy then, would it not? But my lord, said Bella. The Aurors would, they have their own broomsticks, my lord, fast ones. Harry listened, it was as he had thought. The Dark Lord replied, again in tones of smoothly Socratic inquiry, and Bellatrix asked a further question, which Harry had not expected, but Harry's own counter-question showed that it should not matter in the end. And in response to Bellatrix's last question, the Dark Lord only smiled and said that it was time for him to resume his work. And then Harry got up from the floor of the cell, went to the far end of the cells, and touched his wand to the hard surface of the wall of Azkaban, the solid metal that separated them from direct exposure to the Dementor's pit. And Harry began a partial transfiguration. This spell would go faster, Harry hoped. He'd spent hours and hours practicing the unique magic, which had made it routine, not much more difficult for him than ordinary transfiguration. The shape he was changing had not all that much total volume. The transfigured shape might be tall and wide and long, but it was very thin. 0.5 millimeter, Harry had thought, would be enough, considering the perfect smoothness. On the long bench that served as a prison bed, where Harry had set down the transfigured technological device and the mated magic item for the glue to dry, tiny letters in golden script gleamed on the Muggle artifact. Harry hadn't really planned for them to be there, but they'd kept running through the back of his mind, and so seemed to have become part of the transfigured form. There were many different things Harry could have said before using this particular triumph of technological ingenuity. Any number of things that would be, in one sense or another, appropriate. Or at least things that Harry could have said would have said if Bellatrix had not been there. But there was only one thing to say, that Harry would only get the chance to say just this once, and probably never get a better chance to say ever again. Or think anyway if he couldn't say it. He hadn't seen the actual movie, but he'd seen a preview, and for some reason the phrase had stuck in his mind. The tiny golden letters upon the Muggle device said, "All right, you primitive screwheads. Listen up. 58 TSPE Constrained Cognition. Point 8. In darkness absolute, a boy stood holding his wand to the solid metal wall of Azkaban, essaying a magic that only 3 other people in the world would have believed possible, and that none save he alone could wield. Of course a powerful wizard could have cut through the wall in seconds with a gesture and a word. For an average adult it might have been a matter of a few minutes' work, and afterward they would have been winded. But to accomplish the same end as a first-year Hogwarts student you had to be efficient. Luckily, well, not luckily, luck had nothing to do with it. Conscientiously, Harry had practiced transfiguration for an extra hour every day, to the point where he was ahead of even Hermione in that one class. He'd practiced partial transfiguration to the point where his thoughts had begun taking the true universe for granted, so that it required only slightly more effort to keep its timeless quantum nature in mind, even as he kept a firm mental separation between the concept of form and the concept of substance. And the problem with that art having become so routine was that Harry could think about other things while he was doing it. Somehow his thoughts had managed to not go there, to not confront the obvious, until he was faced with the prospect of really actually doing it in just a few minutes. What Harry was about to do was dangerous. Really dangerous. Someone might actually genuinely get killed. Dangerous. Facing down 12 Dementors without a Patronus charm had been scary, but merely scary. Harry could have cast the Patronus charm, would have cast it as soon as he thought he was in danger of not being able to do so, as soon as he felt his resistance beginning to fail. And even if that hadn't worked, even so, unless the Dementors had been instructed to kiss anyone they found, failure shouldn't have been fatal. This was different. The transfigured Muggle device could explode and kill them. The interface between the technology and the magic could fail in any number of ways and kill them. The Aurors could get in a lucky shot. It was just, well, seriously dangerous. Harry had caught his mind trying to argue itself into believing that it was safe. And sure, the whole thing could work, but even leaving out that rationalists weren't ever allowed to argue themselves into things, Harry knew he couldn't possibly have argued himself into estimating less than a 20% probability of dying. "Lose," said Hufflepuff. "Lose," said the voice of Professor Quirrell in his mind. "Lose," said his mental model of Hermione and Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick and Neville Longbottom, and, well, basically everyone Harry knew except for Fred and George, who would have gone for it in a hot second. He should just go find Dumbledore and turn himself in. He should. He really, really should. It was the only sane thing to do at this point. And if it had been only Harry on the mission, only his own life that had been at stake, he surely would have. The part that was almost causing him to lose his concentration on the partial transfiguration he was performing, the part that was threatening to open him to the Dementors, Was Professor Quirrell still unconscious, still a snake? If Professor Quirrell went to Azkaban for his part in the escape, he would die. He probably wouldn't last even a week. He was that sensitive. It was that simple. If Harry lost here, he lost Professor Quirrell. Even though he's probably evil, said the Hufflepuff part of him quietly. Even so? It wasn't a decision that Harry had made in any conscious way. He just couldn't do it. Losing was for house points, not people. If you think your own life is valuable enough that you're not willing to take on an 80% probability of dying in order to protect all the prisoners in Azkaban, his Slytherin side observed, there's no way you can justify taking a 20% risk to your life to save Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell. The math doesn't add up. You can't be assigning consistent utilities over outcomes here. The logical side of him noted that Slytherin had just won the argument. Harry kept the form in his mind, kept on casting the spell. He could always just abort the mission when he was done with the transfiguration. He didn't want to lose the effort he'd already invested. And then Harry thought of something else that suddenly made it very hard to keep the magic going, very hard to keep up his resistance to the Dementors. What if the port key doesn't take us where Professor Quirrell said it did? It was obvious in retrospect the moment he thought about it. Even if the planned escape went completely right, even if the Muggle device worked and didn't explode and didn't interact badly with the mated magic item, even if the Aurors didn't get in a lucky shot, even if Harry made it far enough away from Azkaban to use the port key, there might not be a psychiatric healer at the end of it. That was something Harry had believed when he'd trusted Professor Quirrell, and he'd forgotten to re-evaluate it after Professor Quirrell was no longer to be trusted. "You can't do this," said Hufflepuff. "At this point we're talking mere stupidity." Cold seemed to spread through the room, but Harry kept the transfiguration going, even as his resistance against the Dementors faltered. "I can't lose Professor Quirrell. He tried to kill a police officer," said Hufflepuff. "You already lost him in that moment. Bellatrix is probably just what everyone thinks she is. Just take your cloak back, go find Dumbledore and tell him you were tricked." No, thought Harry desperately, not without talking to Professor Quirrell. There might be an explanation, I don't know. Maybe he was standing far enough away from my Patronus that the Dementors got to him. I don't understand, it doesn't make sense on any hypothesis why he would do that. I can't just... Harry turned his mind away from that chain of thought before it completely broke his resistance to the fear, because he couldn't think of feeding Professor Quirrell to Dementors while staying resolved against death. It was a cognitive impossibility. "Your reasoning is artificially impaired," observed the logical part of him calmly. "Find a way to unimpair it." "All right, let's just generate alternatives," Harry thought. Not choose, not weigh, certainly not commit, just think about what else I might be able to do besides the original plan. And Harry went on cutting the hole in the wall. He was using partial transfiguration on a thin cylindrical shell of metal, 2 meters in diameter and 0.5 millimeter thick, running all the way through the wall. He was transfiguring that 0.5 millimeter thickness of metal into motor oil. Motor oil was a liquid, and you weren't to transfigure liquids because they might evaporate, but he and Bellatrix and the snake all had bubblehead charms. And Harry would cast finite on the oil immediately after, dispelling his own transfiguration. As soon as the separated and lubricated hunk of metal slid out of the wall and onto the floor of their cell, he'd slanted it so gravity would pull it in, once the transfiguration was done. If Harry and Bellatrix didn't exit on his broomstick through the resulting hole in the wall, Harry's brain suggested that he could try to transfigure a surface cover over the hole in the wall, leaving a space for Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell to hide in, wearing the cloak while Harry turned himself in. And Professor Quirrell would eventually wake up, and he and Bellatrix could try to figure out how to exit Azkaban on their own. It was, first of all, a dumb idea, and second, there would still be a huge hunk of metal on the floor of the cell, which would give it away. And then Harry's brain saw the obvious. Let Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell use the escape route you invented. You stay behind and turn yourself in. Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell were the ones whose lives were at stake. They were gaining, not losing, from taking the risk. And there was no reason, no sane reason at all, for Harry to go with them. A calm came over Harry as he thought it, the cold and darkness that had been wavering around the fringes of his mind retreated. Yes, that was it, that was the creative outside-the-box route, that was the hidden third alternative. The falseness of the dilemma was obvious in retrospect. If Harry turned himself in, he didn't have to turn in Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell. If Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell took a dangerous escape route, Harry didn't need to go with them. Harry didn't even need to face the embarrassment of admitting he'd been tricked, if he ordered Bellatrix to remove the memory. Everyone would just assume he'd been kidnapped, including Harry himself. Admittedly, there was no plausible reason why the Dark Lord would ever ask Bellatrix to do that, but Harry could simply smile and tell Bellatrix she wasn't allowed to know, and that would be that. Her Auror team had gotten around 3/4 of the way down Azkaban, as had the other two teams on the other two spirals. Amelia was feeling tenser already, though she was betting on the criminals hiding on the second to lowest floor. Part of her wished Dumbledore had thought to check that specific floor more carefully, and part of her was glad he hadn't. And then there was a distant sound, like a tiny tink noise coming from far away. Like a very loud sound coming from the second to lowest floor, say. Amelia looked at Dumbledore before she managed to stop herself. The old wizard shrugged, gave her a small smile, said, "Since you asked it, Amelia," and went off yet again. "Finite incantatem," Harry said to the oil coating the giant chunk of metal on the floor. He hardly heard himself speak. His ears were still ringing from the gigantic thud of the solid metal sliding out of the wall and falling. He should have put up a quieting charm, in retrospect, though that wouldn't have stopped the noise from spreading through the solid metal floor. And then Harry said it again, finite incantatem, to the oil coating the 2-meter hole in the wall, spreading the effect wide. It was his own magic Harry was cancelling, which made the spell almost effortless. Harry was feeling a bit tired now, but that was the last use of magic he would need. He hadn't even needed to do it, really, but Harry didn't want to leave transfigured liquid lying around, and he didn't want to betray the secret of partial transfiguration either. It seemed very inviting, that 2-meter hole leading to freedom. The light from outside coming in wasn't exactly the sun shining on his face, but it was brighter than anything of Azkaban's interior. Harry was tempted to just hop on the broomstick with Bellatrix and the snake. Chances were that they would get out safely. And if they did get out safely and Harry came with, then he and Professor Quirrell could go back in time and look perfectly innocent. Everything could go back to normal. If Harry stayed behind and turned himself in, then even if everyone assumed Harry had been a hostage, assumed Harry had lied to Professor McGonagall's Patronus at Wand Point, even if Harry himself got off lightly, well, it wasn't likely that the defense professor would go on teaching at Hogwarts. Professor Quirrell would have reached the predestined end of his career in February of the school year. And yes, Professor McGonagall would kill Harry, and yes, it would be slow and painful. But staying behind was the sensible, safe, sane thing to do, and Harry was feeling more relaxed than regretful. Harry turned to Bellatrix. He opened his mouth to instruct her a final time. And there was a hiss, a weak hiss, a hiss that sounded slow and confused, and the hiss said, "What was that noise?" Through the corridor the old wizard strode. He came to a metal door and opened it, already knowing from memory that the cells within were empty. 7 mighty and discerning incantations the wizard spoke then, before he moved on. It would be little enough exertion in total, with so few cells left to check. "Teacher," Harry hissed. So many emotions bubbling up in him all at once. He knew, though he could not see, that the green snake around Bellatrix's shoulders was slowly lifting its head to look around. "Are you all right, teacher?" "Teacher," came the weak, confused hiss. "Where ISS this?" "Prison," Harry hissed. "The prison with life eaters. We were to rescue a woman, you and I. You tried to slay the Protector Man, I blocked your killing curse, there was a resonance between you, you fell unconscious, I had to defeat the Protector Man myself, my guardian charm was dispelled, the life eaters could tell the Protectors that the woman had escaped. There is someone here who can sense my guardian charm, probably the Schoolmaster, so had to dispel my guardian charm, find different way to hide you and the woman from life eaters without guardian charm, learn to protect myself without guardian charm, scare off life eaters without guardian charm, then devis new escape plan for you and the woman, and finally, cut hole in thick metal wall of prison even though I am only first-year student. No time to explain, you must go now. If we never meet again, teacher, then I was glad to know you for a time, even though you are probably evil. It is good to have the chance to say this much, goodbye. And Harry took the broomstick and presented it to Bellatrix, saying simply, get on. He had decided to keep the memories. For one thing, they were important. For another, he and the defense professor had started planning this a week ago, and Harry wasn't about to obliterate the whole last week, or explain to Bellatrix exactly what needed to be obliterated. Harry could probably fool Veritaserum, and if Dumbledore insisted that Harry drop his occlumency shields for a deeper examination, well, Harry had acted heroically throughout. Stop, said the snake. Its voice was stronger now. Stop, stop, stop. What do you mean, goodbye? Escape plan is risky, said Harry. My life is not at stake, only yours and hers. Oh, I am staying, turning myself in. No, said the snake. The hiss was forceful. Must not. Not permitted. Bellatrix mounted the broomstick. Harry could sense but never see, her head turning to look at him. She said no word. Awaiting him, perhaps, or merely awaiting his orders. No longer trust you, Harry said simply. Not since you tried to slay the Protector Man. And the snake hissed, I did not seek to slay the Protector Man. Are you fool, boy? Slaying him would not make sense, evil or no. The earth ceased to turn on its axis, paused in its orbit around the sun. The snake's hiss was now more furious than anything Harry had ever heard from the human Professor Quirrell. Slay him? Had I sought to slay him, he would have been dead within seconds. Fool boy, he was no match for me. I sought to subdue, to dominate, force him to drop shieldus upon his mind, needed to read him, to know who awaited his reply, learn details from memory spells. You cast killing curse. Knew he would dodge. Was his life worth so little? What if he did not dodge? Would have pushed him out of the way with own magic, fool boy. Again the pause in the planet's spin. Harry hadn't thought of that. Witless dunce of a plotter, hissed the snake, so angrily that the hisses seemed to overlap and slither over each other's tails. Clever imbecile, cunning idiot, fool of an untrained Slytherin, your misplaced mistrust has ruined. This is not a fair time to argue, Harry observed mildly. The surge of relief trying to flood through him was cancelled by the increased tension. Since I cannot get angry at you properly without opening myself to life eaters. Must rush, someone may have heard noise. Explain escape plan, the snake said imperiously. Swiftly. Harry explained. Parseltongue didn't have words for the Muggle technology, but Harry described the function and Professor Quirrell seemed to understand. There were a few short hisses, the snakish equivalent of a bark of surprised laughter, and then snapped commands. Tell woman to look away, cast spell of silence, set guardian charm outside door. Will transform myself, make few swift improvements to your invention, give woman emergency potion so she can shield uses, transform back before you dispel charm. Plan will be safer then. And am I to believe, Harry hissed, that healer for woman truly awaits USS? Ussie sense boy. Suppose I am evil. To end Ussie of you here ISS obviously not what I planned. Mission ISS target of opportunity, invented after saw your guardian charm, whole affair meant to be unnoticed, hid when left eating place. Obviously you will see person pretending to be healer on arrival. Go back to eating place afterward, original plan carry us on undisturbed. Harry stared at the invisible snake. On the one hand, saying it like that made Harry feel rather dumb. And on the other hand, it wasn't exactly reassuring. SSO, Harry hissed, what is your plan for me precisely? You said no time, came the snake's hiss. But plan is for you to rule country, obviously, even your young noble friend has understood that by now, ask him on return if you wish. We'll say no more now, it's time to fly, not speak. The old wizard reached out toward another metal door, from behind which came an endless dead mutter. I'm not serious, I'm not serious, I'm not serious. The red golden phoenix on his shoulder was already screaming urgently, and the old wizard was already wincing when another cry pierced the corridor, phoenix-like but not the true phoenix's call. The wizard's head turned, looked at the blazing silver creature on his other shoulder, even as ephemeral and substanceless talons launched the spell entity into the air. The false phoenix flew down the corridor. The old wizard raced off after, legs churning like a spry young man of 60. The true phoenix screamed once, twice, and a third time, hovering before the metal door, and then, when it became clear that its master would not return for all its calling, flew reluctantly after. Professor Quirrell had assumed his true form. This time Polyjuice only lasted for an hour without redossing, and though the defense professor was pale, leaning against the metal bars of the nearest cell, his magic was strong enough to seize his wand without a word, even as Bellatrix doffed the cloak and placed it obediently in Harry's waiting hand. The sense of doom was building once more, though not in full force, as the defense professor's power returned, the fringes of its vast force clashing with Harry's slight childish aura. Harry said aloud the description of his Muggle device, naming it to the observing wizard, and then a finite from Harry turned all his hard work back into an ice cube. Professor Quirrell could not cast spells on something Harry had transfigured, for that would be an interaction, however slight, between their magics, but 3 seconds after, Professor Quirrell was holding his own transfigured version of the Muggle device. A single barked word and a sweep of his wand, and the residue of glue was gone from the magical item. 3 more incantations later, the magical and technological were fused together as though into a single thing, and charms of unbreakability and flawless function had been cast upon the Muggle device. Harry felt a lot better about doing this under adult supervision. A potion was thrown to Bellatrix, and Professor Quirrell and Harry both commanded, "Drink," as though speaking in the same voice. The emaciated woman had already been lifting it to her lips, without waiting, for it was evident to anyone that this snake Animagus was a servant of the Dark Lord, and a powerful and trusted one. Harry finished pulling the hood of the cloak of invisibility over his head. A brief and terrible magic lashed out from the defense professor's wand, scouring the hole in the wall, scarring the huge chunk of metal that lay in the room's midst, as Harry had requested, saying that the method he'd used might identify him. "Left-hand glove," Harry said to his pouch, and drew it forth and put it on. A gesture from the defense professor made a harness appear upon Bellatrix's shoulders, and another, smaller cloth device upon her hand, and something like handcuffs on her wrists, even as the woman finished drinking the potion. A strange, unhealthy color seemed to come over Bellatrix's pale face. She straightened, her sunken eyes seemed brighter and far more dangerous. Small wisps of steam were coming out of her ears. Harry decided not to think about that part. And Bellatrix Black laughed, then, sudden mad laughter that rang much too loudly amid the small prison cells of Azkaban. Very soon, the defense professor had said, Bellatrix would fall unconscious and stay that way for quite a while, the price of the potion she had taken, but for just a few moments she would regain perhaps a 20th part of the power she had once wielded. The defense professor threw his wand toward Bellatrix, and an instant later blurred into a green snake. An instant after that the Dementor's fear returned to the room. Bellatrix flinched only slightly, caught the wand, and gestured without a word. The snake flew up and was inserted into the harness on her back. Harry said, "Up." "To the broomstick." Bellatrix attached the wand to the holster on her hand. Harry leaped onto the 2-person broomstick in the lead position. Bellatrix followed behind him. She took the cuff-like devices on her wrists and chained her hands to the grips of the broomstick, even as Harry's right hand shoved his wand into his pouch. And the 3 shot forward through the hole in the wall. Emerging into the open air, directly above the Dementor's pit, in the interior of the vast triangular prism that was Azkaban, the blue sky now clearly visible above them, shining down its daylight. Harry angled the broomstick and began accelerating, upward and toward the center of the triangular space. His left hand, gloved to prevent direct contact between his skin and something which Professor Quirrell had transfigured, held the switch of the control on the Muggle device. Far above them, distant shouts rang out. "All right, you primitive screwheads!" Aurors on fast racing broomsticks angled out of the sky, diving straight down toward them, faint sparks of light already blazing downward as the first shots were fired. "Listen up! Protego Maximus!" shouted Bellatrix in a mighty, cracked voice, followed by a cackling laugh as a shimmering blue field surrounded them. "You see this?" From the decaying pit in the center of Azkaban, over 100 Dementors rose into the air, appearing to some as a great mass of corpses, a flying graveyard, appearing to another as a conglomerate of absences that seemed to form one vast rip in the world as they slid upward. This, the voice of an ancient and powerful wizard bellowed a terrible incantation, and a great blast of white-golden fire shot out of the hole in Azkaban's wall, shapeless for only a moment before it began to form wings. And the Aurors activated the anti-gravity jinx that had been built into the wards of Azkaban, disabling all flying spells whose enchantment had not been cast with the recently changed passphrase. The lift on Harry's broom switched off. Gravity, on the other hand, stayed on. Their broom's upward rise slowed, started to decelerate, began the process of turning into a fall. My! But the enchantments that kept the broom pointed in a direction and allowed steering, the enchantments that kept the riders attached and somewhat protected them from acceleration, those enchantments were still functioning. Broomstick! Harry hit the ignition switch on the General Technics made, Model Berserker PFRC N-Class, ammonium perchlorate composite propellant, solid fuel rocket that had been mated to his Nimbus X 200 two-person broomstick. And there was noise. 59 TSPE Curiosity.9. Broomsticks had been invented during what a Muggle would have called the Dark Ages, supposedly by a legendary witch named Celestria Relevo, allegedly the great-great-granddaughter of Merlin. Celestria Relevo, or whichever person or group had really invented those enchantments, hadn't known a darned thing about Newtonian mechanics. Broomsticks therefore worked by Aristotelian physics. They went where you pointed them. If you wanted to move straight forward, you pointed them straight forward. You didn't worry about keeping some of the thrust going downward to cancel out the effect of gravity. If you turned a broomstick, all of its new velocity was in the new direction of pointing, it didn't go sideways based on its old momentum. Broomsticks had maximum speeds, not maximum accelerations. Not because of anything to do with air resistance, but because a broomstick had some maximum Aristotelian impetus its enchantments could exert. Harry had never explicitly noticed that before, despite being dexterous enough to get the best grades in flying class. Broomsticks worked so much like the human mind instinctively expected them to work that his brain had managed to entirely overlook their physical absurdity. Harry, on his first Thursday of broomstick lessons, had been distracted by more interesting-seeming phenomena, words written on paper and a glowing red ball. So his brain had simply suspended its disbelief, marked the reality of broomsticks as accepted, and proceeded to have its fun, without ever once thinking of the question whose answer would have been obvious. For it is a sad fact that we only ever think about a tiny fraction of all the phenomena we encounter. That is the story of how Harry James Potter Evansvers was almost killed by his own lack of curiosity. Because rockets did not work by Aristotelian physics. Rockets did not work like a human mind instinctively thought a flying thing should work. A rocket-assisted broomstick, therefore, did not move like the magical broomsticks upon which Harry was such a very good flyer. None of this actually went through Harry's mind at the time. For one thing, the loudest noise he'd ever heard in his life was preventing him from hearing himself think. For another thing, accelerating upward at 4 gravities meant that he had around 2.5 seconds total to go from the bottom to the top of Azkaban. And even if they were 2.5 of the longest seconds in the history of time, that wasn't enough room to do much thinking. There was time only to see the lights of the Aurors curses arrowing down at him, slightly angle the broomstick to avoid them, realize that the broomstick was simply continuing on with mostly the same momentum instead of going in the direction he pointed it, and activate the wordless concepts. Crap. And Newton. Whereupon Harry angled the broomstick much harder, and then they started to very quickly approach the wall, so he angled it back the other way, and there were more lights coming down, and the Dementors were sliding smoothly up toward them along with some kind of giant winged creature of white golden flame. So Harry wrenched the broomstick back toward the sky, but now he was still sliding toward another wall, so he tilted the broom slightly, and he stopped approaching. But he was too close, so he tilted it again, and then the distant aurors on their broomsticks weren't very distant at all, and he was going to crash into that woman, so he spun his broomstick straight away from her, and then in another instant he realized his rocket was an extremely powerful flamethrower, and in a fraction of a second it would be pointing directly at the auror, so he spun the broomstick sideways as he kept going up, and he couldn't remember if it was pointing at any aurors now, but at least it wasn't pointing at her. Harry missed another auror by about a meter, zipping past him on a sideways pointed flamethrower moving upward at, Harry would later guess, around 300 kilometers per hour. If there were any screams of roasted aurors he didn't hear them, but this was not evidence one way or another, because all that Harry was hearing at the moment was an extremely loud noise. A couple of calmer if not quieter seconds later, there didn't seem to be any aurors around, or any Dementors, or any giant winged flame creatures, and the vast and terrible edifice of Azkaban looked surprisingly tiny from this height. Harry got the broomstick pointed toward the sun, faintly visible through the clouds. It wasn't high in the sky at this time of day and month of winter, and the broomstick accelerated for another 2 seconds in that direction, and picked up an amazing amount of speed very quickly before the solid fuel rocket burned itself out. After that, once Harry could hear himself think again, when there was only the howling wind from their ridiculous speed, and Harry's enchantment-assisted fingers gripping the broomstick were merely resisting the decelerating drag of moving way faster than terminal velocity. That was when Harry actually thought all that stuff about Newtonian mechanics and Aristotelian physics and broomsticks and rocketry and the importance of curiosity, and how he was never going to do anything this Gryffindor ever again, or at least not until after he learned the Dark Lord's secret of immortality. And why had he listened to Professor Quirinus? I assure you, boy, I would not attempt this if I did not anticipate my own survival. Quirrell instead of Professor Michael. Son, if you try anything to do with rockets on your own, I mean anything whatsoever without a trained professional watching, you will die, and that will make Mum sad. Vers Evans. What? Shrieked Amelia at the mirror. The wind had died down to a bearable level as the air resistance slowed them, giving Harry plenty of opportunity to listen to the buzzing, ringing sound that seemed to fill his whole brain. Professor Quirrell had been supposed to cast a quieting charm on the rocket exhaust. Apparently there were limits to what quieting charms could do. In retrospect, Harry should have transfigured a pair of earplugs, not just trusted to the quieting charm, though that probably wouldn't have been enough either. Well, magical healing probably had something to treat permanent hearing damage. No, really, magical healing probably had something to treat that. He'd seen students go to Madame Pomfrey with injuries that sounded a lot worse. Is there some way of transplanting an imaginary personality to someone else's head? Asked Hufflepuff. I don't want to live in yours anymore. Harry shoved it all into the back of his mind. There really wasn't anything he could do about it right now. Was there anything he should be worrying about? Then Harry glanced behind him, remembering for the first time to check whether Bellatrix or Professor Quirrell had been blown off the broomstick. But the green snake was still in its harness, and the emaciated woman was still clinging to the broomstick, her face still charged with unhealthy color, and her eyes still bright and dangerous. Her shoulders were shaking like she was laughing hysterically, and her lips were moving as though to shout, but no sound was coming out. Oh, right. Harry took off the hood of his cloak, tapped his ears to let her know he couldn't hear. Whereupon Bellatrix grasped her wand, pointed it at Harry, and suddenly the ringing in his ears diminished. He could hear her. A moment later he regretted it. The imprecations she was screaming at Azkaban, Dementors, Aurors, Dumbledore, Lucius, Bartamy Couch, something called the Order of the Phoenix, and all who stood in the way of her Dark Lord, etc., were not suitable for younger and more sensitive listeners, and her laughter was hurting his newly healed ears. Enough, Bella, Harry finally said, and her voice stopped on the instant. There was a pause. Harry pulled the cloak back over his head, just on general principles, and realized in the same instant that they might have telescopes down there or something. In retrospect, pulling down his hood for even a moment had been an incredibly dumb move. He hoped the whole mission didn't end up failing because of that one error. "We're not really cut out for this, are we?" observed Slytherin. "Hey," Hufflepuff objected in sheer reflex, "we can't expect to do anything perfectly the first time. We probably just need more practice." "Forget I said that." Harry looked back again, saw Bellatrix looking around with a puzzled, wondering look on her face. Her head kept turning. And finally Bellatrix said, her voice now lower, "My lord, where are we?" "What do you mean?" was what Harry wanted to say, but the Dark Lord would never admit to not understanding anything, so Harry replied dryly, "We are on a broomstick." "Does she think she's dead, that this is heaven?" Bellatrix's hands were still chained to the broomstick, so it was only a finger that came up and pointed when she said, "What is that?" Harry followed the direction of her finger and saw, nothing in particular, actually. Then Harry realized, after they'd gone up high enough, there hadn't been any clouds to obscure it anymore. "That is the sun, dear Bella." It came out remarkably controlled, the Dark Lord sounding perfectly calm and maybe a little impatient with her, even as the tears started down Harry's cheeks. In the endless cold, in the pitch blackness, the sun would surely have been a happy memory. Bellatrix's head kept turning. "And the fluffy things?" she said. "Clouds." There was a pause, and then Bellatrix said, "But what are they?" Harry didn't answer her. There was no way his voice could have been steady, would have been steady. It was all he could do to keep his breathing perfectly regular while he cried. After a while, Bellatrix breathed, so softly Harry almost didn't hear. "Pretty." Her face slowly relaxed, the color leaving its paleness almost as quickly as it had arrived. Her skeletal body slumped down against the broomstick. The borrowed wand dangled lifelessly from the strap attached to her unmoving hand. "You have got to be kidding." Harry's mind remembered then, the pepper-up potion came at a cost. Bellatrix would sleep for a considerable time, Professor Quirrell had said. And in the same instant another part of Harry became utterly convinced, looking back at the chalk-white emaciated woman, seeming deader in the bright sunlight than anything Harry had ever seen alive, that she was dead, that she had just uttered her last word, that Professor Quirrell had misjudged the dosage, or deliberately sacrificed Bellatrix to guard their own escape. "Is she breathing?" Harry couldn't see if she was breathing. There was no way on the broomstick to reach back and take her pulse. Harry looked ahead to make sure they weren't about to run into any flying rocks, kept on steering the broomstick toward the sun, the invisible boy and the possibly dead woman riding off into the afternoon, while his fingers gripped the wood so hard they turned white. He couldn't reach back and perform artificial respiration. He couldn't use anything from his healer's kit. Trust Professor Quirrell to have not endangered her? Strange, it was strange, that even genuinely believing that Professor Quirrell hadn't meant to kill the Auror, for it would have been stupid, thinking of the defense professor's reassurances no longer felt reassuring. Then it occurred to Harry that he had yet to check. Harry looked back and hissed, "Teacher?" The snake did not stir within its harness and said no word. Maybe the snake, not being an actual rider, hadn't been protected from the acceleration. Or maybe coming that close to the Dementors without a shield, even for a moment in animagus form, had knocked out the defense professor. That wasn't good. It was to have been Professor Quirrell who told Harry when it was safe to use the port key. Harry steered the broomstick with whitened fingers and he thought very hard for a small unmeasured length of time, during which Bellatrix might or might not have been breathing, during which Professor Quirrell himself might have already been not breathing for a while. And Harry decided that while it was possible to recover from the error of wasting the port key in his possession, it was not possible to recover from the error of letting a brain go too long without oxygen. So Harry took the next port key in the sequence from his pouch, as he slowed his broomstick to a halt in the bright blue air. Harry didn't know, when he thought about it, whether a portkey's ability to adjust for the Earth's rotation also included the ability to match velocity in general with its new surroundings, touched the portkey to the broomstick, and Harry paused, still holding the twig, the mate of the twig he had snapped what seemed like 2 weeks ago. He was feeling a sudden reluctance. His brain seemed to have learned the rule, by some purely neural process of operant conditioning, that snapping twigs is a bad idea. But that wasn't actually logical, so Harry snapped the twig anyway. There was a thunderous boom from behind the nearby metal door, causing Amelia to drop the mirror she was holding and spin around with her wand in hand, and then that door burst open to reveal Albus Dumbledore, standing there in front of a great smoking hole in the prison wall. "Amelia," said the old wizard. There was no trace of any of his customary levity. His eyes were hard as sapphires beneath his half-moon glasses. "I must leave Azkaban, and I must do so now. Is there any faster way than a broomstick to get beyond the wards?" "Noch. Then I require your fastest broomstick at once." The place where Amelia wanted to be was with the Auror who had been injured by that fiendfire or whatever it had been. What she needed to do was find out what Dumbledore knew. "You!" The old witch barked at the team around her. "Keep clearing the corridors until you're at bottom, they may not all have escaped yet." And then to the old wizard, 2 broomsticks. "You can brief me once we're in the air." There was a match of stairs, but not a long one. A sickeningly hard yank caught at Harry's abdomen, considerably harder than the yank that had transported him to Azkaban, and this time the distance traversed was great enough that he could hear an instant of silence, watch the unseeable space between spaces, in the crack between one place and another. The sun, which had shone on the two only briefly, was swiftly occluded by a rain cloud as they shot away from Azkaban, in the direction of the wind and faster than the wind. "Who's behind it?" shouted Amelia to the broomstick flying a pace away from her. "One of 2 people," Dumbledore said back. "I know not, at this instant, who. If the first, then we are in trouble. If the second, we are all in far greater trouble." Amelia didn't spare any breath for sighs. "When will you know?" The old wizard's voice was grim, quiet, and yet somehow rising above the wind. 3 things they need for perfection, if it is that one: the flesh of the Dark Lord's most faithful servant, the blood of the Dark Lord's greatest foe, and access to a certain grave. I had thought Harry Potter safe. With their attempt on Azkaban all but failed, though I still set guards upon him, but now I am fearful indeed. They have access to time, someone with a time-turner is sending messages for them, and I suspect the kidnap attempt on Harry Potter has already taken place some hours ago. Which is why we have not heard about it, being in Azkaban where time cannot not itself. That past came after our own future, you see. And if it is the other?" shouted Amelia. What she had heard already was worrying enough. That sounded like the darkest of dark rituals and centering on the dead Dark Lord himself. The old wizard, his face now even grimmer, said nothing, only shook his head. When the portkeys yank had subsided, the sun was only just peeking over the horizon, looking more like dawn than sunset, as their broom hovered low above a brief expanse of dark orange rock and sand, arranged into lumpy hills like someone had kneaded the land's dough a few times and then forgotten to roll it flat. In the near distance, waves rolled past in an endless vista of water, though the ground over which the broomstick hovered was above sea level by meters at the least. Harry blinked at the dawn colors and then realized the portkey had been international. "Oi!" came a brisk female shout from behind him, and Harry spun the broomstick to look. A middle-aged lady was holding up one hand to her mouth in a deliberate calling gesture, and bustling forward. Her kindly features, narrow eyes, and umber skin marked a race unfamiliar to Harry. She was clad in brilliant purple robes of a style Harry had never seen before, and when her lips opened again she spoke with an accent that Harry couldn't place, for he was not widely traveled. "Where were you? You're 2 hours late. I almost gave up on the lot of you, hello?" There was a brief pause. Harry's thoughts seemed to be moving oddly, too slow, everything felt distant, like there was a thick pane of glass between himself and the world, and another thick pane of glass between himself and his feelings, so that he could see but not touch. It had come over him upon seeing the dawn's light and the kindly witch, and thinking that it all seemed like a proper end to the adventure. Then the witch was rushing forward and drawing her wand. A muttered word severed the cuffs that bound the emaciated woman to the broomstick, and Bellatrix was being floated down onto the sandy rock with her skeletal arms and pale legs dangling like lifeless things. "Oh, Merlin," whispered the witch. "Merlin, Merlin, Merlin." She appears concerned, thought an abstract, distant thing between two panes of glass. Is that what a real healer would say, or is it what someone told to put on a performance would say? As though it wasn't Harry who spoke, but some other part of himself behind yet another pane of glass, a whisper came from his lips. "The green snake on her back is an animagus." Not high the whisper, not cold, only quiet. "He is unconscious." The witch's head twitched up, to look at where that voice had seemed to speak out of empty air, and then looked back down at Bellatrix. "You're not Mr. Jaffe." "That would be the animagus," whispered Harry's lips. "Oh," thought the Harry behind glass, listening to the sound of his own lips, "that makes sense. Professor Quirrell must have used a different name. Since when is he a bah, forget it." The witch laid her wand on the snake's nose for a moment, then shook her head sharply. "Nothing wrong with him that a day's rest won't cure." "Her. Can you wake him up now?" whispered Harry's lips. "Is that a good idea?" thought Harry, but his lips definitely seemed to think so. Again the sharp headshake. "If an innervate didn't work on him began the witch. "I did not attempt one," whispered Harry's lips. "What?" "Why, oh, never mind. Innervate." There was a pause, and then a snake slowly crawled out of its harness. Slowly the green head came up, looked around. A blur later, Professor Quirrell was standing, and a moment later had sagged to his knees. "Lie down," said the witch without looking up from Bellatrix. "That you in there, Jeremy?" "Yes," said the defense professor rather hoarsely, as he carefully laid himself down on a relatively flat patch of sandy orange rock. He was not so pale as Bellatrix, but his face was bloodless in the dim dawn light. "Salutations, Miss Campbell-Bunker." "I told you," said the witch, sharpness in her voice and a slight smile on her face. "Call me Crystal, this isn't Britain and we'll have none of your formality here. And it's Doctor now, not Mississippi." "My apologies, Dr. Campbell-Bunker." This was followed by a dry chuckle. The witch's smile grew a little wider, her voice that much sharper. "Who's your friend?" "You don't need to know." The defense professor's eyes were closed where he lay on the ground. "How wrong did it go?" "Very dryly indeed. You can read about it tomorrow in any newspaper with an international section." The witch's wand was tapping here, there, poking and prodding all over Bellatrix's body. "I missed you, Jeremy." "Truly?" said the defense professor, sounding slightly surprised. "Not even a tiny little bit. If I didn't owe you The defense professor started to laugh, and then it turned into more of a coughing fit. "What do you think?" said Slytherin to the inner critic, while Harry listened from behind the glass walls. "Performance or reality?" "Can't tell," said Harry's inner critic. "I'm not in top critical form right now." "Can anyone think of a good probe to gather more information?" said Ravenclaw. Again that whisper from the empty air above the broomstick. "What is the chance of undoing all that was done to her?" "Oh, let's see. Legilimency and unknown dark rituals. 10 years for that to set in place, followed by 10 years of Dementor exposure? Undo that? You're out of your skull, Mr. Whoever you're. The question is whether there's anything left, and I'd call that maybe one chance in 3. The witch suddenly cut herself off. Her voice, when it spoke again, was quieter. "If you were her friend before, then no, you're never getting her back. Best understand that now." "I'm voting that this is a performance," said the inner critic. She wouldn't just blurt all that out in response to one question unless she was looking for an opportunity. "Noted, but I'm putting a low weight of confidence on that," said Ravenclaw. "It's very hard not to let your suspicions control your perceptions when you're trying to weigh evidence that's subtle." "What potion did you give her?" the witch said after opening Bellatrix's mouth and peering inside, her wand flashing multiple colors of illumination. The man lying on the ground calmly said, "Pepper up Were you out of your mind? Again the coughing laugh. She'll sleep for a week if she's lucky, the witch said and clucked her tongue. I'll owl you when she opens her eyes, I suppose, so you can come back and talk her into that unbreakable vow. Have you got anything to stop her from killing me on the spot, if she manages to even move for another month? The defense professor, eyes still closed, took a sheet of paper from his robes. A moment later, words began to appear on it, accompanied by tiny wisps of smoke. When the smoke had stopped rising, the paper floated over toward the woman. The woman looked over the paper with raised eyebrows, gave a sardonic snort. This had better work, Jeremy, or my last will and testament says that my whole estate goes into putting a bounty on your head. Speaking of which, the defense professor reached again into his robes and tossed the witch a bag that made a clinking sound. The witch caught it, weighed it, made a pleased sound. Then she stood up, and the pale skeletal woman floated off the ground beside her. I'm heading back, said the witch. I can't start my work here. Wait, said the defense professor, and with a gesture retrieved his wand from Bellatrix's hand and harness. Then his hand pointed the wand at Bellatrix and moved in a small circular gesture, accompanied by a quiet, "Obliviate." That's it, snapped the witch. I'm taking her out of here before anyone does her any more damage. One arm came around to hug the bony form of Bellatrix Black to her side, and they both disappeared with the loud pop of apparition. And there was silence in that lumpy place, but for the gentle rush of the passing waves and a little breath of wind. I think the performance is finished, said the inner critic. I give it 2.5 out of 5 stars. She's probably not a very experienced actor. I wonder if a real healer would seem more fake than an actor told to play one? Mused Ravenclaw. Like watching a television show, that was how it felt, like watching a television show whose characters you didn't particularly empathize with. That was all that could be seen and felt from behind the glass walls. Somehow, Harry managed to move his lips himself, send his own voice out into the still dawn air, and then was surprised to hear his own question. How many different people are you, anyway? The pale man lying on the ground didn't laugh, but from the broomstick Harry's eyes saw the sides of Professor Quirrell's lips curling up, the edge of that familiar sardonic smile. I cannot say that I bothered keeping count. How many are you? It shouldn't have shaken the inner Harry so much, hearing that response, and yet he felt unstable, like his own center had been subtracted. Oh, excuse me, said Harry's voice. It now sounded as distant and detached as the fading Harry felt. I'm going to faint in a few seconds, I think. Use the 4th portkey I gave you, the one I said was our fallback refuge, said the man lying on the ground, calmly but swiftly. It will be safer there. And continue wearing your cloak. Harry's free hand retrieved another twig from his pouch and snapped it. There was another portkey yank, internationally long, and then he was somewhere black. Lumos, said Harry's lips, some part of him looking out for the safety of the whole. He was inside what looked like a muggle warehouse, a deserted one. Harry's legs climbed off the broomstick, lay on the floor. His eyes closed, and some tidy fraction of self willed his light to fail before the darkness took him. Where will you go? Yelled Amelia. They were almost at the edge of the wards. Backward in time to protect Harry Potter, said the old wizard, and before Amelia could even open her lips to ask if he wanted help, she felt the boundary of the wards as they crossed them. There was a pop of apparition, and the wizard and the phoenix vanished, leaving behind the borrowed broomstick. 60. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Point 10. Wake! Harry's eyes flew open as he came awake with a choking gasp, a jerking start of his prone body. He couldn't remember any dreams. Maybe his brain had been too exhausted to dream. It seemed like he'd only closed his eyes and then heard that word spoken a moment after. You must awaken, said the voice of Quirinus Quirrell. I gave you as much time as I could, but it would be wise to reserve at least one use of your time turner. Soon we must go backward 4 hours to Mary's place, appearing in every way as though we have done nothing interesting this day. I wish to speak to you before then. Harry slowly sat up in the midst of darkness. His body ached, and not only in the places where it had laid on the hard concrete. Images tumbled over each other in his memory, everything his unconscious brain had been too tired to discharge into a proper nightmare. 12 terrible voids floating down a metal corridor, tarnishing the metal around them, light dimmed and temperature falling as the emptiness tried to suck all life out of the world. Chalk-white skin, stretched just above the bone that had remained after fat and muscle faded. A metal door. A woman's voice. "No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. I can't remember my children's names anymore. Don't go, don't take it away, don't. What was that place?" Harry said hoarsely, in a voice pushed out of his throat like water forced through a too-thin pipe. In the darkness it sounded almost as shattered as Bellatrix Black's voice had been. "What was that place?" "That wasn't a prison, that was hell." "Hell," said the calm voice of the defense professor. "You mean the Christian punishment fantasy? I suppose there is a similarity." How? Harry's voice was blocking, there was something huge lodged in his throat. How could they? People had built that place, someone had made Azkaban, they'd made it on purpose, they'd done it deliberately. That woman, she'd had children she wouldn't remember, some judge had decided for that to happen to her, someone had needed to drag her into that cell and lock its door while she screamed, someone fed her every day and walked away without letting her out. How could people do that? "Why shouldn't they?" said the defense professor. A pale blue light lit the warehouse, then, showing a high, cavernous concrete ceiling and a dusty concrete floor, and Professor Quirrell sitting some distance away from Harry, leaning his back against a painted wall. The pale blue light turned the walls to glacier surfaces, the dust on the floor to speckled snow, and the man himself had become an ice sculpture, shrouded in darkness where his black robes lay over him. What use are the prisoners of Azkaban to them? Harry's mouth opened in a croak. No words exited. A faint smile twitched on the defense professor's lips. "You know, Mr. Potter, if he who must not be named had come to rule over magical Britain, and built such a place as Azkaban, he would have built it because he enjoyed seeing his enemies suffer. And if instead he began to find their suffering distasteful, why, he would order Azkaban torn down the next day. As for those who did make Azkaban, and those who do not tear it down, while preaching lofty sermons and imagining themselves not to be villains, well, Mr. Potter, I think if I had my choice of taking tea with them, or taking tea with you-know-who, I should find my sensibilities less offended by the Dark Lord." "I don't understand," Harry said. His voice was shaking. He'd read about the classic experiment on the psychology of prisons, the ordinary college students who had turned sadistic as soon as they were assigned the role of prison guards. Only now he realized that the experiment hadn't examined the right question, the one most important question. They hadn't looked at the key people, not the prison guards but everyone else. "I really don't understand, Professor Quirrell. How can people just stand by and let this happen? Why is the country of magical Britain doing this?" Harry's voice stopped. The defense professor's eyes appeared to be the same color as always, in the pale blue light, for that light was the same color as Quirinus Quirrell's irises, those never-thawing chips of ice. "Welcome, Mr. Potter, to your first encounter with the realities of politics. What do the wretched creatures in Azkaban have to offer any faction? Who would benefit from aiding them? A politician who openly sided with them would associate themselves with criminals, with weakness, with distasteful things that people would rather not think about. Alternatively, the politician could demonstrate their might and cruelty by calling for longer sentences. To make a display of strength requires a victim to crush beneath you, after all. And the populace applauds, for it is their instinct to back the winner." A coldly amused laugh. "You see, Mr. Potter, no one ever quite believes that they will go to Azkaban, so they see no harm in it for themselves. As for what they inflict on others, I suppose you were once told that people care about that sort of thing? It is a lie, Mr. Potter. People don't care in the slightest, and if you had not led a vastly sheltered childhood you would have noticed that long ago. Console yourself with this. Those now prisoner in Azkaban voted for the same ministers of magic who pledged to move their cells closer to the Dementors. I admit, Mr. Potter, that I see little hope for democracy as an effective form of government, but I admire the poetry of how it makes its victims complicit in their own destruction." Harry's recently cohered self was threatening to shatter into fragments again, the words falling like hammer strikes on his consciousness, driving him back, step by step, over the precipice where lurked some vast abyss, and he was trying to find something to save himself, some clever retort that would refute the words, but it did not come. The defense professor watched Harry, the gaze reflecting more curiosity than command. "It is very simple, Mr. Potter, to understand how Azkaban was built and how it continues to be. Men care for what they, themselves, expect to suffer or gain, and so long as they do not expect it to redound upon themselves, their cruelty and carelessness is without limit. All the other wizards of this country are no different within than he who sought to rule over them, you know who. They only lack his power and his frankness." The boy's hands were clenched into fists so tightly that the nails cut into his palm. If his fingers were white or his face was pale you couldn't have seen that, for the dim blue light cast all into ice or shadow. "You once offered to support me if my ambition were to be the next Dark Lord. Is that why, Professor?" The defense professor inclined his head, a thin smile on his lips. "Learn all that I have to teach you, Mr. Potter, and you will rule this country in time. Then you may tear down the prison that democracy made, if you find that Azkaban still offends your sensibilities. Like it or not, Mr. Potter, you have seen this day that your own will conflicts with the will of this country's populace, and that you do not bow your head and submit to their decision when that occurs. So to them, whether or not they know it, and whether or not you acknowledge it, you are their next Dark Lord." In the monochromatic light, unwavering, the boy and the defense professor both seemed like motionless ice sculptures, the irises of their eyes reduced to similar colors, looking very much the same in that light. Harry stared directly into those pale eyes. All the long-suppressed questions, the ones he'd told himself he was putting on hold until the Ides of May. That had been a lie, Harry now knew, a self-deception. He had kept silent for fear of what he might hear. And now everything was coming forth from his lips all at once. "On our first day of class, you tried to convince my classmates I was a killer." "You are." Amusedly. "But if your question is why I told them that, Mr. Potter, the answer is that you will find ambiguity a great ally on your road to power. Give a sign of Slytherin on one day, and contradict it with a sign of Gryffindor the next, and the Slytherins will be enabled to believe what they wish, while the Gryffindors argue themselves into supporting you as well. So long as there is uncertainty, people can believe whatever seems to be to their own advantage. And so long as you appear strong, so long as you appear to be winning, their instincts will tell them that their advantage lies with you. Walk always in the shadow, and light and darkness both will follow." "And," said the boy, his voice level, "just what do you want out of all this?" Professor Quirrell had leaned further back against the wall from where he sat, casting his face into shadow, his eyes changing from pale ice into dark pits like those of his snake form. "I wish for Britain to grow strong under a strong leader, that is my desire. As for my reasons why," Professor Quirrell smiled without mirth, "I think they shall stay my own. The sense of doom that I feel around you." The words were becoming harder and harder to say, as the subject danced closer and closer to something terrible and forbidden. "You always knew what it meant." "I had several guesses," said Professor Quirrell, his expression unreadable. "And I will not yet say all I guessed. But this much I will tell you, it is your doom which flares when we come near, not mine." For once Harry's brain managed to mark this as a questionable assertion and possible lie, instead of believing everything it heard. "Why do you sometimes turn into a zombie?" "Personal reasons," said Professor Quirrell with no humor at all in his voice. "What was your ulterior motive for rescuing Bellatrix?" There was a brief silence, during which Harry tried hard to control his breathing, keep it steady. Finally the defense professor shrugged, as though it were of no account. "I all but spelled it out for you, Mr. Potter. I told you everything you needed to deduce the answer, if you had been mature enough to consider that first obvious question. Bellatrix Black was the Dark Lord's most powerful servant, her loyalty the most assured. She was the single person most likely to be entrusted with some part of the lost lore of Slytherin that should have been yours." Slowly the anger crept over Harry, slowly the wrath, something terrible beginning to boil his blood, In just a few moments he would say something that he really shouldn't say while the two of them were alone in a deserted warehouse. "But she was innocent," said the defense professor. He was not smiling. "And the degree to which all her choices were taken away from her so that she never had a chance to suffer for her own mistakes, it struck me as excessive, Mr. Potter." "If she tells you nothing of use," the defense professor gave another small shrug, "I shall not consider this day's work a waste." "How altruistic of you," Harry said coldly. "So if all wizards are like you-know-who inside, are you an exception to that then?" The defense professor's eyes were still in shadow, dark pits that could not be met. "Call it a whim, Mr. Potter. It has sometimes amused me to play the part of a hero. Who knows but that you-know-who would say the same?" Harry opened his mouth a final time, and found that he couldn't say it. He couldn't ask the last question, the last and most important question. He couldn't make the words come out. Even though a refusal like that was forbidden to a rationalist, for all that he'd ever recited the litany of Tarski or the litany of Gendlin or sworn that whatever could be destroyed by the truth should be, in that one moment, he could not bring himself to say his last question out loud. Even though he knew he was thinking wrongly, even though he knew he was supposed to be better than this, he still couldn't say it. "Now it is my turn to inquire of you." Professor Quirrell's back straightened from where it had leaned back against the glacier wall of painted concrete. "I was wondering, Mr. Potter, if you had anything to say about nearly killing me and ruining our mutual endeavor. I am given to understand that an apology in such cases is considered a sign of respect. But you have not offered me one. Is it just that you have not yet gotten around to it, Mr. Potter?" The tone was calm, the quiet edge so fine and sharp that it would slice all the way through you before you realized you were being murdered. And Harry just looked at the defense professor with cool eyes that would never flinch from anything, not even death now. He was no longer in Azkaban, no longer fearful of the part of himself that was fearless, and the solid gemstone that was Harry had rotated to meet the stress, turning smoothly from one facet to another, from light to darkness, warm to cold. A calculated ploy on his part to make me feel guilty, put me in a position where I must submit? Genuine emotion on his part? "I see," said Professor Quirrell. "I suppose that answers." "No," said the boy in a cool, collected voice. "You do not get to frame the conversation that easily, Professor. I went to considerable lengths to protect you and get you out of Azkaban safely, after I thought you had tried to kill a police officer. That included facing down 12 Dementors without a Patronus charm. I wonder, if I had apologized when you demanded it, would you have said thank you in turn? Or am I correct in thinking that it was my submission you demanded there, and not only my respect?" There was a pause, and then Professor Quirrell's voice came in reply, openly icy with danger no longer veiled. "It seems you still cannot bring yourself to lose, Mr. Potter." Darkness stared out of Harry's eyes without flinching, the defense professor himself reduced to a mortal thing within them. "Oh, and are you pondering now, whether you should pretend to lose to me, and pretend to humble yourself before my own anger, in order to preserve your own plans? Did the thought of a calculated false apology even cross your mind?" "Me neither, Professor Quirrell." The defense professor laughed, low and humorless, emptier than the void between the stars, dangerous as any vacuum filled with hard radiation. "No, Mr. Potter, you have not learned your lesson, not at all. I thought of losing many times in Azkaban," said the boy, his voice level. "That I ought to simply give up and turn myself over to the Aurors. Losing would have been the sensible thing to do. I heard your voice saying it to me in my mind, and I would have done it if I had been there by myself. But I could not bring myself to lose you." There was silence then for a time, as though even the defense professor could not quite think of what to say to that. "I am curious," said Professor Quirrell at last. "What do you think that I should apologize for, precisely? I gave you explicit instructions in the event of a fight. You were to stay down, stay out of the way, cast no magic. You violated those instructions and brought down the mission." "I made no decision," the boy said evenly. "There was no choice in it, only a wish that the Auror should not die, and my Patronus was there. For that wish to have never occurred, you should have warned me that you might bluff using a killing curse. By default, I assume that if you point your wand at someone and say Avada Kedavra, it is because you want them dead. Shouldn't that be the first rule of unforgivable curse safety? Rules are for duels, said the defense professor. Some of the coldness had returned to his voice. And dueling is a sport, not a branch of battle magic. In a real fight, a curse which cannot be blocked and must be dodged is an indispensable tactic. I would have thought this obvious to you, but it seems I misjudged your intellect. It also seems to me imprudent, said the boy, continuing as though the other had not spoken, to not tell me that my casting any spell on you might kill us both. What if you had suffered some mishap, and I had tried an innervate or a hover charm? That ignorance, which you permitted for purposes I cannot guess, played also some part in this catastrophe. There was another silence. The defense professor's eyes had narrowed, and there was a faintly puzzled look on his face, as though he had encountered some completely unfamiliar situation, and still the man spoke no word. Well, said the boy. His eyes had not wavered from the defense professor's. I certainly regret hurting you, Professor. But I do not think the situation calls for me to submit to you. I never really did understand the concept of apology, still less as it applies to a situation like this. If you have my regrets but not my submission, does that count as saying sorry? Again that cold, cold laugh, darker than the void between the stars. I wouldn't know, said the defense professor. I, too, never understood the concept of apology. That ploy would be futile between us, it seems, with both of us knowing it for a lie. Let us speak no more of it, then. Debts will be settled between us in time. There was silence for a time. By the way, said the boy, Hermione Granger would never have built Azkaban no matter who was going to be put in it. And she'd die before she hurt an innocent. Just mentioning that, since you said before that all wizards are like you-know-who inside, and that's just false as a point of simple fact. Would have realized it earlier if I hadn't been. The boy gave a brief grim smile, stressed out. The defense professor's eyes were half-lidded, his expression distant. People's insides are not always like their outsides, Mr. Potter. Perhaps she simply wishes others to think of her as a good girl. She cannot use the Patronus charmed. Ha, said the boy, his smile seemed realer now, warmer. She's having trouble for exactly the same reason I did. There's enough light in her to destroy Dementors, I'm sure. She wouldn't be able to stop herself from destroying Dementors, even at the cost of her own life. The boy trailed off, and then his voice resumed. I might not be such a good person, maybe, but they do exist, and she's one of them. Dryly. She is young, and to make a show of kindness costs her little. There was a pause at this. Then the boy said, Professor, I have to ask, when you see something all dark and gloomy, doesn't it ever occur to you to try and improve it somehow? Like, yes, something goes terribly wrong in people's heads that makes them think it's great to torture criminals, but that doesn't mean they're truly evil inside. And maybe if you taught them the right things, showed them what they were doing wrong, you could change. Professor Quirrell laughed then, and not with the emptiness of before. Ah, Mr. Potter. Sometimes I do forget how very young you are. Sooner you could change the color of the sky. Another chuckle, this one colder. And the reason it is easy for you to forgive such fools and think well of them, Mr. Potter, is that you yourself have not been sorely hurt. You will think less fondly of commonplace idiots after the first time their folly costs you something dear. Such as 100 galleons from your own pocket, perhaps, rather than the agonizing deaths of 100 strangers. The defense professor was smiling thinly. He took a pocket watch out of his robes, looked at it. Let us depart now, if there is nothing more to say between us. You don't have any questions about the impossible things I did to get us out of Azkaban? No, said the defense professor. I believe I have solved most of them already. As for the rest, it is too rare that I find a person whom I cannot see through immediately, be they friend or foe. I shall unravel the puzzles about you for myself in due time. The defense professor shoved himself up, pushing back on the wall with both hands and rising to his feet, smoothly if too slowly. The boy less gracefully did the same. And the boy blurted out the last most terrible question which he had earlier been unable to ask, as though to say it aloud would make it real, and as though it were not already vastly obvious. Why am I not like the other children my own age? In a deserted side road of Diagon Alley, where scraps of unvanished trash could be seen lodged into the edges of the brick street and the blank brick building sides that surrounded it, along with scattered dirt and other signs of neglect, an ancient wizard and his phoenix operate into existence. The wizard was already reaching within his robes for his hourglass when, in habit, his eyes jumped to a random spot between the road and the wall to memorize it. And the old wizard blinked in surprise. There was a scrap of parchment in that spot. A frown crossed Albus Dumbledore's face as he took a step forward and took the crumpled scrap, unfolding it. On it was the single word "no" and nothing more. Slowly the wizard let it flutter from his fingers. Absently he reached down to the pavement and picked up the nearest scrap of parchment, which looked remarkably similar to the one he had just taken. He touched it with his wand, and a moment later it was inscribed with the same word "no," in the same handwriting which was his own. The old wizard had planned to go back 3 hours to when Harry Potter first arrived in Diagon Alley. He had already watched, upon his instruments, the boy leaving Hogwarts, and that could not be undone. His one attempt to fool his own instruments, and so control time without altering its appearance to himself, had ended in sufficient disaster to convince him to never again try such trickery. He had hoped to retrieve the boy at the first possible moment after his arrival, and take him to another safe location, if not Hogwarts, for his instruments had not shown the boy's return. But now, a paradox if I retrieve him immediately after he arrives in Diagon Alley? Murmured the old wizard to himself. Perhaps they did not set in motion their plan to rob Azkaban until after they had confirmed his arrival here, or else, perhaps. Painted concrete, hard floor and distant ceilings, 2 figures facing off across from each other. One entity who wore the shape of a man in his late 30s and already balding, and another mind that wore the form of an 11-year-old boy with a scar upon his forehead. Ice and shadow, pale blue light. I don't know, said the man. The boy just looked at him. And then said, "Oh, really?" "Truly," said the man. "I know nothing, and of my guesses I will not speak. Yet I will say this much. 61 TSPE Secrecy and Openness. Point 11. Through green flame they whirled, through the flue network they spun, Minerva's heart racing with a pounding horror that she hadn't felt in 10 years and 3 months. The corridors between space coughed and spit them out into the lobby of Gringotts, the safest flue receiver in Diagon Alley, the connection most difficult to intercept, the fastest way out of Hogwarts without a phoenix. A goblin attendant turned toward them. His eyes widened. He began a slightly respectful bow. Determination, destination, deliberation. And the 2 of them were in the alley just in back of Mary's place, wands already out and raised, spinning around back to back, and the words of an anti-disillusionment charm already rising to Severus's lips. The alley was empty. When she turned back to look at Severus, his wand was already cracking down on his own head with a sound like smashing an egg, as his lips chanted words of invisibility. He took on the colors of his surroundings, became a blur of his surroundings. The blur moved and matched what was behind him, and then there was nothing there. She lowered her wand and stepped forward to receive her own disillusionment. From behind her, the unmistakable sound of a burst of flame. She spun and saw Albus there, his long wand already drawn and raised in his right hand. His eyes were grim beneath the half-circles of his glasses, and Fawkes upon his shoulder had spread his fire-colored wings in readiness for flight and fight. "Albus," she said. I thought she'd just seen him depart for Azkaban, and she'd thought not even phoenixes could return from there so easily. Then she realized. "She escaped," said Albus. "Did your Patronus reach him?" The pounding in her heart grew stronger, the horror in her veins solidified. "He said he was here, in the washroom." "Let us hope he spoke true," said Albus. The wand tapped her head with a sensation like water trickling over her, and a moment later the 4 of them, Even Fawkes had been rendered invisible, though sometimes you saw a flicker of something like fire in his air, were racing to the front of the restaurant. They paused before the door while Albus whispered something, and a moment later one of the customers visible through the windows stood up with a vague look on his face and opened the door as though taking a quick look outside for some friend, and the three of them were through, racing past the unwitting customers. Severus was marking their faces, Minerva knew, and Albus would see any disillusioned, toward the sign that pointed to the washroom. An old wooden door marked with the sign of a toilet burst open with a slam, and 4 invisible rescuers stormed through it. The small but clean wooden room was empty. Fresh droplets of water showed in the sink, but there was no sign of Harry, only a sheet of paper left on the closed lid of the toilet. She couldn't breathe. The sheet of paper rose up into the air as Albus took it, and a moment later was thrust in her own direction. What did the hat tell me to tell you? Ah, Minerva said aloud in surprise, her mind taking a moment to place the question. It wasn't the sort of thing you'd forget, but she hadn't been thinking in that mode. Really, I'm an impudent youngster and I should get off its lawn. Said the heir in Albus's voice as if even he could be shocked. And then Harry Potter's head appeared, suspended next to the heir beside the toilet. His face was cold and alert, the too adult Harry she'd seen sometimes, eyes darting back and forth and around. "What's going on?" the boy began. Albus, now visible once more along with her and Fawkes, was moving forward in an instant. His left hand reached forward and plucked a hair from Harry's head, producing a startled yelp. From the boy, Minerva accepted the hair in her own hand, and a moment later Albus swept up the mostly invisible boy in his arms, and there was a flash of red-golden fire. And Harry Potter was safe. Minerva took a few steps forward, leaned against the wall where Albus and Harry had been, trying to recover her poise. She'd lost some habits in the 10 years since the Order of the Phoenix had disbanded. Beside her, Severus shimmered into visibility. His right hand was already drawing forth the flask from his robes, his left hand already stretching forth in demand. She gave him Harry's hair, and a moment later it dropped into the flask of unfinished polyjuice, which at once began fizzing and bubbling as it settled into the potency that would enable Severus to act his part as bait. "That was unexpected," the potions master said slowly. "Why did our headmaster not retrieve Mr. Potter earlier? I wonder if he was going so far as to twist time. There should have been nothing preventing him from doing so. Indeed, your Patronus should have found Mr. Potter already safe." She hadn't thought of that, a different realization having jumped to the forefront of her mind. It wasn't nearly as horrifying as Bellatrix Black having escaped from Azkaban, but still. "Harry has an invisibility cloak?" she said. The potions master did not answer. He was shrinking. Tick-snick, drip-blip, ding-ring-ting. It still annoyed her, though it faded past attention after a while, and when and if she became headmistress she intended to silence the whole lot. Which head of Hogwarts, she wondered, had first been so inconsiderate as to create a device that made noise, to pass on to their successors? She was sitting in the headmaster's office with a quickly transfigured desk of her own, doing some of the 100 little pieces of necessary paperwork that kept Hogwarts from grinding to a halt. She could lose herself in it easily, and it prevented her from thinking about other things. Albus had once remarked, sounding rather wry, that Hogwarts seemed to run even more smoothly when there was an outside crisis for her to avoid thinking about. 10 years ago that was the last time Albus had said that. There was the chime that indicated an approaching visitor. Minerva kept reading her current parchment. The door slammed open, revealing Severus Snape, who took 3 steps inward and demanded without the slightest pause, "Any word from Mad-Eye?" Albus was already rising from his chair, even as she tucked away her parchments and dispelled the desk. "Moody's Patronus is reporting to the me in Azkaban," Albus said. His eye saw nothing, and if the eye of Vance does not see a thing, then that thing does not exist. "Yourself?" "No one has tried to forcibly take my blood," Severus said. He gave a quick grimace of a smile. "Except the defense professor." "What?" said Minerva. He saw me for an impostor before I could even open my lips, and quite reasonably attacked me on the spot, demanding to know the whereabouts of Mr. Potter. Another grimace of a smile. Shouting that I was Severus Snape did not seem to reassure him for some reason. I do believe that man would kill me for a sickle and give back 5 nuts change. I had to stun our good Professor Quirrell, which was not easy, and then he reacted poorly to the hex. Harry Potter, naturally alarmed, ran out and told the owner, and the defense professor was taken to St. Mungo's Street Mungo's, which said he had probably been overworking himself for weeks before he collapsed, such was his state of exhaustion. Your precious defense professor is fine, Minerva. The stunner may have helped him by forcing him to take a few days off. Afterward I declined the offer of a flew to Hogwarts, and went back to Diagon Alley and wandered, but no one seems to have wanted Mr. Potter's blood today. Our defense professor is in the best of hands, I am sure, said Albus. Greater matters command our attention, Minerva. It took considerable effort for her to wrench her attention back, but she sat back down, and Severus gestured up a chair for himself as well, and the 3 of them drew together to begin their council. She felt like a polyjuiced impostor sitting with those 2. War was not her art, nor plotting. She had to strain to keep 1 step ahead of the Weasley twins, and sometimes she failed at that. She was sitting here, ultimately, only because she had heard the prophecy. We are faced, the headmaster spoke first, with a rather alarming mystery. I can think of only 2 wizards who might have engineered this escape. Minerva drew in her breath sharply. There is a chance it is not you know who? I'm afraid so, said the headmaster. She glanced to her side and saw that Severus looked as puzzled as herself. Afraid the Dark Lord was not rising again? She would have given almost anything for that to be true. So, Albus said heavily, our first suspect is Voldemort, risen again and seeking to resurrect himself. I have studied many books I wish I had not read, seeking his every possible avenue of return, and I have found only 3. His strongest road to life is the Philosopher's Stone, which Flamel assures me that not even Voldemort could create on his own. By that road he would rise greater and more terrible than ever before. I would not have thought Voldemort able to resist the temptation of the stone, still less because such an obvious trap is a challenge to his wit. But his second avenue is nearly as strong. The flesh of his servant, willingly given, the blood of his foe, forcibly taken, and the bone of his ancestor, unknowingly bequeathed. Voldemort is a perfectionist, Albus glanced at Severus, who nodded agreement, and he would certainly seek the most powerful combination, the flesh of Bellatrix Black, the blood of Harry Potter, and the bone of his father. Voldemort's final avenue is to seduce a victim and drain the life from them over a long period, in which case Voldemort would be weak compared to his former power. His motive to spirit away Bellatrix is clear. And if he is keeping her in reserve, to use only in case he cannot attain the stone, that would explain why no kidnap attempt was made on Harry this day. Minerva glanced again at Severus, saw him listening attentively but without surprise. What is not clear, the headmaster continued, is how Voldemort could have engineered this escape. A death doll was left in Bellatrix's place, her escape was meant to be undetected, and even though that went wrong, the Dementors could not find her after their first warning. Azkaban has stood impenetrable for centuries, and I cannot imagine any means by which Voldemort could have accomplished this. That may mean little, Severus said, expressionless. For the Dark Lord to do what we cannot imagine requires only that he has a better imagination. Albus nodded grimly. Unfortunately, there is now another wizard who laughs at impossibilities. A wizard who, not long ago, developed a new and powerful charm which could have blinded the Dementors to Bellatrix Black's escape. And he is implicated for other reasons as well. Minerva's heart was skipping beats, she didn't know how, or why, but a terrible apprehension was dawning on her as to who. Who would that be? Said Severus, sounding puzzled. Albus leaned back and said the fatal words, even as she had feared them. Harry James Potter Evansvares. Potter? Demanded the potions master, as much shock in that usually silken voice as she had ever heard from him. Headmaster, is this one of your jokes? He is in his first year at Hogwarts. A temper tantrum and a few childish pranks with an invisibility cloak does not make him It is no joke, said Minerva, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry is already making original discoveries in Transfiguration, Severus. Though I did not know he was researching charms as well. Harry is no ordinary first year, the headmaster said solemnly. He is marked as the Dark Lord's equal, and he has power the Dark Lord knows not. Severus was looking at her, and you would have needed to know him well to recognize that his glance was pleading. Am I to take this seriously? Minerva simply nodded. Does anyone else know of this new and powerful charm? Severus demanded. The headmaster glanced at her apologetically. Somehow she knew before he even said it, and she wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. And said, Quirinus Quirrell. Why, she said, in a voice that should have melted half the devices in the office, did Mr. Potter even tell our defense professor about his brilliant new charm for breaking out of prisons? The headmaster passed a weary wrinkled hand across his equally wrinkled forehead. Quirinus just happened to be there, Minerva. Even I saw no harm in it at the time. The headmaster hesitated. And Harry said his charm was too dangerous to be explained to either of us, and when I asked him again this day, he insisted he had still not explained it to Quirinus, nor had he ever dropped his occlumency barriers in the defense professor's presence. Mr. Potter is an occlumens? You gave him an invisibility cloak, and he is immune to Veritaserum, and he is friends with the Weasley twins? Albus, do you have any idea what you have unleashed upon this school? Her voice was nearly shrieking now. By his 7th year there won't be anything left of Hogwarts but a smoking hole in the ground. Albus leaned back in his great cushioned chair and said, smiling, Don't forget the time turner. She did scream then, but quietly. Severus drawled, Should I teach him to brew polyjuice, headmaster? I ask only for the sake of completeness, in case you are not satisfied with the magnitude of your pet disaster. Perhaps next year, said Albus. My dearest friends, the question before us is whether Harry Potter has spirited Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban, which is more than youthful high spirits even by my tolerant standards. Excuse me, headmaster, Severus said with one of the drier smiles she had ever seen him deliver to Albus, but I will register my opinion that the answer is no. This is the Dark Lord's work, pure and simple. Then why, Albus said, and now there was no humor at all in his voice, when I planned to retrieve Harry immediately after his arrival in Diagon Alley, did I find that this would result in paradox? Minerva sank further back into her chair, dropped her left elbow onto the hard uncushioned armrest, leaned her head into her hand, and shut her eyes in despair. There was a narrowly circulated proverb to the effect that only 1 Auror in 30 was qualified to investigate cases involving time-turners, and that of those few, the half who weren't already insane, soon would be. So you suspect, Severus's voice was saying, that Potter went from Diagon Alley to Azkaban, then looped back to Diagon Alley afterward to be picked up by us. Precisely, said Albus's voice. Though it is also possible that Voldemort or his servants watched to make sure Harry did arrive in Diagon Alley, before they began their attempt on Azkaban. And that they had someone with a time-turner who would send back the message of their success, to trigger the abduction. Indeed, it was my suspicion of this possibility that caused me to dispatch you and Minerva on your own mission, before I myself went to Azkaban. I thought then that their breakout would fail, but if retrieving Harry Potter meant observing the fact of their eventual failure, then I myself could not have gone to Azkaban after I had interacted with him, for Azkaban's future cannot touch its past. When, in Azkaban, I received no report from you or Minerva, nor from Flitwick, whom I told to try contacting you, I knew that your interaction with Harry Potter had been an interaction with Azkaban's future, meaning that someone was sending messages through timed. Then Albus's voice stopped. But headmaster, said Severus, you came back from Azkaban's future and interacted with us. The potions master's voice trailed off. But Severus, if I had received reports from you and Minerva of Harry's safety, I would not, in the first place, have gone backward in time to Headmaster, I think we must draw diagrams for this. I agree, Severus. There was the sound of parchment being spread on a table, and then quills scratching and more arguing. Minerva sat in her chair, head resting in her hand, eyes shut. There was a story she'd once heard about a criminal who had possessed a time-turner which the Department of Mysteries had sealed to him, in a case of extremely bad judgment as to who needed one, and there had been an Auror assigned to track down this unknown time-criminal, who had also been given a time-turner, and the story ended with both of them in St. Mungo's ward for total unrecoverable nutcases. Minerva sat there with her eyes shut, trying not to listen, trying not to think about it, and trying not to go insane. After a while, when the argument seemed to have wound down, she said aloud, "Mr. Potter's time-turner is restricted to the hours of 9 p.m. through midnight. Was the shell tampered with, Albus?" "Not to my most discerning charms," said Albus. "But the shells are new things, and to defeat the unspeakable's precautions and leave no trace of the defeat might not be impossible." She opened her eyes and saw Severus and the headmaster staring intently at a parchment covered with tangled squiggles that would have no doubt driven her mad to comprehend. "Have you come to any conclusions?" Minerva said. "And please don't tell me how you arrived at them." Severus and the headmaster looked at each other, then turned to look at her. "We have concluded," the headmaster said gravely, "that either Harry was involved or he was not, that either Voldemort has access to a time-turner or he does not, and that regardless of what could have happened within Azkaban, nobody would have visited the little Hangleton graveyard during the period Moody has already watched over it within my own past. In short," Severus drawled, "we know nothing, dear Minerva, though it seems at least likely that another time-turner was involved somehow. My own suspicion is that Potter has been bribed, tricked, or threatened into conveying messages backward in time, perhaps even regarding this very prison break. I shall not make the obvious suggestion as to who is pulling his strings. But I suggest that at 9 o'clock tonight, we test whether Potter is able to travel the full 6 hours backward to 3 o'clock, to see if he has yet used his time-turner." "That seems wise to do in any case," said Dumbledore. "See that done, Minerva, and tell Harry to stop in my office at his convenience afterward." "But you still suspect Harry of direct involvement in the prison break itself?" Minerva said. "Possible but unlikely," said Severus. At the same time Albus said, "Yes." Minerva pinched the bridge of her nose, took a deep breath, let it out. "Albus, Severus, what possible reason has Mr. Potter to do such a thing?" "None that I can think of," said Albus. "But it remains that Harry's magics alone, of all the means known to me, might have Hold," said Severus. All expression vanished from his face. "A thought occurs to me. I must check." The potions master seized a pinch of flue powder, strode across the room toward the fireplace. Albus hastily waved his wand to light it, and then in a flare of green flame, and the words "Slytherin head of house office," Severus was gone. She and Albus looked at each other and both shrugged, and then Albus turned back to studying the parchment. It was only a few minutes later that Severus spun back out of the flue, brushing traces of ash from himself. "Well," said the potions master. Again the expressionless face. "I am afraid that Mr. Potter does have a motive." "Speak," said Albus. "I found Lesseth Lestrange in the Slytherin common room studying," Severus said. "He was not reluctant to meet my eyes. And it seems that Mr. Lestrange did not like to think of his parents in Azkaban, in the cold and the darkness, with the Dementors sucking away their life, hurting every second of every day, and he told Mr. Potter so in as many words and begged him to get them out. Since, you see, Mr. Lestrange had heard that the boy who lived could do anything." She and Albus exchanged glances. "Severus," Minerva said, "surely even Harry has more common sense than that." Her voice trailed off. "Mr. Potter thinks he is God," Severus said without expression, and Lesseth Lestrange fell to his knees before him in a heartfelt cry of prayer. Minerva stared at Severus, feeling sick to her stomach. She had studied Muggle religion. It was the most common reason for needing to memory charm the parents of Muggleborns, and she knew enough to understand what Severus had just said. "In any case," said the potions master, "I looked within Mr. Lestrange to see if he knew anything of his mother's escape. He has heard nothing. But the instant he learns, he will conclude that the person responsible was Harry Potter." "I see," Albus said slowly. "Thank you, Severus. That is good news." "Good news?" Minerva burst out. Albus looked at her, his face as expressionless as Severus's now, and she remembered with a shock that Albus's own "It is the best reason I can possibly imagine for removing Bellatrix from Azkaban," Albus said quietly. "And if it is not Harry, let us recall, then it is certainly Voldemort himself making his first moves. But let us not be hasty in judgment while there is much we do not yet know, but soon will." Albus once more stood up from behind his desk, strode to the fireplace still alight, cast in another pinch of green powder, and stuck his head into the flames. "Department of Magical Law Enforcement," he said, "Director's office." After a moment, the voice of Madame Bones came through clear and sharp. "What is it, Albus? I am somewhat busy." "Amelia," said Albus, "I beg of you to share any discoveries you have made concerning this matter." There was a pause. "Oh," said the cold voice of Madame Bones from the blazing fire, "and is that a two-way road then, Albus?" "It may be," the old wizard said calmly. "If any Auror dies of your reticence, old meddler, I will hold you responsible in full measure." "I understand, Amelia," Albus said, "but I have no wish to spark needless alarm and incredulity. Bellatrix Black has escaped from Azkaban. What alarm or incredulity do you think I will call needless in the face of that?" "I may call on you to remember those words," said the old wizard into the green flames. "For if I learn that my fears are not needless, I will tell you. Now, Amelia, I beg you, if you have learned anything whatsoever upon this matter, please share it." There was another pause, and then Madame Bones's voice said, "I have information which I learned 4 hours into the future, Albus. Do you still want it?" Albus paused. Weighing, Minerva knew, the possibility that he might want to go back more than 2 hours from this instant, for you couldn't send information further back in time than 6 hours, not through any chain of time-turners. And finally said, "Yes, please." "We had a lucky break," said Madame Bones's voice. "One of the Aurors who witnessed the escape was a Muggleborn, and she told us that the flying fire spell, as we were calling it, might be no spell at all, but a Muggle artifact. Like a punch in the stomach, that was how it felt, and the sickness in Minerva's belly redoubled. Anyone who'd watched a Chaos Legion battle knew whose hand that showed." Madame Bones's voice continued. "We brought in Arthur Weasley from misuse of Muggle artifacts. He knows more about Muggle artifacts than any wizard alive, and gave him the descriptions from the Aurors on the scene, and he cracked it. It was a Muggle artifact called a rocker, and they call it that because you'd have to be off your rocker to ride one. Just 6 years ago one of their rockers blew up, killed hundreds of Muggles in a flash, and almost set fire to the moon. Weasley says that rockers use a special kind of science called opposite reaction, so the plan is to develop a jinx which will prevent that science from working around Azkaban." "Thank you, Amelia," Albus said gravely. "Is that everything?" "I'll check if we have anything from 6 hours forward," said the voice of Madame Bones. "If so, they wouldn't have told me, but I'll have them tell you. Do you have anything you want to tell me, Albus? Which of those 2 possibilities is it looking like?" "Not yet, Amelia," Albus said, "but I may have word for you soon." He straightened up from the fire then, which faded back to ordinary yellow flames. Every minute of the old wizard's years, every natural second since his birth, and every second which time-turning had added, all of that plus a few extra decades for stress, was visible on his lined face. "Severus," the old wizard said. "What was it actually?" "A rocket," said the half-blood potions master, who had grown up in the Muggle town of Spinner's End. "One of the most impressive Muggle technologies." "How likely is Harry to know such arts?" said Minerva. Severus drawled, Oh, a boy like Mr. Potter knows all about rockets, that, dear Minerva, is a certainty. You must remember that things are done differently in the Muggle world. Severus frowned. But rockets are dangerous and expensive. Harry has stolen and hidden an unknown amount of money from his Gringotts vault, perhaps thousands of galleons, said the headmaster, and then, to their twin stares, that was not in my plan, but I made the mistake of sending the defense professor to supervise Harry's withdrawal of 5 galleons for Christmas presents. The headmaster shrugged. Yes, I agree, sheer folly in retrospect. Let us continue. Minerva quietly thudded her head a few times against the headrest of her chair. Nonetheless, headmaster, Severus said. Just because the Death Eaters never used Muggle artifacts in the First War, that does not mean he is ignorant. Rockets fell on Britain as weapons in the Muggle side of Grindelwald's war. If he spent the summers of those years in a Muggle orphanage, as you told us, headmaster, then he, too, has heard of rockets. And if he has been listening to reports of Mr. Potter and his mock battles using Muggle artifacts, he would certainly learn his enemy's strengths and try to redouble them himself. That is just how he thinks. Any power he sees he will try to take for his own. The old wizard was standing stock still, utterly motionless, even the hairs of his beard frozen in place like solid wires, and the thought came to Minerva, as frightening as any thought she'd ever had, that Albus Dumbledore was rooted to the spot in horror. Severus, Albus Dumbledore said, and his voice almost cracked, do you realize what you are saying? If Harry Potter and Voldemort fight their war with Muggle weapons, there will be nothing left of the world but fire. What? Said Minerva. She had heard of guns, of course, but they weren't that dangerous to an experienced witch. Severus spoke as though she weren't in the room. Then perhaps, headmaster, he is sending a deliberate warning to Harry Potter of exactly that, saying that any attack with Muggle weapons will be met with retaliation in kind. Command Mr. Potter to cease his use of Muggle technology in his battles, that will show him the message is received, and not give him any more ideas. Severus frowned. Though, come to think of it, Mr. Malfoy and of course Miss Grangerwell, on second thought a blanket prohibition on technology seems wiser. The old wizard pressed both his hands to his forehead, and from his lips came an unsteady voice. I begin to hope that it is Harry behind this escape. Oh, Merlin, defend us all. What have I done? What have I done? What will become of the world? Severus shrugged. From the rumors I have heard, headmaster, Muggle weapons are only slightly worse than the more recondite aspects of wizardry. Worse? Gasped Minerva, and then shut her mouth as though by force. Worse than any peril left in these fading years, said Albus. Not worse than that which erased Atlantis from time. Minerva stared at him, feeling the sweat break out all along her spine. Severus continued, still addressing Albus. All the Death Eaters save Bellatrix would have betrayed him, all his supporters turned against him, all the powers of the world converged to destroy him, if he had been reckless with any truly dangerous potency. Is this so different, then? Some motion, some color had returned to the old wizard's face. Perhaps not. And in any case, Severus said with a slightly condescending smile, Muggle weapons are not so easy to obtain, not for 1,000 galleons or 1,000,000. Doesn't Harry just transfigure the devices he uses in his battles? Thought Minerva, but before she could open her mouth to ask. The fireplace erupted in green flames then, and the face of pious Thickness, Madame Bones's assistant, appeared therein. Chief Warlock, said Thickness. I have a report for you, transmitted from Thickness' eyes flickered over Minerva and Severus, 6 minutes ago. 6 hours ahead, you mean, said Albus. These two are meant to hear it. Deliver your report. We know how it was done, said Thickness. In Bellatrix's black cell, hidden in one corner, was a potions vial, and testing the traces of remaining fluid shows that it was an animagus potion. There was a long pause. I see, Albus said heavily. Pardon me, said Minerva. She didn't. Thickness' head turned toward her. Animagi, Madame McGonagall in their animagus forms, are of less interest to Dementors. All prisoners are tested before their arrival at Azkaban, and if they are animagi, their animagus form is destroyed. But we had not considered that someone protected by a Patronus charm, while taking the potion and performing the meditation, might be able to become an animagus after they went to Azkaban. I understood, Severus said, having by now put on his customary sneer, that the animagus meditation required considerable time. Well, Mr. Snape, Thickness barked, records show that Bellatrix Black was an animagus before she was sentenced to Azkaban and her form destroyed, so maybe her second meditation didn't take as much time as her first. I would not have thought it possible for any prisoner of Azkaban to do such a thing, Albus said. But Bellatrix Black was a most powerful sorceress before her incarceration, and she might have done it if any which could. Can Azkaban be secured against this method? Yes, said the confident head of pious Thickness. Our expert says that it is nigh unimaginable that an animagus meditation could be performed in less than 3 hours, regardless of experience. All visits to prisoners allowed to receive them will be limited to 2 hours henceforth, and the Dementors will inform us if any Patronus charm is maintained in the prison areas for longer than that. Albus looked unhappy at that, but nodded. I see. There will be no further attempts of that sort, of course, but do not relax your vigilance. And when Amelia has been told all this, tell her that I have information for her. The head of pious Thickness vanished without another word. No further attempts? Said Minerva. Because, dear Minerva, Severus drawled, having not quite taken off his habitual sneer, if the Dark Lord had planned to free any of his other servants from Azkaban, he would not have left behind the vial of potion to tell us how it was done. Severus frowned. I confess, even so I do not see why that vial was left there. It is some kind of message, Albus said slowly. And I cannot see what it means, not at all. He drummed his fingers on his desk. For a long minute or 3 the old wizard stared off into nothingness, frowning, while Severus also sat in silence. Then Albus shook his head in dismay, and said, Severus, do you comprehend this? No, said the potions master, and with a sardonic smile, which is probably all the better for us. Whatever we are intended to conclude from it, that part of his plan has misfired. You are certain, now, that it is Voldemort? Said Minerva. It could not be that some other Death Eater conceived this clever notion? And they knew about rockets too? Severus said dryly. I don't believe the other Death Eaters were so fond of Muggle studies. It is he. Aye, it is he, Albus said. Azkaban has endured impenetrable for ages, only to fall to an ordinary animagus potion. It is too clever and too impossible, which was ever Voldemort's signature since the days he was known as Tom Riddle. Anyone who wished to forge that signature must needs be as cunning as Voldemort himself to do so. And there is no one else in the world who would accidentally overestimate my wit, and leave me a message I cannot understand at all. Unless he has gauged you exactly, Severus said tonelessly, in which case all that is just what he intended you to think. Albus sighed. Indeed. But even if he has tricked me perfectly, we may at least rely on the conclusion that it was not Harry Potter. It should have come as a relief, and yet Minerva felt the chill spreading through her spine and her veins, her lungs and her bones. She remembered conversations like this. From 10 years ago, from a time when blood had run through Britain in wide rivers, when wizards and witches she had once taught in class had been slaughtered by the hundreds. She remembered burning homes and screaming children and flashes of green light. What will you tell Madame Bones? She whispered. Albus stood from his desk and paced to the center of the room, his hand lightly touching the devices, here an instrument of light, there an instrument of sound. He adjusted his glasses with one hand, used the other to center the long silver beard against his robes, and then finally that ancient wizard turned back and faced them. I will tell her what little I know of the dark art called Horcrux, by which a soul is deprived of death, said Albus Dumbledore, in a soft voice that seemed to fill the whole room, and I will tell her what may be done with the flesh of the servant. I will tell her that I am reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix. I will tell her that Voldemort has returned, and that the Second Wizarding War is begun. Some hours later, the antique old clock upon the wall of the deputy headmistress's office had golden hands and silver numerals to make the clock face. It ticked and jerked soundlessly through its motions, for there was a quieting enchantment on it. The golden hour hand approached the silver numeral of 9, the golden minute hand did the same, the two linked components of time nearing each other, soon to be in the same place and never to collide. It was 8:43 p.m., and the time approached when Harry's time-turner would open, to be tested in the one way that no imaginable spell could fool, unless that spell could bypass the laws of time itself. No body or soul, no knowledge or substance, could stretch an extra 7 hours in a single day. She would make up a message on the spot and tell Harry to take that message back 6 hours to Professor Flitwick at 3 p.m., and she would ask Professor Flitwick if he had received it in that hour. And Professor Flitwick would tell her that he had indeed received it at 3 p.m. And she would tell Severus and Albus to have a little more faith in Harry next time. Professor McGonagall cast the Patronus charm and told her shining cat, "Go to Mr. Potter and tell him this. Mr. Potter, please come to my office as soon as you hear this, without doing anything else along the way." 62. The Stanford Prison Experiment Final. Minerva gazed up at the clock, the golden hands and silver numerals, the jerking motion. Muggles had invented that, and until they had, wizards had not bothered keeping time. Bells, timed by a sanded hourglass, had served Hogwarts for its classes when it was built. It was one of the things that blood purists wished not to be true, and therefore Minerva knew it. She had received an outstanding on her Muggle Studies NEWT, which now seemed to her a mark of shame, considering how little she knew. Her younger self had realized, even then, that the class was a sham, taught by a pureblood, supposedly because Muggleborns could not appreciate what Wizardborns needed to be told, and actually because the Board of Governors did not approve of Muggles at all. But when she was 17, the outstanding grade had been the main thing that mattered to her, she was saddened to remember. If Harry Potter and Voldemort fight their war with Muggle weapons, there will be nothing left of the world but fire. She couldn't imagine it, and the reason she couldn't imagine it was that she couldn't imagine Harry fighting you-know-who. She had encountered the Dark Lord 4 times and survived each one, 3 times with Albus to shield her and once with Moody at her side. She remembered the damaged, snake-like face, the faint green scales scattered over the skin, the glowing red eyes, the voice that laughed in a high-pitched hiss and promised nothing but cruelty and torment, the monster pure and complete. And Harry Potter was easy to picture in her mind, the bright expression on the face of a young boy who wavered between taking the ludicrous seriously and taking the serious ludicrously. And to think of the two of them facing off at one point was too painful to be imagined. They had no right at all to set this on an 11-year-old boy. She knew what the headmaster had decided for him this day, for she had been told to make the arrangements, and if it had been her at the same age, she would have raged and screamed and cried and been inconsolable for weeks, and— "He is no ordinary first year," Albus had said. "He is marked as the Dark Lord's equal, and he has power the Dark Lord knows not." The terrible hollow voice booming from Sybil Trelawney's throat, the true and original prophecy, echoed once more through her mind. She had a feeling it didn't mean what the headmaster thought it did, but there was no way to put the difference into words. And even so it still seemed true, that if there were any 11-year-old within the earth entire who could bear this burden, that boy approached her office now. And if she said anything at all like "poor Harry" to his face, well, he wouldn't like it. "So now I've got to find some way to kill an immortal dark wizard," Harry had said on the day he had first learned. "I really wish you had told me that before I started shopping." She'd been head of House Gryffindor for long enough, she'd watched enough friends die, to know that there were some people you couldn't save from becoming heroes. There came a knock at the door, and Professor McGonagall said, "Enter." When Harry entered, his face had the same cold, alert look she'd seen in Mary's place, and she wondered for an instant if he'd been wearing that same mask, that same self, this whole day. The young boy seated himself on the chair before her desk, and said, "So is it time for me to be told what's going on?" Neutral the words, not the sharpness that should have gone with the expression. Professor McGonagall's eyes rose in surprise before she could stop them, and she said, "The headmaster told you nothing, Mr. Potter?" The boy shook his head. "Only that he'd received a warning that I might be in danger, but I was safe now." Minerva was having trouble meeting his gaze. How could they do this to him? How could they lay this upon an 11-year-old boy, this war, this destiny, this prophecy, and they didn't even trust him? She forced herself to look at Harry directly, and saw that his green eyes were calm as they rested on her. "Professor McGonagall?" the boy said quietly. "Mr. Potter," said Professor McGonagall, "I'm afraid it is not my place to explain, but if after this the headmaster still does not tell you anything, you may come back to me and I will go yell at him for you." The boy's eyes widened, something of the real Harry showing through the crack before the cool mask was set back in place. "In any case," Professor McGonagall said briskly, "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Potter, but I need to ask you to use your time turner to go back 6 hours to 3 o'clock and give the following message to Professor Flitwick, Silver on the Tree. Ask the professor to note down the time at which you gave him that message. Afterward the headmaster wishes to meet with you at your convenience." There was a pause. Then the boy said, "I am suspected of misusing my time turner then?" "Not by me," Professor McGonagall said hastily. "I am sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Potter." There was another pause, and then the young boy shrugged. "It'll play hob with my sleep schedule, but I suppose it can't be helped. Please let the house elves know that if I ask for an early breakfast at, say, 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, I'm to receive it." "Of course, Mr. Potter," she said. "Thank you for understanding." The boy rose up from his chair and gave her a formal nod, then slipped out the door with his hand already going under his shirt to where his time turner waited, and she almost called out Harry. Only she wouldn't have known what to say after. Instead she waited, her eyes on the clock. How long did she need to wait for Harry Potter to go back in time? She didn't need to wait at all, actually. If he had done it, then it had already happened. Minerva knew then that she was delaying because she was nervous, and the realization saddened her. Mischief, yes, unspeakable, unthinkable mischief with all the prudence and foresight of a falling rock. She didn't know how the boy had tricked the hat into not sorting him to Gryffindor where he obviously belonged, but nothing dark or harmful, not ever. Beneath that mischief his goodness ran as deep and as true as the Weasley twins, though not even the Cruciatus curse could have gotten her to say that out loud. "Expecto Patronum," she said, and then, "Go to Professor Flitwick, and bear back his reply after you ask him this. Did Mr. Potter give you a message from me? What was that message, and when did you receive it?" 1 hour earlier, having used the last remaining spin of his time turner after putting on the cloak of invisibility, Harry tucked the hourglass back into his shirt. And he set out toward the Slytherin dungeons, striding as quickly as his invisible legs could manage, though not running. Thankfully, the deputy headmistress's office was already on a lower floor of Hogwarts. A few staircases later, taken 2 steps but not 3 steps at once, Harry stopped at a corridor around whose final bend lay the entrance to the Slytherin dorms. Harry took a piece of parchment, not paper, out of his pouch, took a quotes quill, not pen, out of his pouch, and told the quill, "Write these letters exactly as I say them. ZPGBSY space FVYIREBAGURGER." There were 2 kinds of codes in cryptography: codes that stopped your little brother from reading your message and codes that stopped major governments from reading your message, and this was the first kind of code, but it was better than nothing. In theory, no one should read it anyway. But even if they did, they wouldn't remember anything interesting unless they did cryptography first. Harry then put that parchment in a parchment envelope, and with his wand melted a little green wax to seal it. In principle, of course, Harry could have done all that hours earlier, but somehow waiting until after he heard the message from Professor McGonagall's own lips seemed less like messing with time. Harry then put that envelope inside another envelope, which already contained another sheet of paper with other instructions and 5 silver sickles. He closed that envelope, which already had a name written on the outside, sealed it with more green wax, and pressed a final sickle into that seal. Then Harry put that envelope into the very last envelope, on which was written in large letters the name, Mary Tavington. and Harry peeked around the bend to where the scowling portrait that served as the door to the Slytherin dorms waited, and as he did not wish the portrait to recall not seeing anyone invisible, Harry used the hover charm to float the envelope to the scowling man and tap it against him. The scowling man looked down at the envelope, peering at it through a monocle, and sighed, and turned around to face toward the inside of the Slytherin dorms and called, "Message for Mary Tavington." The envelope was then allowed to fall to the floor. A few moments later the portrait door opened, and Mary snatched up the envelope from the floor. She would open it up and find a sickle and an envelope addressed to a fourth-year student named Margaret Bulstrode. Slytherins did this sort of thing all the time, and a sickle definitely constituted a rush order. Margaret would open her envelope, and find 5 sickles along with an envelope to be dropped off in an unused classroom, after she used her time-turner to go back 5 hours. Whereupon she would find another 5 sickles waiting for her if she got there quickly. And an invisible Harry Potter would be waiting in that classroom from 3 p.m. to 3:30, just in case someone tried the obvious test. Well, it had been obvious to Professor Quirrell anyway. It had also been obvious to Professor Quirrell that a Margaret Bulstrode had a time-turner, and she wasn't very strict about how she used it, e.g. telling her younger sister really good pieces of gossip before anyone else had heard. Some of the tension leaked off Harry as he strode away from the portrait door, still invisible. Somehow his mind had still managed to worry about the plan, even knowing that it had already succeeded. Now there remained only the confrontation with Dumbledore, and then he was done for the day. He'd go to the headmaster's gargoyles at 9 p.m., since doing it at 8 p.m. would seem more suspicious. This way he could claim that he'd just misunderstood what Professor McGonagall had meant by afterward. The obscure pain clutched at Harry's heart again as he thought of Professor McGonagall. So Harry retreated a little further into his dark side, which had worn the calm expression and kept the fatigue off his face, and kept walking. There would come a reckoning, but sometimes you had to borrow everything you could today and let the payments come due tomorrow. Even Harry's dark side was feeling the exhaustion by the time the spiraling staircase had delivered him to the great oaken door that was the final gate to Dumbledore's office, but since Harry was now legally 4 hours past his natural bedtime, it was safe to let some of the fatigue show, the physical if not the emotional. The oaken door swung open. Harry's eyes had already been focused in the direction of the great desk, the throne behind it, so it took a moment to register that the throne was empty, the desk barren but for a single leather-bound volume, and then Harry shifted his gaze to see the wizard standing among his fiddly things, the mysterious unknown devices in their scores. Fawkes and the Sorting Hat occupied their respective perches. A bright cheerful blaze crackled in a nook that Harry had not before realized was a fireplace, and there were the 2 umbrellas and 3 red slippers for left feet. All things in their place and in their customary appearance except the old wizard himself, standing tall and dressed in robes of the most formal black. It came as a shock to the eyes, those robes on that person. It was as if Harry had seen his father wearing a business suit. Very ancient was the appearance of Albus Dumbledore, and sorrowful. "Hello, Harry," said the old wizard. From within an alternate self maintained like an occlumency construct, an innocent Harry who had absolutely no idea what was happening inclined his head coldly and said, "Headmaster, I expect you've heard back from Deputy Headmistress McGonagall by now, so if it's fine by you, I would really like to know what is going on." "Yes," said the old wizard, "it is time, Harry Potter." The back straightened, only slightly, for the wizard had already been standing straight, but somehow even that small change made the wizard seem a foot taller, and stronger if not younger, formidable though not dangerous. His potency gathered about him like a cowl. In a clear voice then he spoke. "This day your war against Voldemort has begun." "What?" said the outer Harry, who knew nothing, while something watching from inside thought much the same, only with a lot more profanity attached. "Bellatrix Black has been taken from Azkaban. She has escaped from a prison inescapable," the old wizard said. "It is a feat that bears Voldemort's signature if ever I have seen it, and she, his most faithful servant, is one of 3 requisites he must obtain to rise again in a new body. After 10 years the enemy you once defeated has returned, as was foretold." Neither part of Harry could think of anything to say to that, at least not for the few seconds before the old wizard continued. "It need change little for you for now," said the old wizard. "I have begun reconstituting the order of the Phoenix that will serve you. I have alerted the few souls who can and should understand. Amelia Bones, Alastair Moody, Bartemius Crouch, certain others. Of the prophecy, yes, there is a prophecy I have not told them, but they know that Voldemort is returned, and they know that you are to play some vital role. They and I shall fight your war in its lesser beginnings, while you grow stronger and perhaps wiser here at Hogwarts." The old wizard's hand came up, as though beseeching. "So to you for now there is but one change, and I implore you to understand its necessity. Do you recognize the book on my desk, Harry?" The inner part of Harry was screaming and banging its head against imaginary walls, while the outer Harry turned and stared at what proved to be. There was a rather long pause. Then Harry said, "It is a copy of The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien." "You recognized a quote from that book," said Dumbledore, an intent look in his eyes, "so I assume you remember it well. If I am mistaken, let me be corrected." Harry just stared at him. "It is important to understand," said Dumbledore, "that this book is not a realistic depiction of a wizarding war. John Tolkien never fought Voldemort. Your war will not be like the books you have read. Real life is not like stories. Do you understand, Harry?" Harry rather slowly nodded yes and then shook his head no. "In particular," said Dumbledore, "there is a certain very foolish thing that Gandalf does in the first book. He makes many mistakes, does Tolkien's wizard, but this one error is the most unforgivable. That mistake is this. When Gandalf first suspected, even for a moment, that Frodo held the One Ring, he should have moved Frodo to Rivendell at once. He might have been embarrassed, that old wizard, if his suspicions had proven false. He might have found it awkward to so command Frodo, and Frodo would have been greatly inconvenienced, needing to set aside many other plans and pastimes. But a little embarrassment and awkwardness and inconvenience is as nothing compared to the loss of your whole war, when the 9 Nazgul swoop down on the Shire while you are reading old scrolls in Minas Tirith, and take the ring at once. And it is not Frodo alone who would have been hurt, all Middle-earth would have fallen into slavery. If it had not been only a story, Harry, they would have lost their war. Do you understand what I am saying?" Said Harry, "Not exactly." There was something about Dumbledore when he was like this, which made it hard to stay properly cold. His dark side had trouble with weird. "Then I will spell it out," said the old wizard. His voice was stern, his eyes were sad. "Frodo should have been moved to Rivendell at once by Gandalf himself, and Frodo should never have left Rivendell without guard. There should have been no Night of Terror in Bree, no Barrow Downs, no Weathertop where Frodo was wounded. They could have lost their entire war any of those times for Gandalf's folly. Do you understand now what I am saying to you, son of Michael and Petunia?" And the Harry who knew nothing did understand. And the Harry who knew nothing saw that it was the smart, the wise, the intelligent and sane, the right thing to do. And the Harry who knew nothing said just what an innocent Harry would have said, while the silent watcher screamed in confusion and agony. "You're saying," Harry said, his voice shaking as the emotions inside burned through the outer calm, "that I'm not going home to my parents for Easter." "You will see them again," the old wizard said swiftly. "I will beg them to come here to be with you. I will extend them every courtesy during their visits. But you are not going home for Easter, Harry. You are not going home for the summer. You are no longer taking lunches in Diagon Alley, even with Professor Quirrell to watch you. Your blood is the second requisite Voldemort needs to rise as strong as before. So you are never again leaving the bounds of Hogwarts's wards without a vital reason, and a guard strong enough to fend off any attack for long enough to get you to safety." Water was beginning at the corners of Harry's eyes. "Is that a request?" said his quavering voice. "Or an order?" "I'm sorry, Harry," the old wizard said softly. "Your parents will see the necessity, I hope, but if not, I am afraid they have no recourse. The law, however wrongly, does not recognize them as your guardians. I am sorry, Harry, and I will understand if you despise me for it, but it must be done." Harry whirled, looked at the door. He couldn't look at Dumbledore any more, couldn't trust his own face. "This is the cost to yourself," said Hufflepuff within his mind, "even as you imposed costs on others. Will that change your whole view of the matter, the way Professor Quirrell thinks it will?" Automatically, the mask of the innocent Harry said exactly what it would have said. "Are my parents in danger? Do they need to be moved here?" "No," said the old wizard's voice. "I do not think so. The Death Eaters learned toward the end of the war not to attack the Order's families. And if Voldemort is now acting without his former companions, he still knows that it is I who make the decisions for now, and he knows that I would give him nothing for any threat to your family. I have taught him that I do not give in to blackmail, and so he will not try." Harry turned back then, and saw a coldness on the old wizard's face to match the shift in his voice. Dumbledore's blue eyes grown hard as steel behind the glasses. It didn't match the person, but it matched the formal black robes. "Is that everything, then?" said Harry's trembling voice. Later he would think about this, later he would think of some cunning countermeasure, later he would ask Professor Quirrell if there was any way to convince the headmaster he was mistaken. Right now, maintaining the mask was taking all of Harry's attention. "Voldemort used a Muggle artifact to escape Azkaban," the old wizard said. "He is watching you and learning from you, Harry Potter. Soon a man named Arthur Weasley at the Ministry will issue an edict that all use of Muggle artifacts must cease in the defense professor's battles. In the future, when you have a good idea, keep it closer about yourself." It didn't seem important by comparison. Harry just nodded and said again, "Is that everything?" There was a pause. "Please," said the old wizard in a whisper. "I have no right to ask your forgiveness, Harry James Potter Evansvers, but please at least say that you understand why." There was water in the old wizard's eyes. "I understand," said the voice of the outer Harry who did understand. "I mean, I was sort of thinking about it anyway. Wondering whether I could get you and my parents to let me stay over at Hogwarts during the summer like the orphans, so I could read the library here. It's just more interesting at Hogwarts anyway." A choking sound came from Albus Dumbledore's throat. Harry turned again toward the door. It wasn't escape unscathed, but it was escape. He took a step forward. His hand reached to the door handle. A piercing cry split the air. As though in slow motion, as Harry spun, he saw the phoenix already launched through the air and winging toward him. From the true Harry, the one who knew his own guilt, came a flash of panic. He hadn't thought of that, hadn't anticipated it. He'd prepared to face Dumbledore, but he'd forgotten about Fawkes. Flap, flap, and flap. 3 times the phoenix's wings flapped like the flaring up and dying down of a fire. Duration seemed to pass too slowly as Fawkes soared over the mysterious devices toward where Harry stood. And the red golden bird was hovering in front of him with gentle wing sweeps, bobbing in the air like a candle flame. "What is it, Fawkes?" said the false Harry in puzzlement, looking the phoenix in the eyes as he would if he were innocent. The real Harry, feeling the same awful sickness inside as when Professor McGonagall had expressed her trust in him, thought, "Did I turn evil today, Fawkes? I didn't think I was evil. Do you hate me now? If I've become something a phoenix hates, maybe I should just give it up now, give up everything now and confess." Fawkes screamed, the most terrible cry Harry had ever heard, a scream that set all the devices vibrating and made all the sleeping figures start within their portraits. It pierced through all of Harry's defenses like a white-hot sword through butter, collapsed all his layers like a punctured balloon popping, reshuffled his priorities in an instant as he remembered the one most important thing. The tears began pouring freely from Harry's eyes, down his cheeks. His voice choked as the words came out of his throat like coughing up lava. "Fawkes says," Harry's voice said, "he wants me to do something about the prisoners in Azkaban." "Fawkes, no," said the old wizard. Dumbledore strode forward, reaching out to the phoenix with a pleading hand. The old wizard's voice was almost as desperate as the phoenix's scream had been. "You cannot ask that of him, Fawkes. He's only a boy still." "You went to Azkaban," Harry whispered. "You took Fawkes with you. He saw you, so you were there. You saw. Why didn't you do anything? Why didn't you let them out?" When the instrument stopped vibrating, Harry realized that Fawkes had screamed at the same time as his own scream, that the phoenix was now flying next to Harry and facing Dumbledore at his side, the red golden head level with his own. "Can you," whispered the old wizard, "can you truly hear the voice of the phoenix so clearly?" Harry was sobbing almost too hard to speak, for all the metal doors he'd passed, the voices he'd heard, the worst memories, the desperate begging as he walked away, all of it had burst into his mind like fire at the phoenix's scream, all the inner bulwarks smashed. Harry didn't know whether he could truly hear the voice of the phoenix so clearly, whether he would have understood Fawkes without already knowing. All Harry knew was that he had a plausible excuse to say the things Professor Quirrell had told him he must never raise in conversation from this day forth, because this was just what an innocent Harry would have said, would have done, if he had heard so clearly. "They're hurting, we have to help them." "I can't," cried Albus Dumbledore. "Harry, Fawkes, I can't, there's nothing I can do." Another piercing scream. "Why not? Just go in and take them out." The old wizard wrenched his gaze from the phoenix, his eyes meeting Harry's instead. "Harry, tell Fawkes for me. Tell him it's not that simple. Phoenixes aren't mere animals, but they are animals, Harry, they can't understand." "I don't understand either," Harry said, his voice trembling. "I don't understand why you're feeding people to dementors. Azkaban isn't a prison, it's a torture chamber, and you're torturing those people to death." "Percival," said the old wizard hoarsely, "Percival Dumbledore, my own father, Harry, my own father died in Azkaban. I know it is a horror. But what would you have of me? To break Azkaban by force? Would you have me declare open rebellion against the ministry?" "Caw." There was a pause, and Harry's trembling voice said, "Fawkes doesn't know anything about governments, he just wants you to take the prisoners out of their cells, and he'll help you fight, if anyone stands in your way, and so will I, headmaster. I'll go with you and destroy any dementor that comes near. We'll worry about the political fallout afterward. I bet that you and I together could get away with it." "Harry," whispered the old wizard, "phoenixes do not understand how winning a battle can lose a war." Tears were streaming down the old wizard's cheeks, dripping into his silver beard. "The battle is all they know. They are good but not wise. That is why they choose wizards to be their masters. Can you bring out the dementors to where I can get at them?" Harry's voice was begging now. "Bring them out in groups of 15, I think I could destroy that many at a time without hurting myself." The old wizard shook his head. "It was hard enough to pass off the loss of one, they might give me one more, but never two, they are considered national possessions, Harry, weapons in case of war." Fury blazed in Harry then, blazed up like fire. It might have come from where a phoenix now rested on his own shoulder, and it might have come from his own dark side, and the two angers mixed within him, the cold and the hot, and it was a strange voice that said from his throat, "Tell me something. What does a government have to do? What do the voters have to do with their democracy? What do the people of a country have to do, before I ought to decide that I'm not on their side anymore?" The old wizard's eyes widened where he stared at the boy with a phoenix upon his shoulder. "Harry, are those your words, or the defense professor's? Because there has to be some point, doesn't there? And if it's not Azkaban, where is it, then?" "Harry, listen, please hear me. Wizards could not live together if they each declared rebellion against the whole, every time they differed. Always there will be something. Azkaban is not just something. It's evil. Yes, even evil. Even some evils, Harry, for wizards are not perfectly good. And yet it is better that we live in peace than in chaos, and for you and I to break Azkaban by force would be the beginning of chaos. Can you not see it?" The old wizard's voice was pleading. "And it is possible to oppose the will of your fellows openly or in secret, without hating them, without declaring them evil and enemy. I do not think the people of this country deserve that of you, Harry. And even if some of them did, what of the children, what of the students in Hogwarts, what of the many good people mixed in with the bad?" Harry looked on his shoulder at where Fawkes had perched, saw the phoenix's eyes gazing back at him. They did not glow, and yet they blazed, red flames in a sea of golden fire. "What do you think, Fawkes?" Caw, said the phoenix. Fawkes didn't understand the conversation. The young boy looked at the old wizard and said in a thick voice, "Or maybe the phoenixes are wiser than us, smarter than us, maybe they follow us around hoping that someday we'll listen to them, someday we'll get it, someday we'll just take the prisoners out of their cells." Harry spun and pulled open the oaken door and stepped onto the staircase and slammed the door behind him. The stairwell began rotating, Harry began descending, and he put his face in his hands and began to weep. It wasn't until he was halfway to the bottom that he noticed the difference, noticed the warmth still spreading through him, and realized that Fawkes, Harry whispered. The phoenix was still on his shoulder, perched there as he had seen him a few times upon Dumbledore's. Harry looked again into the eyes, red flames and golden fire. "You're not my phoenix now, are you?" "Caw." "Oh," Harry said, his voice trembling a little. "I'm glad to hear that, Fawkes, because I don't think he deserves." Harry stopped, took a breath. "I don't think he deserves that, Fawkes, he was trying to do the right thing." "Caw. But you're angry at him and trying to make a point." "I understand." The phoenix nestled his head against Harry's shoulder, and the stone gargoyle walked smoothly aside to let Harry pass back into the corridors of Hogwarts. 63 TSPE Aftermaths. Aftermath, Hermione Granger. She was just starting to close up her books and put away her homework in preparation for sleep, Padma and Mandy stacking up their own books across the table from her, when Harry Potter walked into the Ravenclaw common room, and it was only then that she realized she hadn't seen him at all since breakfast. That realization was rapidly stomped on by a much more startling one. There was a golden red-winged creature on Harry's shoulder, a bright bird of fire. And Harry looked sad and worn and really tired, like the phoenix was the only thing keeping him on his feet, but there was still a warmth about him. If you crossed your eyes you might have thought you were looking at the headmaster somehow. That was the impression that went through Hermione's mind, even though it didn't make any sense. Harry Potter trudged across the Ravenclaw common room, past sofas full of staring girls, past card game circles of staring boys, heading for her. In theory she wasn't talking to Harry Potter yet. His week wasn't up until tomorrow, but whatever was going on was clearly a whole lot more important than that. "Fawkes," Harry said, just as she was opening her mouth, "that girl over there is Hermione Granger. She's not talking to me right now because I'm an idiot, but if you want to be on a good person's shoulder she's better than me." So much exhaustion and hurt in Harry Potter's voice. But before she could figure out what to do about it, the phoenix had glided off Harry's shoulder like a fire creeping up a matchstick on fast forward, flashing toward her. There was a phoenix flying in front of her and staring at her with eyes of light and flame. "Caw?" asked the phoenix. Hermione stared at it, feeling like she was facing a question on a test she'd forgotten to study for, the one most important question, and she'd gone her whole life without studying for it. She couldn't find anything to say. She said. "I'm only 12, I haven't done anything yet." The phoenix just glided gently around, rotating around one wingtip like the being of light and air that it was, and soared back to Harry Potter's shoulder, where it settled down quite firmly. "You silly boy," said Padma across from her, looking like she was deciding whether to laugh or grimace. "Phoenixes aren't for smart girls who do their homework, they're for idiots who charge straight at 5 older Slytherin bullies. There's a reason why the Gryffindor colors are red and gold, you know." There was a lot of friendly laughter in the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione wasn't one of the laughing ones. Neither was Harry. Harry had put a hand over his face. "Tell Hermione I'm sorry," he said to Padma, his voice almost fallen to a whisper. "Tell her I forgot that phoenixes are animals, they don't understand time and planning, they don't understand people who are going to do good things later. I am not sure they understand really the notion of there being something that a person is, all they see is what people do. Fawkes doesn't know what 12 means. Tell Hermione I'm sorry, I shouldn't have it just all goes wrong, doesn't it?" Harry turned to go, the phoenix still on his shoulder, began slowly trudging toward the staircase that led up to his dorm. And Hermione couldn't leave it at that, she just couldn't leave it at that. She didn't know if it was her competition with Harry or something else. She just couldn't leave it with the phoenix turning away from her. She had to. Her mind keyed a frantic question to the entirety of her excellent memory, found just one thing. I was going to run in front of the Dementor to try and save Harry. She shouted a little desperately at the red golden bird. I mean, I actually did start running and everything. That was stupid and courageous, right? With a warbling cry, the phoenix launched itself from Harry's shoulder again, back toward her like a spreading blaze. It circled her 3 times like she was the center of an inferno, and for just a moment its wing brushed against her cheek, before the phoenix soared back to Harry. There was a hush in the Ravenclaw common room. "Told you so," Harry said aloud, and then he started climbing the stairs up to his bedroom. He seemed to climb very quickly, like he was very light on his feet for some reason, so that in just a moment he and Fawkes were gone. Hermione held up a trembling hand to her cheek where Fawkes had brushed her with his wing, a spot of warmth lingering there like that one small patch of skin had been very gently set on fire. She'd answered the question of the phoenix, she supposed, but it felt to her like she'd just barely squeaked by on the test, like she'd gotten a 62 and she could have gotten 104 if she'd tried harder. If she'd tried at all. She hadn't really been trying when she thought about it. Just doing her homework. Who have you saved? Aftermath, Fawkes. Nightmares the boy had expected, screams and begging and howling hurricanes of emptiness, the discharge of the horrors being laid down into memory, and in that fashion perhaps becoming part of the past. And the boy knew that the nightmares would come. The next night they would come. The boy dreamed, and in his dreams the world was on fire, Hogwarts was on fire, his home was on fire, the streets of Oxford were on fire, all ablaze with golden flames that shone but did not consume, and all the people walking through the blazing streets were shining with white light brighter than the fire, like they were flames themselves or stars. The other first-year boys came to bed and saw it for themselves, the wonder whose rumor they had already heard, that in his bed Harry Potter lay silent and motionless, a gentle smile on his face, while perched on his pillow a red golden bird watched over him, with bright wings swept above him like a blanket pulled over his head. The reckoning had been put off one more night. Aftermath, Draco Malfoy. Draco straightened his robes, making sure the green trim was straight. He waved his wand over his own head and said a charm that father had taught him while other children were still playing in mud, a charm which ensured that not a single speck of lint or dust would dirty his wizard's robes. Draco picked up the mysterious envelope that father had owed him and tucked it into his robes. He had already used Incendio and Averto on the mysterious note. And then he headed off to breakfast, to seat himself on exactly the same tick of the clock where the food appeared if he could manage it, so that it would seem like all others had been waiting on his appearance to eat. Because when you were the scion of Malfoy you were first in everything, including breakfast, that was why. Vincent and Gregory were waiting for him outside the door of his private room, up even before he was, though not, of course, dressed quite as sharply. The Slytherin common room was deserted, anyone who got up this early was heading straight to breakfast anyway. The dungeon halls were silent but for their own footsteps, empty and echoing. The great hall was a hubbub of alarm despite the relative few arrivals, some younger children crying, students running back and forth between tables or standing in knots shouting at each other. A red-robed prefect was standing in front of 2 green-trimmed students and yelling at them, and Snape was striding toward the mess. The noise dimmed a little as people caught sight of Draco as some of the faces turned to stare at him and fell quiet. The food appeared on the tables. No one looked at it. And Snape spun on his heel, abandoning his target, and headed straight toward Draco. A knot of fear clutched at Draco's heart. Had something happened to father? No, surely father would have told him. Whatever was happening, why hadn't father told him? There were bags of fatigue beneath Snape's eyes. Draco saw as their head of house came close. The potions master had never been a sharp dresser, that was an understatement, but his robes were even dirtier and more disarrayed this morning, spotted with extra grease. "You haven't heard?" hissed their head of house as he came close. "For pity's sake, Malfoy, don't you have a newspaper delivered?" "What is it, Profch?" "Bellatrix Black was taken from Azkaban." "What?" said Draco in shock, as Gregory behind him said something he really shouldn't have and Vincent just gasped. Snape was gazing at him with narrowed eyes, then nodded abruptly. Lucius told you nothing, then? I see. Snape gave a snort, turned away. Professor, said Draco. The implications were just starting to dawn on him, his mind spinning frantically. Professor, what should I do? Father didn't instruct me. Then I suggest, Snape said sneeringly as he strode away, that you tell them that, Malfoy, as your father intended. Draco glanced back at Vincent and Gregory, though he didn't know why he was bothering. Of course they looked even more confused than he did. And Draco walked forward to the Slytherin table, and sat down at the far end, which was still empty of sitters. Draco put a sausage omelette on his plate, began eating it with automatic motions. Bellatrix Black had been taken from Azkaban. Bellatrix Black had been taken from Azkaban? Draco didn't know what to make of that. It was as totally unexpected as the sun going out. Well, the sun would expectedly go out in 6 billion years, but this was as unexpected as the sun going out tomorrow. Father wouldn't have done it, Dumbledore wouldn't have done it, no one should have been able to do it. What did it mean? What use would Bellatrix be to anyone after 10 years in Azkaban, even if she got strong again? What use was a powerful sorceress who was completely evil and insane and fanatically devoted to a Dark Lord who wasn't around anymore? Hey, said Vincent from where he was sitting next to Draco. I don't understand, boss. Why'd we do that? We didn't do it, you dolt, snapped Draco. Oh, for Merlin's sake, if even you think we didn't, your father ever tell you any stories about Bellatrix Black? She tortured father once, she tortured your father, she's tortured everyone. The Dark Lord once told her to crucio herself and she did it. She didn't do crazy things to inspire fear and obedience in the populace, she did crazy things because she's crazy. She's a bitch is what she is. Oh, really? Said an incensed voice from behind Draco. Draco didn't look up. Gregory and Vincent would be watching his back. I would have thought you'd be happy to hear that a Death Eater had been freed, Malfoy. Amicus Carrow had always been one of the other problem people. Father had once told Draco to make sure he was never alone in the same room with Amicus. Draco turned around and gave Flora and Hestia Carrow his number 3 sneer, the one that said that he was in a noble and most ancient house and they weren't, and yes, that mattered. Draco said in their general direction, certainly not deigning to address them in particular, there's Death Eaters and then there's Death Eaters, and then turned back to his food. There were 2 furious huffs in unison, and then 2 pairs of shoes stormed off toward the other end of the Slytherin table. It was a few minutes later that Millicent Bulstrode ran up to them, visibly out of breath, and said, Mr. Malfoy, did you hear? About Bellatrix Black? Said Draco. Yedsh. No, about Potter. What? Potter was going around with a phoenix on his shoulder last night, looking like he'd been dragged through 10 leagues of mud. They say that the phoenix took him to Azkaban to try to stop Bellatrix, and he fought a duel with her and they blew up half the fortress. What? Said Draco. Oh, there is just no way that Draco stopped. He'd said that a number of times about Harry Potter and had started to notice a trend. Millicent ran off to tell someone else. You don't really think, said Gregory. I honestly don't know any more, said Draco. A few minutes later, after Theodore Nott had sat down across from him and William Rosier had gone to sit with the Carrow twins, Vincent nudged him and said, There. Harry Potter had entered the Great Hall. Draco watched him closely. There was no alarm on Harry's face as he saw, no surprise or shock, he just looked. It was the same distant, self-absorbed look Harry wore when he was trying to figure out the answer to a question Draco couldn't understand yet. Draco hastily shoved himself up from the bench of the Slytherin table, saying, Stay behind, and walked with all decorous speed toward Harry. Harry seemed to notice his approach just as the other boy was turning toward the Ravenclaw table, and Draco gave Harry one quick look, and then walked right past him, straight out of the Great Hall. It was a minute later that Harry peered around the corner of the small stony nook where Draco had waited. It might not fool everyone, but it would create plausible deniability. Quietus, said Harry. Draco, what? Draco took the envelope out of his robes. I have a message for you from Father. Ha! said Harry, and took the envelope from Draco, and tore it open in a rather unneat manner, and drew forth a sheet of parchment and unfolded it, and Harry gave a sharp intake of breath. Then Harry looked at Draco. Then Harry looked back down at the parchment. There was a pause. Harry said, "Did Lucius tell you to report on my reaction to this?" Draco paused for a moment, weighing, and then opened his mouth. "I see he did," said Harry, and Draco cursed himself. He should have known better, only it had been hard to decide. "What are you going to tell him?" "That you were surprised," said Draco. "Surprised," Harry said flatly. "Yeah. Good. Tell him that." "What is it?" said Draco. And then, as he saw Harry looking conflicted, "If you're dealing with Father behind my back, and Harry without a word gave Draco the paper. It said, "I know it was you." "What the dash?" "I was going to ask you that," said Harry. "Have you got any idea what's up with your dad?" Draco stared at Harry. Then Draco said, "Did you do it?" "What?" said Harry. "What possible reason would I? How would I? Did you do it, Harry?" "No," Harry said. "Of course not." Draco had listened carefully, but he hadn't detected any hesitation or tremor. So Draco nodded and said, "I've got no idea what Father's thinking, but it can't possibly be good. And, people are also saying—" "What?" said Harry warily. "Are they saying, Draco? Did a phoenix really take you to Azkaban to try to stop Bellatrix Black from escaping? Aftermath, Neville Longbottom." Harry had only just sat down at the Ravenclaw table for the first time, hoping to grab a quick bite of food. He knew he needed to go off and think about things, but there was a tiny remaining bit of Phoenix's peace even after the encounter with Draco that he still wanted to cling to, some beautiful dream of which he remembered nothing but the beauty, and the part of him that wasn't feeling peaceful was waiting for all the anvils to finish dropping on him, so that when he went off to think and be by himself for a while, he could batch process all the disasters at once. Harry's hand grasped a fork, lifted a bite of mashed potatoes toward his mouth. And there was a shriek. Every now and then someone would shout when they heard the news, but Harry's ears recognized this one. Harry was up from the bench in an instant, heading toward the Hufflepuff table, a horrible sick feeling dawning in the pit of his stomach. It was one of those things he hadn't considered when he'd decided to commit the crime, because Professor Quirrell had planned for no one to know, and now, afterward, Harry just hadn't thought of it. "This," Hufflepuff said with bitter intensity, "is also your fault." But by the time Harry got there, Neville was sitting down and eating fried sausage patties with Snippyfig sauce. The Hufflepuff boy's hands were trembling, but he cut the food and ate it without dropping it. "Hello, General," Neville said, his voice wavering only slightly. "Did you fight a duel with Bellatrix Black last night?" "No," Harry said. His own voice was also wavery for some reason. "Didn't think so," said Neville. There was a scraping sound as his knife cut the sausage again. "I'm going to hunt her down and kill her. Can I count on you to help?" There were startled gasps from the mass of Hufflepuffs who had gathered around Neville. "If she comes after you," Harry said hoarsely, "if it was all a terrible mistake, if it was all a lie, I'll defend you even with my life, won't let you get hurt for what I did, no matter what, but I won't help you go after her, Neville. Friends don't help friends commit suicide." Neville's fork paused on the way to his mouth. Then Neville put the bite of food in his mouth, chewed again. And Neville swallowed it. And Neville said, "I didn't mean right now, I mean after I graduate Hogwarts." "Neville," Harry said, keeping his voice under very careful control, "I think, even after you graduate, that might still be a just plain stupid idea. There's got to be much more experienced Aurors tracking her." "Oh wait, that's not good." "Listen to him," said Ernie Macmillan, and then an older-looking Hufflepuff girl standing close to Neville said, "Nevy, please, think about it, he's right." Neville stood up. Neville said, "Please don't follow me." Neville walked away from all of them. Harry and Ernie reaching out involuntarily toward him, and some of the other Hufflepuffs as well. And Neville sat down at the Gryffindor table, and distantly though they had to strain to hear, they heard Neville say, "I'm going to hunt her down and kill her after I graduate. Anyone want to help?" And at least 5 voices said, "Yes," and then Ron Weasley said loudly, "Get in line, you lot. I got an owl from Mum this morning. She says to tell everyone she's called Dibs." And someone said, "Molly Weasley against Bellatrix Black? Who does she even think she's kidding, dash?" And Ron reached over to a plate and hefted a muffin. Someone tapped Harry on the shoulder, and he turned around and saw an unfamiliar green-trimmed older girl, who handed him a parchment envelope and then quickly strode away. Harry stared at the envelope for a moment, then started walking toward the nearest wall. That wasn't very private, but it should be private enough, and Harry didn't want to give the impression of having much to hide. That had been a Slytherin system delivery, what you used if you wanted to communicate with someone without anyone else knowing that the two of you had talked. The sender gave an envelope to someone who had a reputation for being a reliable messenger, along with 10 nuts. That first person would take 5 nuts and pass the envelope to another messenger along with the other 5 nuts, and the second messenger would open up that envelope and find another envelope with a name written on it and deliver that envelope to that person. That way neither of the 2 people passing the message knew both the sender and the recipient, so no one else knew that those 2 parties had been in contact. When Harry reached the wall, he put the envelope inside his robes, opened it beneath the folds of cloth, and carefully snuck a peek at the parchment he drew forth. It said, "Classroom to the left of Transfiguration, 8 in the morning. LL." Harry stared at it, trying to remember if he knew anyone with the initials LL. His mind searched. Retrieved. The Quibbler girl? Harry whispered incredulously and then shut his mouth. She was only 10 years old, she shouldn't be in Hogwarts at all. Aftermath, Lesseth Lestrange. Harry was standing in the unused classroom next to Transfiguration at 8 a.m., waiting. He'd at least managed to get some food into himself before facing the next disaster, Luna Lovegood. The door to the classroom opened and Harry saw and gave himself a really hard mental kick. One more thing he hadn't thought of, one more thing he really should have. The older boy's green-trimmed formal robes were askew. There were red spots on them looking very much like small dots of fresh blood, and one corner of his mouth had the look of a place that had been cut and healed by episky or some other minor medical charm that didn't quite erase all the damage. Lesseth Lestrange's face was streaked with tears, fresh tears and half-dried tears, and there was water in his eyes, a promise of still more on the way. "Quietus," said the older boy, and then hominum revelio and some other things, while Harry thought frantically and without much luck. And then Lesseth lowered his wand and sheathed it in his robes, and slowly this time, formally, the older boy dropped to his knees on the dusty classroom floor. Bowed his head all the way down until his forehead also touched the dust, and Harry would have spoken but he was voiceless. Lesseth Lestrange said, in a breaking voice, "My life is yours, my lord, and my death as well." Harry said. There was a huge lump in his throat and he was having trouble speaking. "I didn't have anything to do with it," he should be saying right now, but then again the innocent Harry would have had trouble speaking too. "Thank you," whispered Lesseth. "Thank you, my lord, oh, thank you." The sound of a choked-off sob came from the kneeling boy. All Harry could see of him was the hair on the back of his head, nothing of his face. "I'm a fool, my lord, an ungrateful bastard, unworthy to serve you. I cannot abase myself enough, for I shouted at you after you helped me, because I thought you were refusing me, and I didn't even realize until this morning that I'd been such a fool as to ask you in front of Longbottomed." "I didn't have anything to do with it," Harry said. It was still very hard to tell an outright lie like that. Slowly Lesseth raised his head from the floor, looked up at Harry. "I understand, my lord," said the older boy, his voice wavering a little. "You do not trust my cunning, and indeed I have shown myself a fool. I only wanted to say to you that I am not ungrateful, that I know it must have been hard enough to save only one person, that they're alerted now, that you can't get father, but I am not ungrateful, I will never be ungrateful to you again. If ever you have a use for this unworthy servant, call me wherever I am, and I will answer, my lord. I was not involved in any way. But it got easier each time. Lesseth gazed up at Harry, said uncertainly, "Am I dismissed from your presence, my lord?" "I am not your lord." Lesseth said, "Yes, my lord, I understand," and pushed himself back up from the floor, stood straight and bowed deeply, then backed away from Harry until he turned to open the classroom door. As Lesseth's hand touched the doorknob, he paused. Harry couldn't see Lesseth's face as the older boy's voice said, "Did you send her to someone who would take care of her? Did she ask about me at all?" And Harry said, his voice perfectly level, "Please stop that. I was not involved in any way." "Yes, my lord, I'm sorry, my lord," said Lesseth's voice, and the Slytherin boy opened the door and went out and shut the door behind him. His feet sped up as he ran away, but not fast enough that Harry couldn't hear him start sobbing. "Would I cry?" wondered Harry. "If I knew nothing, if I was innocent, would I cry right now?" Harry didn't know, so he just kept looking at the door. And some unbelievably tactless part of him thought, "Yay, we completed a quest and got a minion." Shut up. If you ever want to vote on anything ever again, shut up. Aftermath, Amelia Bones. "Then his life isn't in danger, I take it," said Amelia. The healer, a stern-eyed old man who wore his robes white, he was a Muggle-born, and honoring some strange tradition of Muggles, of which Amelia had never asked, although privately she thought it made him look too much like a ghost, shook his head and said, "Definitely not." Amelia looked at the human form resting unconscious on the healer's bed, the burned and blasted flesh, the thin sheet that covered him for modesty's sake having been peeled back at her command. He might make a full recovery. He might not. The healer had said it was too early to say. Then Amelia looked at the other witch in the room, the detective. "And you say," Amelia said, "that the burning matter was transfigured from water, presumably in the form of ice." The detective nodded her head and said, sounding puzzled, "It could have been much worse if not for How very nice of them," she spat, and then pressed a weary hand to her forehead. No, it had been intended as a kindness. By the final stage of the escape there would be no point in trying to fool anyone. Whoever had done this, then, had been trying to mitigate the damage, and they'd been thinking in terms of Aurors breathing the smoke, not of anyone being attacked with the fire. If it had been them still in control, no doubt they would have steered the rocker more mercifully. But Bellatrix Black had ridden the rocker out of Azkaban alone. All the watching Aurors had agreed on that. They'd had their anti-disillusionment charms active, and there had been only one woman on that rocker, though the rocker had sported 2 sets of stirrups. Some good and innocent person, capable of casting the Patronus charm, had been tricked into rescuing Bellatrix Black. Some innocent had fought Barry one-hand, carefully subduing an experienced Auror without significantly injuring him. Some innocent had transfigured the fuel for the Muggle artifact on which the 2 of them had been to ride out of Azkaban, making it from frozen water for the benefit of her Aurors. And then their usefulness to Bellatrix Black had ended. You would have expected anyone capable of subduing Barry one-hand to have foreseen that part. But then you wouldn't have expected anyone who could cast the Patronus charm to try rescuing Bellatrix Black in the first place. Amelia passed her hand down over her eyes, closing them for a moment in silent mourning. "I wonder who it was, and how you know who manipulated them, what story they could possibly have been told." She didn't even realize until a moment later that the thought meant she was starting to believe. Perhaps because, no matter how difficult it was to believe Dumbledore, it was becoming more difficult not to recognize the hand of that cold, dark intelligence. Aftermath, Albus Dumbledore. It might have been only 57 seconds before breakfast ended, and he might have needed 4 twists of his time-turner, but in the end Albus Dumbledore did make it. "Headmaster," squeaked the polite voice of Professor Filius Flitwick, as the old wizard passed him by on his way to his seat. "Mr. Potter left a message for you." The old wizard stopped. He looked inquiringly at the charms professor. "Mr. Potter said that after he woke up, he realized how unfair had been the things he said to you after Fawkes screamed. Mr. Potter said that he wasn't saying anything about anything else, just apologizing for that one part." The old wizard kept looking at his charms professor and still did not speak. Headmaster, squeaked Phileas. Tell him I said thank you, said Albus Dumbledore, but that it is wiser to listen to phoenixes than to wise old wizards, and sat down at his place 3 seconds before all the food vanished. Aftermath, Professor Quirrell. No, Madame Pomfrey snapped at the child, you may not see him. You may not pester him. You may not ask him one little question. He is to rest in bed and do nothing for at least 3 days. Aftermath, Minerva McGonagall. She was heading toward the infirmary, and Harry Potter was leaving it when they passed each other. The look he gave her wasn't angry. It wasn't sad. It didn't say much at all. It was like he was looking at her just long enough to make it clear that he wasn't deliberately avoiding looking at her. And then he looked away before she could figure out what look to give him in return, as though he wanted to spare her that as well. He didn't say anything as he walked past her. Neither did she. What could there possibly be to say? Aftermath, Fred and George Weasley. They actually yelped out loud when they turned the corner and saw Dumbledore. It wasn't that the headmaster had popped up out of nowhere and was staring at them with a stern expression. Dumbledore was always doing that. But the wizard was dressed in formal black robes and looking very ancient and very powerful, and he was giving the two of them a sharp look. Fred and George Weasley, spake Dumbledore in a voice of power. Yes, headmaster, they said, snapping upright and giving him a crisp military salute they'd seen in some old pictures. Hear me well. You are the friends of Harry Potter, is this so? Yes, headmaster. Harry Potter is in danger. He must not go beyond the wards of Hogwarts. Listen to me, sons of Weasley, I beg you listen. You know that I am as Gryffindor as yourselves, that I too know there are higher rules than rules. But this, Fred and George, this one thing is of the most terrible importance. There must be no exception this time, small or great. If you help Harry to leave Hogwarts, he may die. Does he send you on a mission, you may go. Does he ask you to bring him items, you may help. But if he asks you to smuggle his own person out of Hogwarts, you must refuse. Do you understand? Yes, headmaster. They said it without even thinking, really, and then exchanged uncertain looks with each other. The bright blue eyes of the headmaster were intent upon them. No. Not without thinking. If Harry asks you to bring him out, you must refuse. If he asks you to tell him the way, you must refuse. I will not ask you to report him to me, for that I know you would never do. But beg him on my behalf to go to me if it is of such importance, and I will guard him as he walks. Fred, George, I am sorry to strain your friendship so, but it is his life. The two of them looked at each other for a long while, not communicating, only thinking the same things at the same time. They looked back at Dumbledore. They said, with a chill running through them as they spoke the name, Bellatrix Black. You may safely assume, said the headmaster, that it is at least that bad. Okay. Got it. Aftermath, Alastor Moody and Severus Snape. When Alastor Moody had lost his eye, he had commandeered the services of a most erudite Ravenclaw, Samuel H. Lyle, whom Moody mistrusted slightly less than average because Moody had refrained from reporting him as an unregistered werewolf, and he had paid Lyle to compile a list of every known magical eye, and every known hint to their location. When Moody had gotten the list back, he hadn't bothered reading most of it, because at the top of the list was the Eye of Vance, dating back to an era before Hogwarts, and currently in the possession of a powerful dark wizard ruling over some tiny forgotten hellhole that wasn't in Britain or anywhere else he'd have to worry about silly rules. That was how Alastor Moody had lost his left foot and acquired the Eye of Vance, and how the oppressed souls of Urilet had been liberated for a period of around 2 weeks before another dark wizard moved in on the power vacuum. He'd considered going after the left foot of Vance next, but had decided against it after he realized that would be just what they were expecting. Now Mad-Eye Moody was turning slowly, always turning, surveying the graveyard of Little Hangleton. It should have been a lot gloomier, that place, but in the broad daylight it seemed like nothing but a grassy place marked by ordinary tombstones, demarcated by the chain twists of fragile, easily climbable metal that Muggles used instead of wards. Moody could not comprehend what the Muggles were thinking on that score, if they were pretending to have wards or what, and he had decided not to ask whether Muggle criminals respected the pretense. Moody didn't actually need to turn to survey the graveyard. The eye of Vance saw the full globe of the world in every direction around him, no matter where it was pointing. But there was no particular reason to let a former Death Eater like Severus Snape know that. Sometimes people called Moody paranoid. Moody always told them to survive 100 years of hunting dark wizards and then get back to him about that. Mad-Eye Moody had once worked out how long it had taken him, in retrospect, to achieve what he now considered a decent level of caution. Weighed up how much experience it had taken him to get good instead of lucky, and had begun to suspect that most people died before they got there. Moody had once expressed this thought to Lyle, who had done some ciphering and figuring, and told him that a typical dark wizard hunter would die, on average 8.5 times along the way to becoming paranoid. This explained a great deal, assuming Lyle wasn't lying. Yesterday, Albus Dumbledore had told Mad-Eye Moody that the Dark Lord had used unspeakable dark arts to survive the death of his body, and was now awake and abroad, seeking to regain his power and begin the Wizarding War anew. Someone else might have reacted with incredulity. "I can't believe you lot never told me about this resurrection thing," Mad-Eye Moody said with considerable acerbity. "Do you realize how long it'll take me to do the grave of every ancestor of every dark wizard I've ever killed who could have been smart enough to make a Horcrux? You're not just now doing this one, are you?" "I redos this one every year," Severus Snape said calmly, uncapping the third flask of what the man had claimed would be 17 bottles, and beginning to wave his wand over it. "The other ancestral graves we've been able to locate were poisoned with only the long-lasting substances, since some of us have less free time than yourself." Moody watched the fluid spiraling out of the vial and vanishing, to appear within the bones where marrow had once been. "But you think it's worth the effort of the trap, instead of just vanishing the bones? He does have other avenues to life should he perceive this one blocked," Snape said dryly, uncapping a fourth bottle. "And before you ask, it must be the original grave, the place of first burial, the bone removed during the ritual and not before. Thus he cannot have retrieved it earlier, and also there is no point in substituting the skeleton of a weaker ancestor. He would notice it had lost all potency. Who else knows about this trap?" Moody demanded. "You. Me. The headmaster. No one else." Moody snorted. "Fa. Did Albus tell Amelia, Bartemius, and that McGonagall woman about the resurrection ritual?" "Yes, Dish. If Valdi finds out that Albus knows about the resurrection ritual and that Albus told them, Vold'll figure that Albus told me, and Valdi knows I'd think of this." Moody shook his head in disgust. "What are these other ways Valdi could come back to life?" Snape's hand paused on the fifth bottle. It was all disillusioned, of course, the whole operation was disillusioned, but that meant less than nothing to Moody. It just marked you in his eyesight as trying to hide, and the former Death Eater said, "You don't need to know." "You're learning, son," said Moody with mild approval. "What's in the bottles?" Snape opened the fifth bottle, gestured with his wand to begin the substance flowing toward the grave, and said, "This one? A Muggle narcotic called LSD. A conversation yesterday put me in mind of Muggle things, and LSD seemed the most interesting option, so I hurried to obtain some. If it is incorporated into the resurrection potion, I suspect its effects will be permanent." "What does it do?" said Moody. "It is said that the effects are impossible to describe to anyone who has not used it," drawled Snape, "and I have not used it." Moody nodded approval as Snape opened the sixth flask. "What about that one?" "Love potion." "Love potion," said Moody. "Not of the standard sort. It is meant to trigger a two-way bond with an unbearably sweet Veela woman named Verdandi, who the headmaster hopes might be able to redeem even him, if they truly loved each other." "Gah," said Moody. "That bloody sentimental foolge." "Agreed," Severus Snape said calmly, his attention focused on his work. "Tell me you've at least got some Malaclaw venom in there." Second flask. "Iocane powder." Either the 14th or 15th bottle. Ball's stupefaction, Moody said, naming an extremely addictive narcotic with interesting side effects on people with Slytherin tendencies. Moody had once seen an addicted dark wizard go to ridiculous lengths to get a victim to lay hands on a certain exact portkey, instead of just having someone toss the target a trapped canute on their next visit to town, and after going to all that work, the addict had gone to the further effort to lay a second portus on the same portkey which had, on a second touch, transported the victim back to safety. To this day, even taking the drug into account, Moody could not imagine what could have possibly been going through the man's mind at the time he had cast the second portus. 10th vial, said Snape. Basilisk venom, offered Moody. What? Spat Snape. Snake venom is a positive component of the resurrection potion. Not to mention that it would dissolve the bone and all the other substances. And where would we even get? Calm down, son, I was just checking to see if you could be trusted. Mad-Eye Moody continued his secretly unnecessary slow turning, surveying the graveyard, and the potion's master continued pouring. Hold on, Moody said suddenly. How do you know this is really where Because it says Tom Riddle on the easily moved headstone, Snape said dryly. And I have just won 10 sickles from the headmaster, who bet you would think of that before the 5th bottle. So much for constant vigilance. There was a pause. How long did it take Albus to reach? 3 years after we learned of the ritual, said Snape, in a tone not quite like his usual sardonic drawl. In retrospect, we should have consulted you earlier. Snape uncapped the 9th bottle. We poisoned all the other graves as well with long-lasting substances, remarked the former Death Eater. It is possible that we are in the correct graveyard. He may not have planned this far ahead back when he was slaughtering his family, and he cannot move the grave itself. The true location doesn't look like a graveyard anymore, Moody said flatly. He moved all the other graves here and memory charmed the Muggles. Not even Bellatrix Black would be told anything about that until just before the ritual started. No one knows the true location now except him. They continued their futile work. Aftermath, Blaze Zabini. The Slytherin common room could be accurately and precisely described as a remilitarized zone. The moment you stepped through the portrait hole, you would see that the left half of the room was definitely not talking to the right half and vice versa. It was very clear, it did not need to be explained to anyone, that you did not have the option of not taking sides. At a table in the exact middle of the room, Blaze Zabini sat by himself, smirking as he did his homework. He had a reputation now and meant to keep it. Aftermath, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. You doing anything interesting today? Said Tracy. Nope, said Daphne. Aftermath, Harry Potter. If you went high enough in Hogwarts, you didn't see many other people around, just corridors and windows and staircases and the occasional portrait, and now and then some interesting sight, such as a bronze statue of a furry creature like a small child, holding a peculiar flat spear. If you went high enough in Hogwarts, you didn't see many other people around, which suited Harry. There were much worse places to be trapped, Harry supposed. In fact, you probably couldn't think of anywhere better to be trapped than an ancient castle with a fractal, ever-changing structure that meant you couldn't ever run out of places to explore, full of interesting people and interesting books and incredibly important knowledge unknown to Muggle science. If Harry hadn't been told that he couldn't leave, he probably would have jumped at the chance to spend more time in Hogwarts. He would have plotted and connived to get it. Hogwarts was literally optimal, not in all the realms of possibility maybe, but certainly on the real planet Earth, it was the maximum fun location. How could the castle and its grounds seem so much smaller, so much more confining? How could the rest of the world become so much more interesting and important, the instant Harry had been told that he wasn't allowed to leave? He'd spent months here and hadn't felt claustrophobic then. You know, the research on this, observed some part of himself, it's just standard scarcity effects. Like that time where as soon as a county outlawed phosphate detergents, people who'd never cared before drove to the next county in order to buy huge loads of phosphate detergent, and surveys showed that they rated phosphate detergents as gentler and more effective and even easier pouring, and if you give 2-year-olds a choice between a toy in the open and one protected by a barrier, they can go. around, they'll ignore the toy in the open and go for the one behind the barrier. Salespeople know that they can sell things just by telling the customer it might not be available. It was all in Cialdini's book Influence. Everything you're feeling right now, the grass is always greener on the side that's not allowed. If Harry hadn't been told that he couldn't leave, he probably would have jumped at the chance to stay at Hogwarts over the summer. But not the rest of his life. That was sort of the problem, really. Who knew whether there was still a Dark Lord Voldemort for him to defeat? Who knew whether he who must not be named still existed outside of the imagination of a possibly not just pretending to be crazy old wizard? Lord Voldemort's body had been found burned to a crisp. There couldn't really be such things as souls. How could Lord Voldemort still be alive? How did Dumbledore know that he was alive? And if there wasn't a Dark Lord, Harry couldn't defeat him, and he would be trapped in Hogwarts forever. Maybe he would be legally allowed to escape after he graduated his 7th year, 6 years and 4 months and 3 weeks from now. It wasn't that long as lengths of time went, it only seemed like long enough for protons to decay. Only it wasn't just that. It wasn't just Harry's freedom that was at stake. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, was quietly sounding the alarm. A false alarm. A false alarm which Harry had triggered. Said the part of him that refined his skills, didn't you sort of ponder, once, how every different profession has a different way to be excellent, how an excellent teacher isn't like an excellent plumber, but they all have in common certain methods of not being stupid, and that one of the most important such techniques is to face up to your little mistakes before they turn into big mistakes? Although this already seemed to qualify as a big mistake, actually. The point being, said his inner monitor, it's getting worse literally by the minute. The way spies turn people is, they get them to commit a little sin, and then they use the little sin to blackmail them into a bigger sin, and then they use that sin to make them do even bigger things, and then the blackmailer owns their soul. Didn't you once think about how the person being blackmailed, if they could foresee the whole path, would just decide to take the punch on the first step, take the hit of exposing that first sin? Didn't you decide that you would do that, if anyone ever tried to blackmail you into doing something major in order to conceal something little? Do you see the similarity here, Harry James Potter Evans Vers? Only it wasn't little, it already wasn't little. There would be a lot of very powerful people extremely angry at Harry, not just for the false alarm but for freeing Bellatrix from Azkaban. If the Dark Lord did exist and did come after him later, that war might already be lost. You don't think they'll be impressed by your honesty and rationality and foresight in stopping this before it snowballs even further? Harry did not, in fact, think this, and after a moment's reflection, whichever part of himself he was talking to, had to agree that this was absurdly optimistic. His wandering feet took him near an open window, and Harry went over and leaned his arms on the ledge and stared down at the grounds of Hogwarts from high above. Brown that was barren trees, yellow that was dead grass, ice-colored ice that was frozen creeks and frozen streams. Whichever school official had dubbed it the Forbidden Forest really hadn't understood marketing. The name just made you want to go there even more. The sun was sinking in the sky, for Harry had been thinking for some hours now, thinking mostly the same thoughts over and over, but with key differences each time, like his thoughts were not going in circles but climbing a spiral or descending it. He still couldn't believe that he'd gone through the entire thing with Azkaban. He'd switched off his Patronus before it took all his life. He'd stunned an Auror. He'd figured out how to hide Bella from the Dementors. He'd faced down 12 Dementors and scared them away. He'd invented the rocket-assisted broomstick and ridden it. He'd gone through the entire thing without ever once rallying himself by thinking, I have to do this because I promised Hermione I'd come back from lunch. It felt like an irrevocably missed opportunity, like, having done it wrong that time, he would never be able to get it right no matter what sort of challenge he faced next time or what promise he made. Because then he would just be doing it awkwardly and deliberately to make up for having missed it the first time around, instead of making the heroic declarations he could have made if he'd remembered his promise to Hermione. Like that one wrong turn was irrevocable, you only got one chance, had to do it right on the first try. He should have remembered that promise to Hermione before going to Azkaban. Why had he decided to do that again? My working hypothesis is that you're stupid, said Hufflepuff. That is not a useful fault analysis, thought Harry. "If you want a little more detail," said Hufflepuff, "the defense professor of Hogwarts was all like, 'Let's get Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban.' And you were like, 'Okay.'" "Hold on, that's not fair." "Hey," said Hufflepuff, "notice how, once you're all the way up here and the individual trees sort of blur together, you can actually see the shape of the forest?" Why had he done it? Not because of any cost-benefit calculation, that was for sure. He'd been too embarrassed to pull out a sheet of paper and start calculating expected utilities. He'd worried that Professor Quirrell would stop respecting him if he said no or even hesitated too much to help a maiden in distress. He'd thought, somewhere deep inside him, that if your mysterious teacher offered you the first mission, the first chance, the call to adventure, and you said no, then your mysterious teacher walked away from you in disgust, and you never got another chance to be a hero. Yeah, that had been it. In retrospect, that had been it. He'd gone and started thinking his life had a plot, and here was a plot twist, as opposed to, here was a proposal to break Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban. That had been the true and original reason for the decision in the split second where it had been made, his brain perceptually recognizing the narrative where he said no as dissonant. And when you thought about it, that wasn't a rational way to make decisions. Professor Quirrell's ulterior motive to obtain the last remains of Slytherin's lost lore, before Bellatrix died and it was irrevocably forgotten, seemed impressively sane by comparison, a benefit commensurate with what had appeared at the time as a small risk. It didn't seem fair, that this was what happened if he lost his grip on his rationality for just a tiny fraction of a second, the tiny fraction of a second required for his brain to decide to be more comfortable with yes arguments than no arguments during the discussion that had followed. From high above, far enough above that the individual trees blurred together, Harry stared out at the forest. Harry didn't want to confess and ruin his reputation forever and get everyone angry at him and maybe end up killed by the Dark Lord later. He'd rather be trapped in Hogwarts for 6 years than face that. That was how he felt. And so it was in fact helpful, a relief, to be able to cling to a single decisive factor, which was that if Harry confessed, Professor Quirrell would go to Azkaban and die there. A catch, a break, a stutter in Harry's breathing. If you phrased it that way, why, you could even pretend to be a hero instead of a coward. Harry lifted his eyes from the forbidden forest, looked up at the clear blue forbidden sky. Stared out the glass panes at the big bright burning thing, the fluffy things, the mysterious endless blue in which they were embedded, that strange new unknown place. Actually did help, it helped quite a lot, to think that his own troubles were nothing compared to being in Azkaban. That there were people in the world who were really in trouble and Harry Potter was not one of them. What was he going to do about Azkaban? What was he going to do about magical Britain? Which side was he on now? In the bright light of day, everything that Albus Dumbledore had said certainly sounded a lot wiser than Professor Quirrell. Better and brighter, more moral, more convenient, wouldn't it be nice if it were true? And the thing to remember was that Dumbledore believed things because they sounded nice, but Professor Quirrell was the one who was sane. Again the catch in his breathing, it happened each time he thought of Professor Quirrell. But just because something sounded nice, didn't make it wrong either. And if the defense professor did have a flaw in his sanity, it was that his outlook on life was too negative. Really? Inquired the part of Harry that had read 18 million experimental results about people being too optimistic and overconfident. Professor Quirrell is too pessimistic? So pessimistic that his expectations routinely undershoot reality? Stuff him and put him in a museum, he's unique. Which one of you two planned the perfect crime, and then put in all the error margin and fallbacks that ended up saving your butt, just in case the perfect crime went wrong? Hint hint, his name wasn't Harry Potter. But pessimistic wasn't the correct word to describe Professor Quirrell's problem, if a problem it truly was, and not the superior wisdom of experience. But to Harry it looked like Professor Quirrell was constantly interpreting everything in the worst possible light. If you handed Professor Quirrell a glass that was 90% full, he'd tell you that the 10% empty part proved that no one really cared about water. That was a very good analogy now that Harry thought about it. Not all of magical Britain was like Azkaban, that glass was well over half full. Harry stared up at the bright blue sky. Although, following the analogy, if Azkaban existed, then maybe it did prove that the 90% good part was there for other reasons, people trying to make a show of kindness, as Professor Quirrell had put it. For if they were truly kind, they would not have made Azkaban, they would storm the fortress to tear it down, wouldn't they? Harry stared up at the bright blue sky. If you wanted to be a rationalist, you had to read an awful lot of papers on flaws in human nature, and some of those flaws were innocent logical failures, and some of them looked a lot darker. Harry stared up at the bright blue sky and thought of the Milgram experiment. Stanley Milgram had done it to investigate the causes of World War II, to try to understand why the citizens of Germany had obeyed Hitler. So he had designed an experiment to investigate obedience, to see if Germans were, for some reason, more liable to obey harmful orders from authority figures. First, he'd run a pilot version of his experiment on American subjects as a control. And afterward he hadn't bothered trying it in Germany. Experimental apparatus. A series of 30 switches set in a horizontal line, with labels starting at 15 volts and going up to 450 volts, with labels for each group of 4 switches. The first group of 4 labeled slight shock, the 6th group labeled extreme intensity shock, the 7th group labeled danger, severe shock, and the 2 last switches left over labeled just XXX. And an actor, a confederate of the experimenter who had appeared to the true subjects to be someone just like them, someone who had answered the same ad for participants in an experiment on learning, and who had lost a rigged lottery and been strapped into a chair, along with the electrodes. The true experimental subjects had been given a slight shock from the electrodes, just so that they could see that it worked. The true subject had been told that the experiment was on the effects of punishment on learning and memory, and that part of the test was to see if it made a difference what sort of person administered the punishment, and that the person strapped to the chair would try to memorize sets of word pairs, and that each time the learner got one wrong, the teacher was to administer a successively stronger shock. At the 300-volt level, the actor would stop trying to call out answers and begin kicking at the wall, after which the experimenter would instruct the subjects to treat non-answers as wrong answers and continue. At the 315-volt level, the pounding on the wall would be repeated. After that, nothing would be heard. If the subject objected or refused to press a switch, the experimenter, maintaining an impassive demeanor and dressed in a gray lab coat, would say, "Please continue," then the experiment requires that you continue, then it is absolutely essential that you continue, then you have no other choice, you must go on. If the 4th prod still didn't work, the experiment halted there. Before running the experiment, Milgram had described the experimental setup, and then asked 14 psychology seniors what percentage of subjects they thought would go all the way up to the 450-volt level, what percentage of subjects would press the last of the 2 switches marked XXX, after the victim had stopped responding. The most pessimistic answer had been 3%. The actual number had been 26 out of 40. The subjects had sweated, groaned, stuttered, laughed nervously, bitten their lips, dug their fingernails into their flesh. But at the experimenter's prompting, they had, most of them, gone on administering what they believed to be painful, dangerous, possibly lethal electrical shocks. All the way to the end. Harry could hear Professor Quirrell laughing in his mind, the defense professor's voice saying something along the lines of, "Why, Mr. Potter, even I had not been so cynical. I knew men would betray their most cherished principles for money and power, but I did not realize that a stern look also sufficed. It was dangerous to try and guess at evolutionary psychology if you weren't a professional evolutionary psychologist, but when Harry had read about the Milgram experiment, the thought had occurred to him that situations like this had probably arisen many times in the ancestral environment, and that most potential ancestors who tried to disobey authority were dead. Or that they had at least done less well for themselves than the obedient. People thought themselves good and moral, but when push came to shove, some switch flipped in their brain, and it was suddenly a lot harder to heroically defy authority than they thought. Even if you could do it, it wouldn't be easy, it wouldn't be some effortless display of heroism. You would tremble, your voice would break, you would be afraid. Would you be able to defy authority even then? Harry blinked then, because his brain had just made the connection between Milgram's experiment and what Hermione had done on her first day of defense class. She'd refused to shoot a fellow student. Even when authority had told her that she must, she had trembled and been afraid, but she had still refused. Harry had seen that happen right in front of his own eyes, and he still hadn't made the connection until now. Harry stared down at the reddening horizon. The sun was sinking lower, the sky fading, darkening. Even if most of it was still blue, soon it would turn to night. The gold and red colors of sun and sunset reminded him of Fawkes, and Harry wondered for a moment if it must be a sad thing to be a phoenix, and call and cry and scream without being heeded. But Fawkes would never give up. As many times as he died he would always be reborn, for Fawkes was a being of light and fire, and despairing over Azkaban belonged to the darkness just as much as did Azkaban itself. If you were given a glass half empty and half full, then that was the way reality was, that was the truth, and it was so, but you still had a choice of how to feel about it, whether you would despair over the empty half or rejoice in the water that was there. Milgram had tried certain other variations on his test. In the 18th experiment, the experimental subject had only needed to call out the test words to the victim strapped into the chair, and record the answers while someone else pressed the switches. It was the same apparent suffering, the same frantic pounding followed by silence, but it wasn't you pressing the switch. You just watched it happen and read the questions to the person being tortured. 37 of 40 subjects had continued their participation in that experiment to the end. The 450-volt end marked XXX. And if you were Professor Quirrell, you might have decided to feel cynical about that. But 3 out of 40 subjects had refused to participate all the way to the end. The Hermiones. They did exist, in the world, the people who wouldn't fire a simple strike hex at a fellow student even if the defense professor ordered them to do it. The ones who had sheltered gypsies and Jews and homosexuals in their attics during the Holocaust and sometimes lost their lives for it. And were those people from some other species than humanity? Did they have some extra gear in their heads, some additional chunk of neural circuitry, which lesser mortals did not possess? But that was not likely, given the logic of sexual reproduction, which said that the genes for complex machinery would be scrambled beyond repair if they were not universal. Whatever parts Hermione was made from, everyone had those same parts inside them somewhere. Well, that was a nice thought, but it wasn't strictly true. There was such a thing as literal brain damage. People could lose genes and the complex machine could stop working. There were sociopaths and psychopaths, people who lacked the gear to care. Maybe Lord Voldemort had been born like that, or maybe he had known good and yet still chosen evil. At this point it didn't matter in the slightest. But a supermajority of the population ought to be capable of learning to do what Hermione and Holocaust resistors did. The people who had been run through the Milgram experiment, who had trembled and sweated and nervously laughed as they went all the way to pressing the switches marked XXX, many of them had written to thank Milgram afterward for what they had learned about themselves. That, too, was part of the story, the legend of that legendary experiment. The sun had almost sunk below the horizon now, a last golden tip peeking above the faraway tops of trees. Harry looked at it, that tip of sun. His glasses were supposed to be proof against UV, so he ought to be able to look directly at it without damaging his eyes. Harry stared directly at it, that tiny fraction of the light that was not obscured and blocked and hidden. Even if it was only 3 parts out of 40, the other 37 parts were there somewhere. The 7.5% of the glass that was full, which proved that people really did care about water, even if that force of caring within themselves was too often defeated. People truly didn't care. The glass would have been truly empty. If everyone had been like you-know-who inside, secretly cleverly selfish, there would have been no resistors to the Holocaust at all. Harry looked at the sunset on the second day of the rest of his life and knew that he had switched sides. Because he couldn't believe in it anymore, he couldn't really, not after going to Azkaban. He couldn't do what 37 out of 40 people would vote for him to do. Everyone might have inside them what it took to be Hermione, and someday they might learn, but someday wasn't now, not here, not today, not in the real world. If you were on the side of 3 out of 40 people, then you weren't a political majority, and Professor Quirrell had been right. Harry would not bow his head in submission when that happened. There was a sort of awful appropriateness to it. You shouldn't go to Azkaban and come back having not changed your mind about anything important. So is Professor Quirrell right then? Asked Slytherin. Leaving out whether he's good or evil, is he right? Are you, to them, whether they know it or not, their next lord? We'll just leave out the dark part, that's him being cynical again. But is it your intention now to rule? I've got to say, that makes even me nervous. Do you think you can be trusted with power? Said Gryffindor. Isn't there some sort of rule that people who want power shouldn't have it? Maybe we should make Hermione the ruler instead. Do you think you're fit to run a society and not have it collapse into total chaos inside of 3 weeks flat? Said Hufflepuff. Imagine how loudly Mum would scream if she'd heard you'd been elected Prime Minister. Now ask yourself, are you sure she's wrong about that? Actually, said Ravenclaw, I have to point out that all this political stuff sounds overwhelmingly boring. How about if we leave all the electioneering to Draco and stick to science? It's what we're actually good at, and that's been known to improve the human condition too, you know? Slow down, thought Harry at his components, we don't have to decide everything right now. We're allowed to ponder the problem as fully as possible before coming to a solution. The last part of the sun sank below the horizon. It was strange, this feeling of not quite knowing who you were, which side you were on, of having not already made up your mind about something as major as that. There was an unfamiliar sensation of freedom in it. And that reminded him of what Professor Quirrell had said to his last question, which reminded him of Professor Quirrell, which made it hard once more to breathe, started that burning sensation in Harry's throat, sent his thoughts around that loop of the climbing spiral once again. Why was he so sad, now, whenever he thought of Professor Quirrell? Harry was used to knowing himself, and he didn't know why he felt so sad. It felt like he'd lost Professor Quirrell forever, lost him in Azkaban, that was how it felt. As surely as if the defense professor had been eaten by dementors, consumed in the empty voids. Lost him. Why did I lose him? 'Cause he said Avada Kedavra, and there was in fact a perfectly good reason even though I didn't see it for a couple of hours. Why can't things go back to the way they were? But then it hadn't been the Avada Kedavra. That might have played a part in irreversibly collapsing a structure of rationalizations and flinches and carefully not thinking about certain things. But it hadn't been the Avada Kedavra, that hadn't been the disturbing thing that Harry had seen. What did I see? Harry looked at the fading sky. He'd seen Professor Quirrell turn into a hardened criminal while facing the Auror, and the apparent change of personalities had been effortless and complete. Another woman had known the defense professor as Jeremy Jaffe. How many different people are you, anyway? I cannot say that I bothered keeping count. You couldn't help but wonder whether Professor Quirrell was just one more name on the list, just one more person that had been turned into, made up in the service of some unguessable goal. Harry would always be wondering now, every time he talked to Professor Quirrell, if it was a mask and what motive was behind that mask. With every dry smile, Harry would be trying to see what was pulling the levers on the lips. Is that how other people will start thinking of me if I get too Slytherin? If I pull off too many plots, will I never be able to smile at anyone again, without them wondering what I really mean by it? Maybe there was some way to restore a trust in surface appearances and make a normal human relationship possible again, but Harry couldn't think of what it might be. That was how Harry had lost Professor Quirrell, not the person but the connection. Why did that hurt so much? Why did it feel so lonely now? Surely there were other people, maybe better people, to trust and befriend. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hermione, Draco, not to mention Mum and Dad. It wasn't like Harry was alone. Only. A choking sensation grew in Harry's throat as he understood. Only Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hermione, Draco, they all of them sometimes knew things that Harry didn't, but they did not excel above Harry within his own sphere of power. Such genius as they possessed was not like his genius, and his genius was not like theirs. He might look upon them as peers, but not look up to them as his superiors. None of them had been, none of them could ever be, Harry's mentor. That was who Professor Quirrell had been. That was who Harry had lost. And the manner in which he had lost his first mentor might or might not allow Harry to ever get him back. Maybe someday he would know all Professor Quirrell's hidden purposes and the doubts between them would go away, but even if that seemed possible, it didn't seem very probable. There was a gust of wind outside Hogwarts. It bent the empty trees, rippled the lake whose heart was still unfrozen, made a whispering sound as it slid past the window that looked upon the half-twilight world, and Harry's thoughts wandered outward for a time. then returned inward again to the next step of the spiral. Why am I different from the other children my age? If Professor Quirrell's answer to that had been an evasion, then it was a very well-calculated one. Deep enough and complex enough, sufficiently full of suggestions of hidden meaning, to serve as a trap for a Ravenclaw who couldn't be diverted by less. Or maybe Professor Quirrell had meant his answer honestly. Who knew what motive might have pulled that lever on those lips? I will say this much, Mr. Potter. You are already an Eclumens, and I think you will become a perfect Eclumens before long. Identity does not mean to such as us what it means to other people. Anyone we can imagine we can be, and the true difference about you, Mr. Potter, is that you have an unusually good imagination. A playwright must contain his characters, he must be larger than them in order to enact them within his mind. To an actor or spy or politician, the limit of his own diameter is the limit of who he can pretend to be, the limit of which face he may wear as a mask. But for such as you and I, anyone we can imagine we can be, in reality and not pretense. While you imagined yourself a child, Mr. Potter, you were a child. Yet there are other existences you could support, larger existences if you wished. Why are you so free and so great in your circumference when other children your age are small and constrained? Why can you imagine and become selves more adult than a mere child of a playwright should be able to compose? That I do not know, and I must not say what I guess. But what you have, Mr. Potter, is freedom. If that was a snow job, it was one heck of a distracting one. And the still more worrisome thought was that Professor Quirrell hadn't realized how disturbed Harry would be, how wrong that speech would sound to him, how much damage it would do to his trust in Professor Quirrell. There ought to always be one real person who you truly were, at the center of everything. Harry stared out at the falling night, the gathering darkness. Right? It was almost bedtime when Hermione heard the scattered intakes of breath and looked up from her copy of Beau's Batons, a history to see the missing boy, the boy who had been misplaced at lunch that Sunday, whose dinner non-appearance had been accompanied by rumors, and she hadn't believed them because they were completely ridiculous, but she'd felt a little queasiness inside that he'd withdrawn from Hogwarts in order to hunt down Bellatrix Black. Harry! She shrieked. She didn't even realize that she was talking directly to him for the first time in a week, or notice how some other students started at the sound of her yelling all the way across the Ravenclaw common room. Harry's eyes had already lifted to her, he was already walking toward her, so she stopped halfway out of her chair. A few moments later, Harry was seated across from her, and he was putting away his wand after casting a quieting barrier around them. And an awful lot of Ravenclaws were trying not to look like they were watching. "Hey," Harry said. His voice wavered. "I missed you. You're going to talk to me again now?" Hermione nodded, she just nodded, she couldn't think of what to say. She'd missed Harry too, but she was realizing with a guilty sort of feeling that it might have been a lot worse for him. She had other friends, Harry. It didn't feel fair sometimes that Harry talked to only her like that, so that she had to talk to him. But Harry had a look about him like unfair things had been happening to him too. "What's been going on?" she said. "There's all sorts of rumors. There were people saying you'd run off to fight Bellatrix Black. There were people saying you'd run off to join Bellatrix Blackdash, and those rumors had said that Hermione had just made up the thing about the Phoenix, and she'd yelled that the whole Ravenclaw common room had seen it, so then the next rumor had claimed she'd made up that part too, which was stupidity of such an inconceivable level that it left her completely flabbergasted. "I can't talk about it," Harry said in a bare whisper. "Can't talk about a lot of it. I wish I could tell you everything," his voice wavered, "but I can't. I guess, if it helps or anything, I'm not going to lunch with Professor Quirrell any more." Harry put his hands over his face, then, covering his eyes. Hermione felt the queasy feeling all through her stomach. "Are you crying?" said Hermione. "Yeah," said Harry, his voice sounding a little breathy. "I don't want anyone else to see." There was a little silence. Hermione wanted to help, but she didn't know what to do about a boy crying, and she didn't know what was happening. She felt like huge things were happening around her now, around Harry, and if she knew what they were she would probably be scared or alarmed or something, but she didn't know anything. Did Professor Quirrell do something wrong? she said at last. That's not why I can't go to lunch with him anymore, Harry said, still in that bare whisper with his hands pressed over his eyes. That was the headmaster's decision. But yeah, Professor Quirrell said some things to me that made me trust him less, I guess. Harry's voice sounded very shaky. I'm feeling kind of alone right now. Hermione put her hand on her cheek where Fawkes had touched her yesterday. She kept thinking about that touch, over and over, maybe because she wanted it to be important, to mean something to her. Is there any way I can help? She said. I want to do something normal, Harry said from behind his hands. Something very normal for first-year Hogwarts students. Something 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds like us are supposed to do. Like play a game of exploding snap or something. I don't suppose you have the cards or know the rules or anything like that. I don't know the rules, actually, said Hermione. I know they explode. I don't suppose gobstones? Said Harry. Don't know the rules and they spit at you. Those are boy games, Harry. There was a pause. Harry ground his hands against his face to wipe it, and then took his hands away, and then he was looking at her, looking a little helpless. Well, Harry said, what do wizards and witches our age do when they play, the kind of pointless silly games we're supposed to play at this age? Hopscotch, said Hermione. Jump rope? Unicorn attack? I don't know, I read books. Harry started laughing, and Hermione started giggling along with him, even though she didn't know quite why, but it was funny. I guess that helped a little, said Harry. Actually, I think it helped more than playing gobstones for an hour could have possibly helped, so thanks for being you. And no matter what, I'm not having anyone obliviate everything I know about calculus. I'd sooner die. What? Said Hermione. Why would you ever want to do that? Harry stood up from the table, and there was a rush of restored background noise as his rise broke the quieting charm. I'm a tad sleepy, so I'm going off to bed, Harry said. Now his voice was ordinary and wry. I've got some lost time to make up for, but I'll see you at breakfast and then at herbology if that's all right. Not to mention it wouldn't be fair to dump all my depression on you. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry, she said, feeling very confused and alarmed. Pleasant dreams. Harry stumbled a little as she said that, and then he continued on toward the stairs that led to the first-year boys' dorms. Harry turned the quieting charm all the way up, on the head of his bedboard, so that he wouldn't wake anyone else up if he screamed. Set his alarm to wake him up for breakfast if he wasn't up already by that hour, if indeed he slept at all. Got into bed, laid down. Felt the lump beneath his pillow. Harry stared up at the canopy above his bed. Hissed under his breath, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." It took a few seconds before Harry could muster the heart to sit up in bed, pull the blanket over himself and his pillow to obscure the deed from the other boys, cast a low-intensity lumos and see what was under his pillow. There was a parchment and a deck of playing cards. The parchment read, "A little bird told me that Dumbledore has shut the door of your cage. I must admit on this occasion that Dumbledore may have a point. Bellatrix Black is loosed upon the world once more, and that is not good news for any good person. If I stood in Dumbledore's place I might well do the same. But just in case. The Salem Witches Institute in America accepts boys as well despite the name. They are good people and would protect you even from Dumbledore if you needed it. Britain holds that you need Dumbledore's permission to emigrate to Magical America, but Magical America disagrees. So in the final extremity, get outside the wards of Hogwarts and tear in half the King of Hearts from this deck of cards. That you should resort to it only in the final extremity goes without saying. Be well, Harry Potter. Santa Claus." Harry stared down at the pack of cards. It couldn't take him anywhere else, not right now. Portkeys didn't work here. But he still felt unnerved about the prospect of picking it up, even to hide it inside his trunk. Well, he'd already picked up the parchment, which could just as easily have been enchanted with a trap, if a trap was involved. But still. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry whispered, and hovered the packet of cards to lie next to where his alarm clock rested in a pocket of the headboard. He'd deal with it tomorrow. And then Harry lay back in bed and closed his eyes, to dream without any phoenix to protect him and pay his reckoning. He came awake with a gasp of horror, not a scream. He'd yet to scream this night, but his blanket was all tangled around him from where his sleeping form had jerked as he dreamed of running, trying to get away from the gaps in space that were pursuing him through a corridor of metal lit by dim gaslight, an endlessly long corridor of metal lit by dim gaslight, and he hadn't known, in the dream, that touching those voids meant he would die horribly and leave his still-breathing body empty behind. All he'd known was that he had to run and run and run from the wounds in the world sliding after him. Harry started to cry again. It wasn't for the horror of the chase, it was that he'd run away while someone behind him was screaming for help, screaming for him to come back and save her, help her. She was being eaten, she was going to die, and in the dream Harry had run away instead of helping her. "Don't go." The voice came in a scream from behind the metal door. No, 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 don't go, don't take it away, don't. Why had Fawkes ever rested on his shoulder? He'd walked away. Fawkes should hate him. Fawkes should hate Dumbledore. He'd walked away. Fawkes should hate everyone. The boy wasn't awake, wasn't dreaming. His thoughts were jumbled and confused in the shadowlands that bordered sleep and waking, unprotected by the safety rails that his aware mind imposed on itself, the careful rules and censors. In that shadowland his brain had woken up enough to think, but something else was too sleepy to act. His thoughts ran free and wild, unconstrained by his self-concept, his waking self's ideals of what he shouldn't think. That was the freedom of his brain's dreams, as his self-concept slept. Free to repeat, over and over, Harry's new worst nightmare. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. A rage grew in him alongside the self-loathing, a terrible hot wrath/icy cold hatred, for the world which had done that to her/ for himself, and in his half-awake state Harry fantasized escapes, fantasized ways out of the moral dilemma. He imagined himself hovering above the vast triangular horror of Azkaban, and whispering an incantation unlike any syllables that had ever been heard before on earth, whispers that echoed all the way across the sky and were heard on the other side of the world, and there was a blast of silver Patronus fire like a nuclear explosion that tore apart all the Dementors in an instant and ripped apart the metal walls of Azkaban, shattered the long corridors and all the dim orange lights, and then a moment later his brain remembered that there were people in there, and rewrote the half-dream fantasy to show all the prisoners laughing as they flew away in flocks from the burning wreck of Azkaban, the silver light restoring the flesh to their limbs as they flew, and Harry started crying harder into his pillow because he couldn't do it because he wasn't God. He'd sworn upon his life and magic and his art as a rationalist. He'd sworn by all he held sacred and all his happy memories. He'd given his oath, so now he had to do something, had to do something, had to do something. Maybe it was pointless. Maybe trying to follow rules was pointless. Maybe you just burned down Azkaban, however. And in fact he'd sworn he'd do it, so now that was what he had to do. He'd just do whatever it took to get rid of Azkaban, that was all. If that meant ruling Britain, fine. If that meant finding a spell to whisper that would echo all across the sky, whatever, the important thing was to destroy Azkaban. That was the side he was on, that was who he was, so there, it was done. His waking mind would have demanded a lot more details before accepting that as an answer, but in his half-dreaming state it felt like enough of a resolution to let his tired mind fall truly asleep again, and dream the next nightmare. Final aftermath. She came awake with a gasp of horror, a disruption of her breathing that left her feeling deprived of air, and yet her lungs didn't move. She woke up with an unvoiced scream on her lips and no words came forth, for she could not understand what she had seen. She could not understand what she had seen. It was too large for her to encompass and still taking shape. She could not put words to that formless shape, and so she could not discharge it and become innocent and unknowing once more. What time is it? She whispered. Her golden jeweled alarm clock, the beautiful and magical and expensive alarm clock that the headmaster had given her as a gift upon her employment at Hogwarts, whispered back, around 2 in the morning. Go back to sleep. Her sheets were soaked in sweat, her nightclothes soaked in sweat. She took her wand from beside the pillow and cleaned herself up before she tried to go back to sleep. She tried to go back to sleep and eventually succeeded. Sybil Trelawney went back to sleep. 64. Make files for alternate parallels. If you're 5 hours past your bedtime and still reading this, may I suggest getting some sleep? The FIC will still be here tomorrow. Unless, something bad happens to it, and the next morning there's just a 404 at this address, and you're left with nothing but a fading memory and an eternal regret that you didn't stay awake longer and keep reading while you still had the chance. But hey, how probable is that? This story spreads by blogging, tweeting, word of mouth, favoriting, plugging on forums, and adding to lists. And remember, if the readers before you hadn't taken a moment to do that, you probably wouldn't have found this. If that's not enough to motivate you, then let me add that if you don't help spread rationality, Hermione will be sad. You don't want her to be sad, right? Don't forget to visit lesswrong.com and read the sequences, the true existence of which this FIC is but a shadow. I recommend starting with the sequence How to Actually Change Your Mind. And now, with all universes owned by their respective creators, I present Make Files Number 4. The Other Fanfictions. You could have been reading Lord of the Rationality. Frodo glanced at all the faces, but they were not turned to him. All the council sat with downcast eyes as if in deep thought. A great dread fell on him, as if he was awaiting the pronouncement of some doom that he had long foreseen and vainly hoped might after all never be spoken. An overwhelming longing to rest and remain at peace by Bilbo's side in Rivendell filled all his heart. At last with an effort he spoke, and wondered to hear his own words, as if some other will was using his small voice. "We cannot," said Frodo. "We must not. Do you not see? It is exactly what the enemy desires. All of this he has foreseen." The faces turned to him, puzzled the dwarves and grave the elves, sternness in the eyes of the men, and so keen the gazes of Elrond and of Gandalf that Frodo almost could not withstand it. It was very hard then, not to grasp the ring in his hand, and harder still not to put it on, to face them as only Frodo. "Do you not question it?" Frodo said, thin like the wind his voice and wavering like a breeze. "You have chosen, of all things, to send the ring into Mordor. Should you not wonder? How did it come to this? That we might, of all our choices, do that single thing our enemy most desires? Perhaps the cracks of doom are already guarded, strongly enough to hold off Gandalf and Elrond and Glorfindel altogether. Or perhaps the master of that place has cooled the lava there, set it to trap the ring so that he may simply bring it out after it is thrown in." A memory of awful clarity came over Frodo then, and a flash of black laughter, and the thought came to him that it was just what the enemy would do. Only the thought came to him so. Thus it would amuse me to do, if I meant to rule. There were doubtful glances exchanged within the council. Gloin and Gimli and Boromir were now looking at the elves more skeptically than before, like they had awoken out of a dream of words. "The enemy is very wise," said Gandalf, "and weighs all things to a nicety in the scales of his malice. But the only measure that he knows is desire for power, and so he judges all hearts. Into his heart the thought will not enter that any will refuse it, that having the ring we may seek to destroy it. He will think of it," cried Frodo. He struggled for words, trying to convey things that had once seemed perfect in his comprehension, and then faded like melting snow. If the enemy thought that all his foes were moved by desire for power alone, he would guess wrongly, over and over, and the maker of this ring would see that, he would know that somewhere he had made a mistake. Frodo's hands stretched forth pleadingly. Boromir stirred, and his voice was doubtful. "You speak fair of the enemy," said Boromir, for one of his foes. Frodo's mouth opened and shut in desperate bewilderment, for Frodo knew the man was mad, but he could think of nothing to say. Then Bilbo spoke, and his withered voice silenced the whole room, even Elrond, who had been about to speak. "Frodo is right, I fear. whispered the old hobbit. I remember what it was like. To see with the black sight. I remember. The enemy will think that we might not trust one another, that the weaker among us will propose to destroy the ring so that the stronger may not have it. He knows that even one not truly good might still cry to destroy the ring, to make a show of pretended goodness. And the enemy will not think it impossible that such a decision be made by this council, for you see, he does not trust us to be wise. A whispering chuckle rose from the ancient hobbit's throat. And if he did, why, he would still guard the cracks of doom. It would cost him little. Now foreboding was on the faces even of the elves and the wise. Elrond had frowned and the sharp eyebrows of Gandalf furrowed. Frodo gazed at them all, feeling a wildness come over him, a despair, and as his heart weakened a shadow came over his vision, a darkness and a wavering. From within the shadow Frodo saw Gandalf, and the wizard's strength was revealed as weakness and his wisdom folly. For Frodo knew, as the ring seemed to drag and weigh on his breast, that Gandalf had not thought at all of history and lore, when the wizard spoke of how the enemy would not understand any desire save power, that Gandalf had not remembered how Sauron had cast down and corrupted the men of Númenor in the days of their glory. Just as it had not occurred to Gandalf that the enemy might learn to comprehend foes of goodwill by looking. Frodo's gaze swung to Elrond, but there was no hope there, no answer and no rescue in the shadowy vision, for Elrond had let Isildur go, carrying the ring from the cracks of doom where it should have been destroyed, to the cost of all this war. Not for Isildur's own sake, not for friendship had it been done, for the ring had killed Isildur in the end and far worse fates could have followed him. But the doom that had stemmed from Isildur's deed would have seemed unsure to Elrond then, unsure and distant in time, and yet the cost to Elrond himself of taking his sword's pommel to the back of Isildur's head would have been surer and nearer. As though in desperation, Frodo turned to look at Aragorn, the weathered man who had donned his travel-worn clothes for this council, the heir of kings who spoke softly to hobbits. But Frodo's vision seemed to double, and in the shadowy second image Frodo saw a man who had spent too much of his youth among elves, who had learned to wear humble and stained clothes amid the gold and jewels, knowing he could not match them wisdom for wisdom, and hoping to outplay them in a fashion they would not emulate. In the sight of the ring, which was the sight of the ring's own maker, all noble things faded into stratagems and lies, a world of grey and darkness without any light. They had not made their choices knowingly, Gandalf or Elrond or Aragorn. The impulses had come from the dark hidden parts of themselves, the black secret depths which the ring had rendered plain in Frodo's vision. Would they outthink the shadow, when they could not comprehend even their own selves or the forces that moved them? Frodo! Came the sharp whisper of Bilbo's voice, and Frodo came to himself, and halted, his hand reaching up toward where the ring lay on his breast, on its chain, dragging like a vast stone around his neck. Reaching up to grasp the ring wherein all answers lay. "How did you bear this thing?" Frodo whispered to Bilbo, as if the two of them were the only souls in the room, though all the council watched them. "For years. I cannot imagine it. I kept it locked in a room to which only Gandalf had the key," said his uncle, "and when I began to imagine ways to open it, I remembered Gollum." A shudder went through Frodo, remembering the tales. The horror of the misty mountains, thinking, always thinking in the dark, ruling the goblins from the shadows and filling the tunnels with traps, but for Bilbo wearing the ring that first time not a single dwarf would have lived. And now, Legolas the elf had told them, Gollum had given up on sending his agents against the Shire, had at last found the courage to leave his mountains and seek the ring himself. That was Gollum, the fate which Frodo would share himself if the ring were not destroyed. Only they had no way to destroy the ring. The shadow had foreseen every move they could make. Had almost Frodo still could not imagine how it had been done, how the shadow had arranged such a thing. Had almost maneuvered the council into sending the ring straight into Mordor with only a tiny guard set on it, as they would have done if Frodo and Bilbo had not been there. And having foregone that swiftest of all possible defeats, the only question remaining was how long it would take to lose. Gandalf had delayed too long, delayed far too long to set this march in motion. It could have been so easy, if only Bilbo had set out 80 years earlier, If only Bilbo had been told what Gandalf had already suspected, if only Gandalf's heart had not silently flinched away from the prospect of being embarrassingly wrong. Frodo's hand spasmed on his breast. Without thought, his fingers began to rise again toward the vast weight of the chain on which the ring hung. All he had to do was put on the ring. Just that, and all would become clear to him. Once more the slowness and mud would leave his thoughts, all possibilities and futures transparent to him. He would see through the shadow's plans and devise an irresistible counterstroke. And he would never be able to take off the ring, not again, not by any will that would be left to him. All Frodo had of those moments were fading memories, but he knew that it had felt like dying, to let all his towers of thought collapse and become only Frodo once more. It had felt like dying. He remembered that much of Weathertop, even if he remembered little else. And if he did wear the ring again, it would be better to die with it on his finger, to end his life while he was still himself, for Frodo knew that he could not withstand the effects of wearing the ring a second time, not afterward when the limitless clarity was lost to him. Frodo looked around the council at the poor lost leaderless wise, and he knew they could not defeat the shadow by their own strength. "I will wear it one last time," Frodo said, his voice broken and failing, as he had known from the beginning that he would say in the end, "one last time to find the answer for this council, and then there will be other hobbits." "No!" screamed the voice of Sam, as the other hobbit began to rush forward from where he had hidden, even as Frodo, with movement as swift and precise as a Nazgul, took out the ring from beneath his shirt, and somehow Bilbo was already standing there and had already thrust his finger through. It all happened before even Gandalf's staff could point, before Aragorn could level the hilt shard of his sword. The dwarves shouted in shock, and the elves were dismayed. "Of course," said Bilbo's voice as Frodo began to weep. "I see it now, I understand everything at last. Listen, listen and swiftly, here is what you must do. The witch and the wardrobe." With a critical eye, Peter looked over the encamped centaurs with their bows, beavers with their long daggers, and talking bears with their chainmail draped over them. He was in charge because he was one of the mythical sons of Adam and had declared himself High King of Narnia, but the truth was he didn't really know much about encampments, weapons, and guard patrols. In the end, all he could see was that they all looked proud and confident, and Peter had to hope they were right about that, because if you couldn't believe in your own people, you couldn't believe in anyone. "They'd scare me if I had to fight him," Peter said finally, "but I don't know if it's enough to beat her." "You don't suppose this mysterious lion will actually show up and help us, Jew?" said Lucy. Her voice was very quiet so that none of the creatures around them would hear. "Only it'd be nice to really have him, don't you think, instead of just letting people think that he put us in charge?" Susan shook her head, shaking the magical arrows in the quiver on her back. "If there was really someone like that," Susan said, "he wouldn't have let the White Witch cover the land in winter for 100 years, would he?" "I had the strangest dream," Lucy said, her voice even quieter, "where we didn't have to organize any creatures or convince them to fight. We just walked into this place and the lion was already here, with all the armies already mustered, and he went and rescued Edmund, and then we rode alongside him into this tremendous battle where he killed the White Witch." "Did the dream have a moral?" said Peter. "I don't know," said Lucy, blinking and looking a little puzzled. "In the dream it all seemed pointless somehow." "I think maybe the land of Narnia was trying to tell you," said Susan, "or maybe it was just your own dreams trying to tell you that if there was really such a person as that lion, there'd be no use for us. My little pony, friendship is science. Applejack, who told me outright that I was mistaken, represents the spirit of honesty." Twilight Sparkle raised her head even higher, mane blowing like a wind about the dusky sky of her neck. Fluttershy, who approached the manticore to find out about the thorn in its paw, represents the spirit of investigation. Pinkie Pie, who realized that the awful faces were just trees, represents the spirit of formulating alternative hypotheses. Rarity, who solved the serpent's problem, represents the spirit of creativity. Rainbowch, who saw through the false offer of her heart's desire, represents the spirit of analysis. Marie Susan, who made us convince her that we were right before she agreed to come on our expedition, represents the spirit of peer review, and when those elements are ignited by the spark of curiosity that resides in the heart of all of us, it creates the seventh element, the element of Sage. The blast of power that came forth was like a wind of moonless night. It caught Marie Susan before the pony could even flinch, and she was gone without a trace before any of them had the chance to rear in shock. From the dark thing that stood in the center of the dais where the elements had shattered, from the scarce recognizable void-black outline of a horse, came a voice that seemed to bypass all ears and burn like cold fire, sounding directly in the brain of every pony who heard. "Did you expect me to just stand there and let you finish?" Twilight Sparkle stared at the space where Marie Susan had been, where not a trace of the unicorn remained. She in the back of her mind, unheard, she was aware that Rarity was screaming. "That wasn't a disintegration," said the voice of Nightmare. "I sent her somewhere else." Rarity's scream stopped abruptly. Twilight Sparkle felt like her own scream was only beginning. 7. It took 7 ponies to use the elements of inquiry. Everyone knew that no matter how honest, investigating, skeptical, creative, analytic, or curious you were, what really made your work science was when you published your results in a prestigious journal. Everyone knew that. Could there be more than one element of peer review at a time? How long would it take to find another one? And the Nightmare wouldn't just stand there and let them do it. "Where?" yelled Rainbow. "Where'd you put her?" "I put the little pony in the same place I bound my pathetic sister, in the heart of her pathetic son." "She'll die," cried Fluttershy, staring at the Nightmare in horror. "It's too hot, she'll burn." "Oh, don't worry. The power of the Nightmare surrounds your little friend, keeping her safe and cool, sustaining her without food or drink. She will suffer nothing more than boredom." The void-black outline stepped off the dais, walking slowly, deliberately, past the remaining 6 ponies. "So long as the Nightmare's power is not broken by any backup plans my sister may have set in motion, for example, and which may be known to you. In that case she will vaporize instantly. Such a lovely thing, friendship. It makes such a wonderful instrument of blackmail. Be sure to keep safe the elements of inquiry. You wouldn't want anyone else using them on me, now would you?" "No," whispered Twilight Sparkle as the horror began to dawn on her. Then a crawling sensation all over her skin, as the Nightmare walked past her, and the deadly power brushed her with its cold caress. "Now if you'll pardon me, my little ponies, I have an eternal night to rule over. The village hidden in the clarity. Consider the computational power required to manifest over 100 shadow clones. The Uchiha genius said in his dispassionate tones. It is an error of rationality, Sakura, to say fluke and think you have explained anything. Fluke is simply the name one gives to data that one is ignoring. But it has to be a fluke," Sakura yelled. With effort, she calmed her voice into the careful precision expected of a rationality ninja. It wouldn't do to have her crush think she was stupid. "Like you said, the computational power required to use over 100 Kage Bunshin is simply absurd. We're talking the level of a major superintelligence. Naruto's the dead last of our class. He's not even Jounin level smart, let alone a superintelligence." The Uchiha's eyes gleamed, almost as though he had activated his smartingen. "Naruto can manifest 100 independently acting clones. He must have the raw brain power. But, under ordinary circumstances, something prevents him from using this computational power efficiently, like a mind at war within itself, perhaps? We now have cause to believe that Naruto is in some way connected to a superintelligence, and as a recently graduated genin, he, like us, is 15 years old. What happened 15 years ago, Sakura?" It took a moment for Sakura to comprehend, to remember, and then she understood. The attack of the 9 Brains Demon Fox. Just a small bone-white creature with big ears and bigger tail and beady red eyes. It was no stronger than an ordinary fox, it didn't breathe fire or flash laser eyes, it possessed no chakra and no magic of any kind, but its intelligence was over 9,000 times that of a human being. Hundreds had been killed, half the buildings wrecked, almost the whole village of Baisugakure had been destroyed. You think the QB is hiding inside Naruto? Sakura said. A moment later, her brain automatically went on to fill in the obvious implications of the theory. And the software conflict between their existences is why he acts like a gibbering idiot half the time, but can control 100 Kage Bunshin. Huh. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Sasuke gave her the brief, contemptuous nod of someone who had figured all this out on his own, without anyone else needing to prompt him. "Ano," said Sakura. Only years of sanity exercises channeled her complete screaming panic into pragmatically useful policy options. "Shouldn't we tell someone about this? Like sometime in the next 5 seconds? The adults already know," Sasuke said emotionlessly. "It is the obvious explanation for their treatment of Naruto. No, the real question is how this fits into the outwitting of the Uchiha." "I don't see how it fits at all," began Sakura. "It must fit." A tinge of frantic emotion flickered in Sasuke's voice. "I asked that man why he did it, and he told me that when I knew the answer to that, it would explain everything. Surely this must also be part of what is to be explained." Sakura sighed to herself. Her personal hypothesis was that Itachi had just been trying to drive his brother into clinical paranoia. "Yo, kids," said the voice of their rationality sensei from their radio earpieces. "There's a village in Wave trying to build a bridge, and it keeps falling down for no reason anyone can figure out. Meet up at the gates at noon. It's time for your first C-ranked analysis mission. This has now inspired an extended fanfiction, _lighting up the dark_ by Valorian. Erdos in chains. How could you do it, Anita?" said Richard, his voice very tight. "How could you co-author a paper with Jean-Claude? You study the undead, you don't collaborate with them on papers. And what about you?" I spat. "You co-authored a paper with Sylvie. It's all right for you to be prolific, but not me." "I'm the head of her institute," Richard growled. I could feel the waves of science radiating off him. He was angry. "I have to work with Sylvie, it doesn't mean anything. I thought our own research was special, Anita." "It is," I said, feeling helpless about my inability to explain things to Richard. He didn't understand the thrill of being a polymath, the new worlds that were opening up to me. I didn't share our research with anyone. "But you wanted to," said Richard. I didn't say anything, but I knew that the look on my face said it all. "God, Anita, you've changed," said Richard. He seemed to slump in on himself. "Do you realize that the monsters are joking about Blake numbers now? I used to be your partner in everything, and now I'm just another werewolf with a Blake number of 1. Thunder smarts. I am sick of this," shouted Leono. "Sick of doing this every single week. Our species was capable of interstellar travel, Panthro. I know the quantities of energy involved. There is no way you can't build a nuke or steer an asteroid or somehow blow up that ever-living idiot's pyramid. HPMOR and the Masters of Rationality. Fabulous secret knowledge was revealed to me on the day I held aloft my magic book and said, by the power of Bayes' theorem. Fate/sane night. I am the core of my thoughts. Belief is my body. And choice is my blood. I have revised over 1,000 judgments. Unafraid of loss. Nor aware of gain. Have withstood pain to update many times. Waiting for truth's arrival. This is the one uncertain path. My whole life has been. Unlimited Bayes works. The name of the rationality. The 11-year-old boy who would someday become legend slayer of dragons, killer of kings, had but one thought upon his mind, as he approached the Sorting Hat to enter into the study of mysteries. Anywhere but Ravenclaw, anywhere but Ravenclaw, oh please anywhere but Ravenclaw. But no sooner the brim of the ancient felted device slipped over his forehead. Ravenclaw. As the table decked in blue began to applaud him, as he approached the dread table where he would spend the next 7 years, Kvothe was already wincing inside, waiting for the inevitable, and the inevitable happened almost at once, exactly as he had feared it, before he'd even had a chance to sit down properly. "So," an older boy said with the happy expression of someone who's thought of something terribly clever. "Kvothe the Raven, huh? Tengen Tapa Gurin Rationality 40K. I have a truly marvelous story for this crossover which this margin is too narrow to contain. Utilitarian Twilight. Note: written after I heard Alicorn was writing a Twilight fanfic, but before I read Under Luminosity and... It's obvious if you're one of us." "Edward," said Isabella tenderly. She reached up a hand and stroked his cold, sparkling cheek. "You don't have to protect me from anything. I've listed out all the upsides and all the downsides, assigned them consistent relative weights, and it's just really obvious that the benefits of becoming a vampire outweigh the drawbacks." "Bella," Edward said and swallowed desperately. "Bella, immortality. Perfect health. Awakening psychic powers. Easy enough to survive on animal blood once you do it. Even the beauty, Edward, there are people who would give their lives to be pretty, and don't you dare call them shallow until you've tried being ugly. Do you think I'm scared of the word vampire? I'm tired of your arbitrary deontological constraints, Edward. The whole human species ought to be in on your fun, and people are dying by the thousands even as you hesitate." The gun in his lover's hand was cold against his forehead. It wouldn't kill him, but it would disable him for long enough. Jasmine and the lamp. Aladdin's face was wistful but determined as the newly minted street urchin addressed the blue being of cosmic power for one last time, prepared to leave behind the wealth and hope he had so briefly tasted for the sake of his friend. "Genie, I make my third wish. I wish for you to be..." Princess Jasmine, who had been staring at this with her mouth open, not quite believing what she was seeing, just barely managed to overcome her paralysis and yank the lamp out of the boy's hand before he could finish the fatal sentence. "Excuse me," said Jasmine. "Aladdin, my darling, you're cute but you're an idiot, do you know that? Did you not notice how once Jafar got his hands on this lamp he got his own 3 wishes? Oh, never mind. Genie, I wish for everyone to always be young and healthy. I wish nobody ever had to die if they didn't want to, and I wish for everyone's intelligence to gradually increase at a rate of 1 IQ point per year." She tossed the lamp back to Aladdin. "Go back to what you were doing." Rationalist Hamlet. Contributed by Histocrat on LiveJournal, post 13389, aka Honoré DB on LessWrong. Reposted with permission. Hamlet. Interloper, abandon this strange prank, which makes cruel use of the blindness of my grief, and the good heart of my good friend Horatio. Or else, if thou hast true title to this beloved form, tell me, what drawing did I present to Hamlet King, when 6 years old and scarce out of my sling? Ghost. 'Twas a unicorn clad all in mail. Hamlet. What? Ghost. Mark me. Hamlet. Father, I will. Ghost. My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself. Hamlet. Thou art in torment? Ghost. I, as are all who die unshriven. Hamlet. Like every Dane, this is what I've been taught. Yet I did figure such caprice ill-suited to Almighty God. For all who suffer unlooked for deaths, unattended by God's chosen priests, to be then punished for the ill ordering of the world. Ghost. 'Twas not the world that killed me, nor accident of any kind. Hamlet. What? Ghost. If thou didst ever thy dear father love, revenge his foul and most unnatural murder. Hamlet. O God. Ghost. My time grows ever shorter. Wilt thou hear the tale? Hamlet. No. Ghost. What? Hamlet. My love for you does call me to avenge your death. But greater crimes have I heard told this night. If all those murdered go to hell, and others as well, who would have confessed had they the time? People who are, in balance, good suffer grisly. At the hands of God then I defy God's plan. Good ghost, as one who dwells beyond the veil, you know things that we mortals scarce conceive. Tell me, is there some filter or device, outside nature's ken but not outside her means, by which death itself may be escaped? Ghost. You seek to evade hell? Hamlet. I seek to deny hell to everyone. And heaven too, for I suspect the heaven of our mad God might be a paltry thing, next to the heaven I will make of earth, when I am its immortal king. Ghost. I care not for these things. Death and hell have stripped away all of my desires, save for revenge upon my murderer. Hamlet. Thou shalt not be avenged save that thou swear. And I slay thine killer, so wilt thou vouchsafe to me the means by which I might slay death. He who killed you will join you in the pit. And then that's it. No further swelling of hell's ranks will I permit. Ghost. Done. When my brother is slain, he who poured the poison in my ear, then will I pour in yours the precious truth, the making of the philosopher's stone. With this stone thou mayst procure a filter to render any man immune to death and more transmute base metal to gold to fund the provision of this filter to all mankind. Hamlet. Truly there is nothing beyond the dreaming of philosophy. Wait. The man whom I must kill, my uncle the king. Ghost. I, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wit, with traitorous gifts. Hamlet. Indeed, he has such gifts I near despair of killing him and yet succeeding to his throne. 'Twill be an awesome fight for awesome stakes. Hast thou advice? A cock crows. Exit Ghost. HonoraDB has now extended this to a complete ebook, entitled Will Most Incorrect to Heaven, The Tragedy of Prince Hamlet and the Philosopher's Stone available for $3 at makefoil.com. Yes, really. Moby Dick and the Methods of Rationality, as related by Anish on Less Wrong. Revenge, said the peg-legged man. On a whale? No, I decided I'd just get on with my life. Alice in the Land Where Things Are Even Crazier Than Here. As first written by Braindoll in a review of this chapter, with some further edits. Alice was sitting by her sister on the bank, reading a book. She had several friends who were older, and if she just asked nicely, they were often happy to lend her books without quite so many pictures and conversations as was thought appropriate for a girl her age. Hot days often made her feel sleepy and stupid, so Alice had thoughtfully wet a handkerchief and placed it at the back of her neck. Still her mind had gone off wandering just as if it was some little kitten whose owner had taken off her eyes for just a moment, and she had just decided that the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth around 4/3 of the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, which was nonetheless not equal to the opportunity cost of putting down her book, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor, in fact, did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, "Oh dear! Oh dear! I shall be late." But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice froze in sudden clarity and fear, for she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it. "Oh bother!" she said to herself, though not aloud. She had long since cured herself of that habit, as it made people take her even less seriously than they already did. If I did not immediately recognize how much curiouser that was than the average rabbit, then something is interfering with my curiosity, and that is most curious of all. So, burning with questions, she ran across the field after it, and was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. Welcome to the real world. Thanks to Summerstay for reminding me to post this one. Morpheus, for the longest time I wouldn't believe it. But then I saw the fields with my own eyes, watched them liquefy the dead so they could be fed intravenously to the living. Neo politely, "Excuse me, please." Morpheus, Yes, Neo? And I've kept quiet for as long as I could, but I feel a certain need to speak up at this point. The human body is the most inefficient source of energy you could possibly imagine. The efficiency of a power plant at converting thermal energy into electricity decreases as you run the turbines at lower temperatures. If you had any sort of food humans could eat, it would be more efficient to burn it in a furnace than feed it to humans. And now you're telling me that their food is the bodies of the dead fed to the living? Haven't you ever heard of the laws of thermodynamics? Morpheus, where did you hear about the laws of thermodynamics, Neo? Neo, anyone who's made it past one science class in high school ought to know about the laws of thermodynamics. Morpheus, where did you go to high school, Neo? Pause. Neo, in the Matrix. Morpheus, the machines tell elegant lies. Pause. Neo, in a small voice, could I please have a real physics textbook? Morpheus, there is no such thing, Neo. The universe doesn't run on math. 65 Contagious Lies. Hermione Granger had read somewhere once that one of the keys to staying thin was to pay attention to the food you ate, to notice yourself eating it so that you were satisfied with the meal. This morning she'd made herself toast, and put butter on the toast, and cinnamon on the butter, and it really should have been enough to get her to notice, this time, the goodness that was in front of her. Without noticing the cinnamon or the butter, without noticing the food or that she was eating, Hermione swallowed another bite of toast and said, "Can you try explaining that again? I'm still completely flabbergasted." "It's pretty straightforward if you think like a light-side Slytherin," said the boy that everyone else in school, excepting only the two of them, now believed to be her true love. Harry Potter's spoon absent-mindedly stirred his breakfast cereal. He hadn't taken many bites of it this morning, not that Hermione had seen. Every good thing in the world brings its own opposition into existence. Phoenixes are no exception. Hermione took another unnoticed bite out of her buttered and cinnamon toast, and said, "How can anyone not understand that Fawkes thinks you're a good enough person to ride around on your shoulder? He wouldn't do that with a dark wizard. He just wouldn't." And she hadn't yelled at anyone about Fawkes's touch on her own cheek, because she knew it wouldn't be right, that if a phoenix touched you, you weren't supposed to brag about it, that wasn't what a phoenix was for. But she'd really hoped that it would squash the rumors about Harry Potter going evil and Hermione Granger following him down. And it hadn't. And she truly couldn't understand why not. Harry ate another bite of his cereal, his eyes going distant now, no longer meeting her own. Think of it this way: you skip school one day and you lie and tell your teacher you were sick. The teacher tells you to bring a doctor's note, so you forge one. The teacher says she's going to call the doctor to check, so you have to give her a fake number for the doctor, and get a friend to pretend to be the doctor when she calls. You did what? Harry looked up from his cereal then, and now he was smiling. I'm not saying I really did that, Hermione. Then his eyes abruptly dropped back down to his cereal. No. Just an example. Lies propagate, that's what I'm saying. You've got to tell more lies to cover them up, lie about every fact that's connected to the first lie. And if you kept on lying, and you kept on trying to cover it up, sooner or later you'd even have to start lying about the general laws of thought. Like, someone is selling you some kind of alternative medicine that doesn't work, and any double-blind experimental study will confirm that it doesn't work. So if someone wants to go on defending the lie, they've got to get you to disbelieve in the experimental method. Like, the experimental method is just for merely scientific kinds of medicine, not amazing alternative medicine like theirs. Or a good and virtuous person should believe as strongly as they can, no matter what the evidence says. Or truth doesn't exist and there's no such thing as objective reality. A lot of common wisdom like that isn't just mistaken, it's anti-epistemology, it's systematically wrong. Every rule of rationality that tells you how to find the truth, there's someone out there who needs you to believe the opposite. If you once tell a lie, the truth is ever after your enemy. And there's a lot of people out there telling lies. Harry's voice stopped. What does that have to do with Fawkes? She said. Harry withdrew his spoon from his cereal and pointed in the direction of the head table. The headmaster has a phoenix, right? And he's chief warlock of the Wiesengemot? So he's got political opponents like Lucius. Now, d'you think that opposition is going to just roll over and surrender because Dumbledore has a phoenix and they don't? Do you think they'll admit that Fawkes is even evidence that Dumbledore's a good person? Of course not. They've got to invent something to say that makes Fawkes not important. Like, phoenixes only follow people who charge straight at anyone they think is evil, so having a phoenix just means you're an idiot or a dangerous fanatic. Or phoenixes just follow people who are pure Gryffindor, so Gryffindor they don't have the virtues of other houses. Or it just shows how much courage a magical animal thinks you have, nothing else, and it wouldn't be fair to judge politicians based on that. They have to say something to deny the phoenix. I bet Lucius didn't even have to make up anything new. I bet it had all been said before, centuries ago, since the first time someone had a phoenix riding on his shoulder, and someone else wanted people not to take that into account as evidence. I bet by the time Fawkes came along it was already common wisdom. It would have just seemed strange to take into account who a phoenix liked or disliked. It would be like a Muggle newspaper testing political candidates to rate their level of scientific literacy. Every force for good that exists in this universe, there's someone else who benefits from people discounting it, or fencing it into a narrow box where it can't get to them. But Hermione said, "Okay, I see why Lucius Malfoy doesn't want anyone to think that Fawkes matters, but why does anyone who isn't a bad guy believe it?" Harry Potter gave a little shrug. His spoon dropped back into his cereal and went on stirring without a pause. Why does any kind of cynicism appeal to people? 'Cause it seems like a mark of maturity, of sophistication, like you've seen everything and know better. Or because putting something down feels like pushing yourself up. Or they don't have a phoenix themselves, so their political instinct tells them there's no advantage to be gained from saying nice things about phoenixes. Or because being cynical feels like knowing a secret truth that common people don't know. Harry Potter looked in the direction of the head table, and his voice dropped until it was almost a whisper. I think maybe that's what he's getting wrong, that he's cynical about everything else, but not about cynicism itself. Without thinking, Hermione looked in the direction of the head table herself, but the defense professor's seat was still empty, as it had been on Monday and Tuesday. The deputy headmistress had pronounced earlier that Professor Quirrell's classes for today would be cancelled. Afterward, when Harry had eaten a few bites of treacle tart and then left the table, Hermione looked at Anthony and Padma, who had been coincidentally eating nearby but certainly not eavesdropping or anything. Anthony and Padma looked back at her. Padma said hesitantly, "Is it just me, or has Harry Potter started talking like a more complicated sort of book in the last few days? I mean, I haven't been listening to him very long." "It's not just you," said Anthony. Hermione didn't say anything, but she was becoming increasingly worried. Whatever had happened to Harry Potter on the day of the Phoenix, it had changed him. There was something new in him now. Not cold but hard. Sometimes she caught him staring out a window at nothing visible, a look of grim determination on his face. In her biology class on Monday, a Venus fire trap had gone out of control, and Harry had tackled Terry out of the way of a fireball even as Professor Sprout had shouted a flame-freezing charm, and when Harry had risen from the floor he'd just gone back to his place like nothing interesting had happened. And when for once she'd gotten a better test score than Harry in their Transfiguration exam later that same Monday, Harry had smiled at her as though to congratulate her instead of gritting his teeth, and that had bothered her a lot. She was getting the sense that Harry was pulling away from her. "He seems a lot older all of a sudden," said Anthony. "Not like a real grown-up, I can't imagine Harry as a grown-up, but it's like he suddenly turned into a fourth-year version of whatever he is." "Well," Padma said. She daintily dabbed a chocolate-flavored scone with some scone-flavored frosting. "I think Dragon and Sunshine had better ally during the next battle or Mr. Harry Potter is going to smash us. We were allied last time, and even then chaos almost won." "Yeah," said Anthony. "You're right, Miss Patil. Tell the Dragon General that we want to meet with you." "No," said Hermione. "We shouldn't have to gang up on General Potter just to stand a chance. That doesn't make sense, especially now that nobody can use Muggle things anymore. It's still 24 soldiers in every army. Neither Padma or Anthony said anything to that. Knock knock, knock knock. Come in, Mr. Potter, she said. The door creaked open, and Harry Potter slipped through the opening into her office. He pushed the door shut behind him with one hand, and wordlessly seated himself in the cushioned chair that now stood in front of her desk. She transfigured that chair so often that it sometimes changed form to reflect her mood, without any wand movement or incantation or even conscious intent. Right now that chair had become deeply cushioned so that as Harry sat down he sank into it, as though the chair were hugging him. Harry didn't seem to notice. There was an air of quiet determination about the boy. His eyes had locked steadily with hers and not let up for a moment. "You called me?" said the boy. "I did," said Professor McGonagall. "I have 2 pieces of good news for you, Mr. Potter. First, have you met Mr. Rubeus Hagrid at all? The groundskeeper? He was an old friend of your parents." Harry hesitated. "Then, Mr. Hagrid spoke to me a bit after I got here," Harry said. "I think it was on Tuesday of my first week of school. He didn't say he knew my parents, though. At the time I thought he just wanted to introduce himself to the boy who lived. Did he have some kind of hidden agenda? He didn't seem like the type." "Ah," she said. It took her a moment to pull her thoughts together. "It's a long story, Mr. Potter, but Mr. Hagrid was falsely accused of murdering a student 5 decades ago. Mr. Hagrid's wand was snapped and he was expelled. Later, when Professor Dumbledore became headmaster, he gave Mr. Hagrid a place here as keeper of grounds and keys." Harry's eyes watched her intently. "You said that 5 decades ago was the last time a student died in Hogwarts, and you were certain that 5 decades ago was the last time someone heard the Sorting Hat's secret message." She felt a slight chill. Even the headmaster or Severus might not have made that connection that quickly, and said, "Yes, Mr. Potter. Someone opened the Chamber of Secrets, but this was not believed, and Mr. Hagrid was blamed for the resulting death. However, the headmaster has located the additional enchantment on the Sorting Hat, and he has shown it to a special panel of the Wizengamot. As a result, Mr. Hagrid's sentence has been revoked, just this morning, in fact, and he will be allowed to acquire a new wand." She hesitated. "We have not yet told Mr. Hagrid of this, Mr. Potter. We were waiting until the deed was done so as not to give him false hope after so long. Mr. Potter, we were wondering if we could tell Mr. Hagrid that it was you who helped him?" She saw the weighing look in his eyes. "I remember Mr. Hagrid holding you when you were a baby," she said. "I think he would be very happy to know." She could see it, though, on Harry's face, the moment when he decided that Rubeus wouldn't be any use to him. Harry shook his head. "Bad enough that someone might deduce there was a Parselmouth in this year's crop of students," Harry said. "I think it'd be more prudent to just keep it all as secret as possible." She remembered James and Lily, who'd never hesitated to return the friendship the huge, bluff man had offered them, for all that James was the scion of a wealthy house or Lily a budding charms mistress, and Rubeus a mere half-giant whose wand had been snapped. "Because you don't expect him to prove useful, Mr. Potter?" There was silence. She hadn't intended to say that out loud. Sadness crossed Harry's face. "Probably," Harry said quietly. "But I don't think he and I would get along, do you?" Something seemed to be stuck in her throat. "Speaking of making use of people," Harry said, "it seems I'm going to be thrown into a war with a Dark Lord sometime soon. So while I'm in your office, I'd like to ask that my sleep cycle be extended to 30 hours per day. Neville Longbottom wants to start practicing dueling. There's an older Hufflepuff who offered to teach him, and they invited me to join. Plus there's other things I want to learn too, and if you or the headmaster think I should study anything in particular in order to become a powerful wizard when I grow up, let me know. Please direct Madame Pomfrey to administer the appropriate potion, or whatever it is that she needs to do." "Mr. Potter." Harry's eyes gazed directly into her own. "Yes, Minerva? I know it wasn't your idea, but I'd like to survive the use the headmaster's making of me. Please don't be an obstacle to that." It almost broke her. "Harry," she whispered in a bare voice. "Children shouldn't have to think like that." "You're right, they shouldn't," Harry said. "A lot of children have to grow up too early, though, not just me, and most children like that would probably trade places with me in 5 seconds. I'm not going to pity myself, Professor McGonagall, not when there are people out there in real trouble and I'm not one of them." She swallowed hard and said, "Mr. Potter, at 30 hours per day you'll get older, you'll age faster like Albus. And in my 5th year I'll be around the same physiological age as Hermione," said Harry. "Doesn't seem that terrible." There was a wry smile now on Harry's face. "Honestly, I'd probably want this even if there weren't a Dark Lord. Wizards live for a while, and either wizards or muggles will probably push that out even further over the next century. There's no reason not to pack as many hours into a day as I can. I've got things I plan to do, and 'twere well they were done quickly." There was a long pause. "All right," Minerva said. It came out as almost a whisper. She raised her voice. "All right, Mr. Potter, I shall ask the headmaster, and if he agrees it shall be done." Harry's eyes narrowed for a moment. "I see. Then please remind the headmaster that Godric Gryffindor, in his last words, said that if it had been the right thing for him to do, then he wouldn't tell anyone else to choose wrongly, not even the youngest student in Hogwarts." And she knew with a hollow feeling that any chance of Albus stopping any of this, had just vanished into nothingness. That was what Albus had told her when she'd objected that Cameron Edward was too young, and then when she'd objected that Peter Pevensey was too young, and finally she'd given up objecting. "Who told you that, Mr. Potter?" "Not Albus. Surely Albus would never say that to any student." "I've been doing a lot of reading lately," Harry said. His body started to rise from the enveloping chair, then halted. "Dare I ask about the second piece of good news?" "Oh," she said. Professor Quirrell has woken up and says that you may." The Hogwarts infirmary was a brilliantly open space, skylit on all 4 sides despite seeming to be located squarely in the middle of the castle. White beds in long rows stretched out, only 3 of them occupied at the moment. One older boy and one older girl on opposite sides, both lying motionless with their eyes closed, probably unconscious and spellbound while some healing charm or potion reconfigured their bodies in uncomfortable ways, and the third occupant had the curtain drawn around their bed, which was presumably a good thing. Madame Pomfrey had pushed him along with a hard shove and told him not to gawk, and Harry had needed to remind himself sharply that some people still didn't know who the boy who lived was, or Madame Pomfrey's identity was bound up with her absolute dominance of her own hospital, etc., whatever. Behind the rows of beds were 5 doors leading into the private rooms where they stored the patients who would be staying for days instead of hours, but whose condition didn't warrant a transfer to St. Mungo's. Windowless, skyless, unlit but for a single smokeless torch on one of the solid stone walls, that was the room behind the middle door. Harry had wondered whether professors could ask Hogwarts to change itself, or if the infirmary always had a room like that available for people who didn't enjoy the light. In the center of the room, between 2 equal bedstands that looked to have been carved from the same gray marble as the walls, rested a white hospital bed, looking vaguely orangish in the unsmoking torchlight, and within that bed, a white sheet pulled up about his thighs and wearing a hospital gown, sat Professor Quirrell with his back slightly propped up against the headboard of the bed. There was something frightening about seeing Professor Quirrell in one of Madame Pomfrey's beds, even if the defense professor appeared uninjured. Even knowing that Professor Quirrell had deliberately arranged his own apparent defeat at Severus's hands, to give himself an excuse to recover his strength from Azkaban. Harry had never actually watched anyone dying in a hospital bed, but he'd seen too many movies. It was an intimation of mortality, and the defense professor was not supposed to be mortal. Madame Pomfrey had told Harry that he was absolutely forbidden to pester her patient. Harry had said, "I understand," which technically did not say anything about obedience. The stern old healer had then turned, and started to say to Professor Quirrell that he was absolutely not to overexert himself or upset himself. Madame Pomfrey had trailed off, hurriedly turned around and fled the room. "Not bad," Harry observed, after the door had shut behind the escaping medical matron. I've got to learn how to do that sometime. Professor Quirrell smiled a smile with absolutely no humor content, and said, his voice sounding a good deal drier than its usual dryness, "Thank you for your artistic critique, Mr. Potter." Harry stared into the pale blue eyes, and thought that Professor Quirrell looked older. It was subtle, it might have just been Harry's imagination, it might have been the poor lighting. But the hair above Quirinus Quirrell's forehead might have receded a bit, what remained might have thinned and grayed, an advancing of the baldness that had already been visible on the back of his head. The face might have grown a little sunken. The pale blue eyes had stayed sharp and intense. "I am glad," Harry said quietly, "to see you in what appears to be good health." "Appearances can be deceiving, of course," said Professor Quirrell. He gave a flick of his fingers, and when his hand finished the gesture he was holding his wand. "Would you believe that woman thinks she has confiscated this from me?" 6 incantations the defense professor spoke then, 6 of the 30 that he had used to safeguard their important conversations in Mary's room. Harry raised his eyebrows, silently quizzical. "That is all I can manage for now," said the defense professor. "I expect it shall prove sufficient. Still, there is a proverb, if you do not wish a thing heard, do not say it. Consider it to apply in full measure. I am told that you were trying to see me." "Yes," Harry said. He paused, gathered his thoughts. "Did the headmaster, or anyone, tell you that we can't go to lunch anymore?" "Something along those lines," said the defense professor. And without changing expression, "Of course I was terribly sorry to hear it." "It's more extreme than that, actually," said Harry. "I'm confined to Hogwarts and its grounds indefinitely. I can't leave without a guard and a good reason. I'm not going home for summer and maybe not ever again. I was hoping to speak with you about that." There was a pause. The defense professor exhaled a breath like a brief sigh, and said, "We shall just have to rely on the known fact that the deputy headmistress will personally murder anyone who tries to report me. Mr. Potter, I intend to keep this conversation on track so that we may conclude it quickly. Is that understood?" Harry nodded and, in the light of the single torch, shaded toward the reddish end of the optical spectrum, the snake's green scales were not very reflective, and the blue and white banding hardly more so. Dark seemed the snake in that light. The eyes, which had seemed like gray pits before, now reflected the torchlight and seemed brighter than the rest of the snake. "SSO," hissed the venomous creature. "What did you wish to say?" And Harry hissed, "Schoolmaster thinks that woman's former lord as the one who stole her from prison." Harry had thought about it this time, and carefully, before he had decided that he would reveal to Professor Quirrell only that the headmaster believed that, and not say anything about the prophecy which had set Voldemort on Harry's parents, nor that the headmaster was reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix. It was a risk, a significant risk, but Harry needed an ally in this. "He believest that one ISS alive?" the snake finally said. The divided, two-pronged tongue flickered rapidly from side to side, sardonic snakish laughter. "Somehow I am not suppressed." "Yes," Harry hissed dryly, "very amusing, I am sure. Except now I'm stuck in Hogwarts for next 6 years for safety. I have decided that I will, indeed, seek power, and confinement is not helpful for that. Must convince Schoolmaster that Dark Lord is not yet awakened, that escape was work of some other powerage." Again the rapid flickering of the snake's tongue. The snakish laughter was stronger, drier this time. "Amateur foolishness." "Pardon," hissed Harry. "You see mistake, think of undoing, setting time back to start. Yet not even with hourglass can time be undone. Must move forward instead. You think of convincing others they are mistaken. Far easier to convince them they are right. So consider, boy, what new happenstance would make Schoolmaster decide you were safe once more, simultaneously advance your other agendas?" Harry stared at the snake, puzzled. His mind tried to comprehend and unravel the riddle. "Is it not obvious?" hissed the snake. Again the tongue flickered sardonic laughter. "To free yourself, to gain power in Britain, you must again be seen to defeat the Dark Lord. In reddish-orange flickering torchlight, a green snake swayed above a white hospital bed as the boy stared into the embers of its eyes. "SSO," Harry said finally. "Let USS be clear on what ISS proposed. You suggest that we set up imposter to impersonate Dark Lord." "Something like that. Woman we rescued will cooperate, should be most convincing when she is seen at his side." More sardonic tongue flickering. "You are kidnapped from Hogwarts to public location, many witnesses, wards keep out protectors. Dark Lord announces that he has at long last regained physical form, after wandering as spirit for years, says that he has gained still greater power, not even you can stop him now. Offers to let you duel. You cast Guardian Charm, Dark Lord laughs at you, says he is not Life Eater. Casts Killing Curse at you, you block, watchers see Dark Lord explode. Cast Killing Curse?" Harry hissed in incredulity. "At me? Again? Second time? Nobody will believe Dark Lord could possibly be that stupid. You and I are only two people in country who would notice that," hissed the snake. "Trust me on this, boy. What if they're ISS third someday?" The snake swayed thoughtfully. "Could write different script for play if you wish. Whatever scenario, should leave open possibility Dark Lord might return yet again. Nation must think they are still dependent on you to protect them." Harry stared into the red flickering pits of the snake's eyes. "Well," hissed the swaying form. The obvious thought was that going along with the defense professor's plots and deceptions a second time, spinning an even more complicated lie to cover up the first mistake, and creating another fatal vulnerability if anyone ever discovered the truth, would be exactly the same sort of stupidity as the putative Dark Lord using the killing curse again. It didn't even take his Hufflepuff side to point that out. Harry thought it in his very own mental voice. But there was also a certain question as to whether the appropriate moral to learn from the last experience was to always say no immediately to the defense professor, or, "We'll think about it," hissed Harry. "We'll not answer right away this time, we'll enumerate risks and benefits first." "Understood," hissed the snake. "But remember this, boy, other events proceed without you. Hesitation's always easy, rarely useful." The boy emerged from the private room into the main infirmary, running nervous fingers through his messy black hair as he walked past the white beds, occupied and unoccupied. Shortly afterward, the boy emerged from the Hogwarts infirmary entirely, passing Madame Pomfrey on the way out with a distracted nod. The boy walked out into a hallway, then into a larger corridor, and then stopped and leaned against the wall. The thing was, he really didn't want to be stuck in Hogwarts for the next 6 years, and when you thought about it, the incident with rescuing Bellatrix from Azkaban wasn't just imposing costs on Harry. Other people would be worrying, living in fear of the Dark Lord's return, expending unknown resources to take unknown precautions. Harry could demand that they write the script in such fashion as to make it seem not plausible that the Dark Lord would return a third time. And then people would relax, it would all be over. Unless of course there actually was a Dark Lord out there to be feared. There had been a prophecy. The boy leaning against the wall vented a soft sigh and started walking again. Harry had almost forgotten, but he had gotten around to showing Professor Quirrell the deck of cards he'd been given on Sunday night by Santa Claus, within which the King of Hearts was allegedly a portkey that would take him to the Salem Witches' Institute in America. Although of course Harry hadn't told Professor Quirrell who'd sent him the card, nor what it was supposed to do, before he'd asked Professor Quirrell if it was possible to tell where the portkey would send him. The defense professor had transformed back to human form and examined the King of Hearts, tapping it a few times with his wand. And according to Professor Quirrell, the portkey would send the user somewhere in London, but he couldn't pinpoint it any nearer than that. Harry had shown Professor Quirrell the note that had accompanied the deck of cards, saying nothing of the earlier notes. Professor Quirrell had taken it in at a glance, given a dry chuckle, and observed that if you read the note carefully, it did not explicitly say that the portkey would take him to the Salem Witches' Institute. You needed to learn to pay attention to that kind of subtlety, Professor Quirrell said, if you wanted to be a powerful wizard when you grew up, or, indeed, if you wanted to grow up at all. The boy sighed again as he trudged off to class. He was starting to wonder if all the other wizarding schools were also like this, or if it was only Hogwarts that had a problem. 66 Self-actualization. Point 1. Hesitation us always easy, rarely useful. So the defense professor had told him, and while you could quibble about the details of the proverb, Harry understood the weaknesses of Ravenclaws well enough to know that you had to try answering your own quibbles. Did some plans call for waiting? Yes, many plans called for delayed action, but that was not the same as hesitating to choose. Not delaying because you knew the right moment to do what was necessary, but delaying because you couldn't make up your mind. There was no cunning plan which called for that. Did you sometimes need more information to choose? Yes, but that could also turn into an excuse for delaying, and it would be tempting to delay when you were faced with a choice between two painful alternatives, and not choosing would avoid the mental pain for a time. So you would pick a piece of information you couldn't easily obtain, and claim that you couldn't possibly decide without it. That would be your excuse. Although if you knew what information you needed, knew when and how you would obtain that information, and knew what you would do depending on each possible observation, then that was less suspicious as an excuse for hesitating. If you weren't just hesitating, you ought to be able to choose in advance what you would do, once you had the extra information you claimed you needed. If the Dark Lord were really out there, would it be smart to go along with Professor Quirrell's plan to have someone impersonate the Dark Lord? No. Definitely no. Absolutely not. And if Harry knew for a fact that the Dark Lord wasn't really out there, in that case, the defense professor's office was a small room, at least today. It had changed since the last time Harry had seen it, the stone of the room becoming darker, more polished. Behind the defense professor's desk stood the single empty bookcase that always decorated the room, a tall bookcase stretching almost from the floor to the ceiling, with 7 empty wooden shelves. Harry had only once seen Professor Quirrell take a book from those empty shelves, and never seen him put a book back. The green snake swayed above the seat of the chair behind the defense professor's desk, the lidless eyes staring unblinking at Harry from close to his own eye level. They were warded now by 22 spells, all that could be cast within Hogwarts without attracting the headmaster's attention. No, hissed Harry. The green snake cocked its head, tilting it slightly. No emotion was conveyed by the gesture, not that Harry's Parselmouth talent conveyed to him. Reason not, said the green snake. Too risky, Harry said simply. That was true whether or not the Dark Lord was out there. Forcing himself to decide in advance had made him realize that he'd just been using the unanswered question as an excuse to hesitate. The sane decision was the same, either way. For a moment the dark pitted eyes seemed to gleam blackly, for a moment the scaled mouth gaped to expose the fangs. Think you have learned wrong lesson, boy, from previous failure. My plants are not in habit of failing, and last one would have gone flawlessly but for your own foolishness. Correct lesson is to follow steps laid down for you by older and wiser Slytherin, tame your wild impulses. Lesson I learned is not to try plots that would make girl-child friend think I am evil or boy-child friend think I am stupid, Harry snapped back. He'd been planning a more temporizing response than that, but somehow the words had just slipped out. The SSSSSING sound that came from the snake was not heard by Harry as words, only as pure fury. A moment later, you told them, Of course not. But know what they would say. There was a long pause as the snake head swayed, staring at Harry. Again no detectable emotion came through, and Harry wondered what Professor Quirrell could be thinking that would take Professor Quirrell that long to think. You seriously care what thos two think? Came the snake's final hiss. True younglings thos two are not like you. Could not weigh adult matters. Might have done better than me, Harry hissed. Boy-child friend would have asked after secret motives before assenting to rescue woman. Glad you understand that now, the snake hissed coldly. Always ask after other assess advantage. Next learn to always ask after your own. If my plan is not to your task, what is yours? If necessary stay at school 6 years and study. Hogwarts seems fine place to dwell. Books, friendes, strange but tasty food. Harry wanted to chuckle, but there wasn't any gesture in Parseltongue for the kind of laughter he wanted to express. The pits of the snake's eyes seemed almost black. Easy to say that now. Such as you and I, we do not tolerate imprisonment. You will lose patience long before 7th year, perhaps before end of this one. I shall plan accordingly. And before Harry could hiss another word of Parseltongue, the human shape of Professor Quirrell was sitting in his chair once more. So, Mr. Potter, said the defense professor, his voice as calm as if they had been discussing nothing important, as if the whole conversation had not occurred at all, I hear that you have begun to practice dueling. Not the worthless sort with rules, I hope. Hannah Abbott looked as unnerved as Hermione had ever seen her except on the day of the Phoenix, the day Bellatrix Black had escaped, which should not account for anyone. The Hufflepuff girl had come over to the Ravenclaw table during dinner, and tapped Hermione on her shoulder, and very nearly dragged her away. Neville and Harry Potter are learning dueling from Mr. Diggory, Hannah blurted as soon as they were a few steps away from the table. Who? Said Hermione. Cedric Diggory, said Hannah. He's the captain of our Quidditch team and general of an army, and he's taking all the electives and getting better grades than anyone, and I hear he learns dueling from professional tutors during the summers, and he once beat 2 7th-year students, and even some teachers call him the Super Hufflepuff, and Professor Sprout says we should all emudate him or something like that, and... After Hannah finally stopped for air, the list had gone on for a while. Hermione managed to insert a word in edgewise. Sunshine Soldier Abbott, said Hermione. Calm down. We're not going to be fighting General Diggory, right? Sure, Neville's studying to beat us, but we can study too. Don't you see? Hannah shrieked, raising her voice a lot louder than it should have been, if they were trying to keep the conversation private from all the Ravenclaws looking at them. Neville isn't studying to beat us. He's practicing so he can fight Bellatrix Black. They're going to go through us like a bludger through a stack of pancakes. The Sunshine General gave her soldier a look. Listen, said Hermione, I don't think a few weeks of practice is going to make anyone an invincible fighter. Plus we already know how to handle invincible fighters. We'll concentrate fire on them and they'll go down just like Draco. The Hufflepuff girl was looking at her with mixed admiration and skepticism. Aren't you even, worried? Oh, honestly, said Hermione. Sometimes it was hard being the only sensible person in your whole school year. Haven't you ever heard the saying, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself? What? Said Hannah. That's crazy. What about Lethifolds lurking in the darkness and being put under the Imperious Curse and horrible transfiguration accidents and... I mean, said Hermione, exasperation leaking out into her now raised voice. She'd been hearing this sort of thing all week now. How about if we wait until after the Chaos Legion actually crushes us to get so scared of them? And did you just mutter Gryffindors under your voice? A few moments later, Hermione was walking back to her place at the table with a sweet smile plastered onto her young face. It wasn't the terrible cold glare of Harry's dark side, but it was the scariest face she knew how to make. Harry Potter was going down. This is loony, gasped Neville, with what tiny amount of breath he could spare from being completely out of breath. This is brilliant, said Cedric Diggory. The eyes of the Super Hufflepuff gleamed with manic enthusiasm, shining like the sweat on his forehead as he stamped his feet through the dance of one of his dueling postures. His usually light steps had changed to heavier stomps, which might have had something to do with the transfigured metal weights they'd all attached to their arms and legs and strapped over their chests. Where do you get these ideas, Mr. Potter? A strange old shop in Oxford, and I'm never shopping there again. Thud. 67 Self-actualization. Point 2. In the high reaches of Hogwarts, where rooms and corridors changed on a daily basis, where the territory itself was uncertain and not just the map, where the stability of the castle began to fray into dreams and chaos without changing its architectural style or apparent solidity, in the high reaches of Hogwarts, a battle would soon be fought. The presence of so many students would stabilize the corridors for a time, by dint of constant observation. The rooms and corridors of Hogwarts sometimes moved even while people looked directly at them, but they wouldn't change. Even after 8 centuries, Hogwarts was still a little shy about changing in front of people. But despite that transient permanence, the defense professor had said the upper reaches of Hogwarts still had a military realism. You had to learn the ground anew each time and check every closet for secret corridors all over again. Sunday it was, Sunday the 1st of March. Professor Quirrell had recovered enough to supervise battles once more, and they were all catching up on the backlog. The Dragon General Draco Malfoy watched 2 compasses he held in either hand. One compass was the color of the sun, the other had a multicolored iridescent sheen to indicate chaos. The other 2 generals Draco knew had been given their own compasses only. Hermione Granger's hand and Harry Potter's hand would hold a compass that was orange-red and flickered in its reflections like fire, pointing always to the direction of the largest active contingent of Dragon Army. Without those compasses they might have searched for days and never found each other, which was a territorial hazard of fighting in the upper levels of Hogwarts. Draco had a bad feeling about what would happen when Dragon Army found the Chaos Legion. Harry Potter had changed since Bellatrix Black had escaped. The heir of Slytherin had begun to seem truly lordly now, and how had Professor Quirrell known that would happen? Draco would have felt a lot better with Hermione Granger standing alongside him with her 23 Sunshine Soldiers in tow, but no, the Sunshine General was being stupidly proud and refusing to accept aid against General Potter. She wanted to take down Potter herself, she'd told him. The noble and most ancient house of Malfoy had maintained their influence over Britain for centuries by understanding that you couldn't always be the most powerful. Sometimes another lord was just stronger and you had to settle for merely being his foremost lieutenant. You could build up quite a position of wealth and power over a dozen generations of being second in command. You just had to be careful each time not to let your house be dragged down with the fall of the lord you served. That was the Malfoy tradition which centuries of experience had honed. And so Father had thoroughly explained to Draco that if he ran into someone who was obviously stronger than him, Draco was not to resent this and not to deny it and not to throw a tantrum that could sabotage his potential position, but Draco was to make sure that his place in the next generation's power structure wasn't any lower than second. Granger, apparently, had never gotten this lecture from her own parents, and was still in denial about the obvious fact that Harry Potter was becoming stronger than her. So Draco had secretly met with Captain Goldstein and Captain Bones and Captain Macmillan, and they'd agreed to all do their best to make sure that Dragon and Sunshine didn't engage each other before they engaged the larger threat of chaos. It wasn't really violating the agreement against traitors. You weren't soliciting traitors if you honestly meant to help the other army. A high ringing tone belled through the corridors to signal the start of the battle, and a moment later Draco shouted, "Go!" And the dragons started running. It would tire his soldiers, it would cost them something even after they stopped and caught their breath, but they had to put chaos directly between themselves and the Sunshine Regiment. Harry and Neville walked at a leisurely pace through the corridors, Harry watching the yellow-golden compass that pointed toward the location of the Sunshine Regiment, and Neville keeping a lookout just in case they ran into someone else. Their footsteps sounded a bit thumpy if you listened closely. "So," the chaotic lieutenant said after a while, "that's why you had us practice dueling with all that weight strapped on?" Harry nodded, keeping his eyes on the compass that led to Sunshine. If the apparent direction started to change quickly, then they were getting close. "I didn't want to say anything in front of the others, but a couple of weeks isn't a lot of time to put on extra muscle," said Neville. "And the balance is different, and I think this weighs more actually, and doesn't this count as transfiguring a Muggle artifact?" "Nope," Harry said. "I checked that in advance. You can see it in Hogwarts statues, so some wizards used to wear it, even if they were just being fashionable for the Dark Ages. And since nobody would ever try this if they weren't fighting first-year students using weak spells like the Sleep Hex, it didn't count as giving away good ideas either." They came to a Y intersection, an annoying one. Neither corridor bent in quite the right way to take them on a direct intercept course toward where Sunshine would go as they followed the Chaos Legion following Dragon Army. So Harry chose what seemed like the better of the two options, and Neville followed. "We'd better try a quick silencing charm on this stuff when we get close," Neville said. "It's kind of noisy, they might figure it out." Harry nodded and then said, "Good idea," in case Neville hadn't been looking at him. They trudged on through the stone-floored corridor of the upper reach of Hogwarts, lit by windows of plain glass or stained glass, now and then passing statues of witches and dragons and even the occasional wizard knight in plate armor or chainmail. The Sunshine Soldiers were striding through a long, wide corridor with their wands out and pointed. They couldn't use the prismatic shield while they were maneuvering, but Parvati Patil and Jenny Rustad were currently maintaining contigos around the officer group, who would be the first targets of any ambush. Their tactic for the next battle, she and her officers had decided, would be to mix directly in with the enemy soldiers as fast as possible after having practiced among themselves how to support one another, avoid hitting each other, and get into positions where enemy soldiers would hesitate to fire. They'd only gotten in 4 hours' practice, but she thought her troops would already be better at that kind of mixed-in fighting than soldiers who hadn't practiced at all. It seemed like the sort of tactic Chaos would use, but they hadn't actually used it yet. It was a good strategy, she believed. And yet still, no matter how much she'd lectured her soldiers, they'd persisted in whispering fearful rumors about what Harry and Neville were learning to do. Finally she'd gone off and talked with Captain Goldstein, who understood things like troop morale, and Anthony had suggested. "That's weird," Captain Macmillan spoke up suddenly, frowning at the fiery and iridescent compasses he held in either hand. Ernie was, as Harry would have termed it, good at spatial visualization, and so had been designated to hold both compasses and try to figure out what their enemies were doing. "I think dragons not moving fast anymore. I think they got on the other side of Chaos from us first, and it looks like Chaos is moving to attack them instead of trying to maneuver out from in between." Hermione frowned, trying to understand, and she saw similar frowns on the faces of Anthony and Ron. If Chaos and Dragon attacked each other straight out and spent all their forces fighting each other, that was practically conceding the battle to Sunshine. "Potter thinks we're allied, so he's attacking Malfoy now, before Dragon can link up with us," said Blaise Zabini from the common ranks of soldiers. "Or Potter just thinks he can beat both armies in a row if he attacks them separately." The Slytherin boy gave a condescending sigh. "Are you going to promote me back to officer now? You lot are hopeless without me, you know." They all ignored the talking noises coming from Zabini's mouth. "We still moving in the right direction?" said Anthony. "Yeah," said Ernie. "We getting close to them?" said Ron. "Not yet." That was when the huge black wooden doors at the end of the corridor flew open and crashed into the wall, revealing 2 figures almost completely enveloped in gray cloaks. Gray cloth stretched over the faces beneath the gray hoods, one of those figures already raising a wand and pointing it directly at her. And then the face of the game changed drastically as Harry's voice, high and strained with the effort, screamed the word "Stupefy." The dueling grade stunner blasted toward her. She was so shocked that she didn't start to move until almost too late, as the red jet of light smashed right through the Contigo shield to their front, and she just barely dodged. There was a tingle on her arm as the red light went past her, and she saw out of the corner of her eye Susan getting hit and blown off her feet into Ron. "Somnium!" bellowed Anthony's voice, followed a moment later by a dozen voices crying, "Somnium!" Hermione frantically pushed herself to her feet, and as she rose, she saw the 2 figures in the gray cloaks just standing there. You couldn't see sleep hexes, the spell was too weak. But there was no way they all could have missed. "Stupefy!" shrieked the voice of Neville Longbottom, and another red jet shot at her. She fell in an undignified heap as she desperately twisted out of the way, and when she scrambled up, panting, she saw that this time the stun bolt had gotten Ron where he'd been rising from the ground. "Hello there, Sunshine," said Harry's voice from beneath his hood. "We're the Grey Knights of Chaos," said Neville's voice. "We'll be your opponents for this battle," said Harry's voice, "while Chaos's other army slaughters the dragons." "And by the way," said Neville's voice, "we're invincible." The 2 boys in their gray cloaks and robes, gray cloth over their faces, stood facing Sunshine's entire army, seemingly unfazed by a dozen sleep hexes. Daphne heard a soft sigh from beside her, and when her head turned she saw that Hannah's lips were parted, and the Hufflepuff girl's eyes were huge, and she was staring at. It would have been hard to describe the jumble of thoughts that flashed through Daphne's mind as she realized that Hannah was staring at Neville rather than Harry, which in turn seemed to trigger some part of her into noticing that in point of fact Neville had been getting pretty interesting lately as boys went. In fact, right now the last scion of Longbottom was seeming downright cool, and something woke up inside her and her own lips parted and everything the lady her mother had ever instructed her about demure demeanors and flattery and scented shampoo blew straight out of her mind so hard it should have fluffed her hair about her ears, because she'd watched Hermione and Harry and she knew how she wanted her own courtship to go. Her lady mother had also recently instructed her on a few spells it might be embarrassing not to know if you belong to the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. Daphne's wand swung to point to her left, and she shouted, "Tunar!" The wand went over her head, and she spoke the incantation, Ravum Calvaria. And finally she grasped her wand in both hands and shrieked, "Lucas Gladius!" The huge magical drain almost sent her to her knees, but she bore it, and when the blazing shape had fully formed and stabilized the drain was a little less. Still, she had a feeling she'd better not try to fight with this for long. That everyone was staring at her went quite without saying, and she should have leaped forward to confront Neville with her hair billowing around her, but it was all she could do to walk forward steadily to level her most ancient blade at Neville Longbottom. That everyone moved aside and made way for her also went without saying. "I hight Daphne, of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass," she cried. Greengrass of sunshine. The dueling forms had gone completely out of her mind. She'd seen enough plays to remember death challenges and blood challenges, but she couldn't remember at all what was appropriate for this, so she just pointed the incandescent sword toward the object of her crush and yelled, "Let's see what you got, Nevy." Once again Harry's voice shrieked, "Stupefy," and later on, when she was remembering this, she could never quite believe she'd managed to do it, but she slashed out with her blade of light like it was a beater's bat, and hit the stun bolt back at Harry, who just barely managed to twist out of the way. "Tunar!" shouted Neville of the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom. "Ravum Calvaria, Lucas Gladius." For a few seconds, no one did anything but stare at Neville and Daphne as they started whacking at each other. They were both moving slowly, and Hermione guessed that the spell was taking a lot of strength out of them. It wasn't very impressive by comparison if you were a Muggleborn and you'd watched certain movies, but you still had to give them extra credit for using lightsabers at all. "Point of order," said Harry's voice. "I know the defense professor is watching, but I still have to ask, does anyone know whether they'll slice each other in half if they actually hit?" "No," Hermione said absently. This had been in one of her history books, though she'd had no idea the magical dueling sword looked like that. "They cast it so it'll only stun if it touches." "You know that spell?" "Oh no, it's the charm of the most ancient blade. It's only legal for noble and most ancient houses to use." Hermione stopped talking and looked at Harry, or Harry's grey hood rather. "Well," said Harry's voice, "I guess I could take down the rest of the Sunshine Regiment by myself then." She couldn't see his face, but his voice sounded like he was smiling. "You dodged when Daphne hit your own spell back at you," Hermione said. "So whatever you did, you're not invincible. A stupefy can still get you." "Interesting theory," said Harry's voice from beneath the hood. "Got anyone in your army who can test it?" "I read about the stunning hex once," said Hermione. "A few months ago. I wonder if I can remember the instructions right." Her wand came up to point at Harry. There was a slight pause as nearby a boy and a girl breathing in audible gasps slowly whacked at each other with lightsabers. "Of course," Harry said, leveling his own wand on her. "I can just use Somnium on you. That'll take a lot less effort." New Contigo shields sprung into existence in front of her, cast by Jenny and Parvati even as Harry spoke. The tip of Hermione's own wand began making small motions in the air, a diamond within a circle, a diamond within a circle, rehearsing the gesture to match exactly what she remembered seeing in the book. It would be a difficult feat even for her, but she had to cast the spell right on the first try. She couldn't afford any failed castings that would sap her energy. "You know," said Hermione Granger, "I understand that it's not really your fault, but I'm getting tired of hearing people talk about the boy who lived like you're some kind of god or something." "Same here, I must say," said Harry Potter. "It's sad how people keep underestimating me." Her wand kept rehearsing the diamond within the circle over and over. Harry would be recharging his own strength, she knew, even as she practiced as much as she could before her attack. "I'm starting to think you need taking down a peg, General Chaos." "You could be right," Harry said equably. His feet began to shuffle through what she recognized as a duelist's dance. "Unfortunately, there's nothing left that can defeat me now except another Harry Potter." "Let me be specific, Mr. Potter. I'm taking you down a peg." "You and what other army?" "You think you're pretty cool, don't you?" said Hermione. "Why, yes," said Harry. "Yes, I do. Some might call that arrogant, but am I supposed to be the last person in Hogwarts to notice how awesome I am?" Hermione raised her left hand into the air and made a fist. It was a signal. 8 designated soldiers in her army would be pointing their wands at her, and quietly casting Wingardium Leviosa. They'd practiced this too, once Hermione had given up on lecturing her soldiers, and at Anthony's suggestion, tried giving them a sunshine general who looked like she could defeat invincible enemies. "You pretend you're Superman," said Hermione. She raised her left fist higher in the air, and the 8 soldiers supporting her hovered her off the ground. "Well, here's Super Hermione." Her hand pushed forward, and as she shot rapidly through the air toward Harry, regretting only that she couldn't see the look on his face, her wand made a diamond within a circle, and she summoned up all the magic she could. It felt like she imagined touching a live wire would feel as the too powerful spell poured through her when her voice screamed, "Stupefy." The red bolt burst from her wand, perfectly formed. Harry dodged it. And then, because they hadn't practiced doing this part inside of hallways, she crashed into a wall. "Somnium!" shrieked Draco, and then after only a few seconds to recharge, "Somnium, curse you!" He knew he was hitting Theodore. The other boy wasn't even trying to dodge, but the scion of not only grinned as evilly as his father and leveled his wand. Draco managed to leap aside just as Theodore said, "Somnium!" But Draco was getting winded. He couldn't keep this up. Theodore wasn't bothering to dodge at all while Draco had to keep moving. This was crazy. He had enough strength now to fire again, but stupidity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Harry had said this was Harry's work somehow. It couldn't be a Muggle artifact anymore, but Draco couldn't figure out what it could be, and he should be thinking of hypotheses and ways to test them, but he was too busy frantically dodging as Theodore laughed and shot another sleep hex at him. Draco felt a little numbness in his side that time as he twisted. That had been a very, very near miss, and finally Draco couldn't take it anymore. He didn't bother working out what theory he was testing or why, as he just "Luminose!" shouted Draco, and Theodore was haloed in red light. "Dulac!" And it went out again, so Theodore was still being affected by magic. Expelliarmus! And Theodore's wand went flying. That had been a good spell to cast anyway now that Draco realized it, but Theodore was rushing toward Draco with his arms outstretched to grapple, so Draco yelled, "Flipendo!" And the other boy's feet were abruptly yanked up. And Theodore's back hit the ground with a surprisingly loud and metallic-sounding crash. Draco's vision was swimming now from casting 4 spells in such fast succession, and Theodore was already scrambling to his feet, so there wasn't even time to think in words, but Draco still managed to say, "Somnium!" And this time he aimed for Theodore's face instead of the chest. Theodore dodged, he dodged. And the boy shouted, "Code 7 on Malfoy!" "Prismatis!" cried Padma's voice, and there was suddenly a shimmering rainbow wall in front of Draco, just as 4 chaotic voices cried, "Somnium!" And there was a pause as everyone looked at the huge prismatic sphere protecting the remnants of Dragon Army. Casting that fifth spell had sent Draco to his hands and knees, but he looked up and managed to say, as clearly as he could, "If the sleep hex doesn't work, aim for the face. I think the lieutenants are wearing metal shirts." "You've already lost too many soldiers," Finnegan said loudly from across the barrier. "We'll beat you anyway." And then the Gryffindor boy laughed evilly. He did the evil laughter almost as well as Harry Potter by now, and the other chaotic legionnaires started laughing with him soon afterward. Draco could see from the corner of his eye where Gregory and Vincent lay unconscious. Padma was still sustaining the prismatic sphere, the largest one he'd ever seen her cast, but she was breathing hard, still visibly sweaty from when they'd all jogged to get into position. The Ravenclaw girl was a strong witch but not an athletic one. He really hoped General Granger got here soon and hit Chaos from behind. General Potter and Neville of Chaos were missing, and Draco could guess where they'd gone, but 2 soldiers couldn't delay the whole Sunshine Regiment for too long all by themselves, could they? She knew it wasn't fair, that the other girl had given all she could, but Hermione still wished that Daphne had lasted longer. "Lagan," said Neville's voice from behind her as she flew, and there was the sound of a prismatic wall shattering. Hannah's voice desperately cried, "Somnium!" And then a few moments later Neville's voice calmly said, "Somnium," and there was the thud of another of her soldiers falling over. And the force keeping her in the air diminished again. Hermione could feel the grab of the hover charms straining at her, but now it just wasn't enough. Her flight stopped and she began falling in slow motion toward the ground, and she should have signaled her soldiers to just drop her, but she was too angry and confused and not thinking fast enough and still trying to muster the strength for one last stunning hex, and so there was nowhere to go when Harry pointed his wand at her and said, "Somnium," and that was the last word that Hermione Granger heard of her battle. 68 Self-Actualization. Point 3. Hermione wasn't feeling very nice right now, or good either. There was a hot ball of anger burning inside her, and she wondered if this was something like Harry's darkness, though it probably wasn't even close, and she shouldn't have felt that way over some silly little game, but her whole army. 2 soldiers had beaten her whole army. That was what she'd been told after she woke up. It was a little too much. "Well," Professor Quirrell said. From up close the defense professor didn't look quite as healthy as he had the last time she'd been in his office. His skin looked paler and he moved a little slower. His expression was as stern as ever, and his gaze as penetrating. His fingers tapped sharply on his desk, rap-rap. "I would guess that of the 3 of you, only Mr. Malfoy has guessed why I've asked you here." "Something to do with noble and most ancient houses?" said Harry from beside her, sounding puzzled. "I didn't violate some kind of crazy law by firing on Daphne, did I?" "Not quite," the man said with heavy irony. "Since Miss Greengrass did not invoke the correct dueling forms, she is not entitled to demand that you be stripped of your house name. Although of course I would not have permitted a formal duel. Wars do not respect such rules." The defense professor leaned forward and rested his chin on steepled hands, as though sitting upright had already tired him. His eyes gazed at them, sharp and dangerous. "General Malfoy. Why did I call you here?" "General Potter against the 2 of us isn't a fair fight anymore," Draco Malfoy said in a quiet voice. "What?" blurted Hermione. "We almost had them, if Daphne hadn't fainted." "Miss Greengrass did not faint from magical exhaustion," Professor Quirrell said dryly. "Mr. Potter shot her in the back with a sleep hex while your soldiers were distracted by the sight of their general flying into a wall. But congratulations nonetheless, Miss Granger, on almost defeating 2 chaotic legionnaires with a mere 24 Sunshine soldiers." The blood flaming in her cheeks grew a little hotter. That was just, if I'd only figured out he was wearing armor." Professor Quirrell gazed at her from over-touched fingers. "Of course there are ways you could have won, Miss Granger. There always are in every lost battle. The world around us redounds with opportunities, explodes with opportunities, which nearly all folk ignore because it would require them to violate a habit of thought. In every battle 1,000 Hufflepuff bones waiting to be sharpened into spears. If you had thought to try a masked finite incantatum on general principles, you would have dispelled Mr. Potter's suit of chainmail and everything else he was wearing except his underwear, which leads me to suspect that Mr. Potter did not quite realize his own vulnerability. Or you could have had your soldiers swarm Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom and physically wrest the wands from their hands. Mr. Malfoy's own response was not what I would term well-reasoned, but at least he did not wholly ignore his 1,000 alternatives. A sardonic smile. But you, Miss Granger, had the misfortune to remember how to cast the stunning hex, and so you did not search your excellent memory for a dozen easier spells that might have proved efficacious. And you pinned all your army's hopes on your own person, so they lost spirit when you fell. Afterward they continued to cast their futile sleep hexes, governed by the habits of fighting that had been trained into them, unable to break the pattern as Mr. Malfoy did. I cannot quite comprehend what goes through people's minds when they repeat the same failed strategy over and over, but apparently it is an astonishingly rare realization that you can try something else. And so the Sunshine Regiment was wiped out by 2 soldiers. The defense professor grinned mirthlessly. One perceives certain similarities to how 50 Death Eaters dominated all of magical Britain, and how our much-loved ministry continues in its rule. The defense professor sighed. Nonetheless, Miss Granger, the fact remains that this is not the first such defeat for you. In the previous battle, you and Mr. Malfoy united your forces, and yet you were fought to a standstill, so that you and Mr. Malfoy had to pursue Mr. Potter onto the roof. The Chaos Legion has now demonstrated, twice in succession, military strength equal to both other armies combined. This leaves me no choice. General Potter, you will select 8 soldiers from your army, including at least 1 chaotic lieutenant, to be divided among Dragon Army and the Sunshine Regiment. What? Hermione burst out again. She glanced over at the other generals and saw that Harry looked as shocked as her, while Draco Malfoy only looked resigned. General Potter is stronger than both of you together, Professor Quirrell said with calm precision. Your contest is over, he has won, and it is time to rebalance the 3 armies to present him with a renewed challenge. Professor Quirrell, said Harry. I didn't. This is my decision as the professor of battle magic at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it is not subject to negotiation. The words were still precise, but the look in Professor Quirrell's eyes chilled Hermione's blood, even though he was glaring at Harry and not at her. And I find it suspicious, Mr. Potter, that the moment you wished to isolate Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy and force them to chase you onto the roof, you were able to annihilate just exactly as much of their united force as you pleased. Indeed, that is the level of performance I expected of you since the start of this year, and I am annoyed to discover that you have been holding back in my classes this entire time. I have seen what you can truly do, Mr. Potter. You are far beyond the point where Mr. Malfoy or Miss Granger can fight you on an equal level, and you will not be permitted to pretend otherwise. This, Mr. Potter, I tell you in my capacity as your professor. For you to learn to your full potential, you must exercise your full abilities and not hold back for any reason, particularly not childish frets over what your friends might think. She left the defense professor's office with a larger army and less dignity, and feeling a lot like a sad little bug that had just been squished, and trying very, very hard not to cry. I wasn't holding back, Harry said as soon as they turned the first corner away from Professor Quirrell's office, the moment the wooden door faded out of sight behind the stone walls. I wasn't pretending. I never let either of you win. She didn't answer, couldn't answer. It would all break loose if she tried to say a word. Really? Said Draco Malfoy. The Dragon General still had that air of resignation. Because Quirrell's right, it's suspicious that you could beat nearly everyone in both our armies as soon as you wanted to make us chase you onto the roof. And didn't you say something then, Potter, about us needing to beat you when you were fighting for real? The burning sensation was creeping up her throat, and when it reached her eyes she would burst into tears, and from then on she would be just a crying little girl to both of them. That, Harry's voice said urgently. She wasn't looking at him, but his voice sounded like he had his head turned toward her. That was I tried a lot harder that time. There was an important reason. I had to, so I used a whole bunch of tricks I'd been saving up and She'd always been trying her hardest every time. And I let out a side of myself I wouldn't usually use for something like defense class. So if she ever got close to winning against Harry when it really mattered, he could just go into his dark side and crush her. Was that it? Of course it was. She couldn't even look Harry in the eyes when he was being scary. How had she ever thought she could beat him for real? The corridor forked, and Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy went left toward a staircase that climbed to the second floor, and she went right instead. She didn't even know where that passage went, but right now she'd rather be lost in the castle. "Excuse me, Draco," said Harry's voice, and then there was a pattering of footsteps behind her. "Leave me alone," she said. It came out sounding stern, but then she had to shut her mouth and press her lips together tightly and hold her breath to stop it all from coming out. That boy just kept on coming, and ran around her and put himself in front of her, because he was stupid, that was why. And Harry said, his voice now a high and desperate whisper, "I didn't run away when you were beating me in all my classes except broomstick riding." He didn't understand, and he would never understand. Harry Potter would never understand, because no matter what contest he lost, he would still be the boy who lived. If you were Harry Potter and Hermione Granger was beating you, then it meant everyone was expecting you to rise to the challenge. If you were Hermione Granger and Harry Potter was beating you, that meant you were just no one. "It's not fair," she said. Her voice was shaking, but she wasn't crying yet, not yet. "I shouldn't have to fight your dark side. I'm only 12. That was what she thought then. I only used my dark side once, and that was when I had to. So today you beat my whole army being just Harry?" She still wasn't crying yet, and she wondered what her face looked like right now, if she looked like an angry Hermione or a sad one. Harry said. His voice got a little lower. "I wasn't really expecting to win that time. I know I said I was invincible, but that was just to try to scare you. I really just thought we'd slow you down for a bit." She started walking again, walked right past him, and as she passed, Harry's face tightened up like he was going to cry. "Is Professor Quirrell right?" came a high, desperate whisper from behind her. "If I have you for a friend, will I always be afraid to do better because I know it will hurt your feelings? That's not fair, Hermione." She took a breath and held it and ran, her feet pattering across the stone as fast as they could, running as fast as she dared with her vision all blurry, ran so that no one would hear her, and this time Harry didn't follow. Minerva was going over the Transfiguration parchment due Monday, and had just marked down to -200 points a fifth-year parchment with an error that could have potentially killed someone. During her first year as a professor, she'd been indignant at the folly of older students. Now she was just resigned. Some people not only never learned, they never noticed that they were hopeless. They stayed bright and eager and kept on trying. Sometimes they believed you when you told them, before they left Hogwarts, that they must never try anything unusual, give up free transfiguration, and use the art only through established charms, and sometimes they didn't. She was in the middle of trying to unravel a particularly convoluted answer when a knock at the door disrupted her thoughts, and it wasn't her office hours, but it had only taken a very short time as head of Gryffindor House for her to learn to suspend judgment. You could always deduct house points afterward. "Come in," she said in a crisp voice. The young girl who entered her office had clearly been crying, and then afterward had washed her face in hopes it wouldn't show. "Miss Granger," said Professor McGonagall. It had taken her a moment to recognize that face with its eyes reddened and cheeks puffed. "What happened?" "Professor," said the young girl in a wavering voice, "you said that if I was ever worried or uncomfortable about anything, I should come to you at once." "Yes," said Professor McGonagall. "Now what happened?" The girl started to explain. Hermione stood still, and the stairs turned around her, a revolving helix that shouldn't have taken her anywhere at all, and instead bore her continuously upward. Hermione thought it seemed like the enchantment of the endless stair, which had been invented in 1733 by the wizard Aram Sabeti, who'd lived on top of Mount Everest in the days when no muggles could climb it. Only that couldn't be right because Hogwarts was much older. Maybe the enchantment had been reinvented? She should have been frightened, should have been nervous about her second meeting with the headmaster. She was, in fact, frightened and nervous about her second meeting with the headmaster. Only Hermione Granger had been thinking. She'd been thinking a lot, after she hadn't been able to run any further and had slid down against the wall with her lungs on fire, thinking while she curled up in a ball with her back against the chilly stone wall and her legs drawn up and crying. Even if she lost to Harry Potter, she was never, ever going to lose to Draco Malfoy. That was just totally, absolutely unacceptable. And Professor Quirrell had praised General Malfoy for not ignoring his 1,000 alternatives, and so after Hermione had cried herself out, she'd thought of 14 other spells she should have tried against Harry and Neville, and then she'd started wondering if she might be making the same sort of mistake about other things, and that was how she'd ended up knocking on Professor McGonagall's door. Not asking for help. Right now Hermione didn't have any plans she could ask for help with, just telling Professor McGonagall everything, because when she'd thought of it, that had seemed like one of the 1,000 alternatives that Professor Quirrell had been talking about. And she told Professor McGonagall about how Harry Potter had changed since the day the Phoenix had been on his shoulder, and about how people more and more seemed to see her as just something of Harry's, and how it seemed like Harry was pulling farther and farther away from everyone else in their school year, and went around with a sad air, sometimes like he was losing something, and she didn't know what to do anymore. And Professor McGonagall had told her that they needed to talk to the headmaster. And Hermione had felt worried, but then the thought had come to her that Harry Potter wouldn't have been scared of the headmaster. Harry Potter would have just barged ahead doing whatever he was trying to do. Maybe the thought had come to her it was worth trying to be like that, not being scared, just doing whatever, and seeing what happened to her. It couldn't really be worse. The endless stair stopped turning. The great oaken door in front of them with the brass griffin knocker opened without being touched. Behind a black oaken desk with dozens of drawers facing in every direction, looking like it had drawers set inside other drawers, was the silver-bearded headmaster of Hogwarts upon his throne, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, into whose gently twinkling eyes Hermione looked for around 3 seconds before she was distracted by all the other things in the room. Some time later, she wasn't sure how long, but it was while she was trying to count the number of things in the room for the 3rd time, and still not getting the same answer, even though her memory insisted that nothing had been added or removed, the headmaster cleared his throat and said, "Miss Granger?" Hermione's head snapped around, and she felt a little heat in her cheeks, but Dumbledore didn't appear annoyed with her at all, only serene, and with an inquiring look in those mild, half-glassed eyes. "Hermione," said Professor McGonagall. The older witch's voice was gentle, and her hand rested reassuringly on Hermione's shoulder. "Please tell the headmaster what you said to me about Harry." Hermione began speaking. Despite her newfound resolution, her voice still stumbled a little with nervousness, as she described how Harry had changed in the last few weeks since Fawkes had been on his shoulder. When she was done there was a pause, and then the headmaster sighed. "I am sorry, Hermione Granger," said Dumbledore. Those blue eyes had grown sadder as she spoke. "That is unfortunate, but I cannot say it is unexpected. That is a hero's burden, which you see." "A hero?" said Hermione. She looked up nervously at Professor McGonagall and saw that the Transfiguration professor's face had grown tight, though her hand still squeezed Hermione's shoulder reassuringly. "Yes," said Dumbledore. "I was a hero myself once, before I was a mysterious old wizard, in the days when I opposed Grindelwald. You have read history books, Miss Granger?" Hermione nodded. "Well," said Dumbledore, "that is what heroes have to do, Miss Granger. They have their tasks and they must grow strong to accomplish them, and that is what you see happening to Harry. If there is anything that can be done to gentle his pathway, then you will be the one to do it, and not I. For I am not Harry's friend, alas, but only his mysterious old wizard." Said Hermione. "I'm not sure I still want to be." Her voice stopped. It seemed too awful to say aloud. Dumbledore closed his eyes, and when he opened them he looked a little older than before. "No one can stop you, Miss Granger, if you choose to stop being Harry's friend. As for what it would do to him, you may know that better than I." "That doesn't seem fair," Hermione said, her voice trembling. "That I've got to be Harry's friend because he's got no one else? That doesn't seem fair. Being a friend is not something you can be forced to, Miss Granger." The blue eyes seemed to look right through her. "The feelings are there or they are not. If they are there, you can accept them or deny them. You are Harry's friend, and choosing to deny it would wound him terribly, perhaps beyond healing. But Miss Granger, what would drive you to such extremes? She couldn't find words. She'd never been able to find words. If you get too near Harry, you get swallowed up, and no one sees you anymore. You're just something of his. Everyone thinks the whole world revolves around him, and... She didn't have the words. The old wizard nodded slowly. It is indeed an unjust world we live in, Miss Granger. All the world now knows that it is I who defeated Grindelwald, and fewer remember Elizabeth Beckett, who died opening the way so I could pass through. And yet she is remembered. Harry Potter is the hero of this play, Miss Granger. The world does revolve around him. He is destined for great things, and I ween that in time the name of Albus Dumbledore will be remembered as Harry Potter's mysterious old wizard, more than for anything else I have done. And perhaps the name of Hermione Granger will be remembered as his companion if you prove worthy of it in your day. For this I tell you true, never will you find more glory on your own than in Harry Potter's company. Hermione shook her head rapidly. But that's not as she'd known she wouldn't be able to explain. It's not about glory, it's about being something that belongs to someone else. So you think you would rather be the hero? The old wizard sighed. Miss Granger, I have been a hero and a leader, and I would have been 1,000 times happier if I could have belonged to someone like Harry Potter. Someone made of sterner stuff than I, to make the hard decisions and yet worthy to lead me. I thought once that I knew such a man, but I was mistaken. Miss Granger, you have no idea at all how fortunate are those like you compared to heroes. The hot burning feeling was creeping up her throat again. Along with helplessness, she didn't understand why Professor McGonagall had brought her here if the headmaster wasn't going to help, and from a glance at Professor McGonagall's face, it looked like Professor McGonagall also wasn't sure now that it had been a good idea. I don't want to be a hero, said Hermione Granger. I don't want to be a hero's companion, I just want to be me. The thought came to her a few seconds later that maybe she did in fact want to be a hero, but she decided not to change what she'd said. Ah, said the old wizard. That is a tall order, Miss Granger. Dumbledore rose from his throne, stepped out behind his desk, and pointed to a symbol on the wall, so ubiquitous that Hermione's eyes had glossed right over it. A faded shield on which was inscribed the heraldry of Hogwarts, the lion and snake and badger and raven, and in Latin engraved words whose point she'd never understood. Then, as she realized where that shield was and how old it looked, it suddenly occurred to Hermione that this might be the original. A Hufflepuff would say, said Dumbledore, tapping his finger on the faded badger and making Hermione wince for the sacrilege if it was the original, that people fail to become who they are meant to be because they are too lazy to put in all the work involved. A Ravenclaw, tapping the raven, would repeat those words that the wise know to be far older than Socrates, know thyself, and say that people fail to become who they are meant to be through ignorance and lack of thought. And Salazar Slytherin, Dumbledore frowned as his finger tapped the faded snake. Why, he said that we become who we are meant to be by following our desires wherever they lead. Perhaps he would say that people fail to become themselves because they refuse to do what is necessary to achieve their ambitions. But then one notes that nearly all of the dark wizards to come out of Hogwarts have been Slytherins. Did they become what they were meant to be? I think not. Dumbledore's finger tapped the lion, and then he turned toward her. Tell me, Miss Granger, what would a Gryffindor say? I do not need to ask whether the Sorting Hat offered you that house. It didn't seem like a hard question. A Gryffindor would say that people don't become who they should be because they're afraid. Most people are afraid, Miss Granger, said the old wizard. They live their whole lives circumscribed by crippling fear that cuts off everything they might accomplish, everything they might become. Fear of saying or doing the wrong thing, fear of losing their mere possessions, fear of death, and above all the fear of what other people will think of them. Such fear is a most terrible thing, Miss Granger, and it is terribly important to know that. But it is not what Godric Gryffindor would have said. People become who they are meant to be, Miss Granger, by doing what is right. The old wizard's voice was gentle. So tell me, Miss Granger, what seems to you like the right choice? For that is who you truly are, and wherever that path leads, that is who you are meant to become. There was a long space filled with the sounds of things that could not be counted. She thought about it because she was a Ravenclaw. I don't think it's right, Hermione said slowly, for someone to have to live inside someone else's shadow like that. Many things in the world are not right, said the old wizard. The question is what is right for you to do about them. Hermione Granger, I shall be less subtle than is usual for a mysterious old wizard, and tell you outright that you cannot imagine how badly things could go if the events surrounding Harry Potter turned to ill. His quest is a matter you would not even dream of walking away from, if you knew. What quest? Said Hermione. Her voice was trembling because it was very clear what answer the headmaster was looking for and she didn't want to give it. What happened to Harry back then? Why was Fawkes on his shoulder? He grew up, said the old wizard. His eyes blinked several times beneath the half-moon glasses and his face suddenly looked very lined. You see, Miss Granger, people do not grow up because of time. People grow up when they are placed in grown-up situations. That is what happened to Harry Potter that Saturday. He was told you are not to share this information with anyone, you understand? He was told that he would have to fight someone. I cannot tell you who. I cannot tell you why. But that is what happened to him, and why he needs his friends. There was a pause. Bellatrix Black? Hermione said. She couldn't have been more shocked if someone had plugged an electrical cord into her ear. You're going to make Harry fight Bellatrix Black? No, said the old wizard. Not her. I cannot tell you who or why. She thought about it some more. Is there any way I can keep up with Harry? Said Hermione. I mean, I'm not saying it's what I'll do, but if he needs friends, then can we be equal friends? Can I be a hero too? Ah, said the old wizard and smiled. Only you can decide that, Miss Granger. But you're not going to help me like you're helping Harry. The old wizard shook his head. I have helped him little enough, Miss Granger. And if you are asking me for a quest, the old wizard smiled again rather wryly. Miss Granger, you are in your first year of Hogwarts. Do not be too eager to grow up. There will be time enough for that later. I'm 12. Harry's 11. Harry Potter is special, said the old wizard. As you know, Miss Granger. The blue eyes were suddenly piercing beneath the half-moon glasses, and she was reminded of the day of the Dementor when Dumbledore's voice had said, inside her mind, that he knew about Harry's dark side. Hermione put up her hand and touched Professor McGonagall's hand, which had stayed strong on her shoulder this whole time, and Hermione said, she was surprised that her voice didn't break, I'd like to go now, please. Of course, said Professor McGonagall, and Hermione felt the hand on her shoulder gently turning her around to face the oaken door. Have you chosen your path yet, Hermione Granger? Said Albus Dumbledore's voice from behind her, even as the door slowly creaked open to reveal the enchantment of the endless stair. She nodded. And? She said, her voice stuck. She swallowed. I'll do what's right. She didn't say anything else, she couldn't, and then the endless stair began revolving around her once again. Neither she nor Professor McGonagall spoke on the way down. When the flowing stone gargoyles stepped out of their way, and the two of them stepped out into the corridors of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall finally spoke, and she said in a whisper, I'm so terribly sorry, Miss Granger. I did not think the headmaster would say such things to you. I think he truly has forgotten what it is like to be a child. Hermione glanced back up to her and saw that Professor McGonagall looked like she was about to burst into tears. Only not really, but there was a tightness in her face that was like that. If I want to be a hero too, said Hermione, if I've decided to be a hero too, is there anything you can do to help? Professor McGonagall rapidly shook her head and said, Miss Granger, I'm not sure the headmaster is wrong about that. You are 12. Okay, said Hermione. They walked forward a bit. Excuse me, said Hermione. Is it okay if I walk back to the Ravenclaw Tower by myself? I'm sorry, it's not your fault or anything, I just want to be by myself right now. "Of course, Miss Granger," said Professor McGonagall, her voice sounding a little hoarse, and Hermione heard her footsteps stop and then turn around behind her. Hermione Granger walked away. She climbed a flight of stairs and then another, wondering if there was anyone else in Hogwarts who would give her a chance to be a hero. Professor Flitwick would say the same thing as Professor McGonagall, and even if he didn't, he probably couldn't help. Hermione didn't know who could help. Well, Professor Quirrell would come up with something clever if she used up enough Quirrell points, but she had a feeling that asking him would be a bad idea, that the defense professor couldn't help anyone become the sort of hero that was worth becoming, and that he wouldn't even understand the difference. She had almost gotten to the Ravenclaw Tower when she saw the flash of gold. 69 Self-actualization. Point 4. It was out of the corner of her eye that Hermione Granger saw it, a reflection on the polished metal of a statue at the junction of two corridors, a flash of gold, a flash of red, something like an image of fire. Just for a moment she saw it, and then it was gone. She paused, puzzled, and she almost walked away, but there had been something familiar about that brief glow. Hermione walked forward to where the statue had stood, looked at the corridor from which she thought the fiery reflection might have come. Faintly, as though from a faraway place, she heard the cry, the call. Hermione started to run. She ran for a while. Whenever she got to a junction she would pause, catch as much breath as she could, and then she would see a flash of fire reflected from one direction or another, or hear that distant call. If it hadn't been for her army training, she would have fallen over in exhaustion running like that. She never saw the phoenix. And then she came to a four-way branch and there was nothing, no sign. She waited for long seconds and she heard no cry and saw no fire, and she was only just starting to wonder with a sick, sad feeling if she'd imagined the whole thing, when she heard a person cry out. When her rapidly racing feet turned the corner, her mind took in the whole scene at a glance. 3 huge boys in green-trimmed robes already turning to look at her, and one shorter and smaller boy in yellow, who was dangling in the air from one foot held up high by an invisible hand. The Sunshine General didn't even think about it. People who stopped to think didn't spring very good ambushes. Her wand was in her hand, her fingers did the twist, and her lips said, "Somnium." And the largest bully fell over. The Hufflepuff boy dropped out of the air with a thump, and the other 2 bullies were trying to aim their wands at her, and she said, "Somnium." Again, and another huge boy keeled over, the one who'd been aiming his wand faster. That was who she'd fired at. Unfortunately, casting 2 sleep hexes in a row like that was hard even for her, and she couldn't get off a third before. The last bully shouted, "Protego!" and was surrounded by a shimmering blue glow. 24 hours ago, Hermione would have panicked at that. A real shielding charm would let the bully boy cast spells on her even while he was protected. Now she... "Stupefy!" shouted the bully boy. The crimson bolt blasted toward her with a terrible brilliance, blazing far brighter than any hex that had sprung from Harry's wand. Hermione swayed slightly to the left, and the bolt missed because the bully's aim hadn't been nearly as good as Harry's, and the thought came to her that maybe bullies and Professor Quirrell's armies didn't mix. "Stupefy!" shouted the bully boy again. "Expelliarmus! Stupefy!" Anyway, now she'd just spent a whole hour thinking of all the other spells she could have cast on Harry and Neville. "Jellyfy!" yelled the bully boy, a wide-beam jinx with no visible bolt to dodge, and her knees suddenly felt almost too weak to support her. And then, with an angry roar producing an even brighter blaze of crimson, "Stupefy!" She dodged that one by deliberately falling, and by then she'd recovered enough for her next spell, which was... "Glissio," said Hermione, directing her remark to the floor. "Oof," said the bully boy as his feet went out from under him and he actually dropped his wand. The Protego winked out. "Somnium," said Hermione. She was still breathing in gasps as she crawled over to where the Hufflepuff boy was sitting up and groaning and rubbing his skull where he'd been dropped head first into the floor. It was a good thing he hadn't been a muggle, Hermione realized, or he might have snapped his neck. She hadn't actually thought of that. Said the boy. His hair was of a color that would have been called brunette if he was a girl. His eyes an undistinguished brown that somehow seemed just right for Hufflepuff. There weren't any tears on his face, but he looked sort of pale. She pegged him at about 4th year or 3rd. Then the brown eyes widened as he focused on her. General Sunshine? Yeah, she said. That's gasped me. If the Hufflepuff boy said anything about her being Harry Potter's love interest, she decided he was going to die. Wow, said the Hufflepuff boy. That was you just, I saw you on the screens before Christmas, but wow. I can't believe you just did that. There was a pause. I can't believe I just did that, thought Hermione Granger, who was feeling a little faint all of a sudden. It must have been all that running. Excuse gasp me, she said. Can you gasp? Ungelify my legs? The boy nodded, pushed himself to his feet, and reached inside his robes for his wand, but Hermione had to correct his gesture before the counterjinx worked right. I'm Michael Hopkins, said the boy once Hermione had rolled back to her own feet. He stuck out his hand. Or just Mike inside Hufflepuff. There aren't any other Mikes in all of Hufflepuff this year, would you believe it? They shook hands, and Mike said, Anyway, thank you. Hermione wasn't prepared for the rush of euphoria that hit her then. Saving someone like that literally felt better than anything she'd ever felt in her whole life. She turned to look at the bullies. They were very big and they looked, she thought, around 15 years old, and she was suddenly realizing just how large a difference had sprung up between Hogwarts students who'd signed up for all of Professor Quirrell's extracurricular activities, and students who'd had years of being taught by the worst professors ever to go professing. Being able to hit things that you aimed at, for example, or being able to think well enough in the middle of a fight to realize that you ought to innervate your fallen allies. And other things Professor Quirrell had said, like that in the real world almost any fight would be settled by a surprise attack, suddenly made a lot more sense to her. Still trying to catch her breath, she looked back at Mike. Would you believe, said Hermione Granger, that 5 minutes ago I was having trouble figuring out how to become a hero? Had she really thought she needed permission from someone, or that heroes sat around waiting for someone else to give them quests? It was very simple actually, you just went where the evil was, that was all it ever took to be a hero. She should have remembered she shouldn't have needed a phoenix to tell her that bad things sometimes happened right here in Hogwarts. Then Hermione glanced nervously back at where the 3 older boys were lying unconscious as the realization hit that they'd seen her. They might know who she was, they might sneak up on her and take her by surprise, and they could really hurt her. Hermione stopped. She remembered that Harry Potter had put himself in the middle of 5 Slytherin bullies on the first day of class when he hadn't even known how to use his wand. She remembered the headmaster saying that you grew up by being put in grown-up situations, and that most people live their lives inside a constraining circle of fear. And she remembered Professor McGonagall's voice saying, "You are 12. Hermione took a deep breath once, twice, and 3 times. She asked Mike if he needed to go to Madame Pomfrey's office, which he didn't, and got him to tell her the names of the Slytherin boys just in case. And then Hermione Granger strolled away from the heap of unconscious bullies, making sure to put a smile on her face as she walked. She knew that she was probably going to get hurt sooner or later. But if you were too scared of getting hurt to do what was right, then you couldn't be a hero, it was as simple as that, and if you'd put the Sorting Hat on her head at that moment, it wouldn't have waited even 1 second before calling out Gryffindor. She was still thinking about it when she came down to dinner. The euphoria of saving someone still hadn't worn off, and she was beginning to worry that it had broken something in her brain. As she approached the Ravenclaw table, a sudden epidemic of whispers broke out, and Hermione wondered if the Hufflepuff boy had said anything yet before she realized that the whispers probably weren't about that. She sat down across from Harry Potter, who looked extremely nervous, probably because she was still smiling. Said Harry, as she served herself freshly toasted bread, butter, cinnamon, no fruits or vegetables whatsoever, and 3 helpings of chocolate brownies. She let him go on like that until she'd finished pouring herself a glass of grapefruit juice, and then she said, "I've got a question for you, Mr. Potter. How do you think people fail to become themselves?" "What?" said Harry. She looked at him. "Pretend there isn't all this stuff going on," she said, "and just say whatever you'd have said yesterday." Harry said, looking very confused and worried. I think we already are ourselves. It's not like I'm an imperfect copy of someone else. But I guess if I try to run with the sense of the question, then I'd say that people don't become themselves because we absorb all this crazy stuff from the environment and then regurgitate it. I mean, how many people playing Quidditch would be playing a game like that if they'd invented the game themselves? Or back in Muggle Britain, how many people who think of themselves as Labour or Conservative or Liberal Democrat would invent that exact bundle of political beliefs if they had to come up with everything themselves? Hermione considered this. She'd been wondering if Harry would say something Slytherin or maybe even Gryffindor, but this didn't seem to fit into the headmaster's list, and it occurred to Hermione that there might be a lot more viewpoints on the subject than just 4. "Okay," said Hermione. "Different question. What makes someone a hero?" "A hero?" said Harry. "Yeah," said Hermione. "Ah," Harry said. His fork and knife nervously sawed at a piece of steak, cutting it into tinier and tinier pieces. "I think a lot of people can do things when the world channels them into it, like people are expecting you to do it, or it only uses skills you already know, or there's an authority watching to catch your mistakes and make sure you do your part. But problems like that are probably already being solved, and then there's no need for heroes. So I think the people we call heroes are rare because they've got to make everything up as they go along, and most people aren't comfortable with that." "Why do you ask?" Harry's fork stabbed 3 pieces of thoroughly shredded steak and lifted them up to his mouth. "Oh, I just stunned 3 older Slytherin bullies and rescued a Hufflepuff," said Hermione. "I'm going to be a hero." When Harry had finished choking on his food, some of the other Ravenclaws in hearing distance were still coughing. He said, "What?" Hermione told the story. It began rippling out in further whispers even as she spoke. Though she left out the part about the phoenix because that seemed like a private thing between the 2 of them. Hermione had felt surprised, thinking about it afterward, that a phoenix would appear for someone who wanted to be a hero. It seemed a bit selfish when she thought about it that way, but maybe it didn't matter to phoenixes so long as they saw that you were willing to help people. When she was done talking, Harry stared at her across the table and didn't say a word. "I'm sorry for how I acted earlier," Hermione said. She sipped from her glass of grapefruit juice. "I should have remembered that if I'm still beating the pants off you in charms class, then it's okay for you to do better in defense." "Please don't take this the wrong way," said Harry. He looked too adult now and grim. "But are you sure this is who you are and not, to put it bluntly, me?" "I'm quite certain," said Hermione. "Why, my name practically spells out heroine except for the extra M. I never noticed that until today." "Being a hero isn't all fun and games," said Harry. "Not real heroing, the sort grown-ups have to do. It isn't like this. It isn't going to be this easy." "I know," said Hermione. "It's hard, and it's painful, and you've got to make decisions where there isn't any good answer." "Yes, Harry, I read those books too." "No," said Harry. "You don't understand. Even if the books warn you, there's no way you can understand until "That doesn't stop you," said Hermione. "It doesn't stop you even a little. I bet you never even considered not being a hero because of that. So why'd you think it'll stop me?" There was a pause. A sudden huge smile lit Harry's face, a smile that was as bright and as boyish as the frown had been grim and adult, and everything was all right again between them. "This is going to go horribly mind-bogglingly wrong somehow," said Harry, still smiling hugely. "You know that, right?" "Oh, I know," said Hermione. She ate another bite of toast. "That reminds me, Dumbledore refused to be my mysterious old wizard. Is there someplace I can write to get another one?" "Aftermath." "And Professor Flitwick says her determination seems unshakable," Minerva said tightly, staring at the silver-bearded old wizard who was responsible for this. Albus Dumbledore was just sitting silently and listening to her with a distant, sad look in his eyes. Miss Granger didn't even blink when Professor Flitwick threatened to have her transferred to Gryffindor, just said that if she left she would take all the books with her. Hermione Granger has decided she's going to be a hero and she's not taking no for an answer. I doubt you could have pushed her into this any harder if you had tried to It took all of 5 full seconds for Minerva's brain to process the realization. Albus! She shrieked. My dear, said the old wizard, after you have dealt with your 30th hero or so, you will realize that they react quite predictably to certain things, such as being told that they are too young, or that they are not destined to be heroes, or that being a hero is unpleasant, and if you truly wish to be sure you should tell them all three. Although, with a brief sigh, it does not do to be too blatant, or your deputy headmistress might catch you. Albus, Minerva said, her voice even tighter, if she is hurt, I swear this time She would have come to that same place in due time, Albus said, the distant sad look still in his eyes. If someone is meant to become a hero, then they will not listen to our warnings, Minerva, no matter how hard we try. And given that, it is better for Harry if Miss Granger does not fall too far behind him. Albus produced, as though from nowhere, a tin which flipped open to reveal small yellow lumps. She'd never been able to figure out where he kept it, and she'd never been able to detect the magic involved. Lemon drop. She is a 12-year-old girl, Albus. Aftermath. Within the windows, barely visible in the evening gloom, fishes swam in the black waters, illuminated by the bright shine of the Slytherin common room as they came closer, fading into darkness as they swam away. Daphne Greengrass was sitting in a comfortable black leather couch, her head collapsed into her hands, glowing golden yellowish as bright sparks of white light winked in and out of existence around her. She'd been ready to be teased about liking Neville Longbottom. She'd been expecting to hear a lot of snide remarks about Hufflepuffs. She'd thought of whole reams of snappy comebacks for it while she was on the way back to the Slytherin dungeons. She'd been looking forward to being teased about liking Neville. Being teased about that sort of thing meant you'd grown up into a real girl. As it turned out, nobody had worked out that her challenging Neville to a most ancient duel meant that she liked him. She'd thought it would be obvious, but no, nobody else had even thought of that apparently. It was always the hex you didn't see that hit you. She should have just called herself Daphne of Sunshine like Neville of Chaos. Or Sunny Daphne like Sunny Ron. Or anything except Greengrass of Sunshine. Greengrass of Sunshine. It had gone from there to Greengrass of Sunshine and Blue Skies. Then someone had added snow-topped mountains and frolicking woodland creatures. Currently she was being referred to as the sparkly unicorn princess of the noble and most ancient house of Sparklepoo. And some cursed 6th-year girl had hit her with a sparkling jinx. She hadn't even known there was such a thing as a sparkling jinx, and finite incantatum hadn't worked. And she'd asked older girls who she'd thought were her friends she had apparently been wrong about this, and then she'd threatened the caster with grievous political mayhem wreaked by her father, and nonetheless Daphne Greengrass was still sitting in the Slytherin common room with her head in her hands, sparkling brightly and wondering how she'd ended up as the only sane person in Hogwarts. It was after dinner time and they were still at it, and if they didn't stop by tomorrow morning she was going to transfer to Durmstrang and become the next Dark Lady. "Hey, everyone," said the Caro twins dramatically, waving an issue of the Daily Prophet. "Did you hear the news? The Wisengamot just ruled that Let's See What You Got constitutes a lawful challenge to be fought until the challenger lies down and has a nap. How dare you insult the honor of the sparkly unicorn princess?" shouted Tracy. "Let's see what you got." Then Tracy lay down flat on her sofa and started snoring loudly. Daphne's sparkling head sank further into her glowing hands. "After my family takes over, I'm going to have you all put under anti-apparition jinxes and flood into the sea," she said to no one in particular. "You're all okay with that, right?" Thunk thunk, thunk 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 thunk. Daphne looked up, surprised. That was a sunshine code signal. "I height someone knocking," bellowed Mr. Goyle. "Knocking of the door." "Let's see what you've got, door," shouted an older boy near the door and yanked the door open. There was a moment of complete surprise. "I've come to have a word with Miss Greengrass," said the Sunshine General, sounding like she was trying to sound confident. "Could someone please From the look on Hermione's face she had just noticed Daphne sparkling. And that was when Millicent Bulstrode raced up from the lower dorms and shouted, "Hey, everyone, guess what? Now Granger went and beat up Derek and what's left of his crew, and his father old him and said that if he didn't Millicent caught sight of Hermione standing in the doorway. There was a very loud silence. Said Daphne. What? Said her brain. What are you doing here, General? Well, said Hermione Granger with a strange smile on her face, I've decided it's not fair if mysterious old wizards give some people a chance to be heroes and not others, and also I've read history books and there aren't nearly enough girl heroes in them. So I thought I'd just drop by and see if you wanted to be a hero and why are you glowing like that? There was another silence. This, said Daphne, was probably not the best time to ask me that question. I'll take it, shouted Tracy Davis, leaping off her sofa. And thus was born the Society for the Promotion of Heroic Equality for Witches. 70 Self-Actualization. 5. Even if you had been the deputy headmistress for 3 decades and a transfiguration professor before that, it was rare that you saw Albus Dumbledore caught completely flat-foot. Susan Bones, Lavender Brown, and Daphne Greengrass, Minerva finished. I should also note, Albus, that Miss Granger's account of your seemingly unsupportive attitude, I believe. Her phrase was, he said I should be happy to be just a sidekick, has generated a good deal of interest among the older girls, several of whom came to me to ask if Miss Granger's accusations were true, since Miss Granger had said that I was there. The old wizard leaned back in his huge chair, still gazing at her, his eyes looking rather abstracted beneath the half-moon glasses. It placed me in something of a dilemma, Albus, said Professor McGonagall. Her face stayed quite neutral, she made sure of that. I now know that you did not truly mean to discourage the girl. Quite the opposite, in fact. But you and Severus have often told me that to keep a secret I must give no sign that differs from the reaction of someone truly ignorant. Thus I had no choice but to confirm that Miss Granger's account was accurate, and feign the appropriate degree of worry, with a slight overtone of offense. After all, had I not known you were deliberately manipulating Miss Granger, I might have been rather put out. I see, the old wizard said slowly. His hands toyed absently with his silver beard, small quick gestures. Thankfully, Professor McGonagall continued, so far Professors Sinistra and Vector are the only 2 faculty members to don Miss Granger's buttons. Buttons? Repeated the old wizard. Minerva drew forth a small silver disc bearing the initials SPHEW, laid it on Albus's desk, and gave it a brief tap with her finger. And the voices of Hermione Granger, Padma Patil, Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Daphne Greengrass, and Tracy Davis cried out in unison, "We won't settle for second best, it's time to give a witch a quest. Miss Granger is selling them for 2 sickles, and tells me that she has so far sold 50 of them. I believe that Nymphadora Tonks in 7th year Hufflepuff is enchanting them for her. To conclude my report," Professor McGonagall said briskly, "our 8 newly minted heroines have asked permission to conduct a protest outside the entrance to your office." "I hope," Albus said, frowning, "you explained to them that I explained to them that Wednesday at 7 p.m. would be fine," said Minerva. She took back the button from the headmaster's desk, favored Albus with a honeyed smile, and turned to the door. "Minerva," said the old wizard from behind her. "Minerva." The oaken door shut solidly behind her. There wasn't a lot of room between the brief stone walls that demarcated the vestibule to the headmaster's office, so although a lot of people had wanted to watch the protest, not many had been allowed to come. Just Professor Sinistra and Professor Vector, who were wearing the buttons, and the prefects Penelope Clearwater and Rose Brown and Jacqueline Preece, who were wearing the buttons. Behind them, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick, who weren't wearing the buttons, scrutinizing the whole affair. Harry Potter and the head boy of Hogwarts were there, and the boy prefects Percy Weasley and Oliver Beatson, all wearing the buttons to show solidarity. And of course the 8 founding members of SPHEW forming a picket line next to the gargoyles with their signs. Hermione's own sign, attached to a solid wooden handle which seemed to weigh heavier and heavier in her hands as the seconds passed, said "Nobody's sidekick." And Professor Quirrell, who was leaning with his back against the far stone wall and watching with unreadable eyes, The defense professor had gotten one of her buttons, though she'd never sold one to him, and he wasn't wearing it but idly tossing it with one hand. This whole idea had seemed like a much better idea 4 days ago, when the fires of her indignation had been burning fresh and hot, and she'd been facing the prospect of doing it all 4 days later instead of right now. But she had to carry on because that was what heroes did. They carried on, and also because it had seemed infinitely too awful to tell everyone she was calling it off. Hermione wondered how much heroism had gone on for reasons like that. Most books didn't say, and then they refused to give up, no matter how sensible it would have been, because that would have been too embarrassing, but a great deal of history made a lot more sense that way. At 7:15 p.m., Professor McGonagall had told her Headmaster Dumbledore would come down and talk to them for a couple of minutes. Professor McGonagall had said not to be frightened. The headmaster was a good person deep down, and they'd properly gotten the school's authorization for the protest. But Hermione was very, very aware that even if she was doing it with signed permission, she was still defying authority. After she'd decided to be a hero, Hermione had done the obvious thing and gone to the Hogwarts library and taken out books on how to be a hero. Then she'd returned those books back to their shelves because it had been patently obvious that none of the authors had been actual heroes themselves. Instead, she'd just read 5 times over, until she'd memorized every word, the 30 Inches by Godric Gryffindor that was all his autobiography and his life's advice. Or the English translation anyway. She couldn't read Latin yet. Godric Gryffindor's autobiography had been a lot more compressed than the books Hermione was used to reading. He used one sentence to say things that should have taken 30 inches just by themselves, and then there was another sentence after that. But it was clear from what she'd read that, while defying authority wasn't the point of being a hero, you couldn't be a hero if you were too scared to do it. And Hermione Granger knew by now how others saw her, and she knew what other people thought she couldn't do. Hermione hefted her picket sign a little higher, and concentrated on breathing slowly and rhythmically instead of hyperventilating until she fell over. "Really?" said Miss Priest in a tone of undisguised fascination. "They couldn't vote?" "Indeed," said Professor Sinistra. The astronomy professor's hair was still dark, and her dark face only slightly lined. Hermione would have guessed her age at around 70, except, "I quite remember my mother's rejoicing when they announced the Qualification of Women Act, although she did not actually qualify." Which meant that Professor Sinistra had been around her Muggle family in 1918. And that wasn't the worst of it. Why, just a few centuries earlier, 30 seconds later, all the non-Muggleborns, male and female both, were staring at Professor Sinistra with utterly shocked expressions. Hannah had dropped her sign. "And that wasn't the worst of it either, not by half," finished Professor Sinistra. "But you see where this sort of thing could potentially lead." "Merlin preserve us," said Penelope Clearwater in a strangled voice. "You mean that's how men would treat us if we didn't have wands to defend ourselves?" "Hey," said one of the boy prefects. "That's not sh." There was a short, sardonic laugh from the direction of Professor Quirrell. When Hermione turned her head to look, she saw that the defense professor was still idly toying with the button, not bothering to glance up at the rest of them, as he said, "Such is human nature, Miss Clearwater. Rest assured that you would be no kinder, if witches had wands and men lacked them." "I hardly think so," snapped Professor Sinistra. A cold chuckle. "I suspect it happens more often than any dare suggest in the proudest pureblood families. Some lonely witch spies a handsome Muggle and thinks how very easy it would be to slip the man a love potion and by him be adored alone and utterly. And since she knows he can offer her no resistance, why, it is only natural for her to take from him whatever she pleases." "Professor Quirrell," said Professor McGonagall sharply. "I'm sorry," Professor Quirrell said mildly, his eyes still looking down on the button in his hand. "Are we all still pretending it doesn't happen? My apologies, then." Professor Sinistra snapped. "And I suppose that wizards don't." "There are children present, professors." Again Professor McGonagall. "Some do," Professor Quirrell said equably, as though discussing the weather. "Although personally I don't." There was a bit of silence for a time. Hermione put up her sign again. It had slipped down to her shoulder while she was listening. She'd never thought of that, not even a little, and now she was trying not to think of it, and her stomach was feeling a bit queasy. She looked in Harry Potter's direction, not quite knowing why she did, and she saw that Harry's face was perfectly still. A chill ran down her spine before she looked away, not quite fast enough to miss the small nod that Harry gave her, as though they were agreeing on something. "To be fair," Professor Sinistra said after a while, "since I received my Hogwarts letter I can't recall encountering any prejudice on account of being a woman or colored. No, now it is all for being a Muggleborn. I believe Miss Granger said that it was just with heroes that she found a problem so far." It took Hermione a moment to recognize that she'd been asked the question, and then she said, "Yes," in a tone that squeaked a little. This whole thing had blown up a bit larger than she'd imagined when she'd started it. "What exactly did you check, Miss Granger?" said Professor Vector. She looked older than Professor Sinistra, her hair starting to gray a little. Hermione hadn't ever come close to Professor Vector in person until the arithmancy professor had asked her for a button. Hermione said, her voice a little high. "I checked the history books and there's been as many woman ministers of magic as men. Then I looked at supreme mugwumps and there were a few more wizards than witches but not many. But if you look at people like famous dark wizard hunters, or people who've stopped invasions of dark creatures, or people who've overthrown dark lords—" "And the dark wizards themselves, of course," said Professor Quirrell. Now the defense professor had looked up. "You may add that to your list, Miss Granger. Among all the suspected Death Eaters we know of only two sorceresses, Bellatrix Black and Alecto Carrow. And I dare say that most wizards would be hard-pressed to name a single dark lady besides Baba Yaga." Hermione just stared at him. He couldn't possibly be. "Professor Quirrell," said Professor Vector, "what exactly are you implying?" The defense professor raised the button so that the golden-lettered SPHEW faced them, and said, "Heroes," then turned the button to show its silver backside and said, "Dark wizards. They are similar career paths followed by similar people, and one can hardly ask why young witches are turning away from one course without considering its reflection." "Oh, now I see," said Tracy Davis, speaking up so suddenly that Hermione gave a small startle. "You're joining our protest because you're worried that not enough girls are becoming dark witches." Then Tracy giggled, which Hermione couldn't have managed at this point if you paid her £1,000,000 sterling. There was a half-smile on Professor Quirrell's face as he replied, "Not really, Miss Davis. In truth I do not care about that sort of thing in the slightest. But it is futile to count the witches among ministers of magic and other such ordinary folk leading ordinary existences, when Grindelwald and Dumbledore and he who must not be named were all men." The defense professor's fingers idly spun the button, turning it over and over. "Then again, only a very few folk ever do anything interesting with their lives. What does it matter to you if they are mostly witches or mostly wizards so long as you are not among them? And I suspect you will not be among them, Miss Davis, for although you are ambitious, you have no ambition." "That's not true," said Tracy indignantly. "And what's it mean?" Professor Quirrell straightened from where he had been leaning against the wall. "You were sorted into Slytherin, Miss Davis, and I expect that you will grasp at any opportunity for advancement which falls into your hands. But there is no great ambition that you are driven to accomplish, and you will not make your opportunities. At best you will grasp your way upward into Minister of Magic, or some other high position of unimportance, never breaking the bounds of your existence." Then Professor Quirrell's gaze shifted away from Tracy. He was looking at her, the pale blue eyes staring at her with an awful intensity. "Tell me, Miss Granger, do you have an ambition?" "Professor," squeaked the high stern voice of Professor Flitwick, and then her head of house's voice cut off, and from the side of her vision Hermione saw that Harry had laid his hand on Professor Flitwick's shoulder and was shaking his head, face looking very adult. Hermione felt like a deer caught in headlights. "What drove you to break your bounds, Miss Granger?" said the defense professor, still gazing directly at her. "Why is getting good marks in class no longer enough? Is it true greatness that you seek?" Does some aspect of the world dissatisfy you, that you must remake according to your will? Or is this all merely a child's game to you? I will be quite disappointed if this is only about rivaling Harry Potter. Said Hermione, her voice so high-pitched it made a sort of peeping sound, but then she couldn't think of what else to say. You may take a moment to think, if you like, said Professor Quirrell. Pretend it is a homework essay 6 inches due Thursday. I hear you are quite eloquent in them. Everyone was looking at her. Said Hermione. I don't agree with one single thing you just said anywhere. Well spoken, came Professor McGonagall's crisp voice. Professor Quirrell's gaze did not waver. That is not 6 inches, Miss Granger. Something drives you to defy the headmaster's verdict and gather followers about yourself. Perhaps it is something you prefer not to speak aloud? Hermione knew the correct answer wouldn't impress Professor Quirrell, but it was the correct answer, so she said it. I don't think you need ambition to be a hero, Hermione said. Her voice wavered, but it didn't crack. I think you just have to do what's right. And they're not my followers, we're friends. Professor Quirrell leaned back against the wall again. The half-smile had faded from his face. Most folk tell themselves they are doing right, Miss Granger. They do not thereby rise above the ordinary. Hermione took a couple of deep breaths, trying to be brave. It's not about being not ordinary, she said as stoutly as she could. But I think if someone just tries to do what's right over and over again, and they're not too lazy to do all the work it takes, and they think about what they're doing, and they're brave enough to do it even when they're scared. Hermione paused for an instant, her eyes darting to Tracy and Daphne, and they cleverly plan how to do it, and they don't just do what other people do, then I think someone like that would already get into enough trouble. Some of the girls and boys chuckled, as did Professor McGonagall, who looked wry and proud at the same time. You may be right about that, said the defense professor, his eyes half-lidded. He tossed Hermione the button, and she caught it without thinking. My donation to your cause, Miss Granger. I understand that they are worth 2 sickles. The defense professor turned and walked away without another word. I thought I was going to faint, gasped Hannah after his footsteps had faded, and she heard some of the other girls letting out their breath or putting down their signs for a moment. I do too have an ambition, said Tracy, who seemed to be almost on the verge of tears. I may well figure out what it is by tomorrow, but I have one, I'm sure. If you really can't think of anything, Daphne said, giving Tracy a comforting pat on the shoulder, just go with the oldie but goodie and try to take over the world. Hey, said Susan sharply. You're supposed to be heroes now. That means you have to be good. No, it's all right, said Lavender. I'm pretty sure General Chaos wants to take over the world and he's sort of a good guy. More conversation was going on behind the picket line. My goodness, said Penelope Clearwater. I think that's the most overtly evil defense professor we've ever had. Professor McGonagall coughed warningly, and the head boy said, You weren't around for Professor Barney, which made several people twitch. Professor Quirrell just talks like that, said Harry Potter, though he sounded less certain than before. I mean, think about it, he doesn't do anything like what Professor Snape does. Mr. Potter, squeaked Professor Flitwick, voice polite and face stern, why did you ask me to stay silent? Professor Quirrell was testing Hermione to see if he wanted to be her mysterious old wizard, Harry said. Which totally would not have worked out in any way, shape, or form, but she had to answer for herself. Hermione blinked. Then Hermione blinked again, as she realized that it was Professor Quirrell who was Harry Potter's mysterious old wizard, and not Dumbledore at all, and that really wasn't a good sign. A rumbling noise filled the small stone vestibule, and Hermione, her nerves already on edge, spun rapidly around, almost dropping her protest sign as her other hand darted toward her wand. The gargoyles were stepping aside, the flowing stone rumbling like rock as it moved like flesh. The huge ugly figures waited only briefly, dead gray eyes staring out in silent vigil. Then the great gargoyles folded their wings back into place and stepped back into their former positions, the flowing stone not changing its outward appearance at all as it returned from flexibility to motionlessness, and the brief gap in the stone of Hogwarts was solid once more. And before them all, wearing robes of bright purple that probably only looked hideous if you were Muggle-born, stood the towering form of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord Grindelwald and protector of Britain, the rediscoverer of the fabled 12 uses of dragon's blood, the most powerful wizard alive, and he was looking at her. Hermione Jean Granger, general of the recently expanded Sunshine Regiment, who was getting the best grades in the first year of Hogwarts classes, and who had declared herself a heroine. Even her name was shorter than his. The headmaster smiled benevolently at her, his wrinkle-lined eyes twinkling cheerfully beneath their half-circles of glass, and said, "Hello, Miss Granger." The odd thing was that it wasn't nearly as scary as talking to Professor Quirrell. "Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore," Hermione said with only a slight quaver in her voice. "Miss Granger," said Dumbledore, now looking more serious, "I think you and I may have had a bit of a misunderstanding. I did not mean to imply that you could not or should not be a hero. I certainly did not mean to imply that witches in general should not be heroes. Only that you were a bit young to be thinking of such things." Hermione, unable to help herself, glanced at Professor McGonagall and saw that Professor McGonagall was giving her an encouraging smile, or she was giving the two of them some kind of smile. Anyway, so Hermione looked back at the headmaster and said, the small quaver in her voice a little larger now, "Since you became headmaster 40 years ago, there have been 11 students to graduate Hogwarts who became heroes. I mean people like Lupe Cazerel and so on, and 10 of those were boys. Cimmerine Linderwall was the only witch." Said the headmaster. There was a thoughtful expression on his face. He at least seemed to be thinking about it. "Miss Granger, I have never been one for tallying such numbers. Often it is too much easier to count than to understand. Many good people have come out of Hogwarts, witches and wizards both. Those famed as heroes are only one kind of good person, and perhaps not the highest. You did not include Alice Longbottom or Lily Potter in your reckoning. But leave that aside. Tell me, Miss Granger, did you tally how many heroes came out of Hogwarts in the 40 years before me? For in that time I can recall only 3 now called heroes, and among those 3 no witches at all. I'm not trying to say it's just you," Hermione said. "Only I think maybe a lot of people, like the headmasters before you too, maybe even your whole society and everything, might be discouraging girls." The old wizard sighed. His half-glasses eyes looked only at her as though they were the only 2 people present. "Miss Granger, it might be possible to discourage witches from becoming charms mistresses or Quidditch players or even aurors. But not heroes. If someone is meant to be a hero, then a hero they will be. They will walk through fire and swim through ice. Dementors will not stop them, nor the deaths of friends, and not discouragement either." "Well," Hermione said and paused, struggling with the words. "Well, I mean, what if that's not actually true? I mean, to me it seems that if you want more witches to be heroes, you ought to teach them heroing." "Many boys and girls are heroes in their dreams," Dumbledore said quietly. He did not look at any of the other girls, only at her. "Fewer in the waking world. Many have stood their ground and faced the darkness when it comes for them. Fewer come for the darkness and force it to face them. It is a hard life, sometimes lonely, often short. I have told none to refuse that calling, but neither would I wish to increase their number." Hermione hesitated. There was something in the lined face that stopped her, like a hint to all the emotion that wasn't being displayed, years and years of it. Maybe if there were more heroes, their lives wouldn't be so lonely or so short. She couldn't bring herself to say that, though, not to him. "But the point is moot," said the old wizard. He smiled, a bit ruefully she thought. "Miss Granger, you cannot teach heroism like you would teach charms. You cannot assign 12 inches on how to carry on when all hope seems lost. You cannot rehearse students on when to stand up and tell the headmaster he has done wrong. Heroes are born, not taught. And for whatever reason, more of them are born boys than girls. The headmaster shrugged, as if to say that he was helpless to do anything about that. Hermione said. She couldn't help it, she glanced behind her. Professor Sinistra was looking a bit indignant. And it wasn't true that everyone was staring at her like she'd just been silly, the way she'd started to imagine while she was listening to Dumbledore. Hermione turned back to face Dumbledore again, took a deep breath, and said, "Well, maybe people who are going to be heroes will be heroes no matter what. But I don't see how anyone could really know that, aside from just saying it afterward. And when I told you that I wanted to be a hero, you weren't very encouraging." "Mr. Potter," the headmaster said mildly. His eyes didn't leave hers. "Please tell Miss Granger your impression of our own first meeting. Would you say that I was encouraging? Speak the truth." There was a pause. "Mr. Potter?" said Professor Vector's voice from behind her, sounding puzzled. Harry's voice said from further back, sounding extremely reluctant. Well, actually in my case the headmaster set fire to a chicken." "He what?" Hermione blurted, only there were several other people exclaiming things at around the same time, so she wasn't sure anyone heard her. Dumbledore went on gazing at her, looking perfectly serious. "I didn't know about Fawkes," Harry's voice said rapidly, "so he told me that Fawkes was a phoenix, while he was pointing to a chicken on Fawkes's stand, so I'd think that was Fawkes, and then he set the chicken on fire, and also he gave me this big rock and told me it had belonged to my father and I ought to carry it everywhere." "But that's crazy," Susan blurted out. There was a sudden hush. The headmaster slowly turned his head to stare at Susan. Said Susan. "I mean The headmaster leaned down until he was face to face with the young girl. "I didn't said Susan. Dumbledore put a finger to his lips and twiddled them, making a bweeble 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 sound. The headmaster straightened up again and said, "Well, my good heroines, it has been pleasant speaking to you, but alas, much else remains to do this day. Still, rest assured that I am inscrutable at everyone, not just witches." The gargoyles stepped aside, the flowing stone rumbling like rock as it moved like flesh. The huge ugly figures waited briefly with dead grey eyes staring out in silent vigil, as Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, smiling as benevolently as when he'd first emerged from his office, stepped back into the enchantment of the endless stare. Then the great gargoyles folded their wings back into place and stepped back into their former positions, only one last brief beat of a ha-ha echoing out before the gap closed. There was a long silence. "He really set a chicken on fire?" said Hannah. The 8 of them had continued protesting even after that, but to be honest their heart had gone out of it. It had been established, after some careful questions from Professor Flitwick, that Harry Potter hadn't smelled the chicken burning, which meant that it had probably been a pebble or something, transfigured into a chicken and then enclosed in a boundary charm to make sure that no smoke escaped into the air. Both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall had been very emphatic about nobody trying that without their supervision. But still, what? Hermione didn't even know, but still what? But still. After a lot of glances exchanged between girls, none of whom had wanted to be first to say it, Hermione had declared the protest over, and the adults and boys had drifted off. "You don't think we were being unfair to Dumbledore, do you?" said Susan as the heroines walked away to the sound of 8 pairs of feet trotting on the stone paving of Hogwarts's corridors. "I mean, if he is crazy at everyone and not just at witches, then it's not discrimination, right?" "I don't want to protest against the headmaster any more," Hannah said weakly. The Hufflepuff girl seemed a bit unsteady on her feet. "I don't care what Professor McGonagall says about him not holding it against us, it's just too much for my nerves." Lavender snorted. "I guess you won't be slaying armies of inferi any time soon." "Stop that," Hermione said sharply. "Look, all of us have got to learn to be heroines, right? It's okay if someone doesn't know right away." The headmaster doesn't think it can be learned, Padma said. The Ravenclaw girl's face was thoughtful, her steps measured as she strode through the corridor. The headmaster doesn't even think that's a good idea. Daphne was striding with her back straight and her head held bolt upright, looking more like a proper young lady in her Hogwarts robes than Hermione could have done with her best formal dress. The headmaster, Daphne said in a precise voice, her shoes making hard, sharp tacking sounds on the stone, thinks the lot of us are a bunch of silly girls playing games, and that someday Hermione might make a good sidekick but the rest of us are hopeless. Is he right? Said Parvati. The Gryffindor girl's face was very serious, making her look much more like her twin than she usually did. I mean, it has to be asked. No. Spat Tracy. The Slytherin girl was stalking through the hallway looking ready to kill someone like a miniature female Snape. Of all the girls, Tracy was the one who Hermione knew least. Hermione had talked to Lavender once before, but she'd never really seen Tracy except at one point during a battle, until the Slytherin had jumped up from her sofa to volunteer. We'll show him. We'll show them all. Okay, said Susan. That was definitely evil. No, said Lavender, that's a Chaos Legion motto actually. Only she didn't do the insane laughter. That's right, Tracy said, her voice low and grim. This time I'm not laughing. The girl went on stalking through the corridor, like she had dramatic music accompanying her that only she could hear. Hermione was starting to worry about what exactly the impressionable youths of the Chaos Legion were learning from Harry Potter. But I mean, Parvati said. She still had a contemplative look on her face. I mean, you can see why the headmaster would think we were just silly girls, right? What does protesting outside the headmaster's office have to do with becoming heroines? Huh, Lavender said, now looking thoughtful herself. That's true. We should do something heroic. I mean heroinic. Said Hannah, which very much expressed Hermione's own feelings on the subject. Well, said Parvati, has everyone already been through Dumbledore's third-floor forbidden corridor? I mean, everyone in Gryffindor's been through it by now. Hold on, Hermione said desperately. I don't want you doing anything dangerous. There was a pause while everyone looked at Hermione, who was realizing, much too late, why Dumbledore hadn't wanted anyone else to be a hero. I don't think you can become a heroine if you never do anything dangerous, Lavender observed reasonably. Besides, said Padma, a considering look on her face, everyone knows that nothing really bad ever happens in Hogwarts, right? To students, I mean, not to the defense professors. We've got all these ancient wards and so on. Hannah said again. Yeah, said Parvati. The worst that can happen is that we'll lose a few dozen house points or something, and there's 2 of us from each house, so that'll all come out even. Why, that's brilliant, Hermione, said Daphne in a tone of great amazement. The way you set it up means we can get away with anything. And I didn't even notice your cunning plan until now. Said Hermione, Hannah, and Susan. Right, said Parvati. So now it's time for us to become real heroines. We'll come for the darkness. And make it face us, said Lavender. And teach it to be afraid, Tracy Davis said grimly. Riddles answered. Truths uncovered. And the stakes? Higher than ever. Which idea from these chapters stuck with you the most? Was it the prisoner's dilemma? The nature of morality? Drop your thoughts below, I'd love to hear your take. Fun fact. Did you know? Yudkowsky used real-world cognitive science and decision theory to shape the story's themes, turning Harry into a genuine thinker, not just a hero. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe for more content like this. And if you want to go above and beyond, consider becoming a member of our growing magical fellowship. The path to wisdom begins with the courage to question everything.